This audio story was created by WebNovel Chapter 1300 Riverborn. When Sunny and Nephis first met Anik, both were concerned about the frail old woman. She just looked too ancient and weak, ready to snap like a twig. Her tan skin was thin and transparent like oil paper, her cloudy eyes teary and dull, her gaunt figure so small that it seemed to be drowning in the black folds of her dark mantle. They were not sure that the old woman could survive another peaceful day, let alone a long and perilous journey across the great river. However, as the days went by, their worries were proven wrong. Old Anik continued to cling to life. In fact, her condition seemed to be improving little by little. She had more energy now, could remain fully lucid for longer periods of time, and even regained some of her appetite. At first, Sunny thought that it was simply the result of finally having hope again after waiting for the two of them for gods knew how long, as well as eating better. But as more time passed, the difference became too obvious to be explained by mere inspiration. Anik was definitely changing. Her hands gradually stopped shaking, and her grip on the steering oar became firmer. Her cloudy eyes regained some of their former sharpness. She wasn't hunching as much anymore, and her voice was not as weak and creaky as before. She did not grow tired as quickly as she had at the start, and the long periods of silence where she seemed to doze off with her eyes open happened less and less frequently, until ceasing altogether. It was as though Anik was slowly growing younger. Sunny had to admit that he was not just imagining things when he opened his eyes one day to notice that there were suddenly a few black strands in her long, snow-white hair. What is going on? He looked at Anik for a few moments, then lowered his gaze to the powerful current of the great river, which flowed into the past. Nephis, who had been practicing the names the old woman taught her, to no result, for now noticed that he was awake and carefully pulled on the sleeve of his tunic. Then she silently glanced at Anik and back. Sunny hesitated for a moment. Me, why do I have to ask? Asking a woman about her age, does she think I like courting death? Well, to be honest, his track record, indeed, suggested that he did. He sighed, threw an indignant glance at Nephis, and approached the old woman while secretly studying her face and thin frame. There was no denying it. Anik looked much more hale than she had before. She could not be called young by any means still, but neither could she be called decrepit or ancient. Sunny lingered for a second or two, then asked politely, "Grandmother, can I ask you something?" The old woman smiled at him kindly. "Of course, my lord. Now what am I supposed to say?" Sunny took a deep breath, then just came clean with it. "It might sound weird, but are you, by any chance, getting younger?" Anik looked at him with a startled expression. Sunny coughed in embarrassment. "I'm sorry, it's just that I noticed that you look better. I don't mean that you didn't look well before." The old woman suddenly chuckled. No, it is me who needs to apologize, my lord. I just have never met someone entirely from outside the tomb of Ariel before. That is why it is not easy for me to account for the fact that you might not know some things that are common sense here." She shook her head and then said gently, "Yes, this body of mine is indeed getting younger. It is because we are moving downstream." Sunny and Nephis looked at each other, perplexed. After a few moments of silence, he furtively studied her slender figure while she openly studied his. Eventually, Nephis said, "But it doesn't seem like Sunny and I changed. Wouldn't they have become toddlers by now?" Anik nodded, her expression slightly sad. "Of course not. It is because you are outsiders, while I am river-born. The outsiders are not beholden to the flow of the great river since they have come from outside it. They are free to roam it as they wish, traveling any distance. That is why they are also called pilgrims." She smiled. "But we, river-born, are different. Since we were born inside the tomb of Ariel, we are beholden to the flow of time within it. We can only travel as far as our lifespans allow, and even then, the only direction that is allowed to us is upstream. We are chained to the stretch of the great river where we come from." Sunny looked at her in bewilderment, struggling to imagine what such a life would look like. Wait, how does it even work?" At the same time, Nephis asked, "So you grow older when you move upstream and grow younger when you move downstream. That is in relation to the place where you were born." Anik looked between the two of them helplessly, then finally decided to answer Neff's question first and nodded. Indeed. Sonny blinked a couple of times, then suddenly opened his eyes wide. Wait, does that mean that as long as you stay in place, you are immortal? Anik sighed softly. Our bodies will not age, my lord. That is not the same as being immortal. She looked at the sparkling expanse of the great river wistfully. Actually, we Riverborn don't usually live that long, at least not in Weave. Life here is full of hardship and the waters are dangerous. Since we live close to the desolate future, there are many corrupted coming from upstream, all of them immune to the flow of time. Things were fine when we had many outsiders among us, our elders, but as their number dwindled, it grew harder and harder to provide for ourselves and defend the city. The old woman's face grew dark. After all, it is not easy to fight an enemy that can attack and retreat freely while you lack the ability to pursue it. Still, we managed. Life in Weave might not have been easy or opulent, but it was blissful. At least mine was. Anik fell silent, a faint smile on her lips. Now wait a minute. Sonny tilted his head and, unable to control himself, blurted out. Then grandmother, no, Anik, how old are you, really? What am I doing? The old woman looked at him and chuckled. Me, actually, among the river people, I am considered to be quite a young woman. He froze. Nephis froze, too. Why young'd? Anik nodded earnestly. Of course, I am barely 200 years old. Chapter 13:01 Fourth Mastery. The outsiders and the Riverborn, the revelation of the difference between them, was enough to boggle Sonny's mind. He had already been prepared to encounter all kinds of bizarre situations inside the tomb of Ariel, but what Anik told them sent him for a loop. It was because Sonny had only considered the odd perils of the great river in relation to himself, not in relation to a whole civilization. The way the river people lived was fundamentally different from anything he had ever known because the most fundamental truth of the world, time, worked differently for them. The first settlers of the tomb of Ariel had all been outsiders, so how great must their shock have been when their children were born so different from them? How much pain did that division bring? How much sorrow? How much effort did it take for them to create an entirely new kind of society? With time, the number of Riverborn grew, while the number of outsiders dwindled. However, the civilization that Anik had described could not function without the outsiders, who could travel the great river and served as the connective tissue between various cities established on it. What was it like for them to see their children remain forever young? What was it like for the Riverborn to watch their parents age when they never did, to see them leave when they couldn't? How did Riverborn children even become adults? Suddenly, the story of the followers of Weaver being chased far upstream gained a much darker undertone. Sonny shivered. The civilization of the great river turned out to be much stranger than he had thought. It was so strange, in fact, that he struggled to imagine it. And that was not even mentioning the fact that old Anik had turned out to not be old at all, while also being 10 times his age. I can't think anymore. It was too much to digest, especially this early in the morning. Sonny summoned the endless spring and washed his face, then opened Anik's wooden box. There was not much food left inside, which made him sigh. Taking out a teapot and a plate brimming with juicy braised meat, rolled in seaweed leaves, he sat down and stared at the 7 suns for a few moments. Dusk of Fallen Grace is one of the original Sibyls. If Anik, who was born long after they had entered the tomb of Ariel, is 200 years old, then what about Dusk? What about the defilement? For how many centuries had the Sibyls fought against the spreading corruption before losing all their cities except Fallen Grace? In other words, for how long had the enemy been growing stronger, while their potential allies had been growing weaker? Shaking his hand, he poured the tea into 2 cups and grabbed a seaweed roll. No matter how long it has been, I need to grow stronger too and do it quickly. A few more days passed. Nephis had spent them diligently learning how to control the catch with the names, while Sonny mostly sat at the bow, looking at the water silently. Sometimes he would allow himself to get distracted and either think about the tomb of Ariel or study the estuary key. Almost all his time, however, was dedicated to mastering the 4th step of shadow dance. Feeling that he was on the brink of an epiphany, Sonny even abandoned sleep. The 7 suns rose and fell, but he remained motionless, his eyes veiled by deep shadows. And then finally, in the twilight of dusk, Sonny suddenly straightened and opened his eyes wide. This is it. In his mind, countless memories, insights, and experiences clicked together with a deafening thunderclap. The feeling of being embraced by the dark carapace of the shadow shell, the strange state of dissolving into shadows only to manifest himself into a tangible form, the memories of the Red Colosseum, where he slowly learned to fight in the unfamiliar body of the shadow spawn, the harrowing labyrinth of nightmares, the furious battle with the azure serpent. All of it came together, being able to peer into the essence of the enemy, to mimic them both in thought and action, training his body to be supremely adaptable and flexible, breaking the rigid constraints of his mind to make it formless and shapeless, akin to a shadow. Those were all necessary steps, without which this evolution would not have been possible. It was all for this moment. It was all to truly become a shadow. I see now. As Sonny gazed into the twilight, the encroaching darkness around him moved and stirred. At the same time, a familiar voice whispered into his ear. Your aspect legacy mastery has increased. You have received the right to claim a legacy relic. Your shadow has evolved. Sonny let out a soft sigh. Finally, after so long, he finally took another step. Instead of summoning the runes immediately, he closed his eyes and assessed the breakthrough he had made. The fourth step, it was a departure from his previous understanding of shadow dance. Indeed, it was not about understanding the enemy to absorb their battle style and anticipate their moves. It was not even about peering into their essence to know their feelings and intentions. It was about becoming the enemy, both in thought and in flesh, just like he had done with Daron of the Twilight Sea. As a result, the previous skills Sonny had cultivated through practicing shadow dance had all grown stronger. His ability to shadow his enemies had been elevated to a new level and would allow him to do it much faster, as well as to a wider extent. More importantly, his ability to learn the structure and function of the bodies of various creatures had been elevated tremendously. Up until now, Sonny had only ever achieved two forms except for his own, that of the shadow spawn and that of the river serpent. The former was the result of his many experiences in the second nightmare, while the latter was the result of an entire month of constant and meticulous observation. He wouldn't need a month to learn a new form anymore. Of course, he wouldn't be able to do it instantaneously, either, but the amount of time was drastically reduced. Sonny felt that he would have been able to become a river serpent in a week if he had mastered the fourth step before the Dark Island. But that was because the azure serpent had been so much greater than him and so very different from him. At the same time, the mad beast had been a human once, and thus not entirely alien. Some forms would take less time, while others would take longer. And the more forms he learned, the easier creating the next one would become. But it is also dangerous. The third step of shadow dance was dangerous, but the fourth step was much more so. If Sonny wasn't careful about changing his form too drastically and too often, he could very well lose the connection to his own. I'll be careful. He sighed, then opened his eyes and finally summoned the runes. Sonny really wanted to check how Soul Serpent had evolved, but the runes of his absent shadow were lifeless and dull. He couldn't summon more information about Serpent while it was away. So he turned to his Aspect Legacy instead and read, holding his breath. Aspect Legacy Shadow Dance. Shadow Dance Mastery Level 47, First Relic claimed, Second Relic claimed, Third Relic claimed, Fourth Relic claim, Fifth Relic unearned. Sonny lingered for a moment and then whispered quietly, Claim. Nothing happened for a few seconds. Then it seemed as though the world turned a little darker, and the spell spoke. You have claimed an Aspect Legacy relic. Its words echoed above the flowing water. There was silence for a moment, and then the spell whispered. You have received a fragment of Shadow's domain. Chapter 1302, Absolute Law. Sonny froze, paralyzed by the whisper of the spell. What? Had he heard right? Had it really said a fragment of Shadow's domain? Of a god's domain? No, wait. What even was a divine domain, and how could there be a fragment of it? How could there be a fragment of any domain, for that matter? Weren't domains more concepts than things? What could a fragment of a concept look like? Sonny took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Slow down, think most importantly, don't fall off the catch. He was so out of it that he had almost swayed and tumbled over the side of the boat. Sonny was more than fed up with suddenly falling into water, thanks to the spell, so he hurriedly took a step back. A fragment of Shadow's domain. Come to think about it, hadn't he heard something similar once? During the second nightmare, when they assaulted the Ivory City, the moon had been suddenly devoured by an enormous shadow, and the world was plunged into darkness. When that happened, Noctis said that he had not expected Severus to possess a pie. Sea of Shadow's domain. Ivory Dragon Severax was a direct descendant of Sun God and an immortal saint, and yet it was strange for him to possess something like that. And now, Sonny received a piece of a god's domain, too. Damn. Sonny needed a few minutes to calm down. During these minutes, his imagination ran wild. He fantasized about all kinds of developments, from immediately becoming a sovereign to instantly ascending to the divine rank. However, his rationality eventually won. It doesn't work like that. Indeed, possessing a fragment of someone else's domain did not mean having one of your own. More than that, the Ivory Lord, who had used his piece of Shadow's domain to seal the moon and rob Noctis of his power, had not shown any ability above what a saint from a divine bloodline should have possessed. So, while the fourth aspect relic of Shadow Dance had to be immensely valuable, it was definitely not a broken cheat item that would turn Sonny into a god among men. Yes, but just what the hell is it, and what can it do? He threw a sideways glance at Nephis and Anik, then turned back to the shimmering runes. And where the hell is it? Sonny read the runes from the very first one. Name Sunless, true name lost from light, rank ascended, class Tyrant. Shadow cores 5-7 Shadow fragments 1448 5000 memories Silver Bell. The Crown of Twilight was the last memory on the list. The fragment of Shadow's domain was not among the memories. Neither was it among the echoes, shadows, attributes, or abilities. In fact, there was no indication of it anywhere. Wait, no, what is that? A single new rune appeared close to the end of the shimmering field of symbols. Sonny blinked as he stared in that direction. Aspect abilities: Shadow Control, Shadow Step, Shadow Manifestation, Aspect Legacy, Shadow Dance, Flaw Clear Conscience, Dream Anchor Tower of Longing. What are those question marks? He concentrated on the rune that had no meaning except for the lack of it, and there were suddenly a few more beside it. Sonny's heart skipped a beat. The new runes read: Fragment of the Shadow Realm. Description: when Shadow made death, he has become death. Everything that Shadow swallowed died, and everything that died was swallowed by Shadow. Death was an absolute law, and thus that which was ever changing no more. Time was an absolute law, and thus that which was everlasting no more. Space was an absolute law, and thus that which was endless no more. Wielding time, space, and death, the gods defeated and bound their enemies. However, there were those who defied even absolute laws. One of these beings broke free of the Shadow Realm after being swallowed by it, and in doing so, splintered several small fragments of it. This is one of the fragments. By calling upon the fragment of Shadow Realm, its owner can summon a piece of Shadow's domain into existence. Sonny stared at the runes, perplexed. Then he stared at them some more. Finally, he dismissed them. An entire minute passed in complete silence. Well, I'll be damned. It seemed like he had finally encountered something that existed outside the purview of the nightmare spell, which was why the spell was struggling to integrate the Shadow Realm fragment into its generally all-encompassing system. All the question marks and the awkward placement of the fragment in the field of runes showed that much. For some reason, that made Sonny feel dark glee. He was reveling in the image of the spell being stumped and flustered. On second thought, though, he quickly strangled that feeling. Sonny was more than certain that the spell could read his mind, and while it was not exactly alive, most likely he wouldn't go as far as to say that the spell couldn't hold a grudge. No, it is completely understandable. I also can't make sense of that thing, yeah. The point was that the fourth relic granted to him by Shadow Dance could make a fragment of the Shadow Realm descend into the world. What that entailed, exactly, Sonny was not sure. He had seen it happen once in the second nightmare, and it caused the moon to be obscured by a giant shadow. Considering that he was a master of shadows, and even one himself, something like that would definitely be very beneficial to him. It was just that Sonny had no idea what the summoning would cost him, how it would transpire, or what the actual process was. He didn't even know if it could be done only once, or repeatedly, which was why he was hesitant to experiment and find out. What would he do if the very first experiment turned out to also be the last time he could use the Shadow Realm fragment? As the seven suns drowned and the waters of the great river started to shine, Sonny sighed and shook his head. Well, at least if I am surprised by how that thing works, my enemies will definitely be surprised much more. Then he shivered. If a fragment of Shadow's domain was the fourth relic of Shadow Dance, then what the hell would be the fifth? What about the seventh? Chapter 1303, The Great and Terrible Lord Sunless. Eventually, they ran out of food. Anank's wooden box was now completely empty, except for the plates and cups that Sonny had washed and carefully placed back. There was not even wine left, despite the fact that neither he nor Nephis were fond of alcohol, diluted or not. The old woman seemed stricken by guilt at the lack of things to feed them, although she was not that old anymore. Anank looked to be in her 60s now. Her figure remained small and gaunt, but her back was as straight as an arrow. The cataracts disappeared from her eyes, revealing their original piercing blue color. The thin white hair of the elderly priestess turned gray and full, and although her tan skin was still mapped with wrinkles, it was not brittle and transparent anymore. Her frailness and fragility were gone, replaced by wiry tenacity. Overall, she resembled quite a healthy old woman now. That old woman was currently pacing the wooden deck, crushed. Oh no, oh, what a blunder. I should have prepared more. Sonny and Nephis looked at each other in confusion. After a few moments of silence, Neph cleared her throat and said, Grandam Anank, you don't have to worry about us. Sonny and I, we are both used to hunger and hardship. This is nothing. The old priestess looked at them silently. But you are children of Weaver. How can I? Nephis shook her head. How do you think children of Weaver live? Anank fell silent, then said hesitantly, I don't know. Sonny sighed and leaned on the side of the ketch with a smile. That one once spent 2 years traveling through desolate hells all alone. I recently led numerous refugees across 3,000 kilometers of abomination-infested mountains in bitter winter. We are used to storming the strongholds of dreadful horrors, clashing with titans, and surviving all kinds of unspeakable things. Hell, that one time, Nephis destroyed an entire sun. So believe her when she says that going a few days without food is nothing. The old woman stared at them silently for a while, her eyes wide. Finally, she took a deep breath. Your glory rivals that of the Serpent King. My lord and lady, no wonder, no wonder. Sonny raised an eyebrow. Serpent King? Anank nodded with a distracted expression on her face. Yes, Daron, the King of Twilight. We never met him or his people, but rumors of his deeds reached even Weave. Sonny scratched the back of his head. Oh, I met him, though. The old woman froze. My lord, you met the Serpent King. He nodded, slightly embarrassed. Yeah. Then Sonny looked away and added, I killed him. Anank's blue eyes widened, prompting him to hurriedly add, Ah, but he was already corrupted. It's not like I just killed him for no reason. The old woman remained silent for a while, then quietly sighed. Fish, I am going to catch some fish. We will be arriving at Weave soon, but still. My lord and lady shouldn't suffer hunger while in my care. With that, she turned away from them with a determined expression which failed to hide a look of pure amazement. Sonny chuckled quietly and closed his eyes, enjoying the warmth of the seven suns on his face. After a few moments, though, he opened them again and glanced at Anank with curiosity. He still wasn't sure how exactly one went about catching fish in the great river. As it turned out, Anank had a very strange idea of what fish was. First, she opened a hatch and produced several items from beneath the storage space beneath the deck. A large ceramic bottle, a bundled rope with a jagged hook attached to it, a set of heavy stone weights, and a scattering of softly shining soul shards, which were all stored in a transparent water skin that seemed to be made from a swim bladder. Then she grabbed the bottle and climbed onto the helmsman bench, looking at the water from above. When Anank opened the ceramic vessel, the stench of blood spread through the air. The bottle was, indeed, full of blood. The old woman whispered several words, which Sonny couldn't really make out despite hearing them clearly. At the same time, the ketch suddenly started to slow down, and a subtle, imperceptible change spread through the world. He suddenly did not feel as safe as he had before. Our concealment is broken. As Sunny tensed, Anank poured the blood into the water and outstretched one of her hands. A whirlwind of sparks appeared around it, and soon a long harpoon manifested itself into existence. Rising the harpoon above her head, the old woman inhaled deeply and then spoke one more word aloud. In the next moment, it was as though an invisible and intangible shockwave spread outward from the ketch. Sunny did not know what its purpose was, but he felt something stir deep within his soul. The thick blood dissolved in the water, causing it to turn red. Then, as if responding to a call, a swift shadow shot toward the ketch from the deep. Crap! Sunny scrambled to his feet, but before he could do anything, Anank's wiry arm whipped forward, and her harpoon tore through the air with a fierce whistle. It plunged into the water and disappeared from view. A minute later, the old woman dragged the corpse of a fallen nightmare creature onto the deck. The abomination was not too large, with a grotesquely deformed body and flesh that resembled a sponge. Sunny shivered in disgust. "We are going to it that." The old woman shook her head. "No, my lord, this is simply the bait." She summoned a curved knife and skillfully sliced the carcass of the creature open. Its blood refilled the ceramic bottle, while its soul shard joined the others in the transparent water skin. Finally, Anank lodged the jagged hook in the abomination's flesh, attached the stone weights to it, and pushed the bladder of soul shards inside. Everything was done neatly, with practiced speed and precision, as if she had performed these actions 1,000 times before. Sunny and Nephis watched her silently. Eventually, he rolled his shoulders and asked, If this is the bait, then what exactly are we catching?" Chapter 1304, Fishing in the Great River. Hearing his question, the old woman smiled. "This close to weave, how I hope it's a big maw, their meat is very tender." Before they could ask what a big maw was, she grunted and threw the dead abomination, as well as the stone weights, over the side of the ketch. As the bundle of rope swiftly unfolded, Anank swiftly tied its end to a wooden post at the stern of the ketch with a sophisticated knot. Soon, the bleeding carcass of the nightmare creature was being dragged a fair distance behind the boat, slowly sinking into the great river. The old woman took up her harpoon again, this time gripping it with some tension. Her weathered face, however, was calm. After waiting for a few minutes, she sighed. "Usually it would be an entire fishing party challenging the depths, but I am the only one left, so." Anank remained silent for a moment, and then smiled. "Do not worry, my lord and lady. My harpoon has yet to miss. The fishes I catch never manage to swallow me up either, and they won't today." Sunny and Nephis silently looked at each other, then summoned their weapons. However, there was no need. When something massive finally rose from the depths, attracted by the scent of blood and the fragrance of soul essence, Anank swiftly readied her harpoon, gazed at the water, and sent it flying with one decisive motion. Soon, they were roasting the meat of a corrupted monster over a bronze brazier. The fish the old woman had caught turned out to be a giant shark-like creature whose body was covered in tough bone armor. However, the harpoon had slid past the bone plates in the only spot where it was possible, above the creature's hidden gills. Sunny did not know what enchantments Anank's weapon possessed, but after striking the abomination in the weak spot, the harpoon killed the big maw in one blow. The monster was then dressed down, its succulent meat filling the wooden box, as well as the much larger storage space of the covetous coffer. As she seasoned the roasting meat with salt, the old woman sighed. "In the past, we would have harvested much more. Skin, scales, bones, swim bladder, fangs, nothing would have gone to waste. There are very few building materials to be found in the vast waters of the great river, so maintaining a city is not an easy task. We river people have learned to use every resource available." She placed a long strip of meat on the grill and shook her head. "There's no need to be so frugal now, though. I am already thankful to the river for this sustenance. With it, I can feed lord and lady, that is enough." Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then asked, "But isn't it very dangerous to hunt the corrupted this way? You never know what will come from the depths, after all. This time it was a corrupted monster. Next time it could be a great one or something even more dreadful." Anank nodded, still concentrating on preparing a meal for them. Of course, it is very dangerous. Many fishermen die. Remember, though, that we were much stronger before. There were elders leading us as well. The truly harrowing creatures very rarely come down the river, too. When they did, we usually learned in advance, and the whole city assembled to battle them. That is how we've survived. Until it didn't. Sunny sighed, thinking about the dying civilization of the Great River. There was presumably only one human city left in the tomb of Ariel, fallen Grace. How were they supposed to turn the tide of history and save it? His somber thoughts were interrupted by Anank, who placed a juicy piece of meat on a plate and offered it to him with a smile. Her teeth had turned sturdy and white at some point. "My lord, please enjoy." She seemed to be in a good mood. Looking at the smiling old woman, Sunny couldn't remain sullen either. 2 days later, something finally appeared on the horizon. It was a shining dot at the start, but as the ketch drew closer, the shape of a distant lighthouse could be seen, with sunlight reflecting from its polished bronze spire. This was the first human-made structure that Sunny and Nephis had seen in the nightmare. Looking at it filled their hearts with emotions. Nephis, especially, looked at the lighthouse with a distant expression. Its radiance reflected in her eyes, illuminating their ineffable depths. Sunny shifted and turned to Anank, who was still holding the steering oar. "Have we reached Weave?" She lingered for a few moments. "A boundary of it, yes." The old woman fell silent after that, and Sunny returned to Nephis. Noticing her distant, almost forlorn expression, he asked, "Are you thinking about your first nightmare?" She nodded slowly. With a sigh, Sunny placed a hand on Neff's shoulder and pulled her closer, allowing her to lean on him slightly. He didn't say anything, and neither did she. Together, they watched the lighthouse draw nearer. Soon, the ketch moved close enough for them to see the details. The lighthouse stood on a small island. That island, however, was not a natural one. Instead, it seemed to have been crafted from the carapace of a sea monster and floated on water, supporting a large and solemn hall built of dark stone. The lighthouse rose from the hall, serving as its tower. There was a long wooden pier protruding into the flowing waters of the great river, as well. The strangest part, however, was that the island did not seem to be drifting with the current. Instead, it remained firmly in place. Another startling detail was that the dark lighthouse with its shining spire was not a lighthouse at all. Instead, it was a windmill. Its long blades rotated slowly, pushed by the wind, white fabric rippling slightly as it circled between land and sky. The island looked quite surreal, especially after weeks spent seeing nothing but flowing water. But it must have been really beautiful at night, illuminated from below by the opalescent radiance of the river. Anank finally spoke, her voice a little low. "This is the House of Parting." Chapter 13:05 House of Parting. This is the House of Parting. It is the furthest point of Weave as one travels upstream. Anank's voice sounded uncharacteristically dispirited. "House of Parting." Sunny studied the artificial island and the solemn structure built upon it, then turned to the old woman and asked, "It's a windmill." She nodded. "Yes, my lord. The tower harvests the wind to maintain the island." Anank lingered for a second and then added, "The cities of the Great River are actually more akin to flotillas, each consisting of many city ships, some small like this one, some spanning dozens of kilometers across. They migrate sometimes, but mostly they have to stay in place. There is nothing to anchor a ship to on the Great River, though." Nephis raised an eyebrow. "Is the Great River so deep that no anchor can reach its bottom?" Anank shook her head. "It is not that the floor of the Great River is too deep. It's that it doesn't exist. No one has ever managed to reach it, at least so. We had to find other ways." She pointed to the rotating blades of the towering windmill. "There are various ways to make a city ship resist the current, from mundane ones to magical. The House of Parting, you can't see it from here, but there is a great water wheel at the back of the island, constantly propelling it forward at the same speed as the river pushes it back. Its mechanism is mostly powered by the current itself, but the windmill lightens the burden significantly." She sighed. "The island's mechanism is on the brink of collapse. Now I've tried to repair it as well as I could, but my knowledge is insufficient to keep an entire city from breaking apart. There's little point to anyway." Sunny and Nephis looked at the dark windmill, feeling a sense of awe. The island in front of them was actually the creation of incredible human ingenuity, a floating city district that used the wind and the power of the great river itself to fight against the currents of time. Even now that the people of Weave were gone, it was still pushing forward, refusing to become a thing of the past. The ketch approached the island in solemn silence. As it drew close, Anank released the wind, filling the sails, skillfully guided the boat to the pier, and moored it to the pier with a piece of rope. The three of them left the small ketch for the first time in a long, long while. Feeling the sturdy wooden planks of the pier under his feet, Sunny enjoyed the fact that the ground was not swaying and took a few steps. He was swaying like a drunk himself for the first couple, but then regained his balance. As he stretched his limbs, Nephis looked around and asked, "The House of Parting, why was this place given such a name?" Anank smiled faintly as she headed toward the stone hall and gestured for them to follow. "It is the point of Weave that is the furthest upstream. You know, At the bodies of Riverborn like me don't age, however. Humans are not created to be immortal. If one lives for too long and her soul grows weary, she might want to rest in the embrace of shadow." The old woman turned around and looked at her ketch, tied to the pier of the House of Parting. When that happens, the one leaving comes to the House of Parting. Those who love them come too to say farewell. They prepare a feast and celebrate. When all is said and done, the weary Riverborn set sail to go on their last journey. They sail far, far upstream until they reach the end of their lifespan and pass away, one way or another. Anank lingered for a while and then added wistfully, "Actually, I considered going on such a journey too, before receiving a dream of your arrival. Ironically, I ended up repeating all the same steps, stopping just shy of the last one. It feels strange to return to the House of Parting from upstream alive." She chuckled and shook her head. "In truth, there are two of these houses. The other one is situated at the furthest point of Weave downstream. All other human cities on the Great River are the same, I'd imagine. The lower house is meant for those who were not given a choice and died an untimely death. Their bodies, if recovered, are sent downstream to return to the estuary, the origin of everything. Of course, every outsider departs on their last journey from the lower house as well." Sunny tilted his head, thinking, if the bodies of all perished outsiders were sent downstream, and the estuary was the source of the defilement, was that how Dusk of fallen grace had ended up becoming a nightmare creature? Or had she succumbed to corruption first, and was given the river burial as a result? She had been wearing a burial shroud when they first met, after all. Is she a friend or an enemy? Anank sighed. "My lord and lady, we will spend the night here. I will retrieve some of the supplies I stored on this island, and in the morning we will continue on the way to Weave proper. There will be more supplies for you to take downstream there, so I hope you don't mind." Sunny felt that spending the night in a place called the House of Parting was a bit ominous, but he was not going to refuse a night of sleeping on solid ground, with a roof over his head, out of superstition. More than that, while he and Nephis had enjoyed plenty of rest on the way, Anank had mostly stayed awake, controlling the ketch and preventing anything dangerous from happening to them. She had to take a break, too. He nodded. "Of course, guide the way." The old woman nodded and continued walking toward the great hall. Her steps were light and energetic. By the time the 7 suns fell into the river, the 3 of them were inside the House of Parting. The interior of the grand hall was beautiful and solemn, but at the same time strangely modest. The followers of Weaver had not been a prosperous nation after all. Looking at the decor of the stone hall, Sunny could clearly see which ornaments and decorations had been inherited from the original outsiders, who came from the dream realm, and which were crafted by their river-born descendants. Despite being attentive and earnest artisans, the Riverborn were clearly much less sophisticated than their ancestors, not to mention extremely limited in terms of resources. In fact, he was surprised by some of the things he had seen already. The wood that Anank's ketch and the pier of the House of Parting were built of, for example. Where had it come from? The fruits that she had treated them to as well. There was no soil anywhere on the great river, so how could there be trees? How could there be flour to bake pies and tea leaves to brew tea? Curious, he asked the old woman about it. She smiled. "The trees, there are some. There are floating gardens and fields in Weave. They are not too large, of course, because the surface of the city is limited. so we can only afford to eat fruit, bread, and rice on special occasions. Most of the year, the river people eat what the river gives. Sonny looked down, suddenly feeling guilty. So the delicious food he and Nephis had been enjoying was something that Anank herself had not tasted often. They were currently in one of the smaller chambers of the House of Parting, the old woman preparing to cook them a late supper. He had been rather complacent in allowing her to take care of them, mostly because it felt great to be pampered by someone caring and kind, but also because Anank was strangely adamant about treating Sonny and Nephis with utmost dedication. However, he suddenly wanted something else to happen today. Walking over to the old woman, he gently pushed her away from the table, where all the ingredients were waiting to be prepared and cooked. "Go rest, Anank. I'll take care of everything." She looked at him with big eyes. "But, my lord..." Sonny resolutely shook his head. "No buts, you don't need to cook. Today, this lord is going to cook for you." Instead, throwing an evaluating look at the ingredients, he grinned and added, "Do you know, I am planning to get rich by opening a restaurant in the future." Then he paused for a moment, scratched his head, and pointed at Nephis, who gave him a confused look in response. Sonny smiled brightly. "And that is my star chef. Come and help your boss, chef. You don't want to get fired before the restaurant even opens, do you?" Author's note: hey, guys, I have good news and bad news. The good news is that I've been invited to participate in the Shanghai Online Literature Week. So after close to 2 years of being chained to a laptop in a dark basement, this chapter gremlin, this dignified author is finally going to see sun again. The bad news is that due to traveling and participating in the conference, I won't be able to keep up with the usual writing schedule. So from today and until about December 10th, there will be only one chapter published each day. I know that you are suffering from a crippling cliffhanger addiction just like me, but we must stay strong in these challenging times. Cheers. Chapter 13:06 Paths of Ascension. Sonny could not really treat Anank to the staples of the waking world cuisine, since he lacked the ingredients. He couldn't even cook up the few classic military dishes, which were mostly based on using synthetic rations in inventive ways. However, he and Nephis still managed to make a delicious meal. They were awakened, after all, and awakened were supreme masters of turning monster meat into all kinds of delightful dishes. In fact, awakened cuisine was as varied as its basic ingredients were limited. There were some fundamental skills taught to everyone, but each citadel and region of the dream realm added its own flavor to the tradition. So, each awakened cook was, in a sense, unique. Take Sonny, for example. His fundamental skills had been taught to him by teacher Julius. Since teacher Julius was anchored in Bastion, Sonny's cooking acquired a hint of Bastion's tradition. Later, it was influenced by the flavor passed down to Nephis by the immortal Flame clan, and then assimilated the improvised habits of the sleepers of the Dark City. After that, he absorbed the local tradition of the Chained Isles, as well as learning this and that from the government awakened in Antarctica. Since there was no other awakened whose culinary skills were the result of this exact combination of influences, the flavor of Sonny's cooking was unique. Soon the chamber was filled with a delicious smell. The meal they prepared was not the most visually stunning, but its fragrance was tantalizing. The meat had just the right amount of crust on the outside, while the insides were juicy and moist. It had absorbed the spices and the heat of the coals, becoming tender enough to melt on the tongue. Still, it didn't look too pretty. Awakened did not really care about the presentation, since their meals were usually eaten in a hurry while keeping one eye out for the prowling abominations. There were some side dishes, at least. Anank tasted the dish presented to her with diligently hidden caution, but then her eyes widened slightly. Throwing a quick glance at Sonny and Nephis, she hesitated for a few moments, and then attacked her food like a hungry wolf. Sonny smiled. "That's better." It was a far cry from the start of their journey together, when he had to force her to eat even a single small pie. The old woman's appetite was not making him worry anymore. That said, why was she so surprised? Do I not look like a guy who can outcook every damned cook out there? Sonny grimaced. Well, maybe it was because he was going around boasting about how he had eaten nothing but rotten mimic meat for a month. It was only fair for people to doubt his taste after hearing such things. Still, I better get Aiko to do the promotions when I open my restaurant, and maybe write me a guide on what I should and shouldn't say. He could have the shop and the restaurant in the same building. Customers would come to browse the memories, then have a meal to celebrate the purchase. And he would receive the money for both. Chuckling, Sonny focused on his own portion. Soon, they were done with the supper and were preparing to rest. The house of parting consisted of the main ceremonial hall, several smaller halls, and a scattering of rooms for the departing and their close ones to sleep in before saying the final goodbyes. So Sonny and Nephis were going to enjoy sleeping on actual beds tonight, for the first time since leaving the siege capital to participate in the Battle of the Black Skull. Before that, however, all three of them remained around the table, drinking tea and savoring its refreshing warmth. Despite the solemn nature of their surroundings, the atmosphere was light and uplifting. It was hard not to enjoy the simple comforts after spending months in the wilderness. Maybe it was this relaxed mood that prompted Sonny to ask the question he had been hesitating to ask for a while. Putting down his cup, he glanced at the old woman and asked, "Anna, can I ask what rank you are?" She looked at him curiously. "My rank? Why, of course I have reached transcendence not too long ago, my lord." Sonny nodded slowly. He had initially suspected that Anank was a being of much greater power, but after getting to know her and learning about the fate of Weave, his impression changed. It felt a bit strange to meet an awakened who was 200 years old, but only as powerful as someone like Saint Tyrus, the immortal chain lords notwithstanding. The spell had descended into the waking world only half a century ago, after all, but there were already saints and sovereigns. However, it made sense the original inhabitants of the great realm had not been cursed with as cruel a teacher as the nightmare spell. They had not benefited from its merciless guidance and the lethal necessity to either ascend or die. Even Anank, who was a priestess of the spell and bestowed with some of its powers, did not know anything about nightmares. Without the nightmares, how had the ancient humans even awakened? That was something Sonny had been curious about for a long time. In fact, he knew very little about how the ancient awakened did anything without the spell. He leaned forward a little and asked, his voice full of curiosity, "How does one become transcendent?" Anank looked at him in surprise. "You don't know, my lord." Sonny shook his head. "I do know, of course, how one might transcend in the future, where the nightmare spell controls all these matters. But I don't know how people rose to greater power before." Nephis pricked her ears as well. The old woman smiled, lingered for a while, and then said thoughtfully, "Although my knowledge is limited, I will try to explain as best I can. Let's see, the first step is, of course, to awaken. To awaken, one must gain control over their soul essence and use that control to form the soul core." Sonny blinked. "In that order?" Anank did not seem to understand the question. "Naturally, how would one form the core without being able to control essence? It is like trying to build a building without bricks. There are some powerful creatures who are born with their soul cores already formed, sure, and have to learn to move their essence as they mature. But most are born dormant, like us humans." She paused for a moment. "Learning how to control essence is the hardest part. Forming the core takes time and effort, but as long as you have the knowledge, success is all but guaranteed. Well, some still fail, of course, and die after their souls collapse." Sonny and Nephis glanced at each other. So the ancient humans awakened in the reverse order compared to modern humans, who formed their soul core after the first nightmare, and gained the ability to control essence after surviving the first journey to the dream realm. That was how the spell arranged things. "Interesting." Nephis took a sip of her tea and asked, her voice tinged with a hint of curiosity, "Then how does one learn to control their essence?" The awakened of the waking world received the ability to sense their essence from the spell. The intuitive knowledge of how to control it was gifted to them. Too, it just took time and practice to turn that control into a practical skill. Most received these gifts after awakening, while Nephis had to catch up after becoming a master. Anank thought for a few moments. There is no single way to gain control over your soul essence. In fact, it is a unique experience for many. Some spend long years meditating and perfecting their souls, eventually entering a state of unity between mind and soul. Some attune themselves to the world and gather insights about the nature of living things, traveling from realm to realm. Some follow the teachings of great warriors and train their bodies, testing themselves through hardship and battle. Some even receive sudden epiphanies in a moment of dire crisis with no preparation whatsoever. She hesitated for a bit. However, there is a path that anyone can walk, both the simplest and the most dangerous, as well as the most vile. Sunny raised an eyebrow. And what is that path? Anik sighed. It is to absorb soul essence that has already awakened, through killing those who have already awakened and plundering their soul shards. Her face turned grim. The awakened essence already knows how to be controlled, so when it is mixed with the essence of dormant beings, it will change that essence a little. Absorb enough of it, and your essence will awaken too. Things were simple during the Age of Heroes, when many corrupted prowled the realms, and humans had to battle them to survive. But as the eras changed, and there were fewer monsters to kill, some humans and noble creatures turned to killing each other instead. Chapter 1307, Before the Nightmare Spell. The old woman fell silent. Sunny and Nephis were somber too. It was 2E. A sigh to imagine what vile acts those who lusted for power could commit in a world that rewarded murder with strength. In fact, the same vileness could have consumed the waking world, where absorbing the essence of slain humans was easier than hunting down countless nightmare creatures. If not for the government and people like Jet, who maintained order and suppressed the darker side of the awakened society with an iron fist, things would have turned grim long ago. Legacy clans also played their part, preventing human enclaves in the dream realm from spiraling into lawlessness. Eventually, Sunny sighed and shook his head. So once your soul essence awakens and you can control it, the next step is to patiently work on forming the soul core. What happens then? Anik smiled and pointed to her chest, where the soul core of a human was usually located. Accumulation of power. Ascension is a step of rising above one's mortal nature by improving the quality of their essence and their body as well. This step can be slow if one refines themselves naturally, or fast if one improves their essence by absorbing the essence of stronger beings. Once the soul essence reaches a qualitative change, the soul core will reform itself and grow stronger as well. Of course, it won't happen without some conscious refinement either. Sunny tilted his head. How does one refine their essence exactly? Anik laughed. It's not something I can explain in one conversation. There are methods and techniques, the knowledge of which has been accumulated over countless generations and is taught to disciples over many years. Even then, very few manage to succeed. Of course, all those who do succeed have to find the way into their soul sea first. Without the ability to enter the soul sea, it would take one many lifetimes to ascend even with the best refinement technique. She shook her head with a smile. At least that is how it is for us humans. Some of the noble creatures have their own ways they can possess multiple soul cores, as well, and walk the path of ascension more naturally. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Wait, people have to learn how to enter their soul seas. The old woman nodded matter-of-factly. Of course, that is without the guidance of the nightmare spell. Weaver gave us mortals a gift that can hasten each step on the path of ascension, including the discovery of one's soul sea. That's unexpected. Everyone just assumed that being able to access the soul sea was a natural ability of all awakened, including sleepers. As it turned out, that was another thing that the spell had simplified for the humans of the waking world. Ruthless, relentless, and immensely effective, that is how the spell is. The more Sunny learned about the nightmare spell, the more he realized how ingenious and cruelly effective it was in helping No, forcing people to become stronger, stronger, and stronger still, until they either rose as high as they could and higher than that, or died. For what purpose, he did not know. Nephis sighed. What about transcendence? Anik nodded. Transcendence is different. It is not just about accumulation, it is a step of profound transformation, where a mortal assumes the first qualities of the divine. The soul essence has to become much more potent, the soul core has to become much more voluminous. Most importantly, an awakened has to become one with the world and be recognized by it. Their soul has to be expanded beyond the confines of the body and fused, to a small extent, with the world. It is hard to explain with words, forgive me. Sunny tilted his head, thinking. Anik's words did indeed sound very vague and esoteric, but he felt that he understood what she was talking about. It was like when Saint Tyrus appeared and the sunlight seemed to shift a little, as if wishing to be close to her. The world itself responded to the transcendent and even bent to their will sometimes. Then again, it also responded to a few people below the transcendent rank like Nephis or Jet, or Sunny himself. That was peculiar. Anning took a sip of tea and added, her voice bright. Of course, the connection between a transcendent and the world is not all-encompassing. Rather, it is a connection to one or, very rarely, several aspects of the world, be it water, wind, shadow, light, or something else entirely. And therefore, the most important step an ascended human has to take to achieve transcendence is to awaken their aspect. Sunny and Nephis looked at each other in confusion. Awaken their aspect, what do you mean? The old woman coughed. But that is exactly what I mean. That one must possess an aspect to transcend. Sunny massaged his temples. Wait, don't all awaken possess an aspect? Anning chuckled. Of course not. Every awakened human possesses the potential to realize an aspect, but there are plenty of those who never do, maybe even most. However, the higher you rise on the path of ascension, the harder it becomes to move further. Without claiming your aspect, as well as your flaw, it is impossible to transcend without them. That information was truly shocking. Neither Sunny nor Nephis could digest it quickly. Awakened without aspects, there was such a thing. Sunny tried to remember every human he had fought in the first and second nightmares. Had all of them shown aspect abilities? He really couldn't remember, or rather, he could not tell based on his memories. Nephis, meanwhile, frowned and asked, her voice full of contemplation. Why is it that only humans possess aspects? Why don't creatures, noble creatures, have them as well? To the humans of the waking world, everything that was not a human was a nightmare creature. But of course, Sunny had learned a long time ago that this wasn't the case. There were humans, and there were creatures like the original saint or nightmare. It was only after they succumbed to corruption did the noble creatures, as Anning called such beings, become abominations. The problem was that there were only humans in the waking world, while every creature in the dream realm was already corrupted. That was why the concept of something that was not human, but also not abominable, was hard to accept. However, in the ancient times, humans and noble creatures lived side by side. Nevertheless, their difference between them was the same. Humans could only rise in rank but possessed aspects, while noble creatures rose both in rank and class but had no aspects of their own. So the question Nephis asked was indeed interesting. Anning smiled. Why, it is because noble creatures were created by the gods, while we humans weren't. Sunny blinked. He did know that creating living things was an authority exclusive to the gods, which was why Nether's feat of making saint and her people was so remarkable. Now he learned that all creatures were the result of the gods exercising that authority. But what did Anning mean when she said that humans weren't made the same way? Noticing their confusion, she chuckled. Humans weren't created by anyone, and instead just appeared from the same stuff the gods were born from. It's just that if the gods were the flame, then we humans were tiny sparks that shot out as the bonfire was dying out. Nevertheless, we come from the same source, which is why all humans possess the potential to become divine, as well as the ability to awaken an aspect. Why the path of ascension is open to us. Sunny frowned. There was an ever-changing void where desire was born. From it came direction and the gods. He still did not really understand the meaning of these mysterious words, but if Anning was telling the truth, and not just retelling baseless myths, humans came from the desire and direction as well, just as the gods had. He shook his head. All right, I can understand that. But why did you say that it's not only an aspect that is required to transcend, but also the flaw? The old woman sighed. Because one can't exist without the other. Imperfection is also an absolute law, just like death, and so nothing is flawless. Even the world itself is flawed. Even the gods who were born flawless are not perfect anymore. And so we humans are flawed too. She smiled and added, her voice calm. But that is a good thing. Flawless things are perfect, and so they can never improve. They can never grow. They can only remain still and unchanging, which is no different from being dead. Being flawed is the essence of life, my lord and lady. It is also the essence of growth. After all, what is life if not a constant struggle to grow and improve? Chapter 13:08 Weave. Sunny almost choked on his tea. He had grown accustomed to Anik being helpful and accommodating, so he did not expect her to become philosophical all of a sudden. Worse still, because of his own flaw, he had no chance but to answer her philosophical question. "What is life, huh?" He coughed. "Well, I don't know. To me, life is all about being rich and comfortable. Throw a little decadence in the mix, and it's even better. If I ever manage to build such a delightful life for myself, I'll be more than happy to never improve or grow apart from growing fatter, that is." The old woman laughed. "That is a remarkable dream, my lord." Nephis threw a burning gaze at him at the mention of decadence, then turned to Anik. "Then what about the next step? How does one become supreme?" Her voice was tense. The old woman lingered for a while, then shook her head with a sigh. "That I don't know, and there is no one left to teach me. I am sorry that I can't be of help." Sonny shook his head. No, you've already been very helpful. We learned a lot from you." Anik smiled. "In that case, thank you for this meal, my lord and lady. I've been blessed by your grace. Rest well tonight." She rose and added, her voice tinged with melancholy, "Tomorrow, we sail to the center of the city." After she left, Sonny and Nephis remained silent for a while. Both were thoughtful, pondering the startling truths of how the ancient humans walked the path of ascension before the nightmare spell. Eventually, Sonny sighed. "It seems that awakening took a lot longer before, but was not nearly as fatal as it is with the nightmare spell." Nephis nodded silently. He scratched the back of his head and added, "I'm more curious about something else, though. If it is possible to awaken without the help of the spell, then why has no one accomplished just that in the waking world? Why were there no awakened in our history?" She frowned. "Maybe it is because the waking world has nothing to do with the dream realm, and functioned according to a different set of laws. Or maybe there were awakened in our history, but their stories have become mere myths." Nephis shook her head and added, her voice uncertain, "It would also not be surprising if the possibility was there, but no one has ever managed to grasp it. After all steps except the first one, gaining the ability to sense your essence, require some kind of knowledge. Forming the core, refining essence, expanding the soul, you wouldn't be able to do it blindly. For the ancient humans of the dream realm, it was not too hard to gain that knowledge. All they had to do was observe the awakened creatures or learn directly from one of the deities." Sonny nodded. "But those deities are all long dead. There were only humans in the waking world, and so they had no one to learn from and no one to show them that there was something to be learned. Yes, it is a good theory. The theory that our world is simply different from the dream realm is also good, as well as that there were actually a few awakened in history. They're all good theories. Which one do you think is the correct one?" Nephis lingered before answering. After a while, she sighed. "There's no way to tell. We still know too little about the dream realm. We also don't know how the nightmare spell infected our world, and why. But personally, I don't buy that there has always been a connection between the two. If so, then why is the waking world so isolated, so unique, so singular?" She shook her head. "Why are there no similarities in the languages, the myths, the traditions? Why has there never been an awakened creature on Earth before the nightmare spell? No soul shards, no sorcery, no aspects, and no flaws. Why was there no corruption?" Sonny remained silent for a while, thinking. Then he said tentatively, "Maybe it was created as a sanctuary or an ark. If so, then perhaps it is precisely because there were no awakened, no soul shards, no sorcery, and no aspects that there was no corruption." He shrugged with a sigh. "As for the languages and myths, I don't know. To be honest, I don't really believe in that sanctuary stuff. I just said what came to mind. You are right, our world is the only place that was drastically different from the dream realm before the nightmare spell infected it. We don't know anything about anything, so how would we know the reason why?" Sonny shook his head and rose to wash the dishes. "In any case, I am tired, and it is time to rest. Where are you going to sleep?" Nephis gave him a long look. "Is there a particular reason you're asking?" Hearing that, he almost dropped the dirty plates. "What, I just want to know which room you chose, to pick a different one." He huffed, glanced at her, and grinned. "Although—" But Nephis was already standing up. "Good night." A few moments later, she was gone. Sonny remained standing for a while, alone in the empty chamber. Eventually, he sighed. "How come I'm the only one doing dishes?" "Look," The ketch was flying across the water, its sails full of wind. Sunny was standing at the bow, staring into the distance curiously. Nephis was a few steps back, sitting on the deck with her eyes closed. Hearing his voice, she opened them and looked ahead. There, a floating city was slowly appearing from beyond the horizon. Weave! It was much larger than Sunny had imagined, with countless artificial islands connected together to form a single whole. There was a network of canals between the various districts that served as roads, and a forest of narrow towers rising into the sky. Most of them were wind catchers. Just like the tower of the House of Parting was, some blades still rotated, some were broken and still. Torn scarlet fabric fluttered in the wind. The architecture of Weave was varied, airy, and beautiful. Some buildings were constructed out of stone. Some seemed to be carved of ivory. Some were pavilions of sun-bleached, bright silk. There were districts with homes and houses, groves of fruit trees, and even entire city-ships taken entirely by a single elegant palace or a solemn temple. Some distance away from the residential districts, separated from them by a wide stretch of water, were vast floating fields and gardens. Bathed in the light of the seven suns, the floating city was strange and fantastical. However, neither Sunny nor Nephis were enchanted by its dreamlike beauty. Because above all else, Weave seemed eerie and forlorn. The tall wind catchers were still or broken. The streets and canals were empty, with no soul in sight. The groves were overgrown and wild, while the fields were desolate and empty. Some city ships were drifting apart, their mechanisms broken, while others were tilted and partially submerged in water. It was a ghost town. Strangely, though, while some buildings bore scars or had collapsed, most were intact. This was not the picture of destruction and devastation that they had imagined. "Welcome to Weave, my lord and lady." Anank's voice sounded slightly mournful. It also sounded very different from before. There had been a time when her voice was weak and creaky, like dry wood. Now it was bright and melodious like a clear stream. Right. Sunny still felt rather strange when talking to the current Anank. The old priestess, no, he couldn't even call her that anymore because Anank wasn't old anymore. Turning around, he looked at the young woman steering the ketch. She seemed only a few years older than Sunny and Nephis, if any. More than that, she was exquisitely beautiful. With her small stature and glistening ebony hair, dusky skin, and piercing blue eyes, Anank looked like an enchanting river spirit. Her lovely face was lively and captivating, and her disarming smile was bright enough to illuminate the world. Weird, it's weird. Sunny was deeply uncomfortable for the last couple of days because of how young Anank had become. On top of that, despite being 10 times his age, she seemed too earnest and even slightly naive. That was the person he had been calling grandmother. With a sigh, Sunny tried to shake off the feeling of incongruity and asked in a strange tone, "Haven't you told us that Weave was destroyed, Anank? It doesn't seem damaged that terribly." The young priestess remained silent for a while, then answered with a sad smile. "There is more than one way to destroy a city, my lord." With that, she moved the steering oar and sent the ketch flying toward the central district of the eerie city of Weave, where only the wind disrupted the ghostly silence and emptiness permeated desolate streets. Chapter 1309 Mad Prince. Soon they slowed down and entered one of the canals. Anank whispered a few words and the sails lowered themselves. Summoning her long harpoon, she stood up and used it as a pole to push the ketch forward. As it traveled deeper into the heart of the city, Sunny and Nephis silently watched the districts that floated past. Indeed, there were no living beings here, at least none that they could see. Nephis shifted slightly. "You said that Weave was devastated by a defiled. Is that D-Mu-D-3D, still here, Erdiol's note Ike?" Anank slowly shook her head. "No, but I've been absent for a long time. An abomination or two could have crawled out of the river to make a nest among the ruins. It is better to be careful." Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other and silently summoned their weapons. Just what the hell has happened here? Eventually, the ketch reached an intersection of 2 wide canals. Anank allowed it to drift for a dozen meters, then stopped at a small platform. There were stone steps leading from the platform to one of the central districts of the city, and after roping the ketch to a post, she lightly jumped down. Together, the 3 of them ascended the stairs and entered a wide plaza. It was desolate and partially submerged in water, with scars on the collapsed buildings hinting at a fearsome battle that must have taken place here a long time ago. Anank, who had been strangely reluctant to answer their questions before, finally sighed and turned to face them. The defiled that destroyed Weave visited us almost half a century ago. However, the city did not die until a few decades after that. Both Sunny and Nephis looked at her in confusion. How could a city be destroyed decades after it was attacked? The young priestess remained silent for a while, then gestured to the drowned plaza. This is where the battle ended and the slaughter started. I've told you before that outsiders are vital to the existence of the river people. They are the oldest and most powerful among us. They are also the only ones who can travel unimpeded across the river. Without them, the cities would become completely isolated from each other. Well, that doesn't really apply to this city of exiles, since we were always on our own. She looked down. But since Weave is located close to the desolate future, we had to constantly defend ourselves from powerful corrupted. The elders were the only ones who could pursue and eradicate them. Otherwise, those horrid creatures could come and go as they pleased, retreating when wounded to attack again and again, and again. So that was how the defiled destroyed our city. Anank gazed at the drowned plaza with a grim expression. He simply killed every outsider in Weave. After the elders were gone, the rest of us were slow. Lie driven to extinction. Some died fighting the corrupted, some succumbed to sorrow and despair. The less of us there were, the harder it was to keep those who remained alive. A blow after blow, a disaster after disaster eventually, despite all my efforts, Weave was no more. The young priestess took a deep breath and turned to them with a sad smile. The ships and the buildings remain, but without the people they are just an empty shell. She took a deep breath. My lord, my lady, I told you that we must come here to gather supplies, but that was not entirely true. To be honest, I just wanted you to see Weave at least once, so that someone would remember it, remember us, even when the ships and the buildings are gone, too. Sunny felt his chest becoming heavy, but Nephis seemed to be affected more. Her face was motionless as usual, but there was a hint of darkness in her eyes. Taking a step forward, she placed her hand on Anank's shoulder and gently squeezed it. She must have seen herself in the young priestess. The priestess of the nightmare spell in a city built by the followers of Weaver. That title must have carried incredible weight. It was very likely that Anank had suddenly become the ruler of the decimated Weave, after all the elders were slaughtered by the defiled. Only to see it wither and die, no matter how hard she fought to save it, just like Nephis had watched the village she built be swallowed by the darkness in the second nightmare. Until she was the only one left alive, just like Nephis had been the only one to survive. Anank patted Neph's hand and smiled. It is all right, my lady. It happened a long time ago anyway. The corner of Sunny's mouth twitched. Looking away, he asked in a perfectly even tone. That defiled he must have been strong. If the outsiders were the most powerful among you, then not just any creature could have killed them all. Still, just in case I get a chance to meet him one day, is there a way I can recognize him? I'm going to kill that bastard. The young woman lingered for a while, then sighed. Yes, my lord, it was not just any defiled indeed. The one who came to Weave is infamous enough that even we had heard of him. It was the Mad Prince. He frowned. The Mad Prince. Anank nodded. He is called Mad Prince, or the Prince of Madness. That fiend is one of the 6 plagues. She shivered and looked away, as if suddenly uneasy. The 6 plagues are not the most powerful of the defiled, and neither are they the most ancient. However, they are the most feared and loathsome. Mad Prince, Soul Stealer, Undying Slaughter, Torment, Devouring Beast, and the most harrowing of them all, the Dread Lord. Everyone on the Great River has heard their names. They are also called the Heralds of the Estuary sometimes. The young priestess frowned. Some even say that the Dread Lord is the true ruler of Verge, and that all defiled submit to his commands. If so, maybe he was the one who sent the Mad Prince to Weave. I doubt it, though. I'm not sure if that thing can be controlled by anyone, so he must have come of his own accord. Nephis, who had been listening silently for a while, suddenly asked in a steady tone. The Dread Lord is said to be the ruler of defilement. What about the first seeker? What power do he and the other 5 plagues possess? What rank and class are they? Anank smiled helplessly. I am sorry, my lady, Weave is far away from the other human cities, so whatever news used to reach us was vague and fragmentary. The first seeker, no one had seen him in a long, long time. Some say that he has turned into a mindless mass of rotting flesh because of the defilement. Some say that he was severely wounded by the Serpent King and is yet to recover. Some say that the Dread Lord has subjugated and imprisoned him. She lingered. As for the 6 plagues, we knew very little of them. The Soul Stealer is said to possess the ability to wear the skin of those he kills. The devouring beast is immensely ferocious and feeds on human flesh. Torment is known for subjecting her victims to harrowing torture. Undying slaughter is eternally consumed by insatiable bloodlust. The Dread Lord, no one has ever survived facing him, so his powers are unknown. The young priestess smiled bitterly. I can tell you about the Mad Prince, though. He is a raving lunatic who seems to be as murderous as he is tormented by his own madness. He looks human, or at least human-shaped. His clothes are tattered, and his face is a mass of scars, which look to have been inflicted by his own nails. He is said to wear a tarnished crown, but I haven't seen it myself. At first glance, he appears rather pitiful, however. Beneath that ragged surface hides a vile and hateful monster. She gritted her teeth and looked at the scarred buildings surrounding the plaza. His powers are that of a sword saint, but his swordsmanship is as mad as he is himself. It is violent and utterly chaotic, yet cruel and savagely lethal. He finds joy in tormenting his victims, then grows indifferent to their pain the next moment. The most terrifying thing about him, though, is that his madness spreads like a disease. Other than that, perhaps I did not even get to see his true power. He tore our elders apart with just his blade, as if they were weak children. Nephis glanced at her own sword, then asked somberly, "What about his rank in class?" Anank lowered her head. "It was hard to tell. He is of the corrupted rank, I think. As for his class, I am almost certain that he is a Titan." Chapter 13:10 Forsaken. 13:10 Forsaken. A corrupted Titan. Sonny's face grew dark. The memories of Falcon Scott flashed in his mind, bringing with them a bitter taste. It was another city that had been destroyed by a corrupted Titan, even if the scale and swiftness of destruction was different. He remained silent for a few moments, then asked quietly, "Aren't Titans usually huge?" Anank hesitated, then shrugged. Her azure eyes were crestfallen. "Most are, but some aren't. More than that, the defiled, they were humans once. Their path to profane power is unique." He nodded, feeling a deep sense of unease. A corrupted Titan. If one of these 6 plagues was indeed as powerful as the winter beast, then just how terrifying the Dread Lord would be. Still, Sonny felt a dark and scathing desire to kill that mad prince. It was strange, really. He had met all kinds of horrid nightmare creatures, but knowing that the mad butcher who destroyed Weave had been a human once filled him with dark wrath. Just how low can a person fall? Odious, the mad prince, whoever he had been before succumbing to corruption, was simply odious. Such a vile creature had no right to exist. Sonny gritted his teeth, thinking about how many of the abominations he had slain in the past were former humans as well. After thousands of years of corruption, the distinction was all but erased, but here in the nightmare, it felt different. Nephis, meanwhile, had another question. Looking at the forlorn vista of Weave with a frown, she hesitated for a few moments, then asked softly, "Anank, you said that the outsiders were the most powerful warriors of your city. The Mad Prince easily killed them all. Wouldn't that mean that he could have killed all the Riverborn as well? Why did he spare you?" Sonny grimaced. He was asking himself the same questions, but didn't want to speak it aloud in fear of hurting the young priestess more than she had already been hurt. Anank remained silent for a while, her head lowered. Eventually, she took a breath and said quietly, "Maybe he wanted us to suffer longer. Maybe he needed us to live some more for whatever reason. Maybe he simply did not care. The Riverborn, he did kill some. However, then, he stayed his sword and kneeled in front of the girl he spared. She was a child who had just recently arrived from the House of Youth. He asked her a question, then left." Sonny and Nephis looked at each other somberly. She asked, "What did the defiled ask?" The young priestess lingered, then slowly shook her head. He asked her, "Do you wish to live?" She said that she did. Hearing that, the mad prince burst into laughter, wiped his bloody sword on her tunic, and disappeared. He never returned, and since all our elders were dead, we never heard about him again. "Insane bastard." Sonny frowned, remembering the piece of flotsam that he had drifted on for the first couple of days in the nightmare. It was a tenuous connection at best. But why had the mad prince asked the girl what she wished? Was he, perhaps, the lunatic who had carved the frantic runes into the ancient wood? If so, then maybe the 6 plagues had already become 5. Considering that the piece of flotsam had seemed like a fragment of a destroyed vessel, the defiled titan might have perished in a battle with one of the harrowing nightmare creatures upstream. That said, there was a very troubling thing about connecting Sonny's improvised raft to one of the defiled from Verge. There were letters of the waking world alphabet among the runes. Too, how the hell would Mad Prince know them? Damnation! It was all too eerie and mysterious. Shaking his head, Sonny took one last glance at the drowned square. The fierce battle that had taken place here must have fractured the foundation of the artificial island, which was why it became flooded. He sighed and turned to Anank. We still have to gather supplies, right? She nodded. Sonny pulled the young woman away from the square and said in a soft voice, "Then show us around Weave. We can get them on the way." Anank smiled a little, while Nephis threw him a grateful glance over her shoulder. If Anank wants us to remember her city, then it's the least we can do. I'll make sure to write a detailed research paper after returning to NQSC so that everyone in the waking world could learn about it, too. Sonny smiled. You know, Anank, I am a well-respected professor in the future. She looked at him with a hint of confusion in her. As your eyes. Oh, professor. He nodded. A teacher, I teach young awakened how to survive and provide for themselves in the wilderness. At the most famous academy in the world, no less. However, our knowledge of the intricacies of surviving in marine environments is not that extensive. I am sure I will gain a lot from learning about Weave. Then I'll be able to teach my students about it as well. They'll be thanking me with tears in their eyes. The young priestess seemed more confused than touched. Sonny frowned. What is it? She shook her head slightly. No, it's nothing. But my lord, aren't you a food merchant in the future? How can you also be a teacher? The corner of Sonny's mouth twitched. He remained silent for a few moments, then answered stoically. Learned people also have to eat, don't they? That's just how great I am. Respected academic, renowned warrior, accomplished military commander, thriving entrepreneur, I am the picture of a perfect gentleman. Anank looked at him, then nodded with bright sparks in her azure eyes. My lord is amazing. As Sonny grinned, Nephis added under her breath. And so very modest. His grin dimmed, but only for a moment. Nodding energetically, Sonny agreed. Indeed, amazing is a word that can be used to describe me. They traveled across Weave to collect everything needed for the long journey ahead. Even after long years of being abandoned, the city still seemed to be in a relatively good shape. However, beneath the beautiful surface, it had already started to crumble. Sonny knew that Weave was not going to exist for much longer. Maybe in a decade or two, the floating city was going to break apart and be swallowed by the currents of the great river, disappearing forever under the waves. Before it did, they gathered fruit from the wild groves and other supplies from various caches that Anank had established throughout the city. There was food, spices, wine, tea leaves, and necessities that one would need to travel the great river. There were items as well. The weapons and armor that the people of Weave had crafted and used were of inferior quality to the powerful memories that Sonny and Nephis wielded, but they were able to collect a lot of things that would make traversing the tomb of Ariel easier, from simple blankets and cutlery to fishing nets sturdy enough to capture nightmare creatures and sail repair kits. Everything went into the covetous coffer. As they moved from one district to another, Anank also shared stories of Weave and its people with them. How they lived, what rituals they observed, what passions drove them, and what vices they sometimes succumbed to. There were interesting details about the everyday lives of the river people and entertaining anecdotes. Sonny really learned a lot from hearing these stories, and the more he learned, the more amazed he became. Their world was so different from anything he knew, and so they had adapted to its strange circumstances with the tenacious ingenuity inherent to all humans. Their knowledge of how to survive on the great river had been built over many generations of persistent, relentless learning and unceasing improvement. Humans were the most adaptable of species, indeed. When Anik started to tell them about Weave, there was a shadow of sadness in her eyes. However, as she remembered the people from her past, they gradually grew bright and warm. A sweet smile appeared on her lips. But the more the young priestess spoke, the more despondent Sunny became. He hid his expression and stared at the empty streets of the desolate city, his own eyes veiled by somber darkness. It's unfair. Anik had been nothing but kind to them, so it was unfair. Sunny and Nephis were going to leave Weave to travel into the distant past and challenge the nightmare, but she could never leave. Because she was riverborn. After guiding the two of them as far as she could, the young priestess was going to return to the crumbling city and live the rest of her life here, alone and forsaken. Sunny's heart was heavy, and his hatred of the mad prince burned darker. Looking away, he gritted his teeth. Curse that vile bastard. Chapter 13, 11 Temple of the Nightmare Spell Correct Title. Consumed by despondence, Sunny tried to find solace in anger, but it was of no use. Then Sunny tried to remind himself that the Anik he knew was just an apparition conjured by the spell the real Anik. The true priestess of the nightmare spell who had lived in the real tomb of Ariel was long dead, her spirit and bones taken by the great river. She had never met Sunny and Nephis. She had never traveled to the far reaches of the future or made delicious small pies for two complete strangers. In fact, it was not at all clear if the real Anik shared the same fate as the one he knew. The Serpent King had brought many challengers into the nightmare. After all, their actions had to have changed the flow of events within this version of the tomb of Ariel. Perhaps the real Weave was never destroyed by one of the 6 plagues, or had been wiped out entirely long before Anik was born. But telling himself that Anik was not real did not help either. It never did. Be it the first nightmare, the second, or the third, Sunny could not help but treat the people he met as real. With a heavy sigh, he turned to look at the magnificent structure they were approaching. It was an unusual one. Much larger than most buildings in Weave, it was situated in the very heart of the city, on a solitary island ship that floated some distance away from the rest. The artificial island was connected to the neighboring ones with rope bridges of white silk, resembling a spider sitting at the center of a vast web. The structure itself was tall and imposing, built of roughly cut black stone. Tattered white banners were hanging from its walls, fluttering in the wind. It looked nebulous and sinister, like a temple of some dark deity. Sunny had an idea who that deity was. Looking up, he saw a lonely figure standing on the roof of the numinous temple, looking down at the desolate ruin of Weave. The black silk of its long hair and tunic remained motionless despite the strong wind. He couldn't see the figure's face from the distance, but silhouetted against the azure sky, it seemed strangely grim. There you are. The sin of Solace had finally shown himself after hiding somewhere for a long time. And yet, the Wraith was simply observing the ghost city from above instead of tormenting Sunny with snide. Remarks its behavior had been getting stranger and stranger ever since the start of the nightmare. Well, good. Stay away for as long as you want. You won't be missed. Paying attention to the apparition through one of the shadows, Sunny followed Anik across one of the rope bridges. As they got closer to the ominous temple, Sunny and Nephis felt a strong sense of unease. However, the young priestess looked unperturbed. If anything, her expression grew calmer. This is the last place we will visit in Weave. Even her voice sounded lighter. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then asked in a somewhat stifled tone, "Is this the Temple of Weaver?" Anik shook her head with a faint smile. "No, my lord. Weaver was elusive and had no desire to be worshipped. It is useless to worship the demon of fate. Anyway, no matter how virtuous you are and how many offerings you make, fate will always remain uncaring, unchanged, and inevitable." She pointed to this dark temple. "No, this is the temple of the nightmare spell, of the gift Weaver has given us to rely on instead of the gods, the demons, and of fate itself." Of fate itself. Sunny was once again faced with the fact the demon of fate seemed to have created the spell to resist the very thing that was supposed to be the source of their power. Maybe Weaver was bound by the chains of fate, just like I am bound by them too. The sudden thought was both ominous and chilling. If even the demon of fate had not been able to escape its clutches, then how could Sunny ever hope to succeed where Weaver had failed? Still, despite everything that had happened, he still wanted to be free. That primal desire was rooted deep within his soul, smoldering, too vast and searing to be put out by shallow things like knowledge or wisdom. Even though Sonny had learned that there was no such thing as true freedom, at least not without sacrificing everything one held dear, he still stubbornly clung to the desperate wish of breaking free of his bonds. It was just that the tumultuous twists and turns of his strange life had dampened that fiery hope a little. He sighed, then glanced at Nephis with a guarded expression. She was not going to do something extreme, like burning the temple of the spell down, was she? Anank might have been sincerely devoted to them, but Sonny doubted that the young priestess would just watch silently as her home was destroyed. And although it was sometimes easy to forget because of her gentle temperament, she was still a true saint. Even if she wasn't, Sonny simply did not want to fight Anank. Luckily, Nephis seemed to be holding back her hatred for the sake of their kind guide. She had been raised by her grandmother, after all. Even though Neph had not shown it, meeting Anank must have pulled at the strings of her heart which still existed, no matter how abused, neglected, and ravaged by torment it was. Let's hurry inside. Oblivious to the hidden conflict between her faith and the people she considered to be its apostles, the young priestess headed toward the gates of the sinister temple with a smile on her lips. Sonny and Nephis followed, neither of them saying anything. Soon they passed through the dark entrance and found themselves within a vast hall. Its interior was shrouded in darkness, creating a solemn and mysterious atmosphere, for everyone except Sonny, of course, who could see everything just fine. Narrow beams of stark sunlight were falling from the borately carved light wells in the ceiling, intertwined in a complicated pattern. The Temple of the Nightmare spell looked frightening and sinister on the outside, but its interior was quietly beautiful. The intricate tapestry of falling light resembled the breathtaking weave of the inner workings of the spell, while the darkness of the vast hall was like the lightless void between dream and reality where it was hiding. It was strangely peaceful here. What caught Sonny's eye, however, were the white tapestries of enormous spiderwebs growing freely between the columns and support beams of the hall. He shifted uncomfortably and pointed to them, mentally preparing for battle. I think an abomination did make a nest in the ruins. Anank looked at him in confusion for a moment, then chuckled. Her melodious laughter echoed under the roof of the dark hall. No need to be alarmed, my lord. The spider silk has always been here. No one knows what the demon of fate looks like, you see, which is why they are often depicted as a spider. Because of that, spiders were akin to sacred animals to us followers of Weaver. It was forbidden to harm a spider or its web, and we lived peacefully side by side with many. She swept her gaze across the interior of the temple, her eyes growing wistful. I spent my youth in this temple, learning the duties of a priestess from my mother. The spiders who lived here were my friends. They are all gone now. Of course, fate wasn't merciful to them either, but their silk remains. Sonny gave the young woman a strange look. So little Anank was friends with spiders. She must have been one hell of a creepy girl. But then again, who was he to judge? Sonny had never been a well-adjusted child himself. At least I didn't have to deal with all this sticky web. Gods living in this temple must have been annoying. As he thought that, his gaze finally settled on a mass of roughly cut stone towering in the center of the hall. It resembled a wide pillar that had been broken by a devastating blow and then damaged by unbearable heat, its upper part deformed like a melted candle. The widest beam of sunlight fell vertically on the stone pillar, bathing it in blinding white radiance. Walking closer, Sonny noticed that the whole mass of stone was covered by engravings. There had been many scenes depicted on it once, it seemed, but now only one remained. He shivered. Cut into the ancient stone, an enormous gate was depicted, its titanic surface wrapped in unbreakable chains. In front of it a tall figure stood, the shape and form of its body hidden by a dark mantle. Only the face could be seen, or rather, the mask. The mask of a fearsome demon with ferocious fangs and a crown of 3 twisting horns. Drawn to the stone image, Sonny felt his blood stir. Of course, he knew whose figure was carved into the broken pillar. It was Weaver. Urdiol's note chapter 1310 has the wrong title. The title should be Forsaken. Should be fixed by one of the admins soon. I let him know about it. Chapter 1312, Ancient Mural. Sonny remained silent for a while, looking at the broken pillar. Eventually, he turned to Ankh and asked in a hesitant tone, "What is this?" The young priestess approached the mass of dark stone and bowed her head. After a few moments of reverent silence, she straightened and looked at him with a proud smile. "It is one of the greatest relics of Weave, my lord. This column was brought into the tomb of Ariel by my elders, and then carried all the way here after their exile. It depicts the deeds of Weaver, from birth to the bestowal of the nightmare spell to my people." Her smile dimmed. "However, as you can see, the column has been severely damaged over the ages. Now only this one image remains." Sunny frowned and stared at chains wrapped around the Titanic gate. For whatever reason, just looking at them made him feel deeply uncomfortable. "But what is its meaning?" His voice was full of both curiosity and apprehension. Ankh stepped closer to the broken pillar and studied the ancient engraving for a few moments in solemn silence. Then, she said in a melodious tone, "This is a fragment of the mural that tells the story of one of Weaver's greatest deeds, the story of how the wandering demon braved the eternal abyss." The frown on Sunny's face deepened. He briefly glanced at Nephis and said, "The eternal abyss? Do you mean the primordial void?" The young priestess nodded. Yes, after the gods sealed the void, Weaver was the only one who managed to enter it. Or rather, the only one of those who had entered it who managed to return alive. At least that is what the legends say. Sunny raised an eyebrow. He knew that the gods had sealed the eternal void, from which they were born. He also knew that the unknown were, most likely, the creatures of that void, while the unknown was a specific being that had somehow given life to the 7 demons. And that the reflection of either the former or the latter was forever frozen in depths of Weaver's eyes. Was that how the demon of fate had ended up carrying the reflection of the unknown within their pupils, by entering the void and witnessing its horror? If so, Sunny wasn't sure if the depiction on the pillar had anything to do with how that event had happened. He doubted that there was an actual gate, no matter how impressive, that barred the way into the eternal void. What kind of gate could seal something that was much greater and more ancient than even the gods? He also was uncertain that Weaver had actually physically entered the void. Of course, it was possible, but there was another probability as well. The strings of fate stretched from the past into the future. The demon of fate had obviously been much more capable of looking at them than Sunny was. What if Weaver had simply traced the great tapestry of fate all the way back to its origin, to the point when the world had not existed yet, and all there was a vast and ever-changing void? If so, then using the "Where is my eye?" enchantment was much more perilous than Sunny had thought, and he already considered it deadly. In fact, now that he knew that simply knowing certain things could corrupt living beings, he saw the ability to perceive the strings of fate in a new light. Dangerous. Of course, there was still the possibility that Weaver had indeed ventured into the eternal void physically. Maybe that was how they had ended up having to sever their arm in the Ebony Tower, although timing did not really make sense for that to happen. He remained silent for a bit, then asked in a dry tone, "And why exactly did Weaver do such a thing?" Ankh smiled. "Weaver believed that knowledge was the origin of power." "Yeah, I heard as much." "And that was the reason they had ventured into the eternal abyss, to find the answer to the greatest of secrets." Nephis was looking at the ancient mural. Hearing these words, she frowned slightly and asked, "What secret?" The young priestess laughed. "How would mortals like us know? Some legends say that the demon of fate wanted to gain knowledge of the origin of the gods. Others say that it was Weaver's own origin that they sought to uncover. Perhaps it was both." Sunny stared at her for a moment. "Perhaps the two are one and the same." Ankh shook her head. "Whatever it was that Weaver had learned in the abyss is not that important, really. What matters more is that witnessing the eternal void gave the demon of fate the first reason to create the nightmare spell. That is what we, its priests, believe. So while this mural does not depict the inception of the nightmare spell, it does depict the inception of the idea of it, which is why the remains of this column is the greatest relic of Weave." Sunny tilted his head. What does the eternal void have to do with the nightmare spell? That's the first time I'm hearing about this." Wasn't Ankh contradicting herself? Before, she had said that the purpose of the nightmare spell was to give living beings a chance to save themselves from the annihilation of the Doom War. But then again, she was a priestess, and religious beliefs were rarely bound by reason. Contradictions were par for the course, and for the same reason, Sunny had to take everything Anank said with a grain of salt. Still, there could be some truth to what she said. The young priestess bowed to the broken pillar again, then walked away with light steps. "My lord, my lady, come. I will show you the rest of the temple." Sunny and Nephis exchanged a glance, both pondering the meaning of the ancient mural. Neither of them knew what to make of it, so they followed Anank in silence. Soon, the three of them settled for sleep. Tired after the long journey and the forlorn eeriness of Weave, Sunny fell into the embrace of dreams almost instantly. That night, he saw a nightmare. In the nightmare, Sunny was a spider with one of his 8 legs broken off. He was crawling across the stone floor, consumed by fear. Behind him, broken chains were falling down with a deafening clangor, and a titanic door stood wide open, its dark maw hiding indescribable horror. Sunny crawled and crawled, but no matter how he strained himself, the horrifying gate was only drew closer. Chapter 13, 13 Nightmare Within Nightmare. Sunny dreamt of a titanic gate that stood wide open, something boundless and entirely alien hiding in the darkness of its colossal maw. He was a spider with a severed leg, crawling away as broken chains fell to the ground all around him. His mind was consumed by terror, while his heart was full of a cold, bitter feeling of betrayal and regret. "Escape, I must escape." Sunny pushed his small body across the stone floor. There were beautiful webs veiling the vast hall of the temple, their silk threads weaved into a grandiose tapestry. A spark flew, and a moment later, the webs were engulfed in fire. They disappeared in a flash, leaving behind only clouds of acrid smoke that obscured the entire world. At least he couldn't see the harrowing gate anymore. Suffocating, he crawled through the smoke, and slowly, torturously, the terror devouring his soul dissipated. Sunny felt as if he had escaped the immediate danger, however, he was hopelessly lost. There was nothing except for searing heat and the dark glow of spreading flame around him. His body was already starting to grow unbearably hot. He froze for a moment, resting and trying to find the way out of the smoldering inferno. Then, for a moment, he felt a breeze caressing his singed carapace from somewhere ahead. There. Sunny rose to his 7 feet and limped forward as fast as he could. Soon, he left the smoke and the fire behind. There was a silent expanse of still water around him now. The smoke was gone, but a thick mist took its place. It swirled and moved, flowing slowly past the shivering figure of the small spider. "Where am I?" Sunny took a step and discovered that he could somehow walk on the surface of the water, just like he could within the Soul Sea. Advancing hesitantly, he ventured deeper into the fog. Some time passed, perhaps only a few minutes, perhaps an eternity, and he had lost all sense of direction. There was nothing but mist in the world, until something else appeared in the gray void. Sunny trembled. There ahead of him, something was sitting on the calm surface of the water, staring down. The figure was dressed in tattered rags, its gaunt body hidden from view. It seemed like a human, or was at least human-shaped. The man's dirty hair was hanging like seaweeds, and his face was hidden from view. A jagged band of dark metal rested on his head like a tarnished crown. Suddenly, Sunny felt cold. Though the mad prince, it was one of the 6 heralds of the estuary, one of the 6 plagues. The creature in front of him looked rather pitiful, but it was still a corrupted titan. He was in dire danger. Luckily, the defiled abomination did not seem to notice the small spider mad prince was sitting motionlessly, staring at his own reflection with an absent expression. It was as though he existed in an entirely different reality. A moment later, Sunny suddenly felt profound relief. A simple realization dispelled his fear and unease. "I'm sleeping, it's a dream." Of course it was. Sunny was not a spider. He was currently in the temple of the nightmare spell, near Nephis and Anank, not in the middle of a boundless sea, lost in the mist. The corrupted titan in front of him was not real, and the danger the creature represented was not real either. Thank the gods. As Sunny thought that, he was not a spider anymore. However, he was also not himself. Instead, Sunny was tall and nebulous. He had 8 nimble arms, one of them crafted out of pristine white porcelain. His slender figure was veiled by a dark mantle, and a mask of black polished wood hid his features. Looking down from his towering height, Sunny studied the pitiful creature in front of him. The Mad Prince did not look that frightening, especially for a Titan. However, for some unknown reason, the hunched figure filled Sunny with dread. It was just too familiar. As if sensing a gaze, the tattered man suddenly shifted and slowly raised his head. A dreadful face that seemed like a ghastly mask of countless scars, and two dark eyes burning with unfathomable madness revealed themselves, making Sunny take an involuntary step back. Then a whisper that was like broken glass resounded, scratching at his ears. The Mad Prince whispered, "Who dares dream about me?" And just like that, the relief Sunny felt was destroyed. What? He knows that this is a dream. No, that is not possible. How? The eyes of the defiled slowly gained refocus, becoming sharp and crushing. Pressed down by the unbearable weight of harrowing insanity hidden in their dark depths, Sunny took another step back and held his breath. It's a dream, it's a dream. The creature's lips, meanwhile, twisted in a wicked smile. Ah, it's you. Which one are you? The Mad Prince suddenly froze, then groaned and struck his head with a fist. I can't remember. Ah, but it is also an answer. His ugly face rippled, as if trying to assume a human expression. You're neither, you are an imposter. The creature's voice suddenly grew dark and vicious. You murderer! An unhinged laugh escaped his lips, and then the Mad Prince slowly rose. His tattered rags moved, shrouded in mist. As Sunny took another step back, desperately trying to wake up, the defiled took a step forward. How about it, murderer? Come closer, I'll tell you a secret. You deserve that much. There was suddenly nowhere to go. The gray mist became solid, blocking all paths to retreat. And Sunny was, indeed, curious against his will. He was a great lover of secrets, after all. As he shuddered, feeling his thoughts spin out of control, there was suddenly a presence between him and the Mad Prince. Someone else was standing there, blocking the view of the Mad Cree. Atcher with his back. It was a young man in a black tunic, with long raven-black hair and a grim expression on his pale face. The Sin of Solace. What is he doing here? The wraith seemed uncharacteristically serious as he stared the Mad Prince down. Without turning his head, the apparition said in a voice that was neither snide nor mocking. Instead, it was grave. What are you doing, fool? Summon your horse and get out of here, hurry. Urdial's note will be busy in the coming few days. Delayed chapters will be the results of that. Chapter 13, 14 Revelations of Madness. Shielded by the Sin of Solace, Sunny was suddenly capable of pushing through the mist again. He backed away as the defiled smiled wider. Where are you going, murderer? Don't you want to learn a secret? You won't regret knowing it, maybe you. Sunny did not know what was happening, but he was sure of one thing. Whatever it was that the Mad Prince wanted to tell him was not something he should ever learn. Unless he wanted to become as mad and broken as the defiled abomination was. It was already crazy enough to be fighting for his life, or rather, for his humanity, within a dream, which he was dreaming inside the third nightmare. Staggering away, Sunny called upon his shadows. Instantly, 3 figures rose from below. Taciturn saint, scrawny imp, and a tenebrous steed shrouded in darkness. The Mad Prince exploded with laughter. Good, oh, this makes me feel nostalgic. We will. Saint was the first one to fall. Before she could even move, a sword suddenly flashed, followed by a turbulent whirlwind of surging mist. The graceful stone knight froze, a thin crack suddenly appearing on her onyx armor. Then, as silently as she had been born, Saint crumbled into 1,000 shards of black stone. A cloud of ruby dust exploded into the air, painting the still water crimson. Saint! Sunny's eyes widened, but before he could do anything, the Sin of Solace pushed him away. Run, you bastard, she's not real. The imp was second. The little fiend hesitated, visibly scared by the tattered figure of the Mad Titan. However, then, it bravely jumped forward, reaching for the flesh of the defiled with his claws. The invisible sword whistled again, and the scrawny figure suddenly staggered. With liquid flames flowing out of Imp's mouth, he looked at Sunny with a frightened expression. Then his eyes grew dim, and his little head slid off his neck, falling into the water with a quiet splash. Sunny felt as if his own mind was on the verge of breaking. Pressing down the tempest of pain and guilt raging in his heart, he gritted his teeth and turned away. His hand grasped Nightmare's mane, and with a stifled scream, he jumped onto the stallion's back. The dark courser was already galloping away, away through the swirling mist. The mad prince's laugh reached them from behind. "Where are you going, murderer? I am not done with you." Sonny did not turn to look back. Gripping the sides of Nightmare with his thighs, he raised both hands and pressed them to his ears. "Don't listen, don't listen." However, he still heard it, the voice of the Sin of Solace, who said with a hint of resignation in his hateful, familiar voice, Sonny's own voice, "Damn lunatic, are you trying to steal my job?" He had never been so happy to have a wraith born from the whisper of the demon of dread stuck in his head before. Nightmare flew through the mist, and soon the veil of it obscured the mad prince and the Sin of Solace, muffling their voices until nothing except silence remained. Sonny had also turned into himself finally. He had a human body once again, as well as 2 human hands. The dark mantle was replaced by the soft silk of the Shroud of Dusk. Looking down, he patted the black steed on the shoulder and let out a shaky breath. "I think we are safe now." Then he hesitated for a moment and added in a small voice, "But do you think that I can wake up now?" Nightmare huffed and struck the surface of the still water with his hooves, soaring high into the air. As they rose higher and higher, the mist grew thinner and thinner, until eventually a ray of sunshine broke through its blinding veil. And as soon as it did, Sonny woke up with a start. "Arg." He sat up, covered in cold sweat. With his heart beating wildly, Sonny grabbed at his chest and froze, looking around the dark room of the desolate temple. Slowly, his panic started to dissolve. A dream, it was just a dream. Sonny slowly exhaled, then shuddered and shook his head. No, it might have been a dream, but it definitely had not been just a dream. He did not know what kind of power could have allowed the mad prince, who was most likely either dead already or far, far away, to appear in his nightmare. However, he was certain that the creature he had met in the dream was not a simple figment of his imagination. Sonny did not know whether the tattered abomination he had faced was the defiled Titan himself, or some echo left behind by his passing, but he knew that hearing the secret the abomination wanted to share would have been the end of him. Gods damn it, even the dreams aren't safe here. As his heart calmed down a little, he sat in silence for a while, trying to gather his thoughts. There were a lot of strange things about that dreadful dream, however. Before he could consider them carefully, a sudden worry clouded his mind. Sonny hurriedly sent his shadows to check on Nephis and Anak. Making sure that both were sleeping peacefully in the neighboring rooms, he then shuddered at the memory of his shadows being destroyed and proceeded to summon them one after another. He called upon the dark courser first. As the Sin of Solace said, saint and imp should not have been real. The black steed could be summoned into his dream because that was the nature of Nightmare's powers, but the other 2 were different. So only Nightmare had actually faced the mad prince most likely. The black stallion appeared in the shadows, keeping to his intangible form. He seemed agitated but otherwise unharmed. Relieved, Sonny let out a long sigh. "Thank you, buddy. You really saved my hide there." Dismissing Nightmare, he summoned Saint next. The graceful knight appeared out of the darkness, as stoic and indifferent as ever. She was unharmed. Feeling as if a great burden had been lifted off his heart, Sonny closed his eyes for a moment. "You're safe, thank the gods." Saint gave him a strange look, but remained silent. "Well, of course she did." "Go back now. No, actually, stay here. Keep watch throughout the night, all right." The graceful knight stared at him for a few moments, then turned away and silently left the room to stand guard in the corridor. Sonny took a deep breath and rubbed his face. Now only Imp remained. He summoned the scrawny goblin, then scratched the back of his head. "Ah, right, that little rascal is still stuck digesting the armor of the black turtle. Damn it, when will he stop lazing around and—" But before Sonny could finish the thought, a frightening figure suddenly rose from the shadows, towering above him like a demon forged out of dark steel and sharp blades. "Arg, what the—" Unbeknownst to Sonny, the little rascal had already awakened from his slumber. Only he wasn't so little anymore. Chapter 13:15 Steel Devil. Sonny had grown accustomed to calling his youngest shadow an imp, however. Now the ravenous fiend was finally worthy of his fearsome name. The creature in front of Sonny could not be called little, nor could it be called scrawny. It was almost as tall as Saint, towering above him like a demonic warrior whose body had been forged out of dark steel in the infernal flames of hell. There were a lot of similarities with how Imp had looked during their last battle in Falcon Scott, but there were also differences. The original ravenous fiend had been tall but gaunt. His body had been covered in thick plates of black bone armor, and he was as ferocious as he was stealthy, like a vengeful wraith born out of hungry darkness. The new and improved Imp, however, was not gaunt. Instead, he seemed like a knight clad in a suit of plate armor. That armor was not made out of bone, either. It was made out of a strange, dark metal. The ravenous shadow had seemed like he was forged out of black steel before, but the look of his metallic body was changed now. It acquired a dark sheen and a glossy quality, as though the transcendent devil had been cast out of black silver or covered in a layer of dull chrome. There were changes in the design of his armor, too. It was as though Fiend had been forged out of countless broken swords. There were curved blades growing from his elbows and knees, as well as ferocious spikes rising here and there from his dark armor. His face was hidden behind the visor of a fearsome helmet, with twisting horns rising from it, and a jagged line breaking its surface where the fiend's terrible mouth was hidden, brimming with dagger-like teeth. His claws were like short swords, and in his ferocious eyes, infernal flames burned with intense heat. Sea crab, and that demonic monstrosity was currently staring at Sunny, with an extremely nasty expression in its glowing orange-red eyes. Sunny awkwardly cleared his throat. Hey there, buddy." Imp's mouth split in a sinister grin, releasing more heat and infernal glow. Sunny forced out a smile. "Wow, you look great. I guess all that delicious magical steel I found and fed you out of nothing but pure kindness maybe really did you some good, huh?" He coughed. "Say you wouldn't be remembering all the times I kicked and berated you, would you? Or, thinking about strange things like revenge, would you?" Imp took a step forward, the glow of his demonic eyes and incinerating maw falling on Sunny's face. His grin widened, the sharp steel teeth glinting in the darkness. His voice sounded like a roaring flame. "Like revenge." With that, Imp raised his hand. In that moment, Sunny's expression changed, and he added evenly, "Because if you do, you master will have a good reason to find out just how sturdy this new body of yours is." Imp's grin froze for a moment, and his hand did too. He hesitated for a moment, and then carefully fixed a crease on Sunny's tunic. The steel fiend growled politely, "Master good." Then he backed away, stared at Sunny for a bit, and hurriedly left the room. Sunny let out a relieved sigh, then smiled. They grow up so fast." One of his shadows followed Imp into the corridor to see what the big guy was up to. Moving too silently for a creature of his size and weight, the steel devil approached Saint and stopped next to her, as if to join her in guarding the rooms. There they stood, Saint and Fiend. Imp was acting as nonchalantly as the taciturn knight was, but Sunny did not miss the fact that the bastard was puffing out his chest and secretly throwing glances at Saint, as if waiting for her reaction. After a while, the stone knight finally turned her head and stared at the steel fiend indifferently. Imp seemed to have secretly held his breath. Saint remained motionless for a while, then raised her hand and casually flicked the fiend's chest with a finger. After hearing a melodious ring, she tilted her head a little. Finally, the graceful knight nodded curtly and turned away. Imp looked beyond himself. Maintaining a stoic facade worthy of his ferocious appearance, he also looked away and returned to silently guarding the corridor. However, the flames in his eyes were dancing jubilantly. Sunny scoffed. "This ugly idiot, he's seriously cute." He shook his head, then summoned the runes to learn exactly what had changed about Ravenous Fiend, except for appearance. The runes read, Shadow Ravenous Fiend, Shadow Rank Transcendent, Shadow Class Devil, Shadow Description, a pitiful little creature traveled through a nightmarish land. Shadow Attributes Lucky, Marvel Ravenous, Shadow Sworn, Complete Steel Body. The greater steel body had become complete steel body. Its description read, Attribute Description, this shadow's body is forged out of sublime blessed steel and is without a flaw. It seemed that consuming the silver armor of the black turtle had not only improved the quality of the alloy from which Imp's body was made, but also removed all the remaining imperfections from it. Granted, Sonny was inclined to take its supposed flawlessness with a grain of salt. After all, he had recently learned that flaws were one of the universal laws of the world. Still, if the spell deemed it necessary to call Imp's newly evolved body flawless, he had to be very close to having no physical vulnerabilities. It seemed that Sonny finally had another powerful shadow to face the most dire enemies side by side with. Imp was now perfectly capable of participating in battles alongside Saint and Nightmare, reaching the fearsome level of power that a transcendent devil was supposed to possess. With his indestructible steel body, which was a weapon in and of itself, as well as his dual affinity for shadows and flame, the ferocious fiend would be a terror on the battlefield. Good just in time. Sonny's face grew somber. Things had been calm for a while, ever since Anank had found them. But he knew that there were plenty of harrowing battles waiting for them in the depths of the tomb of Ariel. Chapter 13, 16 Limits of Power. Imp, or was Sonny supposed to call him Fiend now, did not get new abilities, which was logical, really, since the Black Turtle was only a monster, and the gluttonous shadow had not even consumed the flesh of the abominations, only its armor. Still, the scrawny goblin had become a fearsome ogre. He was going to significantly increase Sonny's battle power, not the least because of his carefully chosen diet. Sonny had given up on feeding Ravenous Fiend a lot of valuable stuff so that his growth did not become muddled. Imp's main affinities had to be established first: steel and shadows. The flames he had absorbed from the colossal body of the Sun Prince were a pleasant side effect, increasing the power of the Steel Devil's attacks, but what Sonny had really wanted was to make his youngest shadow as indestructible as possible. Saint possessed an incredible level of defense, which was only made greater by her masterful battle prowess. But Imp was different. If not guided cautiously, he could have ended up being vulnerable. Considering the types of situations Sonny often found himself in, that vulnerability was bound to result in him losing his first shadow sooner rather than later. Survivability was king. He had regrettably proven it himself over and over again, clinging to life by the skin of his teeth on many occasions. Which was why Sonny was so impressed by how hard to kill the original scavenger had been. He had experienced the toughness of the spiteful fiend's bone armor personally, after all, and wanted to make Imp at least as durable. If the ravenous shadow managed to approach the level of defense Saint possessed, that would have been even better. In that regard, Sonny seemed to have overshot his initial goal, by a lot. Imp's complete steel body was not only as durable as Saint's graceful body was, but vastly more so. His metal carapace was sturdier than her stone-like armor, and much more importantly, that durability encompassed the entire body of the ravenous devil, not just its surface. Although Saint was hard to wound, she was actually quite vulnerable once her armor and resilient skin were breached. The internals of her miraculous stone body were well protected, but fragile. The ruby dust that flowed out of the wounds like blood was proof of that. Ravenous Fiend, however, was now fully tempered, both outside and inside. There were no vulnerabilities that an enemy could exploit, at least not an enemy using physical attacks. Which meant that while Imp could deliver fearsome blows, his true power lay in being nearly impervious to physical harm. He could become the shield of the Shadow cohort. Or a punching bag. Sonny scratched the back of his head and looked in the direction where Imp was standing, hidden from view by a wall, with a guilty expression. The poor guy had not realized what the future held for him, had he? Sorry, buddy. He shook his head and remained silent for a while, thinking. There were two fully matured transcendent devils serving him now. Sonny himself had become unbelievably strong due to Shadow Dance, at least for an Ascended. If augmented by Nephis, his power was probably comparable to some saints, now enough to give him a fighting chance, if nothing else. If Sonny was assisted by his shadows, most saints would probably be the ones at risk, not him. And that was without Soul Serpent, who should have become the strongest of the shadows by now. But still, that power was not enough. After experiencing the dire perils of the upper reaches of the great river, and knowing that he would have to venture far downstream into the distant past, Sonny knew that even his current ridiculous level of strength was not enough to slay the kind of adversaries he would be facing. The problem was, I am almost at my limit. There were very few things he could realistically achieve in a short amount of time to increase his power even further. The only feasible one was helping Nightmare evolve into an ascended terror and unlock his Dream Curse ability. That was going to happen relatively soon, but after that, Sunny would reach a dead end. With a lot of effort, he could potentially become a terror, but even that boost was not going to be significant enough to change the odds in his favor. More memories, and stronger ones at that, were not going to cut it either. Sunny had grown a lot more than any master in history had, perhaps, but now, his head was pressed against an indestructible ceiling. The only way for him to leap to a new height was by breaking that ceiling and becoming a saint. Which could only happen after the nightmare, meaning too late. Of course, he had recently learned from Anik that people could transcend without the assistance of the spell. That path was open to him, but sadly, Sunny did not have 100 spare years or more to slowly learn how to do just that. What was left then? He frowned. Actually, I am thinking about it all wrong. Sunny had been a loner for most of his life, and even after learning how to rely on others and trust his friends, he still put a lot of meaning into personal strength, which was not exactly unwise but, at the same time, served as an artificial limit. Although he had not lived through Neph's second nightmare, the lesson she had learned there resonated with his own experiences. Personal strength was important, but it paled in comparison to true power. Take Antarctica. For example, Sunny had achieved incredible things there, but he had not achieved them alone. The evacuation of hundreds of millions of civilians was only possible because the government had mobilized vast resources to send the first and second evacuation armies into the southern quadrant. Without the irregulars, without the mundane soldiers and thousands of awakened who had fought and died to save the people of Antarctica, Sunny would not have achieved anything. His personal strength was nothing when compared to the united determination of all those brave people. It was the same here in the third nightmare. Sunny had to destroy a dire enemy, the forces of defilement populating the corrupted city of Verge and the 6 plagues that ruled it. Dread Lord, Torment, Undying Slaughter, Soul Stealer, Devouring Beast, and Mad Prince. So why was he only thinking about his personal strength? Wasn't the power of his allies also his power? Nephis, Cassie, Effie, Kai, Jet, and even Mordred. They were as much a part of his power as Saint, Imp, and Nightmare. Since Sunny had reached the ceiling of what he himself could achieve as a master, wouldn't it be wiser for him to put his efforts into empowering his allies? This is it. Shrouded in darkness, Sunny slowly nodded. That was the path he had to take if he wanted to survive the nightmare. After reaching Fallen Grace, he and Nephis had to find the rest of the cohort. And once they found them, Sunny had to make sure that his friends and Mordred too grew as powerful as possible. He had to make them into a force capable of defeating the 6 plagues. For their sake and also his own. Sunny sighed and closed his eyes for a moment. The future was daunting. But when had it not been so? Chapter 13, 17 Difficult Questions. Approaching the window, Sunny opened the heavy shutters and looked at the desolate landscape of Weave from the height of one of the Nightmare Spell Temple's bell towers. The sky was veiled in impenetrable darkness. The waters flowing through the canals of the floating city glowed with iridescent radiance, bathing the empty streets in ethereal glow. Usually, the light of the great river at night was dreamlike and beautiful, but contrasted against the forlorn desolation of Weave, it made for an eerie sight. It was like a city of ghosts. He sighed, thinking about the cruel fate that had befallen the followers of Weaver, and the creature that had driven them to extinction. The Mad Prince. A dark expression appeared on Sunny's face. He was reluctant to think about his meeting with the defiled Titan, or at least some vestige of the abhorrent creature that had found its way into his dreams. It almost felt as though thinking about the abomination would summon it here. Nevertheless, Sunny had to consider what he had seen and heard in the harrowing dream, because it was too ominous. I dreamt of being Weaver. The spider with a broken leg was, without a doubt, a representation of the demon of fate. It was not surprising that Sunny had dreamt of the nebulous demon after witnessing the mural in the grand hall of the temple, and neither was it unexpected that he had assumed the demon's role in his nightmare. Weaver's blood was running through Sunny's veins, after all, and he too had an innate affinity to fate. The latter was the reason for the former, in the end, It was because of being fated that he had stumbled on the egg of the loathsome, thieving bird and received the forbidden lineage of the sinister demon. Sinister Sonny had actually never thought about Weaver in such terms before, mostly because he had benefited greatly from their tenuous connection, but also because there was no reason to. In all honesty, he had admired the mysterious demon, with no particular reason except for the fact that the demon of fate was an intelligent, cunning, and fearsome deity. But the more Sonny learned about the end of the dream realm and the nightmare spell, the more ominous of a figure Weaver seemed. And how could they not who could be more dangerous than a creature that wielded knowledge of fate itself? Sonny and Nephis had argued about the nature of the spell, whether it was a fundamentally benevolent force or not. He was inclined to believe that it had been created for a noble purpose, which was not to say that it was not a vile and terrible curse for the humans of the waking world. But he was also starting to suspect that neither of them really understood the true intention and scope of what Weaver had done at all. The nightmare spell seemed like a tool to make living beings stronger in the face of encroaching corruption. But there were too many discrepancies between what was apparent and what was hidden beneath the surface. The nightmares, the slow but inevitable escalation, the sheer convenience of it all. What was Weaver's true goal? How had the rudimentary version of the spell Ankh wielded grown to become the pervasive and nearly omnipotent power that seemed to be as absolute as the universal laws of reality that the gods established? Come to think of it, how had the Doom War ended? What had actually happened to the demons, the gods, and Weaver? Where did the corruption that had devoured the dream realm come from, and why? Just like always, Sonny had no answers. More than that, these were not even the questions he had to ponder. The defilement was a form of corruption that had spread from the estuary, and there were 6 champions of it: Dread Lord, Devouring Beast, Undying Slaughter, Torment, Soul Stealer, and Mad Prince. The Mad Prince, who seemed strangely familiar when Sonny had dreamt of him. He shivered. Why did he feel familiar? The defiled horror seemed like a human, no, like a broken marionette of a human. He was like a flesh puppet worn by a boundless sea of madness, to the point where the madness seemed like the actual being, while the human body just seemed like its ragged shell. Sonny still shuddered when he remembered the creature's eyes. The torment hiding in them was like a chilling storm of insanity born from 1,000 years of horror, agony, and knowledge. Knowledge was the heaviest thing in the world, after all, as well as the origin of power. And that was why he was very uncomfortable with the fact that the Mad Prince seemed so familiar. Sonny had not noticed it at the start, because the abominable creature was too different from him. But when the Sin of Solace appeared, he had to admit to himself that the defiled Titan and the Sword Wraith were eerily similar. Which meant that Sonny and the Mad Prince were similar, too. He stared at the ghostly landscape of Weave for a while. Have I assumed the role of that abomination? Sonny and Nephis had discussed how strange their entry into the nightmare was. Whose roles did they assume? Who could have been present that far upstream at the moment of their arrival? He had also theorized that the Mad Prince might have died there, as evident by the piece of flotsam with deranged runes carved into it. It was strange to think that a corrupted Titan could have become an ascended tyrant, but not impossible. The spell could have decided that it was the best and only option, slightly changing the rules. The third nightmare was different from the previous 2, to begin with challengers entering it with their own bodies. That was one possibility. The other, more harrowing possibility was that the abominable madmen could have been the Sin of Solace from the future, conjured into the present by some strange quirk of the great river. Ankh had said it herself, that the flow of time in the tomb of Ariel was often strange and unpredictable. The Mad Prince could also have been the future version of Sonny, who had either been devoured by the corruption or the Sin of Solace itself. No way, no way. He suddenly felt incredibly cold. But it was too compelling of a theory to be discarded because of the outrage he felt at the thought of being able to turn into that bastard. The letters of the modern alphabet being mixed with the deranged runes, the ability to spread madness, the physical resemblance. It was not only the Mad Prince, either. The description of the rest of the 6 plagues was also extremely ominous. The Soul Stealer who could wear the skin of those he killed. The Undying Slaughter who was overcome by insatiable bloodlust. The Devouring Beast who consumed the bodies of her slain foes, the Dread Lord and Torment. Didn't they sound like corrupted, twisted versions of the members of the cohort? All except Nephis, who was incorruptible. It's too ridiculous of a thought. Sonny could reluctantly acknowledge that some form of time distortion could have happened inside the tomb of Ariel. He could even admit that it was quite possible for them to fail in conquering the nightmare and succumb to corruption. However, what were the chances of all of them surviving that and becoming saints in the process? The 6 plagues were vastly more powerful than the members of the cohort, to the point that an entire civilization of powerful awakened had not managed to slay a single one of them. 2 civilizations, even, considering the King of Twilight and his people. No, it was far more likely that Nephis and her cohort were pitted against Nightmare Creature, resembling the perverse versions of themselves, because of a little nudge from the spell. The spell had shown itself to be fond of such ghastly but poetic twists of fate, after all. Still, how had the runes of the waking world language ended up on the piece of flotsam? Sonny remained motionless for a long time, looking at the desolate expanse of weave. Eventually, the glowing waters dimmed, and the 7 suns emerged from the river. Sonny sensed the shadows move in the adjacent rooms, telling him that Anank and Nephis had woken up. He closed his eyes for a few long moments. Trying to chase away the heavy thoughts, he then dismissed Saint and Imp. It was time to meet the new day. Hopefully, he would get some answers after reaching Fallen Grace. I need to strengthen Nightmare as soon as possible. The Mad Prince had invaded his dreams once, and there was no guarantee that it would not happen again. Sonny needed to protect himself while he slept, and since helping the Black Stallion evolve was also the only way for him to strengthen himself in the short term, he could achieve both goals at once that way. I'm going to have to craft some memories. Luckily, with the Crown of Twilight supplying him with essence, weaving strings of it to create memories would not be as taxing and long of a process as it had been before. Thinking about how many soul shards he had and what memories to create, Sonny rubbed his face and went outside to meet his companions. They were going to leave Weave soon. Author's note: I am back from Shanghai. Participating in the Shanghai Online Literature Week was very fun, especially because I got to meet many wonderful web novel authors and complain to Legion 20 about how everyone says that I stole the name of Saint Tyrus from Supreme Magus. I also listened to interesting reports, gave a few interviews, participated in a round with popular Chinese web novelists, and refused to eat diced jellyfish twice-o, and I also received a shiny award which is now resting on my bookshelf. Overall, it was a very nice trip, and now I can't wait to get to proper writing again. The regular upload schedule will resume starting tomorrow. There will be 2 chapters today too, but I'll post them a few hours apart. It's back to the basement for me, I guess. Chapter 13-18, Leaving Weave. Sonny, Nephis, and Anank spend several days in the Temple of the Nightmare Spell, resting and exploring the forlorn city as they prepared for the last leg of the journey. These days were strangely tranquil and peaceful, but also bittersweet. It was because the 3 of them knew that their time together was coming to an end. The young priestess, who had been their caretaker and guide for the last few weeks, was not going to be able to follow her wards to where they needed to go. Fallen Grace, the City of Dusk, lay far beyond the boundary of where she was allowed to exist. Such was the fate of all Riverborn. Sonny and Nephis were both painfully aware of what awaited Anank in the future. That was why, even though they tried to hide their emotions, a dark shadow was cast over their hearts. The young priestess herself, meanwhile, seemed at peace with her bitter fate. An easy smile often appeared on her lips, and she fully dedicated herself to making preparations to send the 2 of them on their way. Sonny and Nephis were going to have to travel far downstream on their own. They needed supplies and knowledge to reach Fallen Grace without Anank, so she was busy making sure they would have everything they needed. They gathered various resources from all over the desolate ruins of Weave. The young priestess also taught them how to navigate the great river and recognize various perils hiding in its depths. Nephis continued to learn how to steer the enchanted ketch, while Sonny spent his time weaving threads of shadow essence and studying the estuary key. Eventually, there was nothing left for them in the orphaned city. As the beautiful light of the 7 rising suns suffused the cool morning air, Anank led them through the empty streets for the last time and jumped lightly onto the deck of the graceful ketch. Come, we will sail downstream today. Sonny and Nephis glanced at each other, then silently followed her aboard the boat. The young priestess watched them with a smile, then nodded and gestured to the steering oar. "My lady, it is best if you practice steering while I am still with you. Remember our lessons. You can surely succeed." Nephis looked at her for a while, her face motionless. She hesitated a little before sitting down on the helmsman's bench and taking the oar. Sunny, meanwhile, frowned. "Wait, what about you? If we are going to sail away on the ketch, how are you going to get back to Weave?" Anank shook her head. "Weave stretches far downstream, just like it does upstream. There are several island ships we will visit before it is time for me to turn back. I will leave you at the lower house of parting, where there are other vessels for me to use." He hesitated for a few moments, then nodded reluctantly. Sunny had not come to terms with how they would have to leave Anank behind, still, but there was nothing he could do, and nothing he knew how to say. They had no other choice. But the farewell was not upon them yet. Perhaps he would be able to find the correct words in the days to come. With a sigh, Sunny lowered himself to the deck. Usually, Anank would sit on the bench at the stern of the ketch, while Nephis would be opposite him at the middle point of the deck. Today, however, their familiar positions were reversed. Neph was holding the steering oar, while the priestess sat down near Sunny. He had grown somewhat accustomed to how beautiful the young Anank was, but looking at her directly still felt strange, especially because of how bright her smile was and how heavy his heart was. "Thank you, my lord." Sunny looked at her somberly, surprised. "Me for what?" The young priestess sighed lightly, then looked at the desolate landscape of Weave with a wistful expression. "For wanting to learn about my birthplace so much. I am glad to have shared its stories with someone, very much." He lowered his head and remained silent for a few moments. "Sure, no problem." At that moment, Nephis took a deep breath and then said something in a resolute voice. The word that escaped her lips echoed from the walls of the canal, and a subtle ripple spread across the surface of the flowing water. It was as though the word itself contained an invisible power capable of reshaping the world. Soon a strong gale rose, filling the sails of the old ketch. It was both similar and different from how Anank summoned the wind. Neph's shaping was more direct and crude, lacking stability, but at the same time it contained a wild and fearsome will. As a result, the gale summoned by the true aim of the wind was able to propel the boat forward despite not being as strong as what the young priestess had been able to call upon. The word they spoke was the same, but the result differed. It was because of the nature of the sorcery of names, unlike other types of sorcery, which acted through fixed conduits like essence threads and runes. It used the shapers themselves as the conduit. Nephis was of a lower rank than Anank, so she couldn't channel the power of the word as potently. But at the same time, her body and soul were aflame with the divine lineage of Sun God, and more importantly, she possessed a true name of her own. Those with true names were connected to the mystical side of the world much closer, would be influenced by the hidden powers of the world much more, and be able to exert greater influence in turn. Which was why Nephis was able to control the ketch with a sufficient level of power despite not being a saint like Anank. "You are doing great, my lady. Speak the names of concealment next." Neph lingered, her face a little pale. The sorcery of names did not come without a cost, just like the other types of sorcery. Channeling a word put a strain on the shaper's body, as while uttering it did not consume essence, controlling the outcome did. Eventually, she gritted her teeth and said the rest of the names the priestess had taught her, arranging them into a phrase. The ketch flew through the canals. Soon, it broke free of the city boundaries and sped into the open expanse of the great river, leaving the forlorn city behind. They were once again traveling downstream, deeper into the past. Chapter 13:19 House of Youth. The next morning, they reached the first of the remote island ships Anank had told them about. It slowly appeared from beyond the horizon, illuminated by the dreamlike sunlight. This one was different from the House of Parting. The artificial island was much larger, and instead of a solemn and solitary building, it encompassed a whole district. There were many houses, gardens, and water features, all of them bright and colorful. Despite the same desolation that reigned in Weave, this place seemed strangely festive. It was easy to imagine how full of vitality it had once been. Anank's eyes glistened with nostalgia. She smiled softly and said, her voice melodious, This is the House of Youth. Sunny and Nephis looked at the bright island ship, wondering what its purpose was. The sight of it was a little uplifting and a little sad. Contrasted against the beautiful atmosphere, the emptiness seemed even more poignant. The young priestess sighed. This is one of the 7 houses that Riverborn spent their childhood and adolescence at. She lingered for a moment and then explained. As you can imagine, children grow up differently here on the Great River. From the moment they are born, their bodies are beholden to the currents of its time. If brought upstream, they will swiftly reach adulthood at the same time. Their parents will have to grow older if they wish to remain with their child. In a span of a few generations, families will be torn apart, and a city will be broken into pieces. Anank shook her head. Of course, it is also cruel to thrust a child into adulthood while their mind remains immature. So the 7 houses exist. Actually, it is a bit strange for me to explain these things, since that is just how life in the tomb of Ariel is. To me, it is the manner in which outsiders grow up that seems odd. She laughed. I couldn't believe my mother when she told me that kids outside just grow up inevitably, while remaining in the same place and have no choice on when to become adults. How scary, can you imagine? Sunny and Nephis looked at each other, befuddled. After a while, he cleared his throat. Yeah, I can easily imagine. But wait, what is the exact purpose of these 7 houses? Fallen Grace was most likely built in the same way, so it would be good to know. Plus, he was simply curious. The young priestess smiled. It is simple, really. When a man and a woman decide to have a child, they travel downstream to the house of birth. The children are born and spend the first months of their lives there. She looked at the waters of the great river and added, her voice wistful. As the mind of the child matures, they and their parents travel upstream to the next house, where the kids become toddlers. After a year or two, the family travels to the 3rd house, and so forth. This way, kids have a chance to have proper childhoods. It is a happy time for the families, and moving on to the next house is a big event for the children, akin to the birthday ceremony you outsiders have. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then nodded. The river people did not have the same perception of time as the rest of humans. They still counted time in months and years, but these measurements were simply traditions brought into the tomb of Ariel by those who had come from the outside. Although there were something akin to seasonal changes within the tomb of Ariel, the idea of a solar year was meaningless here. So, the children growing up on the Great River would put much more meaning into traveling upstream and getting an older body than into an empty thing like getting older by an imaginary year. Especially since their lives were not limited by the dwindling number of years that remained before they grew old and died. Anank noticed his contemplative expression and added, This last house, the House of Youth, is where our bodies reach the stage of the cusp of adulthood. The parents usually leave for the main city and leave the kids with other youths, yet different kids reach mental maturity at different paces. Some spend just a few years here before moving on to reunite with their families. Some stay longer. Some lazy rascals even refuse to become adults for decades. Her cheeks turned slightly pink. I might have been one of those rascals myself. Sunny smiled, imagining the dignified and wise elderly woman he knew avoiding the responsibilities of adulthood for as long as she could, getting into all kinds of mischief with the other young Riverborn. Had Anank really been such an unruly troublemaker once? He shook her head. But wait. If that is true, then how would these youths have families of their own? They would turn into infants by traveling to the house of birth, no. Anank nodded. Indeed, that is why the whole city migrates some distance upstream each generation. That gives the young ones a chance to have children of their own. Of course, it also means that their parents grow a little older with each migration. But our lifespans are long, the future is more forgiving than the past. The eldest ones assume guidance roles in the 7 houses as well. She remained silent for a few moments. Nevertheless, a city might reach a point where the older part of its population would not be able to migrate anymore. That never happened to Weave, since many died in the battles against the corrupted, and those who survived too long usually chose to leave from the House of Parting. Our history also does not stretch that far. But downstream, where the great cities of Sibyls used to be, that was how new settlements were created. The young split off to start life anew. Sunny and Nephis remained silent, thinking about how bizarre the civilization of the Great River was, after all. The way of life of the river people was indeed completely different from the outside world. Even simple things like parenthood, childhood, and growing up were entirely unlike what they knew. Life always finds a way, which was why it was even sadder to see it destroyed, how it had been here in Weave. Anink sighed. There had been a single migration after I left the House of Youth, so I will be able to guide you past all the 7 houses to the House of Parting far downstream. It should not take us more than a few days. With that, she turned to Nephis and smiled. In the meantime, my lady, I will help you grow accustomed to controlling the catch. As she and Neph talked, Sunny looked at the bright buildings of the House of Youth, which were drawing closer and closer and then slowly drifting past. He was thinking about what Anink's childhood must have looked like, as well as about the bleak and cold childhood of his own. Wasn't it funny? The young priestess, who had been born in a tomb built by the demon of dread from the corpse of an unholy titan, clung desperately to her childhood, not wanting to become an adult. While he, who had been born in the waking world, couldn't wait to leave that bitter page of his life behind. And in the end, they had both ended up in this catch together. Sunny sighed. It would be nice if the kids of the future, the waking world's future, could live like her, and not like me. That was such a strange thought. Chapter 13, 20 Childhood's End. Chapter 13, 20 Childhood's End. Eventually, Anink replaced Nephis at the steering oar. Neph looked drained after commanding the winds for an entire day. Nevertheless, Sunny felt that her eyes were duller than mere exhaustion could explain. Throwing a questioning glance at her, he asked, "Are you all right?" She lingered for a few moments, then nodded silently. Sitting down and leaning her back against the side of the ketch, Nephis then tiredly closed her eyes. She had not slept since they left Weave, and although masters like them could easily remain awake for days, mental fatigue still had a way of catching up to them. I guess she doesn't want to talk about whatever it is that's troubling her. Sunny studied Neph's pale face, then quietly summoned Nightmare and ordered him to guard her dreams. The tenebrous steed hid in the shadows at the bow of the boat, formless and watchful. Not satisfied with that, Sunny sent all but one of his shadows to augment him. Memories of meeting the manifestation of the Prince of Madness still haunted his thoughts. Later, there was nothing for him to do but continue weaving. Threads of essence. Sunny sat on the deck of the ketch with his legs crossed, his fingers dancing in the air. By now, he was proficient enough in creating essence strings to not pay a lot of attention to the process. It was a far cry from when he had attempted weaving for the first time and constantly cut his hands to the bone. His painfully gained experience and the increased sensitivity that bone weave granted to his fingertips made it easier. Now, Sunny just needed time and essence to create as long a thread as he needed to weave a memory. It still took some time. After a while, Anink looked at him with curiosity and asked, "My lord, if you don't mind me asking, what are you doing?" Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then turned his head slightly. He hesitated before answering, knowing how weird she was about all things involving the demon of fate. Nevertheless, eventually, he said, "I am creating essence strings weaving." Her azure eyes widened slightly. You are a weaver, my lord." A weaver, Sunny tilted his head. If you mean someone who uses weaver's sorcery, then yes, although I am not very proficient with it. The young priestess was staring at him with reverence. He sighed. Why were these weavers very rare in your time? She nodded slowly. Extremely so, my lord. The sorcery created by the demon of fate was not something mortals could easily learn, or gods even. There were only a few who mastered it. One of the 2 high priests of the nightmare spell was one such sorcerer. My mother told me that he was a shaper of souls and a master of all kinds of magic. Are there a lot of weavers like you in the future? Sunny slowly shook his head. No, there are a few whose aspects allow them to create memories, but as far as I know, I am the only one who truly knows how to weave sorcery, unbound by the limits of my abilities. He sighed. I never had a teacher, though. Everything I know, I've learned myself. That is why I can only create copies of the weaves created by the spell, or modify them at best. The young priestess looked at him silently for a while, then smiled. But my lord, wouldn't that mean that the nightmare spell is your teacher? How can there be a better teacher than that? The corner of his mouth twitched. Suddenly grim, Sunny looked away. I guess the spell has taught me a great deal of things indeed. Anank's smile widened. You are beloved by fate, then. I feel at ease. He hid his face, not wanting her to see the dark resentment drowning his eyes. Beloved by fate, huh? Sonny was indeed fated. However, that did not mean that fate was especially kind to him. It just meant that he was wrapped in its strings like a helpless puppet, doomed to always be at its mercy. In a sense, it meant that he would never know peace. Not until he learned how to rip those strings apart. It's much more like I am cursed by it. But then again, wasn't his fate to become defiled, tear his face with his nails, and turn into a mad abomination? Wasn't that his future? Sonny shuddered, remembering that frightening possibility. No, no way, I would rather die. I will die if this is the only outcome. That stupid theory of mine has to be wrong. The mad prince, I will never become him. Closing his eyes for a moment, he calmed his wildly beating heart and concentrated on weaving essence strings once again. However, his fingers trembled as he did. By the time the 7 suns touched the surface of the flowing water, the swift ketch reached the second of the 7 houses. Mooring the boat to its pier, they camped for the night on the forlorn island. It looked like a place where life had thrived once, but now that vitality was gone. The children were gone, the parents were gone, and soon enough, the 7 houses would be gone, too, swallowed by the eternal currents of the great river. In the morning, Sonny was awoken by the creaking of the windcatchers. After giving Anank some time to take a walk along the shore and remember the days of her childhood, they left the artificial islands and sailed downstream once again. It took them another day to pass the 3rd house. By then, Anank's appearance had changed once again. She used to look only slightly older than Sonny and Nephis in weave, but now it was as if she was of the same age as them, or even younger. By the time the swift ketch reached the 4th house, she seemed to be in her late teens. The mood inside the ketch had turned dark. Looking at the endearing adolescent face of the young priestess, it was impossible to deny that they would have to leave her behind soon. The house of parting was not that far away anymore. Before they reached it, though, they had to pass by the last 3 of the 7 houses. However, by the time they were supposed to come in view of the 5th, Anank's expression had turned tense. Because the artificial island was nowhere to be found. Chapter 13:21, Drowning Island. Sonny and Nephis had learned a few things about navigating the endlessly flowing waters of the great river, but they were still unsure what distance separated each of the 7 houses from each other. Nevertheless, they quickly understood that something was wrong by looking at Anank's face. The young priestess was almost always either calm or smiling. At some point, however, a deep frown twisted her soft, adolescent face, and a dark shadow was cast onto her vibrant azure eyes. Sonny was the first to notice. He studied the teenage girl in front of them, then asked, "What's wrong?" Anank lingered for a few moments. "We should have reached the 3rd house by now, my lord." There were 7 artificial islands where the children of Weave spent their childhood, and although the swift ketch was supposed to reach the 5th one, they were actually numbered in reverse order, starting with the house of birth far downstream and ending with the house of youth. So, the 3rd house would have been the 5th they saw. However, it seemed to have disappeared. The young priestess studied the vast expanse of the great river, then mumbled with uncertainty. "I guess the mechanisms of the island could have broken down, sending it adrift. I haven't visited here in a long while. Still, the deterioration shouldn't have reached that stage already." Sonny and Nephis exchanged glances. Rising to her feet, Nephis looked north. Could it have been destroyed by an abomination? Anank did not answer for a while. Eventually, she sighed. "It's unlikely, but not impossible. Maybe that is what happened indeed." The ketch continued to fly downstream, but the mood of its 3 passengers had changed. Not only was there a threat of a powerful nightmare creature stalking the waters somewhere nearby, but the disappearance of one of the islands also meant that the rest of them could be gone as well. Damnation! Sonny did not particularly care about the remaining 2 of the 7 houses, but he was concerned about the lower house of parting, the point where Anank was supposed to say farewell to them. The young priestess was intending to gift them her ketch, so she needed another vessel in order to return to Weave. There were supposed to be other boats moored at the house of parting, but if the island had been destroyed, they were going to have a problem. It's not too bad. The furthest island ship of Weave might not have been destroyed. Even if it was Sunny could assume the form of the river serpent again, continuing to travel downstream without the catch. With the crown of twilight, he would be able to sustain that form for longer. But not long enough to reach fallen grace. There were less powerful abominations in the past, though perhaps he and Nephis would be able to come up with a method to stay safe while he replenished his essence. There was nothing to do for now. First, they needed to reach the House of Parting and see whether it was still in one piece or not. They continued sailing downstream in grim silence. The seven suns had already plunged into the great river, suffusing it with a soft glow, when Sunny suddenly stirred and peered into the distance. A few moments later, he pointed forward and said, his voice somber, "I see something there." Anank silently moved the steering oar, guiding the ketch in that direction. A dozen minutes later, a dark shape became visible in the iridescent glow of the flowing water. It was massive and strangely shaped, rising above the surface of the river like a mountain. Without having to say anything, Nephis and Sunny summoned their weapons. Anank called upon her harpoon as well. However, they weren't in danger. As the ketch drew closer to the ominous shape, they saw it for what it was. A shattered platform built upon the frame of some leviathan's bones was sticking out of the water, tilted and half-drowned. They first saw one of its sides, overgrown by seaweed and barnacles. It took Sunny some time to realize that he was looking at the bottom of an island ship. Soon, enormous water wheels came into sight, motionless and broken, hanging high in the air. Finally, they went around the edge of the drowning island and saw the side of it that was supposed to be the surface. The bright buildings, those of them that remained above the water, had mostly collapsed into piles of rubble. The gardens had been destroyed, and the tidy streets had turned into a labyrinth of ruins. The tall windcatchers had been shattered, their blades sticking out of the river like torn sails. It was what remained of the third house. Looking at the scene of violent devastation, Sunny felt a cold shiver run down his spine. What could have destroyed it so thoroughly? It seemed as though a frenzied titan had been let loose on the floating island. Nephis gripped the hilt of her sword tighter. Her face was motionless, but white sparks were dancing in her eyes. An abomination. Anank remained silent, studying the ruins with a dark expression. Eventually, she shook her head. "I don't know, my lady. Let's leave this place as soon as pose." Sybil. Despite her true age and her youthful appearance, the priestess was not a very good liar. Sunny could tell that she was keeping some suspicion to herself, but since Anank did not want to speak of it, he decided not to press the issue, for now. He trusted her that much, at least. The young priestess let Nephis take the steering oar and went to the bow of the ketch, still holding her harpoon. The ketch sailed past the ruins of the devastated house, giving them an opportunity to study how utter its destruction had been. None of them said anything, but all three looked somber and uneasy. Finally, they left the drowning island behind and continued moving with the current of the great river. An hour passed in tense silence, then another. Despite Sunny's fears, no monstrous dweller of the depths attacked the small ketch. After a while, the first of the seven suns appeared from beneath the waters. The impenetrable darkness released its hold upon the sky, and a new day came, as bright and beautiful as all the rest of them. However, there was something different about this one. When all seven suns had risen from the water, Sunny noticed that far ahead of them, in the distance, the darkness still remained. It veiled the northern horizon like a wall, connecting the surface of the great river to the sky. Anank was staring at the distant wall of darkness, too, her youthful face pale. He scowled. What is it, some ancient abomination manifesting its power? A defiled. The young priestess pursed her lips, then slowly shook her head. "No, my lord, it's much worse. It is a storm." Her melodious voice sounded solemn. A time storm. Chapter 13:22, Broken Time. The ominous words hung in the air, as foreboding as the wall of darkness veiling the sky far in the distance. Sunny and Nephis looked at Anank, wary because of her somber expression. This was the first time either of them had seen the young priestess show signs of despondence. The three of them must have made for a funny sight, two battle-hardened warriors staring at a teenage girl, waiting for her guidance. Sunny frowned. A time storm. Anak nodded slowly. Yes, my lord. I have told you before that time can be unpredictable on the great river. There are places where it turns stale and unmoving, great whirlpools that nothing can ever escape, clashing currents and deadly tides of all kinds. A time storm is one of the most dangerous anomalies one can encounter. Her youthful face darkened. It is a wandering disaster that twists and rips time apart, containing within itself absolute chaos. These storms originate from the span of the great river that corresponds to the final days of the Doom War, when the last cataclysmic battles between the demons and the gods were fought, and when both sides perished. They usually don't reach that far upstream. I am sorry. Nephis shook her head. You don't need to be sorry, Anak. It is not your fault. However, how do we escape it? The young priestess lingered for a few moments, then said quietly, I am not sure that we can. She uttered several words, easily overpowering Neph's shaping. The wind that had been filling the sails of the ketch disappeared, and a moment later, a powerful gale crushed into the wooden boat, making it creak. This one was not summoned by anyone. Much worse, it was blowing from downstream, pushing their hair back, which meant that the dark wall devouring the horizon was traveling in their direction. At least a normal storm would. Judging by Anak's expression, a time storm behaved the same. Sunny uttered a silent curse. Can we outrun it? The young priestess swiftly moved to the side of the ketch and looked down at the clear water flowing past the polished wood. A few moments later, she gritted her teeth. I don't think so, my lord. We are already caught in its outer reaches. It was only then that Sunny noticed that the current of the great river seemed to have grown much stronger. It was hard to tell when the ketch was flying forward at full speed, but now that it slowed down and was about to come to a halt, the changes were apparent even for an outsider like himself. The wind was chasing the storm in their direction, while the current was pulling them into the storm. It was like a trap. Damn it! What do we do then? Anak stared at the approaching wall of the storm with a dark expression. A few moments later, she took a deep breath and forced out a smile. We will just have to brave it then, my lord and lady. Sunny and Nephis stared at the teenage girl with stumped expressions. Hadn't she said that a time storm was a roving mass of chaotic time, wild and distorted enough to be absolutely deadly? The third house had been much larger and infinitely more robust than their small ketch, but it was utterly destroyed. How the hell were they supposed to survive something like that? The young priestess shook her head. It is not as bad as it sounds. I'm a transcendent, after all. We, the followers of Weaver, had to pass through the tumultuous region from where these storms originate on our way upstream, so we know a thing or two about how to endure them. Her voice sounded confident, but the look in her eyes was anything but. Noticing their doubt, Anak sighed. I am reasonably certain that I can keep this small ketch from being torn apart. It is lucky, actually, that our vessel is not too large. However, she stared at the wall of darkness that had already drawn closer in the few minutes they were talking and grew solemn. It is very important that none of us touches the water or becomes separated from the ketch. This storm front we see is only the aftereffect of the true disaster. The real horror lies beneath the waves, in the depths of water. No one can survive being pulled down by the raging currents of broken time. If you fall into the river, you will never come back. Sunny grimaced. His hope of being able to salvage the situation by turning into the river serpent had just been crushed. Now, his only choice was to trust Anak to see them through the disaster. It was not that he didn't trust her, but Sunny suddenly remembered traversing the dark sea of the forgotten shore on the shoulder of the walking colossus. There had been a storm then, too, and a harrowing creature hiding within the storm. His expression crumbled. There are no ancient abominations hiding in that wall of darkness, are there? Anak looked at him with surprise, then shook her head with a smile. No, my lord, even the defiled can't survive the broken time. They avoid these storms just as we do. Sunny sighed and looked downstream with a bleak face. After a while, he asked in a dull voice, We should prepare for a rocky ride, then. The young priestess nodded. Indeed, my lord is wise. He was not even in the mood to celebrate getting another praise. Shaking his head, Sunny started stretching his body, then froze, realizing how senseless his actions were. They were not preparing for a battle. Sharp swords and sturdy armor were not going to help them survive the storm, and neither would their combat skills. Sighing again, he asked, "What exactly do we need to do?" With no time to waste, Anak directed them on how to help her prepare the ketch for braving the storm. She tried to sound calm, but hints of urgency found their way into her voice. The preparations did not take long. They lowered the sails, then folded them neatly. As it turned out, both masts of the ketch could be taken down as well. After dismantling them, everything was either stored under the deck of the wooden boat or fastened tightly in place. 10 minutes later, nothing that could be easily torn or broken by the wind remained. The ketch turned from a sailboat into a simple and barren vessel, seemingly too small to survive a terrible storm, but also solid enough to look like it maybe could. The three of them stood on the empty deck, looking north. The wall of darkness was approaching. Chapter 13, 23-time storm. As the winds turned violent and the surface of the great river grew restless, Anak gave them a few simple instructions. There was not much to say, really. She would be responsible for steering the ketch, protecting it against the ravages of distorted time and preventing it from turning over, while they had to scoop up the water that would inevitably get inside and throw it back overboard. The three of them also used sturdy ropes to tie themselves to the ketch. If the boat did overturn, hopefully, they would not be pulled into the depths of the underwater storm immediately. Sunny was not sure what would happen if Anak failed to keep their boat above the waves, though, so he didn't feel too hopeful. "Prepare yourselves." The voice of the young priestess was grave, which created a strange dissonance with her adolescent appearance. "Once we enter the storm, we won't be free of it for several days. It will be hard to endure the strain, even for ascended like you, my lord and lady. Conserve your stamina, and essence too." She lingered for a few moments, and then added quietly, "All kinds of things can happen, but fate will guide us. Have faith." Sunny gritted his teeth. If there was one thing he did not have, and never wished to possess, it was faith. The only thing he believed in was the strength of his arms and the resilience of his spirit. But Anak was different. If faith in Weaver could help her cope with the cruel truth of the world, then he didn't have the heart to diminish it with his words. So he remained silent. "Let's survive this." Looking at the wooden dipper he had been given, Sunny sighed. Who knew that he would miss traveling inside the giant alloy coffins of the House of Night one day? The wall of darkness, meanwhile, was approaching. The winds were growing more and more violent, their howls drowning out all other sounds. The current of the great river had turned fast and erratic, carrying the ketch forward with frightening speed. Tall waves rose and fell, and the wooden boat rose. And fell with them, strong impacts reverberating through his bones. Several days of this, Sunny finally understood why Anak had said that enduring the storm would not be easy even for the inhumanly strong and resilient ascended like them. Plus, it was not a mundane storm either. Eventually, the ketch plunged into a thick mist. A few moments before it did, the light of the seven suns suddenly grew strange and distorted, as if someone had covered the sky with a muddy prism. Sunny's hair stood on end. He experienced a very eerie and uncomfortable sensation, a sensation of the laws of the world coming undone around him. Maybe. Time, which had always been a constant, did not feel solid and reliable anymore. Instead, it was wild and chaotic, playing strange games with his perception. Even the shadows surrounding him were fragmented and twisted, stretched endlessly or moving in an impossible manner. It was rather maddening. He felt nauseated. And apart from this bizarre sense of wrongness, the ketch was being thrown around like a toy by the waves. His body was being jerked from side to side, up and down, experiencing moments of weightlessness and rough impacts. The winds were battering him, throwing streams of water at his face. The roaring of the storm was deafening. Blinded by the furiously swirling mist and the drops of water flying into his eyes, Sunny instantly felt miserable. And afraid. People had always been frightened in the face of raging nature. But here, it was not even nature. Instead, the storm surrounding them was entirely unnatural. It was just as harrowing still. And it was only growing stronger. They were only at the outer boundary of the unnatural disaster. As Sunny wondered how they were going to survive several days of this torture, if the ketch wasn't destroyed sooner at that, He heard Anak through the cacophony of the raging storm. The names she had spoken were unfamiliar, and judging by the strain in her voice, they were not something the young priestess could easily use or invoked often. Nevertheless, after she spoke these words, the nauseating distortion of the time storm seemed to have subsided a little. The ketch was still climbing the tall waves and plummeting from them, and the winds were still as violent as they had been a moment before, but the physical hardship of enduring their ruthless assault was at least tolerable. It was as though an invisible bubble of more stable time appeared around the small ketch, keeping the worst of the chaos away. Sonny turned his head to look at the young priestess. Anak was holding the steering oar with both hands, looking into the mist with a focused expression. Her youthful face was pale, but her azure eyes were full of stalwart determination. She controlled the ketch with a skill born from hundreds of years of living on the great river, somehow guiding it through the towering waves and chaotic currents. Then he glanced at Nephis. Her eyes were burning with white flame, the light fabric of her tunic fluttering in the wind. Finally, Sonny looked down and let out a heavy breath. Bending down, he scooped up the first portion of water and tossed it into the mist. His hand trembled for a moment. Were they really going to live through this? Sonny had lived through a great deal of things, many of which no one had any business surviving. He had often imagined his death as well. In his imagination, that death always came at the hand of a powerful nightmare creature or a similarly powerful human. Sometimes, he imagined dying of old age in a comfortable bed, too. One thing Sonny very rarely imagined, if ever, was being killed by a dumb, mindless force of nature. Perhaps it was vain, considering the kinds of environments he often ended up in, but still, he was unwilling to succumb to something so senseless. I survived a fight with a great beast, damn it. Was he going to die because of a weird storm? Like hell I will. Not to mention that there were the lives of Nephis and Anak to consider, too. Encouraging himself like this, Sonny endured another wave and scooped more water from the wet deck. The mist swirled and boiled around them, and the small ketch was being pulled deeper and deeper into the storm. Chapter 13:24 Relentless Battle. The time storm raged all around them. The current of the great river, which had always been calm and constant, turned into a furious tide. Being carried and tossed around by it, the ketch flew forward with terrible speed. Tall waves rose and fell, and hurricane winds howled like frenzied beasts. Everything around them was drowning in a boiling fog. Blinded by it, deafened by the roaring thunderclaps, the three of them had lost all sense of time and direction. There was only the feeling of the wet deck beneath their feet, the soaring and plummeting of the wooden boat, and the physical strain of enduring the cataclysmic fury of the storm. Faced with its inconceivable wrath, Sonny couldn't help but feel how why and insignificant he was in the face of the unnatural disaster. And that was with Anak holding the worst of it at bay, as well. The eerie, deeply distressing feeling of the immutable laws of the world turning vague and volatile was still there, muted but indescribably oppressive. He felt sickened, both physically and mentally. It was as if the solid foundation of his very being had suddenly been replaced by shifting quicksand, leaving him shaking and unstable. Perhaps that was what madness felt like. Damnation. Steeling his heart, Sonny tried to ignore the appalling sensation and concentrated on his task, scooping up the water that had been thrown into the ketch by the storm and tossing it overboard. There was a lot of it, but he and Nephis could still keep up. It was just that. This simple task had turned out to be much more demanding than he expected. Simply existing in the wildly rocking boat was already an exercise in endurance. Considering the dire speed of the current and the height of the waves, it felt as though some demented giant was playing catch with their bodies, throwing them high up and then slamming them down with ferocious power. Keeping his balance was not only tiring but also difficult. Every muscle in his body was under strain, seemingly at all times. The movements of the jerking catch were chaotic and impossible to predict. However, failing to follow them was tantamount to death. If Sonny was not careful and failed to continuously adjust to the constant changes, he would be thrown down on the deck, or worse yet, tossed overboard into the seething water. And he had to do more than simply exist. He had to move, scoop up water, and throw it back into the raging river. Of course, there were more efficient ways of accomplishing that task. He could do more and do it better with the help of shadow manifestation. But their struggle against the storm was going to be an arduous marathon, not a sprint. Currently, he felt only slightly tired. That tiredness was going to turn into a crippling exhaustion sooner rather than later. Then, he was going to have to burn through his essence to keep his battered body moving, hoping against all hope that his reserves were deep enough. Wasting it on frivolous things would have been a short-sighted decision. I was wrong. Before they plunged into the storm, Sonny had noted that it was not a battle. But it was. It was just as physically straining, just as violent, and just as deadly. The difference was that he couldn't remember a battle that had lasted for many days without ever allowing the fighters to rest and breathe for even a minute. How dreadful would that be? At least the enemy was a mindless force of nature. An enemy like that did not require him to think too much, thus draining his mental powers. While arduous and exhausting, his task was not too far from being mechanical. Sonny still had to remain focused and actively pay attention to the motions of the catch, but he didn't have to think, analyze the situation, and come up with lethal schemes. Same went for Nephis. Ankh, however. Her task was much more difficult than theirs. Not only did the priestess have to maintain the mystical protections around the catch, she was also responsible for steering it. The small boat would have already overturned a dozen times if not for the swift and precise judgment of their guide. Sonny looked back at the small figure of the young girl who was holding the steering oar firmly, peering into the mist. Her face was pale, but her eyes were brimming with focused resolve. He was worried about her. He was worried about a great deal of things. For example, about the fact that they were barely a few hours into the storm, with multiple days of this hell still remaining before the catch escaped it, if nothing unexpected happened. One step at a time. One step at a time, one wave at a time, one thunderclap at a time. That was how they were going to survive the time's storm. That was how Sonny and Nephis were going to survive the third nightmare as well. And after that, Sonny did not have even the slightest idea what was going to happen after, if he became a saint. Not only to him, but also to humanity itself. The great clans were going to continue their war. The waking world would continue to crumble. The nightmare spell would continue to pull them all deeper and deeper into the mysterious machinations of the demon of fate. Let's survive the damned storm first. Cursing under his breath, he bent his knees to lessen the impact of the wooden deck hitting his feet, endured the catch plummeting from the crest of a tall wave to crash violently into the water, then hurriedly threw several scoops of foaming water over the side of the boat. A few steps away, Nephis was doing the same. The world seemed to be coming undone all around them. Separated from the abyss of broken time only by the thin deck of a wooden boat, they sailed through the raging mist. Chapter 1325 La. WS Abyss. Sonny had long lost the track of time, if it even existed in this furious abyss. The howling of the wind and the roar of harrowing thunderclaps had fused into a deafening cacophony, making his ears ring. His sight had been robbed by the boiling mist and the torrents of water. His lungs were on fire, and his muscles felt like they were on the verge of tearing. It was not easy to bring an ascend to such a sorry state through sheer physical hardship. But here he was, feeling like dying. With each passing hour or minute, maybe Sonny was using more and more essence to supplement his failing strength. The catch was still being carried by the tumultuous current, dancing between towering waves. The world was veiled by mist and darkness. He was still scooping up water, which was now sloshing around his ankles. The wooden dipper Ankh had given him had broken some time ago, replaced by an iron bowl. How much longer? Sonny was not sure what he was trying to ask himself. How much longer before they escaped the storm, or before they drowned? In any case, he longed to drop on something solid, unmoving, and rest, even if that rest would last forever. The deck suddenly lurched upward, and he toppled, hitting it with his head. For a moment, Sonny saw stars, but even the stars were dancing wildly, tossed around by the cursed storm. There was no answer. He had attempted to measure time by how fast his essence replenished, hoping that the crown of twilight would tell him when dawn and dusk came. But even the great memory succumbed to the vagaries of broken time. It activated and fell silent with no rhyme or reason, acting as bizarrely and chaotically as the deadly storm around them. All that Sonny knew was that it had to be a day, 2 days, maybe, since they had entered the wall of darkness at least, even though it felt like an eternity. The only measure of the passage of time that Sonny and Nephis had was Ankh, although that, in and of itself, was one of the most frightening things. The young priestess was still steering the catch, now slumped and barely holding on to the oar. However, her appearance had changed. If before she looked like an adolescent girl in her late teens, now she seemed more like a child, no more than 12 years old. Anank had always been a person of small stature, but at the moment, her body shrank even more. The dark mantle she wore looked almost comically large for her delicate frame, which seemed to drown in its folds. Nevertheless, she never wavered in her duty, keeping their small boat afloat despite the harrowing fury of the great river. Even knowing that the priestess was a couple of 100 years old, Sonny couldn't help but feel his heart tighten when he saw a child struggling against the same hell he and Nephis were being tortured by. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Picking himself up from the deck, Sonny gritted his teeth and continued to scoop the water up. The slower he was, the heavier the catch would become, and the heavier it became, the more peril they would be in. It was already a miracle that the old boat continued to withstand the ruthless cruelty of the storm. It couldn't continue for much longer, not only because the wooden hull of the ketch could split apart at any moment, but also because the chaotic nature of the time's storm was growing more and more eerie and violent around them. Despite the bubble of stability created around the boat by Anank, they could feel it. Sonny thought he saw strange shapes in the mist. At other times, he felt his own body and mind changing for a split second before reverting to their previous state. The same was happening to Nephis. He wasn't sure if he was seeing things, but her figure and face seemed to be changing from time to time. Her silver hair always seemed to be of different lengths. Her beautiful face appeared as usual one moment. Then it would turn into the pale face of a drowned corpse for a fraction of a second, or become burned and charred beyond recognition. As soon as he blinked, the changes would disappear, and Neph would turn into her usual self. Shuddering, Sonny thought about what she saw when he looked at him. Did she see his face become covered by countless scars, turning into a demented mask of mutilated flesh, his eyes changing to contain boundless madness? But even that was not the scariest part of the time storm. The scariest part was that Sonny could hear the vague echoes whispered by a familiar voice, as if the spell was talking to him. Even they sounded senseless and twisted, broken beyond recognition, as though even the nightmare spell was not above being affected by the harrowing calamity. He had seen it rendered powerless only once before in the Red Colosseum, which had been created by hope. According to Anank, the time storms were echoes of the final battle between the demons and the gods. Was it such a surprise, then, that the authority of the nightmare spell was disrupted by them? After all, he had Ulria. Known that its power was not absolute. Pushing his exhausted body and struggling to withstand the relentless assault of the dreadful disaster, Sonny withstood a powerful blow of the hurricane wind and tossed another portion of water overboard. Absolute. A sudden thought occurred to him in the midst of the infernal tempest. He froze for a moment, desperately trying to catch his breath. Was the nightmare spell weaver's attempt at creating an absolute law of their own? He was so stunned by that idea that it even seemed like the storm disappeared for a moment. It was as though the howling of the wind subsided and a deafening silence surrounded him. No. What? It really did disappear. Bright light suddenly pierced Sonny's eyes, and he hissed, covering them with a hand. The violent rocking of the deck subsided, as well. Did we escape? Sonny lowered his hand and looked at the horizon. Then he tiredly fell onto the deck. In front of them was a vast expanse of perfectly still water. It was not just peaceful, it was actually unmoving. For the first time since they had entered the third nightmare, the great river stood still. Bright sunlight was pouring from the clear azure sky, illuminating the dreamlike vista. Behind them, the time storm rose like a dark wall. In front of them, far away, was the same veil of darkness. It surrounded the vast circle of calm water like an ominous barrier, seething with rage. The circle of calm water itself, meanwhile, was like a flawlessly flat mirror. It shone with reflected sunlight, making it seem as though they were drifting on the surface of a radiant star. Sonny closed his eyes, then covered his face with both hands. No, we didn't escape anything. Instead, they only reached the eye of the storm. Chapter 1326, Eye of the Storm. Drifting across the perfectly still surface of the water, the battered ketch slowly gained distance from the swirling wall of the dark mist. The raging winds died down, then disappeared altogether. A strange silence settled upon the world, as if they were caught in a gap between two moments. Only the subtle ripples that spread through the radiant mirror of the frozen river's surface by the bow of the ketch, showed that this hidden sanctuary was not entirely and eternally unchanging. Sonny fell back and leaned tiredly on the side of the wooden boat. Breathing heavily, he looked at Nephis, then at Anak. The silence was too sweet to break it with the sound of human voices. He was too exhausted to speak. As well, for a while, all three of them remained motionless, trying to recover from the torturous fury of the howling storm. We'll have to dive back into that hell eventually. The thought alone made Sonny shudder. Refusing to entertain it, he closed his eyes and slumped down, intending to rest for a few minutes. Instead, he fell into the embrace of sleep almost immediately. Perhaps because of nightmare, or perhaps because even the defiled titans could not reach into the depths of the time storm, nothing visited him in his dreams. Sonny woke up with a start when a shadow fell on him. For a split second, he was afraid that they were back in the ruthless grinder of the time cataclysm. But it was only Nephis. She had walked to the bow of the ketch to look ahead, her face pale and her eyes sunken. He stared at her for a few moments, then sighed and pulled himself upright. How long was I asleep? She lingered for a while. There's no way to tell. Sonny frowned, confused by the odd answer. However, then he felt it himself in the place where the deep discomfort of sensing the broken nature of time had been. There was now a strange emptiness. But it was not the familiar comfort of sensing the natural flow of time, either. Instead, it was the absolute lack of it. He frowned, realizing that he could not feel the passage of time at all. It was a truly bizarre sensation, one that could not be properly described with words. His heart was beating, and his chest rose and fell as he breathed. However, he did not know how long each heartbeat took and how much time passed between each breath. It could have been a moment, a minute, or 1,000 years. It could have been an eternity. Sonny grimaced. Damnation! What was happening now? They were alive, strangely enough, at least it seemed that way. His body ached all over, still reeling from the terrible strain of surviving the storm. Such pain was something that only the living felt. Sonny turned to Anak, wanting to ask the priestess a few questions, but remained silent in the end. His expression darkened. The priestess looked even younger than she had the last time he saw her. Now, she resembled a girl of 10 years of age at most. Her ebony hair was short and unruly, and her lovely face had become round and immature, with clear blue eyes and cheeks that had yet to lose all of their baby plumpness. Anak was sitting on the helmsman's bench, her feet dangling above the deck. Noticing his gaze, she picked the folds of her comically oversized mantle and jumped down. Greetings, my lord. Her pleasant voice had grown childish and awkward. Sonny hesitated, staring at the young girl. She looked nothing short of adorable. However, he did not feel uplifted by the cute sight. Instead, his heart felt as heavy as a mountain. If when they broke free of the storm, would Anak even be able to return to weave on her own? He glanced at Nephis, who stood with her back to them, then sighed. We'll think of something. Then Sonny turned to the child priestess and asked, What is going on exactly? She smiled sweetly, her azure eyes sparkling, 2 dimples appearing on her plump cheeks. We are in the eye of the storm, my lord. Time is frozen still here. It is not dangerous, I think, it's just that. He was momentarily distracted from her words by a subtle movement in the water. The strange thing, though, was that he did not sense any shadows shifting. Turning his head, Sonny glanced outside the ketch. The surface of the great river was perfectly clear and flat, turning into a giant mirror. The azure sky reflected in it seamlessly, suffused with bright sunlight. It was as though the entire world was shining with a splendid radiance. The sight of it was like a vision from a beautiful dream. However, there was something beneath the radiance. Sonny heard Anak end the sentence as he peered through the light. We shouldn't look at the water. Her warning came a split second too late. The scream died in his throat as he saw a pale figure moving across the surface of the water with calamitous killing intent, shrouded in countless layers of furious darkness. That rippling darkness was boundless and unfathomable, containing within itself an infinite number of choices. The features of the harrowing figure were vague and obscured, and all he could see was a pair of terrible wings, their feathers black like those of a raven. They spread, vast enough to devour the sky and drown the world in howling mist. Staggering back, Sonny fell to his knees and vomited blood. Two streams of it burst from his nose, too. Blood Weave, which would usually prevent something like this, was reeling in stupor, and so was he. It was as though his mind had suffered a tremendous shock from witnessing the dark figure and sensing the harrowing depth of its obliterating, killing intent. Hurting and disoriented, Sonny wiped the blood off his face and spat. What the hell is that?" Anik remained silent for a while, uncharacteristically solemn. Then she said in a low voice, "Those are reflections of the gods, my lord, and of the demons that slayed them." Chapter 13:27, Frozen Reflections. Sonny wiped the blood off his lips and remained motionless for a while, staring at the wooden deck. There was an irate expression on his face, and when he threw a furtive glance to the side, his body trembled slightly. "That's great. The reflections of the gods and demons." It made sense, in the senseless kind of way that seemed to be prevalent here in the tomb of Ariel. The time storms were echoes of the final battles between the demons and the gods. They had been created when the aftershocks of those unimaginable clashes reached the great river through the titanic walls of the Black Pyramid. So it wasn't that unusual that there were reflections of the awesome deities still remaining in the eye of the storm, where time was frozen still. Whose figure had Sonny witnessed just now? Nephis, it seemed, also wanted to know. "What did you see?" Her voice sounded nonchalant, but he could tell that she was curious. Sonny groaned and sat down, then summoned the endless spring to take a sip of water. Washing the taste of blood off his tongue, he lingered for a moment and said in a somber tone, "I think I just saw Nether in full war mode, going all out." The harrowing figure which was shrouded in darkness Sonny was not certain, but he felt that it was the prince of the underworld, Nether the demon of destiny himself. After all, he was also the demon of choice, and that was what Sonny had sensed within the boundless expanse of rippling darkness, an infinite amount of choices. True darkness also originated from the mists of the hollow mountains, where Nether's domain lay. Cursed! Sonny had seen a demon before. However, he had not been reduced to such a sorry state after meeting Hope face to face. Why was gazing upon the prince of the underworld so different? I guess it was not seeing him, it was feeling an echo of his killing intent. Nether's murderous will was so terrifying that simply looking at his reflection almost killed Sonny. And that was considering that he was an ascended tyrant. Too, if a mundane person had glimpsed the visage of the infuriated demon, they would have probably dropped dead at the spot. Simple as that. "Scary." Sonny turned to Nephis and smiled weakly. "Neph, remind me to never get on the bad side of a deity." She raised an eyebrow slightly, giving him a dubious look. "What is that supposed to mean?" Ignoring his request, Nephis shook her head and asked, "So what did he look like? The demon of destiny?" She had spent her second nightmare in the underworld, so she must have been dying to know. Sonny remained silent for a moment. Eventually, he shrugged. "I have no idea. I only saw a pair of raven wings and a figure moving within a shroud of terrifying darkness. That was pretty much it. But it was also enough to almost make me pass out so." He looked at Anik and asked, "Are all gods and demons reflected in these waters?" The child priestess seemed unsure. "I don't know, my lord. Perhaps they are all except Weaver, who did not participate in the Doom War. War god, sun god, beast god, storm god, heart god, and shadow god, their reflections should be here. The same goes for the demons, the demon of desire, the demon of dread, the demon of choice, the demon of imagination, and the demon of repose. Oh, and the sixth one. I seem to be forgetting her title." Anank's childish voice grew quiet with embarrassment, and then ceased completely. Sonny stared at her for a few moments. "Right, the sixth one should be Oblivion. Oblivion is a she-her." Then he knew the titles of all 7 demons now, didn't he? Weaver, the demon of fate, the oldest of the 7. Hope, the demon of desire, although she was also often called Desire, the demon of hope, which was not confusing at all. Then there was Ariel, the demon of dread, and the demon of oblivion, whose name had been forgotten by all. Nether, the demon of destiny or choice, was the youngest. The last 2 he had never heard of before, the demon of imagination and the demon of repose. Weird. Their titles did not sound particularly demonic at all. He had expected something disastrous and terrifying, like the demon of strife or the demon of frenzy. The demons had been feared above all other lesser deities, after all, and perhaps even more than the gods. The word for imagination could also be translated as illusion, vision, or sight. The word for repose could also be translated as renewal, rejuvenation, and restoration. What was so frightening about these things? Well, imagination can indeed be scary, I guess. I can also imagine how ceaseless renewal might end up becoming a nightmare, sort of. Nevertheless, the two demons were a complete mystery to him. To be honest, all 7 demons were a mystery, as were all 6 gods. If only there was a place where I could learn a bit about each of them, including how they looked and fought. Right. Sunny glanced at the radiant water, suddenly consumed not only by dread, but also by burning curiosity. It was all right here, one look away. Shuddering, Sunny forced himself to turn away. "What are you doing, fool?" He was in the tomb of Ariel, of all places. A titanic pyramid built to bury the truths that even one of these ineffable beings had not been able to bear, and where the knowledge of those truths gave birth to the defilement. If Sunny failed to understand that not all truths were meant to be learned in such a place, then he really did not deserve to be alive. Ah, what a disappointment! Why wasn't there a demon of curiosity? Curiosity was a much more terrifying thing than imagination and repose, as far as he was concerned. Looking at the embarrassed Anak, he sighed and shook his head. The 6th demon is oblivion. Don't worry, it's her nature to be easily forgotten. You already did well by remembering that there was one more of them, really. The child priestess hesitated for a while, then nodded with a smile. Right, thank you, my lord. Trying not to look too closely at the surface of the water, Sunny turned away and peered into the distance, where the dark wall of the time storm towered like a boundary of the world. His expression dulled. The moment of respite in the eye of the storm was welcome and unexpected, but it was also doomed to be brief. Soon, they would have to challenge the fury of the unnatural cataclysm once again. The thought made him shudder. Chapter 13:28, Serene Peril. It was peaceful in the eye of the storm, if a little bit eerie. The strange lack of the sensation of time had been uncomfortable at first, but Sunny quickly found himself forgetting that time had ever existed at all. The view of the azure sky reflecting on the perfectly calm water was beautiful and tranquil. The silence was like a lullaby, making him feel at ease. Sunny had not felt such peace in a long, long while. There was no need to hurry and no possibility to do so anyway. Without telling how long their actions took, they could not know whether they were being slow or swift either. So, it was fine to just let go and remain still for a bit, enjoying the serene stillness of the world. Which was why Sunny soon found himself feeling cold dread. This is not good. It was just too easy to be lulled into inaction in this strange and frozen place. At some point, Sunny realized that he did not know how long he had remained sitting with his back against the side of the ketch without a thought in his head. His eyes widened slightly. If they weren't careful, would they end up frozen forever in the ice storm too, just like everything else was frozen in this tranquil haven? Shuddering, he turned to Anak and asked, "How long has it been since we reached this place?" She helplessly shook her small head. "I don't know, my lord." He hesitated. "How long before we dive back into the storm, then?" The child priestess peered into the distance. Her large blue eyes darkened somewhat. Nevertheless, she said resolutely, "We'll leave as soon as possible. Time might be frozen here, but it still flows outside. It is better not to linger. Otherwise, fallen grace might already be destroyed when we finally escape the disaster, and I would have failed in my task." Sunny let out a relieved sigh. Right, it is not too bad. They had not been caught in the trap of frozen time yet. Anak was proof. She had grown a bit younger after they had entered the eye of the storm, meaning that the circle of tranquil water was moving in relation to the unceasing current of the great river. Since she had not turned even younger yet, they couldn't have been idling in the serene silence for too long. She was like their anchor in this beautiful and insidiously dreadful place. Thank the gods. Sunny suddenly wanted to laugh. He could have never imagined that he would be desperate to dive back into the nightmarish havoc of the deathly storm, but here it was, the desire to escape the tranquil circle of frozen time fast. The future was truly unknowable, and one could never say never. Nephis stirred at the bow of the ketch and looked at them, her expression stiff. "I've been keeping an eye on the wall of the storm. We have drawn closer to the outer boundary somewhat. But without the current, the ketch is moving too slowly. In fact, it is not moving at all. We will have to raise the sails and summon the wind." It seemed that she had never lost track of their goal. Sunny sighed. The nature of time might have changed, but Neff never did, at least the deepest reaches of her heart did not. She was still just like she had been all those years ago, beneath the branches of the soul-devouring tree. Back then, she had also spent all her time on the shore of the Ashen Barrow, looking west, even if she couldn't quite remember why. Her single-minded determination was something to rely on, as well. It was ironic, really. A girl whose fate it was to bring change was the most unchanging thing in Sunny's life. As he was thinking that, Anank's shoulders fell slightly. "Yes, my lady. Just give me a moment and I—" Nephis shook her head. "No, I will summon the wind and I will steer the ketch. I will guide us out of the storm when we enter it as well." The child priestess looked up at her with a startled expression. "But my lady—" Neph stared at her somberly for a few moments, her gaze heavy. Eventually, she said bluntly, "You have grown too weak, Anank. I am sorry. Your body is not strong enough to handle the strain. You can't even reach the deck with your feet while sitting on the helmsman's bench. How are you going to control the oar?" She looked down, then sighed. Walking up to the child priestess, Nephis patted her on the shoulder and forced out a smile. "Don't worry. Isn't that why you taught me? You taught me well. I will steer the ketch while you keep the broken time at bay. Each of the three of us will make sure that we escape the storm alive." With that, she threw a poignant look at Sunny. He felt sorry for Anank, but knew that Nephis was right. Their guide was not capable of guiding the boat through a raging storm anymore. Even if it hurt her pride and went against her determination, it was time for the two of them to protect Anank instead of being protected by her. They had to make sure that she survived the storm. And after that, they had to make sure that she had the means of returning to Weave, too. How did everything become so complicated? Damned storm had thoroughly destroyed their plans. Now all they could do was finish their battle against it and then come up with new ones. The strain on Sunny was going to increase, considering that he would be draining the water from the ketch alone this time. But he would have to manage somehow. If there was one consolation, it was that half of the journey was already behind them. Knowing that each minute brought them closer to safety, he wouldn't need to preserve his essence as much. Sunny smiled, then clapped his hands. "All right, let's get out of the eye of the storm first. Honestly, this beautiful place is way too creepy. I'll feel better once we're drowning in raging water and being battered by devastating winds. Wouldn't you?" Not to mention that he was still struggling against an overwhelming desire to peer into the reflections frozen in the still water. Consequences be damned. Anank lowered her head, despondent, but there was nothing she could say. Her small frame was indeed not suitable for steering the ketch through the powerful storm anymore. Transcendent or not, she was still a child now. Feeling a sense of urgency, the three of them struggled against the lulling tranquility of the frozen time and hurried themselves, hoping to return to the crushing embrace of the storm as soon as possible. Chapter 13:29, Last Hurdle. As Nephis steered the ketch toward the wall of darkness, Sunny had some time to prepare himself mentally for the arduous struggle that lay ahead of them. He also had time to observe Anank closer. What he saw did not bode well. Despite being an adult, and someone hundreds of years old at that, the priestess had regained the body of a young child. Looking at her youthful appearance, it was hard to remember how ancient, decrepit, and frail she had been once when they met her in the far future. But the change was not exactly a benevolent one. Despite being full of vitality, Anank had obviously grown much weaker. Her immature body was not as strong and physically capable as it had been before, but worse than that, the differences went deeper than that. As Sunny observed the child priestess, he slowly realized that her mind had been affected by her turning into a child as well. It was as though her head could not contain the mature consciousness of an experienced adult anymore. Nor could her heart handle the powerful emotions of one with the same composure. Anank had not really turned dull or less intelligent, but there was a certain infantile straightforwardness to how she spoke and behaved now. Her eyes, which had always been wise, seemed slightly naive as well. Her mind slowly regressing. Sunny felt cold claws grip his heart. Curse it. He gritted his teeth and looked down, but then forced himself to straighten. "Fine, it's fine. She has taken care of us enough, we'll take care of her now." Of course, they still needed the child priestess to protect the ketch from the ravages of broken time. Sunny hoped that she would be able to maintain the bubble of stability around the ketch, both for their sake and her own. Once they were out of the storm, they would find a way to help her return to Weave, even if it meant turning around and sailing back upstream. His heavy thoughts were interrupted by a sudden breeze that threw tiny droplets of water into his face. Sunny looked up, sensing the shadows around them shift. We're here. The wall of darkness was already drawing close. Hurry. Nephis dismissed the winds she had summoned and hurried to the middle of the ketch. Together, they swiftly lowered the sails and dismantled the masts, repeating the actions they had performed before entering the storm for the first time. By the time they were done, the water around them was not still anymore. Although weak, there was a hint of a current, pulling them toward the seething wall of dark mist. The light of the seven suns slowly dimmed, and the winds grew more violent. Sunny grimaced, sensing the bizarre transition from the absence of time to the unnerving mess of it being broken and volatile. Come on, Anank. Despite his worries, the child priestess performed her task just as flawlessly as she had before. Submitting to her will, the feeling of time having gone mad diminished, allowing him to breathe freely. The nauseating feeling of fundamental wrongness in the world was still there, but bearable. Sunny quietly cursed. Arg, I have not missed that sensation. The current was growing faster and faster, the still surface of the water becoming restless. Finally, waves appeared, small and weak at first, then chaotic and powerful. Standing at the stern of the ketch, Nephis steered it with an iron hand. Sparks of white flame danced in her eyes, refusing to be devoured by the encroaching darkness. Here we go. The darkness swallowed the world once again. The tranquil silence was torn apart, replaced by the furious howling of the wind. The deck of the ketch jerked, mounting a tall wave. A thunderous thunderclap shook the world. This is it, the last hurdle. Looking into the nightmarish abyss of the storm, Sunny found Anank's shoulder and pulled her closer to him so that she wouldn't be thrown overboard by the violent waves. Looking down, he hesitated for a few moments and then smiled. Don't worry. It will be fine. I once rode a saint into the depths of the ocean to fight a corrupted terror, you know. That was way scarier than this. Anank stared at him with her large azure eyes, and then nodded. Yes, my lord. Sunny grinned, then picked up the iron bowl and prepared to scoop up as much water as he could. Granted, I only survived fighting the Sibyl of the Fallen Grace by luck, and now I need to survive this storm somehow to meet her again. What a ridiculous turn of events, really. It was indeed a bit ridiculous. However, Sunny did not feel like laughing. The storm swallowed them like a giant beast, the ketch. Flew on the raging current, dwarfed by towering waves. The swirling mist enveloped the world, making it seem as though nothing except for the terrible disaster remained within the tomb of Ariel. The insidious tranquility of the eye of the storm seemed as though it had never existed. They had left its shelter, as well as the reflections of the gods and the demons behind. Sunny would have felt regret at the missed opportunity to learn divine secrets, but he had no time to think about such things. Bending down, he scooped up the first portion of water and tossed it back into the mist. His body did not ache for now. His reserves of essence were not empty for now. His mind was not numbed by the sickening feeling of time breaking apart for now. All these torments would come soon, and then, hopefully, he would leave them behind as well. To make space for some new horrors, without a doubt, but one day at the end of it all. A bright future awaited him. Maybe. For now, however, what lay ahead was the past. Sunny had to travel far into the past, meet Dusk of the Fallen Grace, find the members of the cohort, and conquer this damned nightmare. Shielding his face from the devastating blow of the wind, he gritted his teeth. Ah, really now? They were braving a storm of broken time in the company of a 200-year-old child who was a priestess of the nightmare spell. Sunny chuckled. No one is going to believe this crap. Chapter 13:30 Floodgates. The time storm seemed even more violent the second time around. The deafening howling of the wind had grown deeper and louder, sounding more like a monstrous roar now. It was as if an enormous beast was struggling to break free of its chains somewhere below the waves, its voice reverberating across the entire world and shaking the heavens. The sky itself seemed like it had been torn asunder and collapsed. A flood of boiling mist poured through its broken dam, devouring the seething surface of the great river. The tiny speck of the wooden ketch flew through the howling abyss, surrounded by frenzied darkness. Sometimes, a thunderous crack would drown out the fury of the storm, as if the pillars of the world were fracturing and crumbling apart. Then a blinding flash of lightning would momentarily illuminate the turbulent expanse of dark water. Hidden by the mist, colossal waves rose and fell like black mountains, carrying with them an obliterating weight. And those were only the outward manifestations of the harrowing storm. Sunny did not know what kind of destructive forces were clashing in the depths of the river below the ketch, but he could feel the nature of time turning more and more twisted around them. Even protected by Anak, he could feel his body and mind twist and crack with it. Arg! He failed to contend with the furious power of the wild current and was sent tumbling, colliding with the side of the ketch. Blinded by pain and ignoring it, Sonny reached out and caught the child priestess before she was washed overboard. The ropes connecting them to the ketch became entangled, but it was the least of his problems right now. The wooden boat was creaking and groaning around them, seemingly on the verge of breaking apart. Nephis had firmly planted herself at the stern, holding onto the steering oar with all her might. White flames were dancing in her eyes, and soft radiance rose from her skin, made vague and unclear by the veil of mist. The ketch was falling from a towering wave, and Sonny felt weightless for a moment. His body was actually separated from the deck, drifting upward. He had to activate the feather of truth and make himself heavier in order to not be tossed into the air. Placing himself between the wooden deck and Anak, Sonny gritted his teeth. A moment later, the crushing impact of the fall came, knocking the wind out of him. Hurt, suffocating, he whispered a quiet curse. The ketch was filling up with water. How was he supposed to drain it if he couldn't even remain standing? They had done well up until now. It was impossible to tell how long their dreadful journey through the storm had lasted, but judging by how tired and battered his body was, it couldn't have been a small amount of time. Despite that, there was no sign of the furious disaster growing any weaker. In fact, it was only becoming more violent and dire, and now his strength was failing him. I can't resist it with just my body anymore. Sonny knew that he had to conserve his essence as much as possible, yet the situation had become too desperate. Even if it was too soon, there was no other choice but to burn the bridges and open the floodgates, hoping that the storm would subside sooner than his reserves ran dry. If not, it's going to be all right. Anak will just have to hold on for a little bit more. His whisper was too quiet for the child priestess to hear through the deafening roaring of the storm, but it made him feel stronger. Pushing himself off the deck, Sonny threw a psalm. Our glance at Nephis. Changing Star was standing at the stern of a ketch like a beautiful statue, surrounded by a white halo. Her slender figure, silhouetted by the fluttering fabric of the windswept tunic, was the only source of light in the ocean of seething darkness. Her face was pale and motionless, turned into a porcelain mask by the torment of her torturous flaw. Neph's eyes were grim and radiant, burning with furious resolve and cold determination. She was struggling just as much as he was. She was also just as stubborn and relentless as he was. Together they were going to overcome this terrible storm, despite it all. Sonny pushed air into his burning lungs. And then for a little bit more and a little bit more. Sparks of light ignited in the mist around him, coalescing into several memories. First, a serpentine crown of black metal appeared on his head. Then, a flute carved out of emerald bone appeared in his hand. Sonny took a deep breath and activated the royal promise enchantment of the Crown of Twilight. Immediately, he felt a subtle connection form between him and the seething waters of the great river. That connection was weak and insignificant, but it was strong enough for his goals. Commanding the water like he did shadows, Sonny willed it to move. The foaming water that filled the insides of the ketch, already reaching above his shins, suddenly stirred. Flowing in reverse, it tentatively crawled up the sides of the boat and spilled into the turbulent darkness beyond. 1 second passed, then another a few heartbeats later, the remaining water was already not as deep as it had been before. This method was certainly much more convenient than draining it one scoop of the iron bowl at a time. On the downside, he could feel his essence disappearing with a frightening speed, as well as a heavy strain pressing down on his already reeling mind. Heavy, it's heavy. Gritting his teeth, Sonny persisted. At the same time, he brought Bone Singer to his lips and blew into it. The next moment, a dome of blessed silence enveloped the ketch, sparing their ears from the staggering cacophony of the storm. The sudden lack of deafening noise left him stunned. Swaying, Sonny fell heavily to the deck and grabbed onto the side of the ketch, holding himself in place. Outside, the havoc of the time cataclysm was the same. The small boat was still being tossed around by the raging current, flying up the towering waves and then plummeting down. But inside, at least for a little while, there was silence and peace. Taking a shaky breath, Sonny lowered his head and wondered how long he would be able to keep this peace in existence. Not long, it won't be long at all. Chapter 1330 won the Well of Wishes. Nephis continued to struggle against the storm, guiding them through the towering waves, but Sunny and Anak received a moment of respite. If it could even be called that, they were still inside the ketch, which was tossed around like a toy boat by the raging current. Sunny was using one hand and all of his tyrannical strength to keep himself in place while holding Anak with the other. But without the need to feverishly scoop out water, they at least could catch their breaths and remain motionless for a while, for as long as his essence lasted, that was. Sunny leaned against the wet wood tiredly, consumed by bitter exhaustion. His chest was rising heavily. Not good. Being a supreme memory, the Crown of Twilight was a very powerful tool, but correspondingly, it consumed a lot of essence. It was going to take a few minutes for his tentative authority over water to drain the entire boat after that. It would be unwise to keep sustaining the effect of the royal promise. He sighed. What was even a minute? In this godforsaken storm, it was impossible to tell. The effects of time being broken were still ravaging them. Sunny had already grown accustomed to seeing ghastly hallucinations impose themselves on the bodies of Nephis, Anak, and himself. There were vague, harrowing shapes sometimes appearing from the mist as well. He could never discern their nature, but the glimpses of unknown figures and events filled him with a deep sense of terror. Were they twisted fragments of the past, of the future, or something else entirely that had crawled into the world through the rifts in the broken framework of the absolute law? He did not know and did not wish to know. Perhaps this is how Cassie feels. There were shadows as well. They were just as twisted and perverse as the rest of things within the time storm. He had already limited the range of his shadow sense as much as it was possible, but he could still feel the chilling wrongness of them and couldn't help but shudder. Sunny felt grim and hopeless. At that moment, a childish voice distracted him from his dark thoughts. My lord." He stirred and looked down at the small figure of the child priestess. Anak had grown even younger. Now she looked like a girl of maybe 7 years. Of age, tired, and afraid. Her mind must have regressed further, too. She was still maintaining the bubble of stability around the ketch, but it felt weaker. She looked more like an actual child than a wise saint trapped in the body of one, as well. Sunny forced out a weak smile and asked, trying to keep his tone soft. "What is it?" Anak lingered for a while, seemingly embarrassed. Eventually, though, she whispered in a small voice. "I'm scared." Those words, they cut Sunny like a knife. The proud priestess he knew would have never allowed herself to say something like that to a person she considered her ward. The fact that she had meant that Anak was gone further than he thought. His heart grasped by the icy claws of anger and regret, Sunny struggled to keep his bitter emotions away from his face. His smile froze. "There's no need to be afraid, Anak. We will escape this storm, the three of us. I am sure of it, see." He pointed to the water, which was flowing out of the ketch on its own. What he had said to the child priestess was not a lie. Sunny desperately believed that they would, indeed, survive the time storm, or rather he had fooled himself into believing that. He might not have been able to lie to others, but lying to himself. That was the easiest thing in the world. Anak grew quiet, seemingly calmed a little by his words. However, her small face was still sick with fear. After a few moments, she asked again, her voice tentative. "My lord." Sunny pulled her closer to him, struggling against the sudden movements of the ketch. "Yes." She hesitated a little. "Might you tell me a fairy tale?" He froze, startled by her request. It was natural for a distressed child to want to hear a fairy tale, probably. Right. The problem was, Sunny couldn't remember any. The only one that he could think of was the strange tale of the wooden boy that Nephis had told him about. But considering its macabre ending, he didn't think it was very suitable to tell that one to Anak. He shifted slightly, then said softly, "I'm sorry, I don't think I know any fairy tales." The child priestess lowered her head. "Oh." Sunny hesitated for a moment. "How about you tell me one instead?" Anak looked at him in surprise, her large azure eyes widening. "Me?" He nodded with an encouraging smile. "Yes, which one is your favorite?" The child priestess stared at him, sparks slowly igniting in her eyes. She seemed to have forgotten about the terrifying fury of the storm, at least for a moment. A tentative smile brightened her small face. "Oh, it is about the Well of Wishes." Sonny raised an eyebrow, acting as if he was paying rapt attention to her words. The Well of Wishes, huh? Anank nodded seriously. Yes, they say that the world was born from a wish. And so, a Well of Wishes is hidden at the estuary of the river because it flows back in time, to the moment when the world was born. Anyone who reaches there will have their most dear wish come true. Sonny tilted his head, surprised by the strange logic of the fairy tale, both by how odd it was, and that there strangely was logic to it at all. In the beginning, there was desire. Was it so wrong to say that the world was born from a wish? As the water left the ketch and his essence burned, the child priestess continued with a smile. There was once a brave girl who was separated from her mother by the currents. The girl couldn't meet her mother because she was river-born, but she found a magic ship which allowed her to sail the river just like an outsider. As the storm raged around them, Anank told him about the incredible adventures of the river-born girl in her small, childish voice. By the time the river-born girl found her outsider mother, the mother had grown weak and frail from old age. Knowing that time would separate them again soon, forever, the girl sailed for the estuary. Anank's voice had grown excited. And finally she found the Well of Wishes. The girl's wish was to be with her mom, and so the well made her mother river-born as well. She returned upstream on her magic ship, and they lived together happily forever. She looked at him expectantly, all worry gone from her face. Sonny held her close, feeling the violent forces of the storm trying to throw the battered ketch down. That is a wonderful fairy tale, Anank. I liked it a lot. The child priestess smiled. You are an outsider too, my lord. You don't even need a magic ship to reach the estuary. Maybe you can find the Well of Wishes too. He didn't have the heart to tell her that what waited in the estuary was the source of the defilement, and not a magical well that granted everyone their dearest wishes. Instead, Sonny lingered for a while. Eventually, he nodded. Yes, wouldn't that be nice? Maybe I'll really find the Well of Wishes and have my greatest wish come true one day. Who's to say I won't? He smiled. The Well of Wishes. Sonny tensed, feeling the approach of an impact. It was a beautiful fairy tale indeed. Chapter 1332, Splinters. He ketch was thrown into the air by the powerful current, like it had been 1,000 times already, and then plummeted down. Bruised and battered, Sonny gritted his teeth and prepared to endure the violent shock of the impact, just like he had endured 1,000 of them already. The seething water seemed as hard as stone when the bottom of the wooden boat hit it. He held onto the side of the ketch, feeling a grim sense of fatigue and hopelessness overwhelm his mind. The darkness was as oppressive as it had been before. The mist was as blinding as it had been before, and the fury of the storm was as chillingly dreadful as it had been before. However, this impact was different from all the previous ones. Sonny failed to see the moment the wood split, but he heard it. Even through the howling of the hurricane wind and the roaring of the falling waves, the cracking sound seemed clear and deafening. By the time he turned, Nephis was already falling. She hit the deck with a dull thump, leaving a streak of blood on it, and tumbled forward. A split second later, her back hit the protruding fittings of the dismantled mast, violently arresting her fall. A stifled groan escaped from her lips. What happened? It took Sonny a moment to notice a jagged piece of broken wood that she was gripping with both hands, still, her knuckles white. Then, he hurriedly glanced at the stern of the ketch. His pupils narrowed. The steering oar was gone. There was only the piece Nephis was holding and a scattering of wet splinters on the deck. The rest of it had shattered and was washed away by the raging current. Sonny froze for a moment, both terrified and relieved because it was not the deck itself that had cracked, terrified because the ketch had become completely uncontrollable now. The next wave was already approaching, and with no one to steer the boat to face it directly, it was going to hit them from the side, which meant that the ketch would most likely roll. Even if it didn't immediately, there would be the next wave, and the next, and 1,000 more after that. Without a helmsman leading the ketch through the storm, they were doomed. Curse it! There was no time to think, so he just acted on instinct. Releasing the enchantments of the Crown of Twilight and the Bone Singer, Sonny called upon the shadows instead. A tide of them poured out of the small stone lantern that hung on his belt, filling the ketch. There had already been shadows there, but all of them were twisted and broken, turned wrong and eerie by the ravages of broken time. Sonny wasn't sure that he could communicate with these shadows, and so he summoned more reliable helpers from within the shadow lantern. The cacophony of the storm returned with a deafening vengeance, hitting Sonny like a physical force. The rolling wave reached their small boat and dove underneath it, sending the ketch rising into the dark vastness of the raging mist. The deck tilted dangerously underneath him, threatening to send Sonny and Anank overboard. Nephis slid in their direction before grabbing onto the fitting of the mast. As they were being simultaneously thrown into the air and pulled into the water, the shadows surged forward. They flowed over the sides of the wooden boat, enveloping it like a black shroud. Then the shadows solidified, turning the ketch into an improvised arc. The opening above the deck was closed completely, cutting off the streaming water and the crushing blows of the wind. All that remained inside were wisps of swirling mist and the darkness, pierced by the soft radiance emanating from Neph's skin. However, the ketch was still tilting as it climbed higher and higher. Soon, it was going to crest the wave and either overturn or plummet back down into the raging waters. Sonny let out a low growl, then pushed himself and Anank off the side of the boat and scaled the tilting deck, grabbing the fittings of the mast next to Nephis. A moment later, shadows wrapped themselves around the three of them like bonds, pressing them into the wet wood. The shadows were like a firm, but elastic harness that would prevent them from flying around the dark interior of the ketch when it inevitably rolled. Which happened a few seconds later. Sonny experienced a few moments of weightlessness, his body pressing against the harness, then the familiar trauma of the crash. The cold water, what little of it remained after he had drained it with the help of the crown of twilight, flowed across the closed interior of the shadow-veiled boat, pouring into his mouth and nose. But at least the cocoon of shadows he had created held. It protected the ketch from being turned into splinters, and them from being thrown overboard or drowned. For now. But how long could Sonny keep shielding their vessel from the rage of the storm? His reserves of essence were already breached, a lot of it spent by the crown of twilight. Well, one way or another, they were going. To find out. As the arc of shadows was being carried by the raging current, Sonny, Nephis, and Anank tried desperately to endure the arduous strain of being tossed around by the harrowing cataclysm. Sonny and Nephis were laying on the wet deck, secured to it by the bonds of shadows, keeping Anank's small body between them. Pressed tightly against each other, the three of them had no other choice but to suffer the painful impacts of the waves and cling to the last, desperate vestiges of hope. The violence of the storm, the bone-chilling cold of the mist, and the muffled roars of the wind filled their hearts with dread. "We will survive this, we will." Sonny kept repeating these words inside his head, as if trying to will them into existence. His reserve of essence was diminishing slightly with each minute. And so were their chances of making it out of the storm alive. Chapter 1333 Farewells, the Storm. As Sonny was struggling to keep both himself and Anank whole in the furious grinder of the storm, he could feel her small body trembling. His own body was soaked in cold water and chilled to the bone. At the same time, he could feel the Neph's radiance breathing warmth into it. It was more than just warmth, too. Knowing that it was his shadows that were keeping them safe, Nephis sent her flames to engulf Sonny, strengthening both his body and soul. Most of her light was transferred to him, while the last wisp gently caressed the child priestess. As the white flame surrounded Anank, the numerous scrapes and bruises covering her small figure instantly healed. She seemed to relax a little. Nephis herself, though, was left devoid of any protection. The two of them were very close, their arms wrapped around each other, with only the trembling child between them. Resting his head on the wet wood of the deck, Sonny silently looked into Neph's eyes. They were lightless and tired, numbed by torment and pain. There was nothing to say. There was nothing to do, either. The three of them just had to suffer, endure, and pray that Sonny's essence lasted longer than the storm did. It was more easily said than done. The shadow arc was being shaken and tossed around by the raging elements like a ball. Even though the harness he had created held them in place, it was still a torturous experience. Sonny had to strain all his muscles to lessen the shock of the terrible impacts, holding on to the mast fittings with all his might. That task was not in any way easier than the draining and laborious process of scooping up water with an iron bowl. In fact, it was much harder because he couldn't even stand. He had to protect Anak as well. Being lost in the depths of a cataclysmic storm was not much different from the few moments of destructive havoc he had experienced when the explosives beneath Falcon Scott were detonated. Only, this time, the havoc was going to last much longer hours, most likely, or even days. Not that these words held any meaning anymore. The volatile currents of broken time that surrounded them were only growing more wild and unstable. Sonny could feel their sickening influence through the protective bubble that Anak was still maintaining around the ketch. His thoughts had become tangled, and it was hard to maintain focus. But he had to keep the manifested shadows intact, continuously willing their shapes into existence and repairing any damage done to the improvised ark. If Sonny lost concentration, all three of them were going to die. Come on, we have already reached so far, just a little bit more, just a little. It was just that he struggled to remain concentrated more and more. The ravages of broken time were growing fiercer, but the protections conjured by Anak were growing weaker. Soon, Sonny found himself unable to tell when was before and when was after. All that remained was the current moment, the pain in his battered body, the cold mist that stuck to his skin, the warmth of Neph's flame burning softly in the depths of his being, and the tactile sensations of her and Anak's bodies pressed against his own. All he could do was cling to these sensations, to his connection to the shadows, and find strength in their silent presence. I have to hold on, I have to. But then slowly, even these feelings grew vague and chaotic. The storm of broken time invaded his mind, completely extinguishing Sonny's ability to be aware of the world. He was left in a torturous state that was not consciousness, but also not the merciful oblivion of losing it. Have to hold. And then the torture dissipated as well. There was no time. There was no world. There was only the storm. A moment passed, or maybe an eternity. He did not know, nor was he able to know. The world was swaying gently. Its swaying was like a lullaby. The world smelled of wet wood and emptiness. The world was dark. Sonny was lost comfortably in a sea of darkness. But then bright sunlight shone through his eyelids, painting the darken. Red. Sunlight. Torn from the embrace of comfort by sudden panic, Sonny opened his eyes and sat up with a start. No, no, no. His aching body screamed from the sudden motion. His first thought was that his shadow barrier had dissipated. Otherwise, it wouldn't have let sunlight into the ketch, meaning that they were going to be drowned by the storm in a few moments. But then Sonny froze. Why was there sunlight? How could there be in the roaring darkness of the storm? It was then that he finally saw the world. The beautiful azure sky was clear, with not a cloud in sight. The 7 suns hung in its vast expanse, shining softly. The surface of the great river was calm and tranquil, its current as steady as it was supposed to be. The flowing water sparkled as it reflected the sunlight. The shadow barrier had indeed disappeared, but the ketch was intact. Sonny took a shaky breath. They had cleared the storm, they escaped. We did it. His whisper was hoarse and quiet. For a moment, his heart was drowned by a wave of joy and exhilaration. We did it. But then, a nameless emotion enveloped him in a cold embrace. Sonny shivered. What, why? Nephis Anak. He rose to his knees and looked around, searching for their familiar figures. Neph was there, sitting tiredly with her back against the side of the ketch. But a dull, tearing pain suddenly pierced his heart. No. Sonny's shoulders fell. No. Anak was nowhere to be seen. The child priestess had disappeared, leaving behind no trace. All that remained was an empty black mantle that lay on the deck, orphaned and forlorn. Crawling a step forward, Sonny clutched the mantle and raised it, staring at the dark fabric with hollow eyes. He remained kneeling for a few moments, unable to move or think or feel. Sonny's soul felt cold, colder, even than he had felt in the snowy field outside Falcon Scott. As he looked at the black mantle, frozen, 2 hands wrapped themselves around his shoulders, and Nephis hugged him from behind. She's gone. The warmth of her body and the softness of her voice were like execution's axe. Sonny trembled. Neph held him tighter, as if unwilling to let go. The storm must have carried us too deep into the past, far beyond where she was born, and so she's gone. I'm sorry, Sonny. The black mantle slipped from his fingers. Looking down, Sonny gasped for breath. But we survived the storm. Why? His vision blurred. After a while, consumed by pain, he whispered, I am sorry too. Chapter 1334, Dire Promise. Sonny and Nephis remained motionless for a while, carried by the indifferent, inevitable current of the great river. His heart was heavy, too heavy to bear. It was in so much pain that the suffering felt almost physical, or maybe it was. Eventually, the pain turned dull, but the unbearable weight remained. Slowly raising his hand, Sonny tightly gripped one of Neph's arms. She was still hugging him from behind, so he couldn't see her face. She couldn't see his, either, which was perhaps for the best. When Sonny spoke, his even voice was low and full of torment. Neph, he raised his eyes to the distant blue sky. Why can't we protect anyone? There was no answer for a while. Eventually, Nephis let out a quiet sigh. Because that is not the world we were born into. She lingered for a moment, her body still pressed against his. Then she added, You and I, and everyone we know, we were born to destroy things, not save them. Sonny lowered his head, thinking that maybe she was right. The world they lived in, both of the worlds, really needed killers more than it needed builders. That was the sign of the dire times they belonged to. But what was the point of slaying nightmare creatures and conquering the trials of the spell if there was nothing to return to except regret and ruin? A few moments later, he heard Neph's voice again. Holding him, she said in a hesitant tone, I don't know if it helps, but Anank never intended to return to Weave. She knew that she wouldn't be coming back all along. Sonny's eyes trembled. Shifting slightly, he turned his head and finally looked at Neph. What? She sighed. What kind of future would it have been to return and spend the rest of her limitless life alone in the graveyard of everything she loved? She had only held out for that long because of a dream about the children of Weaver us needing her help. Once we were gone, her last reason to remain would have been gone, too. Nephis looked away. That was why the supplies we gathered in Weave were only meant for 2 people, not 3, and why she wanted to tell us about its past so much. Her voice grew forced and heavy. That was why she took us to the House of Parting as well, where the Riverborn come to leave on their last journey, to have a feast with their loved ones before saying farewell. Neph's usually motionless face contorted slightly. She remained silent for a moment, then said evenly, We made her food, listened to her tales, and kept her company along the way. The order of things might have been wrong, but at least she wasn't alone at the end. We were there to send her off. Sonny lowered his head, stunned. The supplies. Why didn't he realize that all the things they had gathered in Weave were meant for the 2 of them, and not Anank herself? How could he not have noticed something so obvious? Perhaps it was because, deep down, Sonny had always known the hideous truth. He had just closed his eyes to it, not wanting to bear its weight, and found solace in convincing himself that they would think of something later, even though there was nothing they could do to change the bitter outcome. Anank was gone. He stared at the wooden boards of the deck, trying uselessly to console himself. He told himself that the woman they knew was not the real Anank. Of course, it didn't help. He told himself that everything had happened according to her wishes, that disappearing in the embrace of the children of Weaver was the best death a priestess of the nightmare spell could have hoped for. Of course, it didn't help either. In the end, there was only one way to lessen the burden crushing his weary heart. It was to turn the pain into anger. Sonny could not bring Anank back, but he could exact bloody vengeance on those who had doomed her. The Mad Prince. The image of the odious abomination appeared in front of his eyes. Sonny's face hardened, and his hands slowly turned into fists. That bastard might still be out there somewhere. His eyes gleamed with murderous hate. But then Sonny reminded himself who the 6 plagues were, or rather who he thought they were. He remained silent for a while, and then said in a distant voice, Neph, you know I saw the Mad Prince in a dream. She let go of him and shifted back, allowing Sonny to turn around and look at her. His expression was grim. He hesitated for a few moments, then forced himself to say, "I think I know who he is, who each of the 6 plagues is. They're us from the future. Cassie, Effie, Kai, Jet, Mordred, and I, all the members of the cohort, except for you." Sonny remembered the dream where the vestige of the defiled madman had attacked him. The deranged voice calling him a murderer over and over again. "Murderer." Closing his eyes for a moment, he said quietly, "Because we killed you. You can't be corrupted, and so we must have killed you. That's why there are only 6 plagues." There it was, the thought he was scared to admit to himself, said aloud. Sonny struggled to keep his emotions suppressed and looked at Nephis, not knowing what her reaction would be. Her face was motionless, and her beautiful gray eyes were calm like always. Sonny could usually read the true emotions hiding behind her expressionless mask, but he failed to decipher them this time. Was she confused, unbelieving, angry, frightened? Nephis remained silent for a long time. Then she looked him in the eyes and said calmly, "That's great, then." Sonny blinked. That was not the reaction he had expected. Confused, he frowned and asked, making sure that he had heard right. "Great." Nephis nodded, as if confirming something obvious. "Of course, if the 6 plagues are really us from the future, then we know all about them. We know all their strengths and all their weaknesses. We even know their flaws." She smiled slightly out of the corner of her mouth. "I was worried about having to face them before, but if what you said is true, well, then it changes things. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If the enemy is yourself, though, everything becomes much simpler, doesn't it?" Sonny stared at her, stunned. Indeed. Indeed, she was right. His eyes widened a little. If the Mad Prince was truly a future version of himself, a vile apparition from a future where Nephis was dead, then all it took to kill the bastard was to speak their true name aloud. If the devouring beast was truly a future version of Effie, then killing her would be as easy as isolating the fearsome plague and denying her access to sustenance. Before too long, the defiled abomination would weaken, and her body would consume itself. If undying slaughter was truly the future version of Jet, then they simply had to engage her in a battle for an extended period of time, not allowing the wretched thing to slay anyone and absorb their essence. Eventually, her soul would collapse by itself. If Torment was truly the future version of Cassie, then her strength lay in her prophetic powers and an incredibly high affinity to revelations and fate. She could not be too formidable physically, so Weaver's mask would render her defenseless. There were the other 2, of course. Mordred's flaw was unknown, and Sonny doubted that he would share it freely. However, the Prince of Nothing would be able to deal with the Soul Stealer personally without revealing his secrets. Kai's flaw, meanwhile, was not something that could be exploited to bring him down in battle. Still, knowing how to kill 5 out of the 6 plagues was already a brilliant result. It was much better, by far, than facing 6 harrowing abominations blind. Sonny had been so shaken and revolted by the dreadful possibility of turning into the hateful Mad Prince that he failed to consider its hidden benefits. His eyes gleamed darkly. Looking up, Sonny stared at Nephis silently for a few long, poignant moments. Then he said quietly, "Neph, let's kill the Mad Prince." His voice slowly grew stronger. "Let's kill that wretch and the rest of the 6 plagues with him. Let's slaughter the defiled. Let's burn Verge to the ground." He gritted his teeth and leaned forward, his eyes burning with dark, murderous intent. "Let's conquer this horrid nightmare." Sonny's words hung in the air for a moment, and were then carried away by the wind. Nephis remained silent for a while. Then she smiled, white flames igniting in her eyes. "It's a promise." End of Part 1, Currents of Time. Chapter 1335, After the Storm. The great river was like it had always been, vast, dreamlike, and ceaseless. Its current gently carried the ketch forward, as if the harrowing storm had never happened. The 7 suns slowly traveled across the azure sky, which was painted lilac in the east and vibrant crimson in the west. For a while, Nephis and Sonny remained idle. Their bodies were still reeling from the terrible battle against the raging elements, and so were their minds. The invasive violence of broken time had left them drained and fragile. Their hearts felt hollow, too. Sonny silently lay on the wooden deck, staring at the sky. His head was empty, full of nothing but the sensation of a dull ache that radiated from all across his battered body. It was good to hurt. Pain reminded him that he was alive. There was the smell of wet wood, the peaceful sound of waves splashing against the sides of the ketch, and the warm sunlight. Most noteworthy of all, there was time. He had never been aware of just how important the sense of time was before experiencing its absence. And why would he? People did not usually pay attention to immutable things, simply taking them for granted. But as it turned out, those things were not as absolute when higher beings were involved. Now that they had escaped the storm, the natural flow of time returned in all its glory. Its reliable presence felt reassuring. Time was at peace once again. Time flowed. Eventually, the dull ache permeating his body subsided. The pain in his heart grew duller as well. New sensations took their place. Thirst, hunger, caution, determination. Sonny still felt numb, but his mind was slowly recovering. He lingered for a while longer, then sat up with a quiet sigh. The vista of the great river around them was exactly as before the storm, which posed a bit of a problem. Some time later, Sonny and Nephis were sitting at the bow of the ketch, looking soberly at several strange tools laying on the deck in front of them. One looked like a bronze astrolabe, another was akin to a sextant, and the third resembled a strange compass. All these had been gifted to them by Anak and were meant for navigating the great river. Of course, the first one was not really an astrolabe since there were no stars in the tomb of Ariel. The second one could be considered a sextant, but the set of principles it was supposed to work on was entirely different from the waking world. The third one could indeed show direction, but it was between past, future, dawn, and dusk instead of north, south, east, and west. Sonny and Nephis had learned a fair deal about how to use these tools, but not about why they worked. The great river was not a sphere like Earth was, and it didn't revolve around a star. Instead, 7 artificial suns revolved around the river. Nevertheless, there seemed to be some sort of curvature to it, which neither of them could explain. It was all a mystery. Before, Anak had been their navigator, but now that she was gone, Sonny and Nephis had to chart the course themselves. Hence the somber expressions. Nephis sighed. It doesn't make sense. According to this, we are much further downstream than we were supposed to be weeks' worth of sailing away from the lower house. Sonny scratched the back of his head. There was still a current when we were inside the storm. Sure, it was wild and chaotic, but the water still flowed in a single direction, much faster than usual at that. So maybe the storm carried us all the way here. She frowned. But we didn't spend weeks inside it, did we? He hesitated, not knowing what to say. Time had been broken within the storm, so it was impossible to tell how long they had been fighting against it. It could have been days, or hours, or months, especially considering the insidious nature of the frozen time in the eye of the storm. Distance was equally hard to measure. They had to have been not too far from Weave Up until the point when Anak's protections failed. After that, both Sonny and Nephis had been completely out of their minds for spell knew how long, losing all awareness of the world. He grimaced. I have no idea, but the fact remains. We are much further downstream than anticipated. So what? It's good news, really. It means that we are already halfway to Fallen Grace. And it's Sibyl dusk. Fallen Grace was situated in the distant past, not that far from the span of the great river that corresponded to when the Sibyls had entered the tomb of Ariel at the height of the Doom War. A long journey still awaited Sonny and Nephis if they wanted to reach the last human city, but half of it seemed to already be behind them. Which was indeed a piece of great news, since the battered ketch did not look like it would be able to survive the perils of the great river for much longer. Nephis lingered for a while, then nodded. You're right, if everything goes well, we might reach our destination in a couple of weeks. Her face darkened. However, what are the chances that it will? Even though this region of the great river should be safer than the one we come from, it is by no means safe. Without Anak, they were not going to be able to mask the presence of the ketch from the dwellers of the depths as efficiently. There were battles ahead of them, without a doubt, and while the abominations were supposed to be less powerful downstream, the chances of stumbling onto the defiled increased. Sonny looked at the wooden deck beneath him with a complicated expression. The ketch had endured a lot in the storm. Too much, really. The fact that it was still in one piece spoke volumes about the craftsmanship of the person who had built it. But would it survive a clash with a frenzied nightmare creature? What about one after that and one after that? His face turned grim. I don't think it will. Nephis seemed to be thinking the same. They were both worried. However, there was nothing they could do. Their only choice was to set sail and pray to the dead gods. Full of somber apprehension, Sunny and Nephis got to work without delay. They raised the two masts back into position and fastened the sails to them. The steering oar was gone, so they fashioned a new one from the repair materials stored inside the covetous coffer, affixing it at the stern of the ketch with the help of one of Neph's memories, the Dark Shaper. Then she spoke the names taught to her by Ankh and summoned the winds. The ketch flew downstream once again, cutting the clear waters with its bow. Only now there were 2 people inside of it instead of 3. Sunny's heart ached. The great river glistened as the 7 suns shone brightly on its vast expanse. Time slowly passed, the interior of the boat full of tense silence. While Nephis struggled to sustain the forward momentum of the ketch, Sunny stood at the bow and peered into the water, hoping to sense a potential attack before it was too late. However, they had not seen any nightmare creatures that day. Instead, they saw something that made both Sunny and Nephis freeze, paralyzed by shock. Looking at the dark silhouette that appeared in the distance, floating aimlessly on the waves, they felt an eerie sense of rejection, as if the world surrounding them was nothing but a dream. Eventually, Sunny flinched and asked, his voice full of disbelief, What the hell is it doing here?" Chapter 1336, Stench of Fate. The small dot that had appeared in the distance slowly drew closer as the ketch approached it, guided by Neph's firm hand. At some point, however, she silently released the names, allowing the boat to drift forward on its own. Her gaze was directed forward, a rare rattled expression apparent on her face. Sunny was no different. Paralyzed by shock, both of them froze. After a few moments of stunned silence, he flinched and asked in a trembling voice, What the hell is it doing here?" His mind was in turmoil, unable to process the truth of what they saw. In front of them, a battered ship was floating listlessly on the waves. Its silhouette was beautiful and fluid, but there were ugly burn marks and terrible scars littering the graceful wooden hull of the damaged vessel. It looked like it had escaped from the depths of hell after a long and dreadful battle. It also looked completely empty, like a ghost ship abandoned by its crew. But what was truly inconceivable about the drifting ship was the sound of rustling leaves carried from its deck by the wind. Looking up, Sunny saw the mighty branches of a sublime tree that grew around the eerie vessel's mast. He knew this ship, he knew it too well. It was the Chain Breaker. The battered vessel in front of them was the ancient flagship of the Fire Hunters, which Nephis had won from them in a gamble. It was also the ship that Cassie and the Fire Keepers had restored to its former glory and which Sunny named. Chain Breaker looked almost exactly the same as the last time Sunny had seen it, but also unfamiliar, apart from the harrowing scars covering its hull. Here were also other differences. The hull itself seemed different, with bands of dull metal reinforcing its graceful lines. He did not recognize the fearsome shape of the ship's ram either. The vessel looked much fiercer than the one from his memories, resembling an embattled warship more than it did a beautiful yacht. There were many discrepancies, but the most glaring one was the sacred tree itself. It was much taller and more robust than the one Cassie had nurtured, drowning the entire middle section of the ship in the shadow of its crown. Still, it was the Chain Breaker. Was it? No, it couldn't be. It was inconceivable that the flying ship had somehow found its way into the tomb of Ariel. Sunny failed to understand how it could have appeared here. Seeing it felt simply too bizarre. Shaken, he tore his gaze away from the battered vessel and looked at Nephis. His mouth felt dry. How could it be here? She hesitated, just as rattled as he was. After a while, she shook her head. I don't know, maybe it's a different ship. The people who built the Chain Breaker could have created more than one vessel. Maybe. Both of them knew that the probability of that being the case was extremely low. Nephis had owned the flying ship for the better part of 1,000 years and modified it extensively over the centuries. He had been the one who planted a tree from the sacred grove of Heart God on the ship's deck and created the enchantments that connected the two into a single whole as well. How could there be another ship like that? Nephis took a deep breath. Or maybe Noctis had visited the tomb of Ariel at some point in time. If he did, then his ship would have been carried into the nightmare by the spell, just like Daron of the Twilight Sea was, because the great river flows through time. She frowned. Does it look like how it had been when Noctis commanded it? It's different from how it is now. In the waking world, I mean. Her voice was full of doubt. Sunny frowned, then looked at the battered ship once more. After a while, he said with uncertainty, "No, it doesn't look like either the past or the present version of Chain Breaker. It's different from both." After a short pause, he added, "Of course, I was with Noctis only at the very end of the 1,000 years he had spent in the Kingdom of Hope. The ship we traveled on might have looked different before. That guy, he surely rebuilt and modified it many times. The version we saw was only the last out of many." Was that the reason, then? The copy of the Chain Breaker was here because Noctis had visited the tomb of Ariel once upon a time, leaving an imprint for the spell to conjure back to life. If so, then where was the flamboyant sorcerer himself? Why was his ship drifting in the current of time, damaged and abandoned? That theory was the only one that made any kind of sense, but it was still tenuous at best. Sunny and Nephis looked at each other, both feeling a somber sense of unease. Eventually, he sighed. "There's actually a different, more pressing question." She nodded slowly. "What are the odds that in the endless vastness of the great river, we would blindly arrive at the exact spot where this ship is located?" The corner of Sunny's mouth twitched. Looking away, he remained silent for a while. His thoughts were grim. This situation smells, and it's a familiar smell, the stench of fate. He looked at the battered ship darkly. It can't be a coincidence. Just like Ankh finding us was not a coincidence. The person who had sent her a message through dreams must have intended for us to find the Chain Breaker. Sunny hesitated for a bit, and then added, "In fact, I am willing to bet that this is where the dream told her to point us." Both of them remained silent for a while, disturbed. Was it Dusk, the Sibyl of fallen grace? Who else could have predicted the future so precisely? Someone who can see the strings of fate far better than I can, that's for sure. Nephis threw one more glance at the battered ship, unnerved, then shook her head. "I guess we'll find out soon. For now we were both worried about the catch enduring the journey to fallen grace, weren't we? Now there's a nearly indestructible ship in front of us. One that was built to endure a sea of divine flames, no less. It looks damaged, but since it hasn't sunk yet, the damage must not be too crippling." Sunny stared at her silently for a moment. "You want to climb aboard? Are you sure?" She met his gaze and shrugged. "Why not?" He remained silent for a bit. Then Sunny chuckled wryly and looked away. "Damnation, I must be crazy myself because I really want to climb into that ship too." Chapter 13:37 Ghost Ship. Bringing the ketch to the towering side of the battered ship, the Chain Breaker Sunny and Nephis lingered for a while, looking up. Both felt more than a little bit of apprehension, but at the same time they were relieved. Traveling across the perilous expanse of the great river on a mighty ship would be much more reassuring than on a small, damaged sailboat. Eventually, Nephis summoned the familiar golden rope and glanced at Sunny. He nodded, then hesitated for a moment. Bending down, Sunny picked up Anankh's black mantle and looked at it with a forlorn expression. It was the only thing she had left behind, the last reminder of her existence, if one didn't count the ketch itself. It was also the vestment of the priests of the nightmare spell. He remained motionless for a while, then silently wrapped the mantle around his shoulders. As soon as his body became shrouded by the dark folds of the nebulous fabric, Sunny felt a strange shiver run down his spine. He had donned the black mantle in honor of Ankh, to have something to remember her by, but the act suddenly seemed deeply symbolic. It was as though he was devoting himself to Weaver, which Sunny had no intention of doing. And there was another, far more chilling detail. This mantle, was he just imagining things, or was it eerily similar to the tattered rags the Mad Prince wore in the nightmare? It was hard to tell due to how faded and sunburnt the rags were, but if he just pictured what they might have looked like decades, or even hundreds of years ago. Sonny frowned, his gaze turning dark, but in the end, he chose to leave the black mantle on. "That bastard will not define me." With that, he took a step forward and joined Nephis, who had already thrown the rope up, tightening the loop at its end around the broken railing of the ghost ship. She gave it a couple of tugs, then nimbly climbed up. Sonny followed. A few moments later, they jumped down on the deck of the chain breaker. An eerie feeling gripped his heart. The deck of the ancient vessel was both familiar and unfamiliar. It was very similar to the one he had spent so much time on both in the dream realm and the second nightmare. However, there were also glaring differences. The very geometry of the main deck seemed slightly different. However, it was hard to tell what the differences were exactly because it was severely damaged. Here and there, the wood was splintered and covered in soot, with deep grooves cutting into its surface as if some enormous beast, or a legion of them, had torn through the ancient wood with monstrous claws. The railings were shattered and broken in many places. The mighty siege engines lay broken and destroyed. Several massive holes had been punched through the deck, as well, revealing the devastated interior of the ship. Their jagged edges hinted that something dreadfully powerful had either broken into the cargo hold or had broken free from it. There was not a soul in sight. Sonny and Nephis glanced at each other, wary. Then, without saying anything, he sent his shadows to scout the interior of the ancient vessel. After a swift and corduroy search, they had not discovered anything except for more signs of a furious battle. He let out a quiet sigh. "It's empty, there's no one here." Nephis nodded, lowering the sword that had appeared in her hand as soon as they climbed aboard. She looked around, seemingly more relaxed, and then said calmly, "Let's explore properly." They spent some time tentatively exploring the abandoned ship. Everywhere they went, they were met with signs of dreadful devastation. Sonny knew for a fact how enduring the enchanted wooden walls of the chain breaker were. He shuddered when imagining what kind of forces could have brought it to such a sorry state. The last time the flying vessel had been damaged so severely, it was because Cassie had thrown it down from the skies and rammed an immortal saint at full speed. This time, however, it seemed the ship had withstood a harrowing and prolonged assault before being breached, at which point the fighting continued inside. Then it drifted in the currents of the great river for gods knew how long. As a result, there was nothing left to tell them where and when the ghost ship had really come from, and who had fought in the battle that rendered it broken and empty. Sonny did not know what kind of beings could have devastated the ancient vessel to such a degree, nor did he know what kind of defenders could have resisted their assault. Whoever they were, the aftermath of their cataclysmic clash gave him chills. However, there was good news as well. About an hour later, Sonny and Nephis returned to the main deck and rested in the shade of the sacred tree. Their expressions were thoughtful. Touching the ivory bark, Nephis inhaled deeply. "The damage is severe but shallow. There are no leaks, and the ship is not taking on water. While the interior is a mess, the support structures are all holding it is not going to sink any time soon." She lingered for a moment, studying the sacred tree, and added, "The tree is also alive and healthy. However, the enchantment circuits are broken. The runic circle at the stern is dormant. We won't be able to fly the chain breaker." Sonny nodded. "Does any of us even know how to contour?" Cassie is usually the one doing the steering. She learned directly from Noctis. Nephis sighed. "I don't. Regardless, flying is not an option," that said. "We don't need the sacred tree and the enchantments to make the ship move. It still has sails, doesn't it? Even though most sails are either burned or torn, we can repair them. We brought enough supplies from Weave." He looked around, thinking. The sails were indeed torn, but there were repair kits just for that purpose among the supplies Anank had left them with. All in all, it seemed that they had everything necessary to turn the chain breaker back into a seaworthy vessel, even if the repair job would not look pretty. There would be a lot for them to do. Sonny sighed, then gave Nephis a short nod. "Let's get to work, then." Chapter 1338, on the importance of needlework and carpentry. There was a lot of work to be done, and not enough time. The night was already approaching. Sonny and Nephis hastily cleared one of the compartments, the one that corresponded to the captain's cabin on the actual chain breaker, intending to use it as shelter. Too tired to cook, they ate a cold supper and went to sleep. Sunny did not forget to summon Saint and Fiend to guard them, while Nightmare protected their dreams. In the morning, both felt more refreshed. Their bodies had mostly recovered from the terrible strain put on them by the storm. Most Ascended would have been rendered weak and helpless by the savage cataclysm for weeks, but Sunny and Nephis each possessed astonishing vitality, he because of blood weave, she due to the restorative power of her aspect. They got to work as the 7 suns slowly rose from the gleaming waters. On the first day, they planned to clear the main deck of debris. With Sunny, Nephis, Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare all working together, the arduous task of moving terribly heavy pieces of wreckage was not too hard. It took longer to sift through them, separating the things that had to be disposed of from those that could be of use later. Even though neither Sunny nor Nephis knew how to repair the siege engines, there was a weak hope that someone in fallen grace would. The pieces of splintered wood seemed useless at first glance, but it was still the mystical wood that the chain breaker had been built of. Simply tossing something like that into the water did not sit right with either of them, not even mentioning how precious of a resource wood was in the tomb of Ariel. There were bent and torn pieces of a strange, supremely durable metal as well. Those were also worth keeping. In the end, they abandoned the upper deck and started clearing the main cargo hold instead. By the time they were done, it was night again, and both were tired. That night, they made a fire under the branches of the sacred tree, and Nephis cooked them food. Her cooking was as delicious as ever, and the quiet rustling of leaves made for a tranquil atmosphere. However, this was the first time since the Dark Island that they shared a proper meal with just the 2 of them enjoying it. It was so strange Ankh had not been with them for long, but her absence felt like a gaping hole. Perhaps it was because Sunny and Nephis had witnessed her as a frail old woman, a vigorous matron, a charming young lady, and an innocent child that their time together felt like a lifetime. That lifetime was now behind them, and new hardships awaited ahead. Time was relentless, washing away all things, both inconsequential and those they held dear. On the second day, their efforts to prepare the ship for the voyage were more fruitful. With the cargo hold free of debris, they could neatly store everything that was valuable enough to hold on to there. The main deck was soon cleared. Sunny even washed it, trying to get rid of the soot, grime, and something that resembled dried blood. Or rather, he made Fiend do it while resting in the shade of the sacred tree and sipping on cold water from the endless spring. On the third day, they cleared one of the 2 mess halls. After that, however, Sunny and Nephis stopped. They decided to leave the rest of the inner compartments alone, at least until reaching Fallen Grace. They briefly considered cleaning one of the other cabins to have separate sleeping quarters, but eventually dropped that idea. It was not like they were unaccustomed to spending the nights in close proximity to each other anyway. Plus, it was safer. Neither of them knew when a sudden attack could come, so staying together was a more pragmatic choice. And more familiar. Finally, on the 4th day, they started to work on the sails. Repairing them was much more arduous of a task than Sunny had imagined, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be excellent at it. Who would have thought? Being good with thread and needle was the last thing Sunny had expected when starting to learn the mysterious sorcery of the Demon of Fate. But that was exactly the side effect he was benefiting from right now. The progress was slow because of just how damaged the sails of the chain breaker were. Not to mention that they had to take them down, patch them up, and then fasten the sails back up. The masts, booms, and spores required some repairs to be done, too. That task was accomplished by Nephis with the help of the materials they had brought from Weave or salvaged from the debris of the ghost ship and the Dark Shaper. On the 7th day, they were done with everything they could accomplish in a short amount of time. The chain breaker had transformed. There were still burn marks and scars on its hull, and the main deck still gaped with wide holes. However, the largest of them were now covered with wooden boards, and it was clear of debris. Saint was standing on the front of the ship with a bow in her hands, serving as their vanguard. Nightmare was hiding in the shadows nearby, while Fiend was protecting the sacred tree. Nephis stepped into the runic circle at the stern of the ancient vessel. The circle itself was inactive, but it was still the natural position to take if one wanted to hold the 2 steering oars of the flying ship. Granted, one of those oars would be useless for now, since it controlled ascent and descent, and the chain breaker was unable to fly. Sunny was standing by her side. He looked at Nephis and asked, his voice full of anticipation, which was hard not to feel after a whole week of hard labor to prepare for this moment. "Are you ready?" Placing her hand on the steering oars, she nodded. "Let's go. We wasted enough time in the future already." Turning away, he inhaled deeply and looked at the length of the graceful vessel. When Noctis had owned it, there was a crew of wooden sailor dolls to work the ship. When the fire keepers claimed it, they were awakened to do the same. Now, however, there were only Sunny and Nephis had to remain at the stern to guide the chain breaker. So, it was his job to work the sails. Since Sunny had no intention of jumping from mast to mast like a monkey, whatever a monkey was, he concentrated and called upon the shadows. A few moments later, tenebrous arms manifested themselves into existence all over the ship, pulling on the ropes. It took some concentration to control them all at once, but after the grueling education of the Antarctic campaign, Sunny was more than proficient in using shadow manifestation. The sails slowly rose and then filled with wind. Coming back to life, the ancient ship turned to face downstream and then slowly started accelerating. "It's moving." They were finally on their way to fallen grace. Chapter 1339, moving on. The chain breaker was steadily advancing down the great river. The gale Nephis could summon by uttering its name was not powerful enough to push the ship as fast as it had pushed the ketch, but to their luck, the winds were blowing in the same direction. Carried both by their power and the current of time, the graceful vessel rushed forward at great speed. All around them, there was nothing but sunlight and sparkling water. The vast expanse of the great river was beautiful and exhilarating, of course. Great horrors were hiding behind the deceptive facade of its beauty. But nothing had attacked them yet. Life went on. Sitting in the shade of the sacred tree, Sunny felt strangely indignant about that fact. He had been constantly busy during the week they spent patching up the battered ship, which was a mercy. Now that there was really nothing for him to do, Sunny found himself feeling numb and hollow. His lightless soul seemed even darker than usual these days. With a sigh, he closed his eyes and concentrated on the calming sound of the rustling leaves. Just how much can a person endure? He was tired of loss. He was also tired of losing. Sometimes it feels like I was better off not caring about anyone except myself. Those were the days, weren't they? As he smiled crookedly, a familiar voice suddenly resounded from above. "Do you mean the days of being a frightened, pathetic, miserable little wretch that not a single person in the world cared about in turn? Well, I suppose it's indeed the best you deserve. That's how you'll end up anyway, eventually." Opening his eyes, Sunny looked up with a dark expression. The sin of Solace was standing above him as if nothing had happened. The loathsome wraith looked like he always had, exactly like Sunny. The bastard was even wearing a perfect copy of Anank's mantle. His face was full of cold contempt. Sunny scoffed. "Wow, look who decided to show up. I thought you chose to crawl back into whatever pit that had spawned you and never come back. Where the hell have you been?" The apparition smirked. "Maybe I just got sick of watching you fail, lose, and get people killed all the time. Even imaginary creatures like me have a limit, you know." "Ah, of course you don't. You don't know anything, the fool that you are." Sunny stared at him for a while, silent. His eyes were cold and somber. "Event." Yuli, he shook his head and said evenly, "For someone who hates me so much, you sure are too helpful. Why save me from the mad prince if you feel that way? Don't you think that you owe me an explanation?" The sin of Solace laughed. "Owe you? And you even have the audacity to call someone mad after spouting such nonsense? I owe you nothing." He shook his head, then said with a derisive smile, "Let's make something clear. I did not save you. I just saved myself from having to endure more misery. Being stuck with a hateful worm like you is already bad enough, but being stuck with you if you become defiled? Gods, that would be truly insufferable." Sunny tilted his head, thinking. So the secret the Mad Prince wanted to tell me was truly dangerous enough to turn me into a defiled. Or was it? Was he supposed to believe anything that the sin of Solace said? The sword wraith acted like an independent being, and in a sense, it was, but the source of that being was still Sunny himself. Therefore, the bastard could not know anything that he himself did not know. The sin of Solace was a part of his mind, after all. Wasn't he? Sunny frowned. To be honest, I have no idea what that thing is anymore. He had figured out the nature of the sword wraith in Antarctica and had even gotten a good grasp of how to deal with the apparition. But once they entered the tomb of Ariel, that nature seemed to have changed without any explanation. Why had it changed, and how? Was it the influence of the tomb itself? It had been built by the demon of dread, after all, from whose whisper the curse that caused the sword wraith to manifest was born. Or was there something more sinister at play? Staring at the sin of solace, Sonny asked, "What are you, really? How did you know that the mad prince in my dream was dangerous? Why did you try to stop him from subjecting me to corruption?" The apparition grinned. Without saying anything, he lingered for a while, then looked down and touched the sleeve of Anank's dark mantle. "By the way, what a wonderful mantle. You should really get more people killed and collect a piece of clothing from each one. Then we'll be able to add an apparel section to the brilliant emporium." "Ah, shame you didn't think of that in Antarctica." Sonny growled and swiped at the grinning apparition, but he was already gone. The sword wraith had disappeared just as suddenly as he had appeared. "That bastard." Gritting his teeth, Sonny leaned back and stared at the swaying branches of the sacred tree. He was full of dark anger. But the appearance of the sin of solace had distracted him from his melancholy, at least, until those last words plunged him right back into dejection. He sighed. "I'll learn the truth eventually. For now," he had felt better when he was busy, so the best solution for this dark mood would be to make himself busy once again. Controlling the sails did not take much of his attention, so Sonny had to do something else. Luckily, there was a lot for him to do. He had to continue studying the estuary key. He also had to weave a lot of memories to help Nightmare ascend, as well as come up with ways to make the members of the cohort stronger. "Let's get to it then. There is a week or two left before we reach Fallen Grace. I can achieve a lot in 2 weeks." Abandoning the shade of the sacred tree, Sonny went to the bow of the chain breaker, where Anank's ketch was fastened to the deck. He and Nephis had retrieved it from the water before setting sail, planning to use the ketch as a lifeboat if the need arose. Summoning the shadow chair, he placed it near the battered sailboat, sat down, and looked at the glistening expanse of the great river. Then Sonny sighed and contemplated what task he would tackle first. Chapter 13, 40 New Perspective. Sonny remained motionless for a while, thinking. After a few moments, he unconsciously began to fiddle with the hems of the black mantle's sleeves. The smooth fabric glided across his fingertips, making them tingle a little. Eventually, his gaze settled on it. Sonny tilted his head. Abandoning his previous plans, he stood up and took off the mantle instead. Then he sat back down and laid it across his lap. "I wonder." He doubted that it was a simple piece of clothing. It was the attire of a nightmare spell priest, after all, most likely passed down to Anank from her mother, the original priestess who had entered the tomb of Ariel with the first wave of outsiders. The corpse under the cathedral in the dark city had been wearing the same dark garment. So it had to have some secrets. Sonny hesitated for a few moments. Unlike Weaver's mask, the black mantle was not a memory. Otherwise, it would have disappeared with Anank. There were some memories that persisted after the death of their owners, of course, like the dawn shard that Nephis had found on the remains of the first lord of the Bright Castle. But the nebulous mantle was not one of those, either. Otherwise, it would have bound itself to Sonny the moment he picked it up. It seemed to be a perfectly mundane robe, albeit sewn from some mystical material. Nevertheless, he shifted his perception and tried to look within the mantle, just in case. He was not disappointed. There was indeed a spellweave hidden within Anank's mantle, and it was a strange one. How odd. Sonny studied the weave of ethereal strings with a perplexed expression. There were all the elements that a spellweave was supposed to be made of: a radiant nexus and an intricate tapestry of essence threads. However, the pattern of the ethereal strings was very different from what Sonny was accustomed to. It was elegant and vast, but how could he put it? The weave of the dark mantle was infinitely less labyrinthine than that of every memory in his possession. It was by no means crude, but also not nearly as complicated as them. He studied the strange spellweave for a few minutes, then leaned back, bewildered. "It's not there." When Sonny studied the weave of a new memory, he always searched for the familiar patterns first, to use as a starting point, the universal patterns that all memories shared, and which were the first sorcery he himself had woven. The connection to the soul of the owner, the ability to manifest from and dissipate into soul essence, the ability to self-repair in the soul sea. But the weave of Anank's mantle lacked these fundamental patterns. He blinked a couple of times. What? Suddenly, Sonny realized a simple fact. Although all the memories he had seen shared these traits, that was simply because they had all come from only two sources. One source was the nightmare spell, and the other source was Sonny himself. More than that, his knowledge of weaving had mostly come from studying the weaves created by the nightmare spell. The memories created by the enchanters of valor weren't different, either. That was because while they forged enchanted weapons using unique aspects, the spell served as an intermediary in the process. Crafting memories was an innate ability of the Valor family, not a learned skill like their knowledge of runic sorcery or Sonny's knowledge of weaving. So in the end, both sources were one and the same. But that was not the only way of going about weaving enchanted items, only the ultimate way. The weave he was looking at right now, though, had been created by someone else. Perhaps by the high priest of the nightmare spell Anank had spoken about, or by one of his students. Which was why it was a sorceress item enchanted through weaving, but not technically memory. Sonny scratched his head. So something like that can exist, too. Of course, it could. The fact seemed so obvious in hindsight, and yet he had never considered such a possibility before. Mostly because it was really hard for a human mind to think outside a familiar framework. Every memory Sonny had known was an item enchanted through weaving, and so he subconsciously assumed that all items enchanted through weaving were memories. But they didn't have to be, like the mantle in front of him. Which was a curious detail, but not exactly useful. Who wouldn't want to turn their weapon or attire into a memory? The traits of memories that everyone took for granted were supremely useful. The ability to carry a whole arsenal inside your soul alone was a boon any warrior would kill for. Swords that sharpened themselves, suits of armor that repaired any damage done to them and adjusted themselves to perfectly fit the body of the wearer. There were too many benefits to memories to count. By all accounts, they were the culmination of weaving. Well, technically, the nightmare spell itself was the culmination of weaving, but for all those who weren't inconceivable deities like the demon of fate, memories were the absolute peak of enchantment. However, Sonny's heart still skipped a beat, and his eyes glistened with dark excitement. Anank's mantle might not have been superior to the powerful memories he possessed. At a cursory glance, its enchantments were nothing special. Its rank and tier were also not that stunning. But to him, it was a priceless treasure for a single reason. It was because its weave was different from every weave he knew, and much simpler than them at that. Sonny's whole skill as a sorcerer had come from comparing the patterns of different enchantments to each other and trying to deduce the common logic behind them. But all those enchantments followed the principles set by a single creator, the nightmare spell. Now that he had an enchanted mantle that had come from an entirely different school of weaving, his ability to compare and deduce the fundamental principles of sorcery could take a qualitative leap. It was like witnessing an entirely different framework and gaining a deeper understanding of your own by studying the differences and commonalities between them. It didn't matter how simple the spellweave of Anank's mantle was. What mattered was that it could not only teach Sonny the unfamiliar ways of its creator, but also help him push his own skill forward by a lot. Just when he needed it, Sonny gripped the smooth fabric in his fists, staring at it intently. After a while, he said quietly, "Thank you, Anank." With that, he cut out all distractions and concentrated on studying the odd weave. Chapter 1341, Learning the Hard Way. Sonny was more of a copycat than an actual sorcerer. Most of his repertoire consisted of recreating the weaves of various enchantments he had gleaned from his own memories, not creating those of his own. Of course, even that was already a stunning achievement. Armed with nothing but his intelligence and a bit of intuition granted to him by blood weave, as well as the ability to see weaves, in the first place, he taught himself the most fundamental principles of sorcery. The wondrous sorcery of the demon of fate, which very few beings had ever been able to wield. At this point, Sunny had barely taken the first step away from blindly copying the spellweaves, tentatively trying to disassemble and modify them to serve his whims. The siege souvenir, a unique memory he had created to slay the fallen titan Goliath, was the result of these attempts. But Sunny was still a mere novice, all things considered. He was leagues away from true sorcerers like the mysterious being who had created the estuary key, for example. That weave was simply beyond his imagination. He couldn't even imagine how long it would take him to reach the same transcendent level of mastery. A few hundred years, perhaps, a millennium. So Sunny had no illusions about his achievements. They were rather astonishing when compared to other modern awakened, but that was only because most of those awakened knew absolutely nothing about sorcery. In the grand scheme of things, his skill was negligible. Or so he thought before taking a look at the weave of Anank's mantle. Wait, what is going on? The tapestry of ethereal strings shone in the darkness, laid bare in front of his altered eyes. It was much simpler than the infinitely complex weaves created by the spell, but still wasn't he comprehending it a little bit too fast? It was almost like an open book. That part of the pattern is responsible for enhancing durability. That one has something to do with fire. It's making the mantle inflammable. That one makes it waterproof. Then what do these strings do? Looks familiar, right. If I scale the size and complexity of this part by a lot, it would be similar to a fragment of living stone. The basic structure is the same, which is also the basic structure of the universal restorative trait of all memories, so it's self-repair then. Sunny opened his eyes wide and leaned back. What the hell? How was he suddenly so good at reading weaves? Before, he could only feel a slight inkling of understanding about the nature of certain enchantments. But now, he was somehow able to see the intent behind various sections of the ethereal tapestry almost clearly, despite it being a completely unfamiliar way of weaving. It just looked very understandable. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Don't tell me. A sudden guess appeared in his mind. He gave the black mantle a dubious look, then let out a small laugh. I'll be damned. The weaves the spell created were infinitely ingenious and near perfect, and as a result, they were all unimaginably complex and intricate. It was to such a degree that Sunny had to spend weeks studying the simplest ones, and even that was only due to his better-than-average memory and innate talent. He had been bashing his head against this daedal wall for about 2 years now, and for every grain of knowledge he gained, there were 100 he failed to decipher and comprehend. The weave of Anank's mantle was also elaborate enough to make a person dizzy, but it was nowhere near the complexity of the tapestries the spell created. And so it seemed that after being tempered by the latter, Sunny had grown skilled enough to more or less discern the general flow of the former. It was as though he had been learning to read by perusing an abstruse epic poem without ever even laying eyes on an alphabet book. The weave of the mantle, meanwhile, was not primitive enough to be called an alphabet, but it was something that a middle schooler would be able to read. And after braving the weaves of the spell, Sunny had learned enough to be considered one such middle schooler. He covered his face with his palm and remained motionless for a while. Right, it's just like being sent to the forgotten shore. After returning from there, we were also constantly bewildered by how weak normal awakened seemed. Greater obstacles forge greater strength, as long as you can actually survive them, of course, which most of us didn't. He was both the survivor of the forgotten shore and of learning sorcery by studying the spell at work. As such, the work of actual weavers was like strangely accessible. Sunny S.H. Shook his head, then calmed down and looked back to Anank's mantle. Right, this is great news then. Not only will I be able to understand its enchantments faster, I will also be able to use them as a replacement for a textbook and propel my weaving forward. Hopefully, I mean it's still not exactly an alphabet book. He spent the rest of the day studying the odd weave. It was not simple by any means, but after suffering the appalling complexity of the immaculate weaves created by the spell, Sunny almost enjoyed the process. In the end, he realized that the black mantle was not that mysterious of an item. The masks the priests wore were the true treasures, while their attire was mostly meant to serve a practical purpose. It was still a precious heirloom. Of course, the fabric itself seemed to be a transcendent material, very similar to the night silk from which Noctis had once sewn him a garment. In fact, it might have been the very same silk. It was fashioned in a way that obfuscated the wearer's physical features. and enchanted to be supremely durable, stealthy, and enduring all qualities that the persecuted priests of the nightmare spell would have needed in their perilous journeys. A perfect attire for heretical evangelists, who often found themselves being hated and hunted by the people they were trying to convert. Or an ill-fated awakened, who often found himself having to deal with all kinds of unspeakable horrors. Sunny hesitated for a while, then summoned Weaver's needle and got to work modifying the weave of the nebulous black mantle. Black threads joined the ethereal strings of soul essence. By the time the 7 suns drowned in the water and the great river shone with iridescent radiance, he lowered his hands and heard the spell whispering into his ear. You have received a memory, Anank's Mantle. Chapter 1342, Nebulous Mantle. It didn't take a lot of effort to add the basic patterns of a memory to the weave of the black mantle. That was what he had been doing over and over again to supply the brilliant emporium with inventory, after all. By now, weaving them was almost muscle memory. They did not put a lot of pressure on a weave, either. Even dormant memories of the first tier could bear the weight the nexus of the mantle had been fashioned out of a transcendent soul shard, so Sunny did not even have to integrate a second node into the ethereal tapestry. It was a bit tricky to make the 2 different schools of weaving flow into each other, but since Sunny's method was the more intricate one and not the other way around, solving that problem proved to be trivial. Just like that, he gained a new memory at the cost of a few shadow strings. Enjoying the view of the shimmering great river, Sunny smiled tiredly. Studying hard was an exhausting process, but he welcomed the fatigue. It was a sign that he had made progress. He didn't regret turning the mantle into a memory, either. Even if it wasn't useful, he would have been reluctant to part with it. All things that weren't stored within his soul would be lost at the end of the nightmare. If he had been cognizant of that fact earlier, he would have had a better memento of Noctis than a luxurious chair. Although he had nothing really to complain about, considering that the shadow chair was actually one of his most valued memories. Sunny summoned the runes. Anank's Mantle was there at the end of the list. Even though he more or less already knew what the runes would say, he still read them. Memory Anank's Mantle. Memory Rank Transcendent. Memory Tier I. Memory Type Garment. Sunny smiled faintly. Garments were a rare type of memory, since the better ones were classified as armor by the spell. Those that did not make the cut were generally less useful, but their benefit was that they could be worn in conjunction with an armor-type memory, like the Dark Wing, which he had been using ever since the Forgotten Shore. He continued reading, feeling a pinching pain in his heart. Memory description: this mantle once belonged to Anank of Weave, priestess of the nightmare spell. She met the children of Weaver in a nightmare and guided them across the perilous currents of time. Her wisdom was radiant, and her kindness was a blessing. May she rest in peace. The spell had not written that description. Sunny had written it himself. He had tried to come up with the right words, but they all rang hollow. In the end, he had simply written a few awkward sentences, not knowing what else to do. Unsatisfied, Sunny looked away from the description. No one else is going to see this description anyway. Only Nephis and me. Eventually, he grimaced and concentrated on the enchantments. The runes read: Memory enchantments: enduring, concealing, tasteless. Enduring made the mantle durable, resistant against the elements, and capable of repairing itself. Concealing masked the presence of its wearer, the mystical kind of presence powerful awakened possessed. Tasteless, though, was a wrath. Strange enchantment, if it could even be called that. From what Sunny could see, it didn't do anything. It was just there, containing nothing except for its name and description. The description read: Tasteless enchantment description, why did it have to be black? Which was rather perplexing. The people wearing the mantle would not have been able to read the description unless they were sorcerers themselves, which most of the priests of the nightmare spell had not been. So, the mysterious creator of the enchanted garment seemed to have left that odd message for no one in particular. Sunny shook his head. That person must have been a bit of a lunatic also. What are they talking about? Everything looks better in black. Each rune of the description demanded essence strings to be wasted, after all, and weaving them took both effort and time. So only a crazy person would go around weaving unnecessary runes. Sunny coughed, remembering his own track record. Back in the Antarctic Center, he had once sent Nephis a message through a memory called "I am stuck in an endless tunnel full of true darkness. How the hell do I get out?" asked Cassie. Was there really a need to add the hell to the actual question? No. But did it feel good to add it? Hell yes. Looking down in embarrassment, he put on the tasteful black mantle and rose. Leaving the shadow chair by the catch, Sonny rubbed his face and went to find Nephis. He had gained a lot of insights from studying the weave left behind by an unknown sorcerer. It felt like his understanding of sorcery was on the precipice of taking a qualitative leap. In the coming days, he would have to do a lot more work, of course, as well as digest all his gains. However, Sonny already had a few ideas on how to proceed. Right now, he lacks the soul shards to do anything significant. There were a few that Anank had used while fishing to lure the nightmare creatures, but those were of lesser ranks. He was meaning to use them to create memories for Nightmare to consume. That said, he still had the supreme soul shard that they had scavenged from the black turtle, which meant that he could potentially create a supreme memory. Of course, it was not that simple. Scaling an enchantment was not as simple as replacing the nexus of a weave. Most of them could not be scaled at all, and those that could required the weave itself to be vastly modified and improved. After all, strings made out of awakened soul essence could not endure the flow of transcendent energies. The patterns themselves had to be adjusted, as well, to account for the increased burden. Not to mention that enchantments were usually limited by their own nature. Infusing them with more potent essence would simply be a waste. It was a proper mess. However, when Sonny asked himself how to empower the members of the cohort and make them capable of facing the perils of the tomb of Ariel better, he couldn't help but think back to the Forgotten Shore, where they had also been forced to fight abominations 1 or even 2 ranks above them. How had they been able to survive that crucible? There were a lot of reasons why they had, but one of the most significant ones was a single memory. A memory that could empower all other memories, and which had been the primary goal of their lethal expedition across the Crimson Labyrinth to the outskirts of the Hollow Mountains. The Dawn Shard. So what if Sonny did not create a supreme memory, but instead elevated the Dawn Shard to the supreme rank? Wouldn't that be the most efficient way of making the cohort stronger? Urdiel's note holidaysia, so I won't be available for the coming days. That means no chapters. We'll release them when I'm available again. Merry Christmas. Chapter 1343, Crown of Dawn. The deck of the chain breaker was dark, illuminated only by the pale glow of the iridescent water that gleamed below. The radiance of the great river at night was usually beautiful, but today it seemed ghostly. Sonny was not disturbed by the darkness, of course, but he had to think about Nephis as well. We should probably place a few lanterns around the ship. The light of the lanterns could potentially attract nightmare creatures, but that was not really a problem, not because they were not wary of the abominations, but because gaining their attention was more or less inevitable. Thinking about when their first battle would happen, Sonny approached the stern of the ship. Nephis was still standing in the runic circle, holding the steering oar. There was a luminous memory placed on the deck near her feet, creating a small island of warm orange glow in the ocean of darkness. In that orange light, her beautiful face was pale and lifeless. She had been guiding the ship the entire day, and the accumulated fatigue was taking its toll. He listened to the wind, determining its direction. It's blowing from the future. Stepping into the light, Sonny smiled and gestured to the oar. Go rest, I'll take it from here. He could not use the sorcery of names yet, but since the winds were on their side, the chain breaker could do without its support for now. Losing some speed was not going to delay them by much. In fact, both Saint and Fiend were intelligent enough to keep the ship on course. Sonny preferred to let them stand guard for now, though. Studying his face for a few moments, Nephis nodded and let go of the oar. As she stepped out of the runic circle, Sonny entered it. Wait. He caught her hand in his own and lingered for a few moments. She stared at him with an incredulous expression. That memory of yours, the Crown of Dawn, can you lend it to me for a few days? Nephis raised an eyebrow. Sure, why? Sonny simply shrugged. I want to see if I can improve it a little. Don't get your hopes up, though chances are nothing will end up happening. It's worth a try, at least. She hesitated for a couple of moments. Then, a spark of energy traveled from her hand into his own. The spell whispered, its voice as enigmatic as ever. "You have received a memory, Dawn Shard." Sunny smiled. "Thank you, now go rest. I'll wake you up if some abyssal horror attacks us from below the waves, I promise." Nephis stared at him somberly. "You could have just said, 'Sweet dreams,' you know." He grinned. "Oh, I do, but where's the fun in that?" Shaking her head, Nephis freed her cool hand from his grasp, picked up the luminous memory, and left. Sunny remained standing in the darkness for a while, staring at the empty space where she had just been. Then he sighed, glanced at his empty hand, and placed it on the steering oar. Ah, it's so lonesome, sailing across a river of unholy titans' blood in the dark. With that, Sunny summoned the Dawn Shard. A simple band of bright metal appeared in his free hand, decorated with a single gem. The crown of Dawn did not look that impressive at first glance. It was more austere than opulent, and yet, that simple circlet was the reason Sunny, the members of the cohort, and the Fire Keepers had been able to return from the Forgotten Shore. Its single enchantment was extraordinarily powerful. The Dawn Shard empowered all memories in a large radius around it. Back on the Forgotten Shore, that empowerment had been strong enough to elevate the awakened weapons of the Dreamer army to resemble ascended ones in terms of lethality. Which was an inconceivable boon, considering that there was no limit to the number of memories the Crown of Dawn could enhance. It was a passive enchantment as well. That was how they had been able to slay fallen abominations. Sadly, its usefulness diminished more and more as Nephis and her allies grew stronger and acquired better equipment after escaping the Forgotten Shore. The Dawn Shard could still empower ascended memories to a substantial degree, but nowhere near elevating them to an entire new rank. The effect on transcendent memories was even more modest. Considering the type of enemies Sunny and the members of the cohort would have to face in the third nightmare, that augmentation was all but insignificant. But what if he elevated the Crown of Dawn itself from an ascended memory to a supreme one? Sunny doubted that he would be able to perform a flawless alteration. But even if he managed to make the Dawn Shard as powerful as a transcendent memory by outfitting it with a supreme soul shard, the result would already increase their chances of prevailing against great nightmare creatures by a lot. Before, he would not have even dared to try. But now he had two advantages. The first one was the push studying Anank's mantle had given him. The second one was the nature of the Crown of Dawn itself. The first time Nephis had used it, Sunny saw the weaves of his memories growing more radiant, each nexus an ethereal string shining with brighter light. The augmentation either strengthened the memories by empowering their weaves, or made the weaves stronger to withstand the increased power of the memories. In any case, the result was the same. The essence strings became more robust. And the first memory the Dawn Shard empowered was itself. Its weave was always augmented by its own effect perhaps. That was the reason why this ascended memory could possess such an unreasonable power. So it was more or less a perfect memory for Sunny to try and transplant the Supreme Shard into. His major concern was that strings weaved from lesser essence would not be able to withstand the burden of channeling superior energies. But what if they were made more durable by those very same energies? The weave of the Crown of Dawn was much too complex for him to recreate, but modifying it was different probably. He wouldn't know until he took a look. Sunny shifted his perception and peered into the bright metal, trying to discern the underlying weave of the shard memory. Soon, an inconceivable tapestry of ethereal strings appeared in front of his eyes, shining in the darkness. Holding the oar, he smiled wistfully and took a deep breath. Let's get to work. Chapter 1344 on course. The weave of a shard memory was subtly different from an ordinary one. They possessed some unique qualities, after all, like the ability to remain in existence after the owner's death, or the hidden purpose of manifesting the Oath Keys after all 7 had been gathered in one place. Luckily, Sunny possessed 2 shard memories of his own, the Midnight and Moonlight shards, so he already knew how to find and isolate these sections of the tapestry, which was supposed to make the task of deciphering the rest of it easier. In theory. In practice, the spellweave of a shard memory was even more labyrinthine than that of a normal memory. Sunny had managed to gain a sufficient level of understanding of the Midnight Shard, enough so to apply a part of its enchantment to the siege souvenir. But the moonlight shard still remained beyond his grasp. Which was a shame, because the ghostly stiletto possessed one of the most useful enchantments Sunny had ever seen. It was able to appear instantly, without wasting any time manifesting itself from the sparks of essence. If Sunny could master that single enchantment, all memories he created would gain a lethal edge. The more powerful a memory was, the longer it took to manifest. So, as the awakened reached higher ranks of power, they had to be more and more strategic about when to summon their memories. Considering that he was unable to master the weave of the moonlight shard to this day, the dawn shard could very well prove to be a similarly tough nut to crack. As Sunny stared at the vast tapestry of ethereal strings hidden within the band of bright metal, the corner of his eye twitched. Yeah, this was not going to be easy. But I can do it. He was certain of it. Recreating the whole weave was out of the question, but modifying it armed with the insights he had gained and would gain from Anank's mantle, he felt confident in his chances. It was just going to take a lot of effort and a lot of time. How do I transplant a new nexus without collapsing the whole weave? How do I ensure that superior essence actually produces a superior result? How do I prevent the less resilient sections of the weave from being torn apart by the increased burden on them? All these questions required answers. There were many more problems to solve, as well. Sunny had never tried something quite as ambitious as turning a powerful ascended memory into a tremendously more powerful supreme memory. One thing was certain: it would require an inhuman level of finesse and precision. It would also require a lot of additional essence strings. And a lot of ingenuity, of course. The task was daunting, but Sunny did not feel discouraged. Instead, he felt almost excited. It beat patching up sails or drowning in a foul mood, at least. Comfortably resting his back against the bending surface of the tall apluster, he moved the oar a little and peered into the shimmering spellweave. By the time the 7 suns rose from the water, Sunny felt like his head was on the verge of exploding. However, he also felt satisfied with his progress. Standing in the runic circle at the stern of the graceful vessel, Sunny was holding the dawn shard in one hand. His other hand was resting on the steering oar. His other 4 hands danced in the air and weaved strings from his flowing shadow essence. Those were manifested from the shadows, of course. Sunny had been long accustomed to using an additional pair of shadow arms. It was not too hard for him, considering his experiences in the second nightmare. The most difficult part was actually learning how to manifest sufficiently intricate hands from shadows, but he had mastered that in Antarctica as well. While studying the weave of the Crown of Dawn, though, he understood that the finesse he would need to alter it was not something a human could achieve. 2 hands and 10 fingers were simply not enough, and neither were 4 hands and 20 fingers, at least not at his current level of skill. So, remembering his dream of being Weaver, Sunny tried to manifest not 2, but 6 additional arms. Finally, controlling 8 hands at the same time had turned out too much for his mind, however. Even with the help of the Shroud of Dusk, he could not manage that many. It was one thing to pull on the ropes to raise sails, or rip nightmare creatures to shreds. Those were crude actions that did not require a lot of finesse. Weaving, on the other hand, demanded absolute precision. Displacing a string by a hair's breadth could mean the difference between success and failure. In the end, Sunny had to dismiss 2 shadow arms and be satisfied with only having 6 hands. Who walks around with only 6 arms? That's simply unreasonable, embarrassing, really. At that moment, Nephis emerged from the lower deck, rubbing her face sleepily. She glanced at Sunny and nodded, then froze and looked at him again. After a while, she shook her head slig. HTLY sighed, and continued on her way to examine the ship and practice her swordsmanship. Some time later, the smell of delicious food being cooked reached Sunny's nose. He smiled. Time for breakfast, I guess. Commanding Saint to replace him at the steering oar, Sunny dismissed the dawn shard and went to find Nephis. They ate in the shade of the sacred tree, enjoying the warm sunlight and the refreshing breeze. After a while, she asked, "Aren't you going to rest?" Sunny leaned back, satisfied, then shook his head. "Not yet. I can go without sleep for a couple more days. There's a lot I want to achieve before we reach fallen grace." He had to continue studying Anank's mantle, alter the spellweave of Dawn Shard, create memories for Nightmare to consume, and more. She frowned a little. Mental fatigue will slow you down. Your mind needs time to recover, too. He smiled. I know I have the shroud of graceless dusk, remember? The same dusk we are on our way to visit. It helps me recover from exhaustion, both physical and mental, faster. I'll be all right. Time waited for no man, and there was no rest for the wicked. Sonny was not overestimating himself. He just knew exactly how much he could endure. Nephis hesitated for a few moments, then nodded. All right, suit yourself. He suddenly remembered something. After I am done with the Dawn Shard, I want you to teach me how to use the sorcery of names. I didn't want to split my focus before, but now I feel like it can help me advance faster in my own skills. Probably. All right. She nodded again. After finishing the breakfast, they used the esoteric navigation tools to make sure that the ship had not strayed off course. Then, Nephis took her place in the runic circle again, while Sonny sat on the deck a few meters away and continued studying the Crown of Dawn. Several days passed in that manner. The two of them spent most of their time together and some time apart. They resumed their sword training, involving Saint as well. The deck of the graceful ship was often filled with the sound of clashing steel. When the two of them were not sparring, though Sonny had a different task for the graceful knight. Now that fiend had grown into a proper devil, it was time for him to learn combat mastery, too. The Steel Shadow's most fearsome weapons were his claws and teeth, so Sonny instructed Saint to teach him in hand-to-hand combat. Since she was a master of all types of combat, that did not stump her one bit. Hearing Fiend crash into the wooden deck over and over again, Sonny smiled from the corner of his mouth and continued weaving. Memories of his own painful training with Saint, all that time ago in the Dark City, made him feel a bit of compassion for the ravenous steel ogre. Of course, the lucky bastard possessed the Marvel attribute, which made him capable of learning new things at astonishing speed. Sonny was actually curious to see which of them would absorb Saint's lessons faster. Granted, Sonny had learned combat mastery from her while hunting down lethal abominations in the Dark City in order to survive. Fiend, in comparison, had all his needs cared for by a kind, generous, and benevolent master. Who wouldn't learn fast with such a benefactor? Everything was peaceful for these first few days. Then they suffered the first attack. Chapter 1345, Monster Herders. You are wasting your time. You will definitely fail. Just give up. You know you're not smart enough to accomplish anything worthwhile. Do you really want to make the woman holding your leash stronger? How foul. Your collection of failures just keeps growing, huh? Ignoring the sin of solace, Sonny leaned against Anank's ketch as he studied the Dawn Shard. His shadow hands continued to weave strings of essence. His concentration remained unbroken. He even welcomed the derisive comments. The more the hateful wraith berated him, the more Sonny felt like he was on the right track. The sin of solace would not have bothered to interfere if there was no chance of success. After all, it was not in his nature to bet against Sonny when there were no stakes. What, you are ignoring me now, or have you forgotten how to speak? Sonny threw a calm glance at the apparition, then turned back to the Crown of Dawn. We'll speak when you tell me how you knew about the Mad Prince. The sin of solace scoffed. Gods, why do I even bother? I am sick of this tired routine. He laughed bitterly, then added in a resigned tone. But there's nothing else to do. How boring. The chain breaker was swaying gently underneath them. Saint was standing guard at the bow, Fiend and Nightmare were guarding the sacred tree, and Nephis was at the stern, steering the ship. The seven suns had already descended into the depths of the great river, and the deck was illuminated by a scattering of lanterns. The water glowed softly, diluting the impenetrable darkness of the night with ghostly opalescence. Sonny smiled faintly. Find a hobby. The sin of solace stared at him, Amused, then he turned to the bow of the ship and sighed. At least there's spectacle. Sonny paid it no attention. Then he hurriedly dismissed the Dawn Shard and jumped to his feet. Crap. Lunging forward, he felt the chain breaker shudder as a violent wave hit it from the side. Neph, we are under attack. Out there in front of the graceful ship, about 100 meters away, the water had grown bleak and restless. A vast and ancient shadow was rising from the depths, surrounded by countless smaller ones. Twisting tendrils stretched toward the surface. "Go, I'll handle things here." Hearing Neph's response, Sonny ran past Saint and jumped over the railing without ever slowing down. A moment later, he plunged into the cold water, rushing to meet the horror that was rising from the depths. It was there, a massive shape that stretched its giant tentacles toward the moving vessel. Enormous, ancient, and harrowing, Sonny felt hundreds of eyes pierce him with an inhuman gaze, all belonging to the same creature. A tyrant. Sonny's figure grew indistinct, surrounded by countless shadows. Then the maw of a furious sea serpent emerged from the darkness, bellowing in rage as it shot into the boiling depths. The long serpentine body followed, encased in onyx armor. The great river stirred. Some time later, Sonny climbed onto the deck of the chain breaker and huffed, red drops falling from his hair. He was drenched in blood, of course. That blood was not his. There was a sizable sack in his hands. That sack was actually Anank's mantle, which was resistant to water, its sleeves tied in a knot. Inside the improvised sack, two sizable transcendent soul shards glimmered softly in the dark. Sonny checked on them, then looked around the deck. Why did I even wash it? Why did I even a fiend wash it? The deck was littered with corpses. The creatures that had died here, cut, torn apart, and burned to ashes, resembled a weird mix between humans and sea creatures. They had humanoid torsos with pale skin, while their legs were replaced by long, powerful black tentacles. Their bodies were emaciated, with ghastly growths covering them like barnacles. The sight was both repulsive and inspiring. Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare earned me a few shadow fragments. Even better, there are plenty of soul shards to be harvested in addition to the ones I brought back. The depth dweller he had killed was not a tyrant in the end. It was just a huge, nasty, corrupted monster. It seemed that these drowned outcasts were not its minions. Instead, the smaller creatures appeared to have herded the enormous monstrosity, using it to attack larger prey. Waste of essence. If Sonny knew that in advance, he would have used the nimble catch and the sin of solace to cut the depth dweller down. He froze for a moment, suddenly stunned by how odd the situation was. Wait, since when am I so dismissive of corrupted monsters? That thing could have easily finished me if I wasn't careful. Damn it. Am I becoming arrogant? Arrogance gets people killed. Sonny was strong and skilled, but he wasn't invulnerable. Even though he could easily slaughter dozens of fallen abominations or face corrupted ones without fear, each of them could very well end his life with one strike, maybe two, considering the defensive properties of the marble shell. I better correct this attitude fast. Oh my, what a rare moment of self-reflection. You should correct the rest of your nasty personality while you're at it. Maybe then people won't find you as uncomfortable to be around as they do now. Looking up darkly, Sonny saw the sword Wrath staring at him with disdain. The sin of solace was still as annoying as he had been before the attack. Nothing much changed, honestly. If there was one thing, though, it was that Sonny had plenty of soul shards to turn into memories now. Standing up and summoning his clothes back, he looked around and noticed Fiend. The fearsome devil seemed to be hiding from him behind the tree. Sonny smiled. "Come here, buddy." Fiend hesitated for a few moments, then reluctantly walked over. Sonny pointed to the gruesome corpses. "Harvest the soul shards, then clean this mess up." The devil's shoulders fell. Sonny patted Fiend on one of these shoulders well. He wanted to, but the bastard was too tall to do it comfortably. Plus, his body was covered in all kinds of sharp spikes. So in the end, the gesture ended up being rather reserved. "Oh, and you can eat all these guys. Stuff yourself as much as you want. Now that your primary attributes are set, you don't need to maintain a diet anymore." Ravenous sparks ignited in the depths of Fiend's fiery eyes. Chapter 1346, Faltering Star. Fiend feasted on the corpses of the drowned outcasts with delight. The sight of the metallic devil gorging himself on the dead abominations was a bit gruesome, but mercifully swift. The bodies disappeared into the shadows, incinerating maw as if they had never existed before Toulon. Gee, the deck was clear once again. Where does all this meat even go? This time, the infernal ogre had not gained any new attributes or abilities, which was an expected result. If the scavengers were capable of attaining new powers from each creature they devoured, Sunny would have never survived the battle with the original ravenous fiend. It had to be a rare occurrence, especially now that the Shadow's main attributes were set. It did seem like he had grown a little bit stronger, though just as the other Shadows did when absorbing a fragment. Throwing a dubious glance at the satisfied devil, Sunny shook his head and commanded the glutton to go find a mop. While Fiend was washing the blood off the deck, Sunny and Nephis briefly examined the ship and then gathered at the stern to divide the soul shards. "Let's just each take half." He looked at the small pile of shimmering crystals, calmly thinking about how to use them best. All of the shards were transcendent considering how nonchalant he was about this unimaginable treasure trove, remembering the awe they had felt when witnessing a pair of transcendent soul shards back on the forgotten shore felt both amusing and nostalgic. Nephis simply shook her head. "I'll take a quarter. Your shadows killed twice as many as I did while you dealt with the depth dweller. That should be fair." Sunny glanced at her, hesitating. She was right. Out of the two of them, he had contributed much more to the victory. That only went to show how powerful he had grown, armed with a developed aspect legacy and 3 powerful shadows. It also meant that Nephis needed to catch up as soon as possible. And yet, 3/4 of their spoils amounted to 17 transcendent soul shards. If made into a memory and fed to Nightmare, each would give him 4 shadow fragments. That meant that the Black Stallion would be most of the way to Ascension by the time Sunny finished weaving all these memories. While Nephis was still far away from becoming a Titan. Strategically, strengthening Nightmare first made more sense. Sunny nodded. "All right." Illuminated by the soft glimmer of the soul shards, Neph's face seemed even more reserved than usual. Was she pondering the matter of her faltering progress as well? With a sigh, Nephis took her share of the soul shards and methodically crushed them one after another, absorbing the streams of ethereal light. Then she rose and said, her tone flat, "We've wasted enough time here already. I'll go back to the steering oar." He watched her walk into the runic circle with a complicated expression. Is she still feeling uncertain of herself after the second nightmare? She has been strangely mild ever since coming back. Selfishly, I like this Nephis more. But he also missed the version of Nephis that was like an uncompromising flame. A flame that burned with enough passion and unreasonable resolve to burn down the entire world. Sunny shook his head slightly and gathered the rest of the soul shards. She is still the same. When the time comes, she'll burn brighter than the 7 suns combined. I just hope that I won't be burned with the rest of this cursed tomb when that happens. Not entirely convinced, he stored the shards in the covetous coffer and went back to peering into the complexities of spellweaves. The chain breaker continued sailing downstream. In the next week, it was attacked several more times for better or worse, by solitary nightmare creatures instead of groups like the drowned outcasts had been. Sunny and Nephis dealt with the grotesque depth dwellers with some effort, but not too much effort. Apart from a few shallow wounds, the biggest hurdle they faced was removing the corpse of an especially large creature from the ram of the ship, which had impaled the abomination after a purposeful and violent collision. None of the nightmare creatures were as powerful as the harrowing foes they had faced in the far reaches of the future. On the positive side, Sunny and Nephis were alive. On the negative side, they had not been able to salvage as many soul shards as they had after the first attack. Sunny didn't really mind. His time was divided between studying the weave of Anank's mantle and concocting a tentative plan for altering the Dawn shard. At the same time, he was creating memories from the shards in his possession. That last task was moving along slowly, since it took him roughly a whole day to weave one. That pace was only possible because his reserves of essence were fully restored each dawn and dusk thanks to the Crown of Twilight. Still, by the end of the week, Nightmare had absorbed 28 shadow fragments, bringing the counter to 229,300. Sunny still had enough soul shards to create 10 rudimentary transcendent memories, each equivalent to 4 fragments. If nothing went wrong, the counter would reach 269,300 in 10 days. His loyal steed's ascension was drawing close. By the end of the week, he felt ready to attempt modifying the D on shard. However, because of how important that endeavor was to the conquest of the third nightmare, Sunny decided to go over everything he had learned and envisioned a few more times. Putting the crown of dawn away and dismissing the shadow hands, he leaned against the side of the ketch and closed his eyes. I've created a sufficient length of essence thread. I've studied the spellweave of the dawn shard extensively. I compared the structure of the pattern surrounding the nexus with all the other memories I possess. I've grown accustomed to weaving with 6 hands. He spent 2 days meditating on his plans and mentally going over everything that could go wrong. Finally, just before dawn of the 3rd day, Sunny opened his eyes and manifested 4 shadow arms once again. It's time to begin. Chapter 1347, Trial of Skill. The hypnotizing tapestry of the spellweave stretched in the darkness in front of him. Countless threads of ethereal light intertwined in a beautiful, but seemingly chaotic pattern, centered around a radiant nexus. There had been a time when these patterns were a complete mystery to Sunny, but although they still remained mystifying and nebulous, he could discern an elegant underlying structure to their dazzling, dizzying arrays now. He could also feel the purpose of various elements of the weave more clearly. The spellweave of the Dawn Shard was not the most complex he had ever seen, but it was more complex than most. Even after isolating the rudimentary enchantments that all memories possessed and the special properties shared by shard memories, the remaining expanse of ethereal strings was Byzantine and daunting. Luckily, his goal was not to recreate the weave from scratch. He also did not intend to alter its function, only its capacity and resilience, as well as transplanting a new, much more potent nexus than the existing one. With a sigh, Sunny summoned the covetous coffer and produced a large, shining crystal from within it. When put together, the band of bright metal and the supreme soul shard he had harvested from the guts of the black turtle looked comical. The soul shard was much larger than the crown of dawn, yet it was supposed to become encompassed by it. But that was not an obstacle. Weaves did not exist in the physical sense anyway. Just like souls, they inhabited an entirely different plane of existence. Sunny pulled on the invisible thread of shadow essence. At the same time, a needle that shone with a faint golden glow appeared in one of his hands. He took a deep breath. Steady. The process had to be steady, but it couldn't be slow. Sunny would have to remove the original nexus first before transplanting a new one. The moment it was removed, the weave was going to start falling apart. So he had to tie as many of the most important threads back fast and then bring the rest back even faster. He had spent years learning sorcery and 2 weeks restlessly preparing for this moment, but the outcome was going to be decided in less than 10 minutes. If Sunny succeeded, the cohort would acquire a powerful tool to help them survive the nightmare. If he failed, the Dawn Shard would be destroyed, and he would have to explain himself to one hell of an angry changing star. She probably won't kill me, right? But just in case, I'd better not fail. Of course you will. When have you ever not failed? The Sin of Solace was observing the process with a disdainful expression. Sunny was concentrating on the task so much that he had lowered his guard as a result. The hurtful remark actually cut, for once. Well, to be honest, they always cut a little, but this time he felt bitter anger swell in his chest. Calm down. Throwing a dark look at the grinning apparition, Sunny wrapped all 5 shadows around himself and summoned the crown of twilight. As the first ray of sunshine burst from the horizon, he took a deep breath and thrust one of his shadow hands into the ethereal tapestry of the spellweave. His clawed fingers wrapped themselves around the shining nexus and then crushed it, destroying the anchor of the countless threads. I wonder how anyone could have been a weaver before me. Sunny was more or less certain that the very ability to not only see, but also touch the ethereal strings was granted to him by Bone Weave. His eyes had been altered by consuming a drop of Weaver's blood, while his fingers had been altered by swallowing the alabaster phalanx of the Demon of Fate. On the surface, the alteration simply made them more sensitive. But he felt that it went much deeper than that. Who knew, maybe he would be able to caress the strings of fate itself one day. Before the radiant weave could fully fall apart, his other hand placed the supreme soul shard in its center. The one that had crushed the original nexus was already retreating, catching the most important thread as it did. 3 more hands flashed forward, doing the same. The last hand, his left human hand, was the most important. It held Weaver's needle. All the rest were meant to stall the deterioration of the weave, but it was meant to actually mend the damage. Threading the first ethereal string into the radiant needle, Sunny connected it to the nexus. Then another and another. Faster! 5 of his hands danced, manipulating the dying weave into following their will, holding it from crumbling and pulling it back from the verge of collapse. At the precise moment when the new nexus became connected to enough strings to hold it in place, the 6th joined them. What madness made me think that having only 5 fingers is enough? Damnation! I should have learned to have more. Time seemed to have slowed down. Sunny felt the same rush of adrenaline he did during furious battles. His perception subtly changed, turning the world stark and clear. Golden sparks glimmered in the depths of his dark eyes. For a few moments, everything was in a fragile balance. One wrong move, one slightest mistake, and the weave would have reached the point of no return. But Sunny did not make any mistakes. He performed every movement flawlessly, focused to such a degree that all his senses except sight and the tactile feeling of intangible threads sliding through his fingers disappeared. Finally, after something that felt both like a second and an eternity, that moment of fragility passed. The main structure of the weave had been connected to the new nexus, ensuring its stability. Good. As Sunny's hands continued to tie the few last threads to the shining ember, his mind already wandered to the next task. The first step of the alteration had been completed, but the result was still uncertain. The next stage was going to decide whether he would succeed or not, and while it gave him more leeway, it was no less difficult. Chapter 1348, Sorcerer Supreme. Now that a Supreme Soul Shard replaced the original nexus of the spellweave, the powerful energy contained within it flowed into the radiant tapestry. The ethereal threads shone much brighter, reinforced by their own enchantment. Most of them held, but some of the more delicate patterns started to glow too intensely, as if a moment away from catching on fire and dissipating into blinding light. He had to reinforce these sections of the weave, and do it in a way that did not contradict the intricate patterns. Threading a string of shadow essence into Weaver's needle, he held himself back from hurrying too much and started to weave new patterns, these ones black and lightless on top and through the radiant ones. The needle worked in the most pressing areas of the weave, while his other hands tackled less critical points. No matter how nimble his fingers were, he still couldn't weave as fast without a proper tool. The reverse effect of his unique ability to touch the ethereal strings was that they were sharper than any sword could ever be, and were thus capable of cutting his flesh without any effort. Losing a finger was as easy as applying the slightly wrong amount of pressure, or missing the mark by a hair's breadth. That said, while his own fingers were indispensable, those of the shadow hands could be easily sacrificed. They weren't just as responsive as the real ones, but the fact that one or two could be lost with no consequence made up for the fact. Ouch. No matter how careful Sunny was, the dire need to move fast was bound to cause him some pain. A thin cut appeared on his right thumb, swelling with blood. Luckily, no drop of it fell into the weave to disturb its delicate equilibrium. His blood was tenacious, after all, and knew how to stay inside his body, most of the time. The shadow hands were faring worse. By the time Sunny put out the most dangerous fires, they were utterly shredded. He was barely keeping the wounded shadows from dissipating back into intangible forms, and had even been forced to dismiss one of the arms and create an entirely new one on the fly. Nevertheless, it felt like he was past the most dangerous part. A shaky breath escaped from Sunny's lips, and a drop of sweat fell from his forehead onto the wooden deck. Without allowing himself to relax, he froze for a split second, gazing at the entirety of the weave. The nexus is holding. There and there, the shadow strings are lessening the burden on the original ones. Just as planned, that area is a bit frayed. I need to reinforce it more. No, not more. Better. Those areas, though, looked fine at the start, but are starting to worry me now. Calming his wildly beating heart, he resumed his work. Now, Sunny moved at a less breakneck pace, but was more methodical in his approach. Good, it's all coming together. It was a wonderful feeling. The collapsing weave had struggled against his attempts to save it at first, to the point that he felt like 3 critical problems appeared for each one he fixed. The more he repaired and reinforced it, though, the more it felt like the weave was assisting him. The ethereal tapestry was starting to look elegant once again. The radiant threads and the lightless ones intertwined in a beautiful harmony. Both were being strengthened by the enchantment of the Dawn Shard and strengthening each other at the same time. A feeling of wondrous harmony permeated the intricate spellweave. Its nexus was replaced, and its pattern was invaded by countless new threads, all of them dark and ghostly. But nevertheless, it was resembling a different but natural version of itself, more and more. Continuing his meticulous work, Sonny threw a brief glance at the Sin of Solace. "Hey, you." The sword wraith raised an eyebrow. "Hey yourself, fool." Sonny was already looking back at the weave, concentrating on finishing the alteration, but the corner of his mouth rose in a small, vindictive smile. "Go drown yourself in the river, you insufferable wretch. Weren't you endlessly going on about how I would inevitably fail? Well, did I? Who's the fool now, huh?" At that moment, he grinned and abruptly lowered all 6 of his hands, then froze, staring intently at the bond of bright metal laying on the deck in front of him. His work was done. The alteration had been finished. Sonny took a deep breath, and as he did, the spell whispered into his ear. "Your memory has been destroyed." His eyes widened. His hands twitched. "Toe." Before the shock could even register in his mind, the spell spoke once more. "You have received a supreme memory, Crown of Dawn." W. Sonny remained frozen for a few moments, then slumped against the side of the ketch. An infuriating growl escaped from his lips. What the hell was that? Are you trying to give me a heart attack, you damn spell? Think before you speak, damn it." The spell did not answer. Perhaps for the better. After calming down a little, Sonny dismissed the shadow arms and picked up the Crown of Dawn from the deck. His hands were trembling slightly. The eastern horizon was already painted lilac by the rising suns. Looking at the memory he had altered with burning eyes, he lingered for a while and then said tiredly, "So your name actually changed to the Crown of Dawn? Ah, how fitting." Before, that had simply been what they called the Dawn Shard, the shard memory of the first lord of the Bright Castle. But it seemed that the spell decided that the alteration he had performed was significant enough to warrant a new name for the newly elevated memory. Was he mistaken, or had the single gemstone adorning the austere band of metal become brighter? Enjoying the view of the bright gem, Sonny inhaled deeply and summoned the runes. The runes read, "Memory Crown of Dawn. Memory Rank Supreme. Chapter 1349 Crowning Achievement." Sonny remained motionless for a while, looking at the string of shimmering runes. A sense of profound relief and exhilaration washed over him. He suddenly felt refreshed and invigorated, as if his fatigue had receded a little, his mind clearing. No, not suddenly. Touching the smooth silk of the Shroud of Dusk, Sonny belatedly realized that it was already being augmented by the passive enchantment of the empowered Crown of Dawn. It's working. He closed his eyes for a moment, then took a look at the rest of the runes describing the band of bright metal. They were the same as before, only the rank of the memory had changed. Sonny had expected that. In fact, anything else would have been a cause for concern. The goal of the alteration was to strengthen the existing enchantment, after all, not change it. The Crown of Dawn would still be able to enhance all memories in a large area around it, with no limit to their number. It was just that the augmentation it provided had become much more potent. Most miraculous of all, that enchantment somehow remained a passive one. His eyes gleamed darkly. "I think, armed with that power, the cohort would be able to challenge enemies far beyond their own level of prowess, which meant that they would have a much higher chance of conquering the nightmare and returning to the waking world alive, just like they had conquered the forgotten shore and returned from its unforgiving expanse alive." He smiled, then dismissed the Crown of Dawn and rose. Heading to the stern of the ship, Sonny tried to contain his emotions. His face remained neutral, with only a faint smile playing on his lips. Soon he saw Nephis. She threw a glance at him with the same calm expression she usually wore, then asked evenly, "What was the shouting about?" Sonny stumbled. "Right, I did curse the spell out, didn't I?" In hindsight, that was probably not wise. He wouldn't put it past the damn thing to know how to hold a grudge. The descriptions it made of him were already vaguely snide, so Sonny shuddered at the thought of what the next one was going to say. "Whatever, that will happen later, right now, though." Walking over to Nephis, he shrugged. "Oh, it's nothing really. I just got a bit emotional and let the spell have it. Why have you never yelled at the spell?" She stared at him dubiously. "Can't say that I have." Sonny coughed. "Well, anyway, give me your hand." Without waiting for permission, he grabbed it, lingered for a moment, and sent the crown of dawn from his soul into hers. Nephis turned her head slightly and stared into the distance, or rather, it seemed like she did. In truth, she must have been reading the runes. Oh, its name has changed. Then she suddenly froze. Sunny studied her face with rapt attention, registering every minute change. Sadly, Changing Star was not the kind of person to openly show emotions. Nevertheless, he noticed her pupils widening slightly, white sparks igniting in their depths. Huh. He laughed. You finally noticed its rank, didn't you? Well, 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 no need to praise me too much. I just took the soul shard we scavenged from inside the black turtle and transplanted it into the dawn shard, strengthening the weave of its enchantment to withstand the burden of channeling supreme power in the process. That's all. Sunny looked down modestly. I am totally not a peerless genius among peerless geniuses. You absolutely don't need to worship the ground I walk on. There's no ground in the tomb of Ariel anyway. Nephis suddenly gripped his hand tightly and pierced him with a burning gaze. Sunny, you can elevate memories to higher ranks now. He smiled, enjoying the intensity of her reaction. However, his smile dimmed a little bit the next moment. Well, yes, but also no. Sunny sighed. The case of the Crown of Dawn is unique because it possesses an enchantment that enhances itself. That is why I was able to outfit it with a supreme soul shard and elevate its power by 2 whole ranks. For other memories, I doubt that they'll endure such a significant alteration. Elevating them by 1 rank, though, that should be possible for some, I think, if time-consuming. Nephis stared at him in silence. He hesitated for a few moments, then said in a somewhat stifled tone. But She raised an eyebrow slightly. Yes. Sunny coughed. Can you let go of my hand? You're sort of crushing it. Nephis looked down, blinked a couple of times, then hurriedly released her grip. Oh. Sunny shook his hand in the air. It didn't really hurt, but he had suddenly become painfully aware of how close they were standing. His face felt hot. Letting out an awkward chuckle, he shook his head and pointed to her head. Now summon that thing. I came here right away, so I don't even know how powerful exactly it had become. Nephis nodded, and a whirlwind of radiant sparks appeared around her. Soon, a band of bright metal manifested itself from thin air, its single gem glistening in the light of the rising suns. Let's do this. For the next half an hour, Sunny and Nephis were engrossed in testing the effects of the Crown of Dawn on their memories. The results went beyond his wildest imagination. Sunny had thought that his makeshift alteration would cause a loss of potential, resulting in a memory that was a supreme one in name, but not in power. And there was some loss, inevitably, but so little that it could almost be disregarded. Before, the Dawn Shard had been capable of elevating the power of awakened memories to resemble that of ascended ones. It had also been capable of providing a significant boost to ascended memories and a slight one to transcendent ones. The meaning of power in this context was an elusive one. The augmentation did not only empower the enchantments of the enhanced memories, but also the quality of the memories themselves. Swords would become sharper, armor would become more durable. There was also something else at play. The intangible, mystical quality that made magical materials different from the mundane ones was enhanced, as well, which was why the dreamers of the Dark City had been able to harm and slay enemies of higher ranks with their awakened weapons. The Crown of Dawn functioned in a similar fashion to its predecessor. However, its augmentation was much more powerful. An average awakened weapon was elevated to the level of a peak ascended one, while the most powerful awakened weapons could almost reach the realm of transcendence. Ascended memories were elevated to the level of transcendent ones, while transcendent memories. Sunny grew still, peering into the depths of the Sin of Solace. Under his gaze, the weave of the jade giant shone with blinding brilliance. It's not that different from the Crown of Twilight. It is like a supreme weapon. He threw a glance at the silent apparition that stood a few steps away, wearing a somber expression, and suddenly felt a pang of apprehension. Dismissing the Sin of Solace, Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then finally took the Crown of Twilight off his head and studied it. It was benefiting from being in the presence of the Crown of Dawn as well. The boost was not as striking as it was for the memories of lesser ranks, but still tangible. Nephis, meanwhile, was holding her longsword with a hard-to-read expression. Suddenly, though, her beautiful face was illuminated by a radiant smile. Sunny, this is amazing. With this, we can. She stumbled over her words, not knowing what to say. Enjoying the rare sight of her smiling brightly, he nodded and looked in the direction where the current was pulling them. His own smile grew a little cold. Yes. Sonny gritted his teeth. We can slaughter them all. The winds filled the sails of the chain breaker, pushing it forward. The past awaited. Chapter 1350, Familiar Pattern. By the time Sonny had finished the alteration of the Dawn Shard, they were not that far away from Fallen Grace. Neither he nor Nephis knew the exact distance they had to traverse to find the last city of the Sybils, but the navigation tools Ankh had left them pointed to its approach. Fallen Grace was situated in the western reaches of the Great River, where the sky was almost always painted crimson by the setting sun. As the chain breaker sailed deeper into the past, it was also leaving behind the pure light of day. Gradually, the color of the sky above their heads changed, from vibrant azure to breathtaking magenta, and finally to the blood-red blaze of perpetual sunset. It was like sailing into a sea of blood. Sonny stared at the burning sky, awed by its fiery beauty and its ominous dread. That's not concerning at all. Why would the Sybils build one of their cities in such a darkly beautiful but sinister place? Surely, living in the warm sunlight of the central region of the Great River would have been much more pleasant. Shaking his head, he returned to the shade of the sacred tree and sat down, resting his back against its white bark. He had just finished weaving another memory for Nightmare, and was not in the mood to start on the next one just yet. His study of the spellweave of Ankh's mantle had also been producing fewer and fewer results. It would never stop being useful to him as a learning tool, but Sonny felt like he was nearing a dead end. He would need to gain more skill as a weaver before looking to the nebulous mantle for more lessons. So, what else was there to do? Feeling restless, he summoned the estuary key out of habit. Staring into the weave of the mysterious memory had become like a ritual by now. Even though Sonny could not understand anything about it, the process itself was calming. However, he had not taken a glance at the key since before attempting the alteration of the Crown of Dawn. Who knew? Maybe passing such an important milestone on his path to becoming a proper sorcerer would change something. Are you playing with our favorite toy again? Why don't you toss it overboard and be done with it? The sword wraith stared at him disdainfully from the shadows of the tree. Not paying the apparition any attention, Sonny held up the jagged black stone and peered into its weathered surface. The inconceivable weave of ghostly strings was as unattainable as ever. He studied its dark tapestry, following the twists and turns of the black threads, like he had done 100 times before. What a disappointment! I still can't even start to unravel its mysteries. Among all the odd things Sonny had seen and faced in the nightmare, the estuary key was perhaps the most bizarre. He still had no idea how this supreme memory of the sixth tier had ended up in his soul sea, or what it was supposed to do. However, after spending countless hours staring at the staggering weave of ghostly strings, he had gained a vague, tentative feeling about it. Sonny was mostly confident that the single, passive enchantment of the estuary key had two distinct effects. He did not know what these effects were, but felt that one was directed outward, while the other was directed inward, affecting the black stone itself in some manner. The latter was also much more vast and potent than the former. It was unusual that a memory of the sixth tier only possessed a single enchantment. Since it did, that enchantment had to be a powerful one. And most of that power went into ensuring the function of the inward effect. Maybe that's why I wasn't able to discern what exactly the enchantment does. It's only affecting the estuary key itself. Perhaps it was an enchantment that teleported the strange memory into the souls of unsuspecting awakened without their consent. As Sonny was feeling amused with this theory, his gaze suddenly caught on a minuscule part of the inconceivable weave. The lightless tapestry was vast enough that he might have never seen it before, or if he had, Sonny had not paid it any attention. But now he froze, staring at the inconspicuous pattern. What the hell is that? The pattern looked familiar. Sonny had definitely seen it before somewhere else, recently. Which was not that strange in and of itself. The estuary key was a memory, after all, and as such, it shared many small parts of its weave with all other memories. The patterns that created the rudimentary enchantments like the ability to be. He summoned and dismissed, repair itself, and so on. However, Sonny knew these patterns by heart. He had woven them from scratch many times after all, and this one was not one of them. Where have I seen it? The complicated array of ghostly strings had a certain unique structure to it, which was different from the rest of the spellweave. He recognized its nature after a moment of contemplation. Patterns like these were rare, but present in every memory. It was how runes were expressed through essence strings. Both the runic sorcery and shaping were based on true names, one etching them through a written language, the other invoking them directly. However, weaving was different. It did not rely on words to create enchantments. That said, there was still a place for words in a spellweave, and therefore for the runes inscribing them. These runes, translated from the corresponding string patterns, expressed the name of the memory, its description, and the true name of its master, if the master possessed one. The problem was that Sonny had long identified the patterns that inscribed the name and description of the estuary key, as well as his own true name, and this particular pattern had nothing to do with them. Why were there additional runes hidden in the weave of the black stone? And why did the pattern of essence strings describing these runes look so familiar? Sonny leaned forward with a frown and concentrated, trying to decipher the meaning of the pattern. It was not at all difficult. In fact, it was even easier than usual, as if he had read this exact pattern of essence strings many times before. His pupils narrowed. Sin of. Sonny suddenly straightened, a cold shiver running down his spine. Standing in the shadows, the apparition yawned and covered his mouth with a hand. "What's the matter?" "Solace." The sin of Solace. Written in ghostly strings, the name of his cursed sword, and the sword wraith born from its curse, was meticulously woven into the enchantment of the estuary key. Chapter 1351. Beware of future versions of yourself bearing gift. The sin of Solace. These words were clearly a part of the ghostly spellweave of the estuary key. Sonny stared at them intently, feeling a strange mix of confusion, curiosity, and dread. What the hell was the meaning of this? Shifting slightly, he looked at the sword wraith. The apparition stood in the shadows, wearing a bored and resentful expression. Sonny had grown so accustomed to the company of the sin of Solace, first in the form of a disembodied voice, then of a vague figure, and finally of a perfect reflection of himself, that he rarely paid it much attention these days. But the sword wraith was not at all benevolent or harmless. In fact, he was a sinister and insidious being, spawned from the whisper of a fearsome demon and meant to drive the wielder of the sword mad. The fact that Sonny still had his sanity intact, or rather, somewhat intact, was only due to his extraordinary mental resilience and resistance to mind attacks. Most humans would have already been turned into raving lunatics by the Jade Giant. Sonny, though, apart from looking like a madman from time to time due to an outwardly strange habit of talking to himself, he only found the presence of the sin of Solace frustrating, nothing more. Is there more to this damned curse? He knew that the apparition would never give an honest answer, but nevertheless asked. "There's no reason your name would be etched into the weave of the estuary key, is there?" The sword wraith gave him a disdainful look. "I don't know. Maybe there is. You're the great sorcerer, so you tell me." Sonny took a deep breath. "You are keeping a lot of secrets these days, huh? Makes me wonder if I should just feed you to nightmare. Better safe than sorry, that is what they say." The sin of Solace laughed. "Go ahead, get rid of your most powerful offensive memory. Why not? You're going to die in this nightmare anyway. In fact, I encourage you to destroy me. Oh, do you think that I want to be here? Gods, no." He grinned. "Ah, but there's a problem. Are you sure that destroying the sword will get rid of me? It might, but then again, maybe it won't. Maybe the damage to your mind has already been done, and we are stuck together for the rest of your short, distasteful, pitiful life. What a cruel fate." Sonny gritted his teeth. Indeed, he couldn't afford to destroy the sin of Solace, and neither was he certain that doing so would banish the apparition. They were truly stuck with each other, at least for now. And I won't get any information out of the bastard either. So there were only two ways to solve the mystery of the estuary key and its connection to the sin of Solace. One was to find the great sorcerer who had created the ominous memory. The other was to deduce the truth, somehow. Sonny looked away with a somber expression. Now that I know that the sin of Solace has something to do with the estuary key. He suddenly felt cold. After entering the nightmare and discovering that he had somehow come into possession of a supreme memory, Sonny made several theories about how it could have ended up in his soul sea. One of them was that the soul serpent had slain a great nightmare creature out there in the real world. The other was that it was Sunny himself who had created the estuary key far in the future, but somehow received it in the present due to the strange nature of the great river. And now that he had learned certain facts, and knew that the name of the sin of solace was etched into the weave of the unexplainable memory, a chilling suspicion was getting harder and harder to deny. Looking down, Sunny slowly clenched his fists. It was him, the Mad Prince. He must be the one who created the estuary key. Simply thinking these words made him shudder. But it was just too compelling of a theory to discard. Sunny had suspected that the mysterious memory had been created by a future version of himself. He also suspected that the Mad Prince was one of his possible futures. So wouldn't it be logical to assume that the future version of himself who had created the estuary key was the Mad Prince? The name of the sin of solace etched into the weave, the ghostly strings of shadow essence, the unexplainable nature of the key, and the strange words describing it. The answer is oblivion. It had to have been him. How many weavers were there who could create threads out of shadow essence? Sunny was certain of it. Then what exactly did it mean? If that abomination really created the estuary key, did it prove that Sunny was really inhabiting the body of one of the 6 plagues? That would certainly make things easier for the cohort. One adversary was already gone, after all. And it didn't even have to be just one. What if each of the members of the cohort had been sent into the bodies of these powerful defiled? Actually, that was a chilling thought. Because while it would really be wonderful to not have to deal with the 6 plagues, it also meant that the other members had been sent directly to the heart of the defilement, the city of Verge. The Mad Prince was the only one of the defiled champions who had traveled into the far reaches of the future, after all, from what Sunny knew. Surely, the nightmare spell wouldn't have been so unjust in setting up its trial. Still, if Sunny had indeed taken the role of the abomination from the future, he could also tentatively explain the sudden change of the sin of solace. Why had the sword wraith suddenly grown to look so vivid and real at the start of the nightmare, almost indistinguishable from the real thing? Was it perhaps because Sunny had actually inherited not one, but 2 things from the Mad Prince? One was the estuary key, while the other was the sin of solace. What if the sword wraith that had greeted him in the nightmare came from the future, just like the estuary key? What if the sin of solace had been by his side all the way to becoming defiled, and then spending gods knew how much time haunting the great river? Hundreds of years, at least, judging by how superior the madman's weaving was to Sunny's own. And had been then passed down to the younger version of its corrupted master through some bizarre anomaly or dark scheme. The apparition had let it slip that he knew the Mad Prince by interfering with the dream where the abomination's vestige showed up. Was that why? Sunny scowled. Suddenly, the idea of feeding the jade sword to his shadows did not seem so crazy anymore. I'll wait and see. Sunny glared at the sin of solace, distrustful and wary. Glaring at him back, the sword wraith grinned. Look at you figuring things out. There's really no sight more comical than a fool who thinks that he's smart. Wouldn't you agree? Sunny grimaced and remained silent. Was that a confirmation or simple mockery? He gritted his teeth, knowing that there was no way to tell. Chapter 1352, Nearing the Edge. In the end, Sunny failed to get the wraith to say anything informative. Just as usual, all the answers he received were either vague and misleading or outright insults that had nothing to do with the question. Later, in a somber mood, he left the shadow of the sacred tree and walked around the ship, examining its state. Sunny felt odd in light of the things he had learned and suspected to be true. It's infuriating. He seemed to have stumbled on the truth, or rather, on a big chunk of the truth. However, there were still plenty of missing parts, and those were the parts that contained the most important answers. His mind was spinning, coming up with one baseless theory after another. Sunny was unable to glean the true meaning of it all, but what he did manage to do was completely exhaust himself mentally. Eventually, feeling foul, he threw the manic desire to get to the bottom of things right here and now out of his head, and settled near the catch to start weaving another memory for nightmare. A fiery sunset lasted for the entirety of the day, and was then replaced by the ghostly radiance of the night. Here in the western reaches of the great river, even the opalescence of the water was different. It was shifting between deep carmine, vibrant crimson, and rich maroon as if they were truly sailing on a river of blood. The nights they had witnessed before were dreamlike, but this one was like a scene from a darkly beautiful nightmare. Sunny and Nephis had not slept for a single moment, too wary to close their eyes. In the morning, the impenetrable darkness of the night was once again replaced by a blazing sunset. It seemed like one of the seven suns was always within reach, drowning in the currents of time. The further west they sailed, the dimmer the light became. Eventually, they were surrounded by a fiery dusk. "Sunny, isn't the current strange?" Neff's voice sounded tense. Currently, he was holding the steering oar, while she was leaning over the railing nearby. Confused, Sunny sent one of his shadows to take a look overboard. It took him a long time to understand what had alarmed Nephis. Strange. The current of the great river was changing. Ever since they entered the tomb of Ariel, it had always flowed in the same direction. But now, it seemed as if the currents were twisting, not only carrying the chain breaker forward, but also slightly pulling it to the side. In the direction of the setting sun. He gripped the oar tighter. We must be nearing the edge. The great river was vast and flowed endlessly, but it was not limitless. That was one of the first things they had asked Anank, hoping that there was a shore somewhere in this inhospitable world. But there was no shore. Instead, the great river was limited from west and east from dusk and dawn, as the river people called these directions, but a bottomless, dark abyss. It was as though the river flowed through nothing, suspended in the void by the power of the demon of dread. And so there was an edge instead of the shore, a colossal and unceasing waterfall where the waters of time spilled into the abyss and disappeared into the boundless darkness. Sailing close to the edge was tantamount to suicide. They had not reached the truly dangerous waters yet. Otherwise, the currents would have already been pulling the chain breaker toward the abyss with ferocious force. But the subtle change in the direction of where the water flowed indicated that the edge was already not too far away. Which was good news, because it meant that they were even closer to fallen grace. And dusk, the last sibyl of the estuary. Sunny inhaled deeply. Check the navigation tools again. It would be really awful if we overshoot fallen grace and end up deeper into the past than intended. That would have been bad, indeed, considering that there was no one except defiled further downstream than the last human city. If the last human city was still standing. Sunny frowned, remembering the time's storm. They did not really know how long they had spent fighting against its rage, and especially how long they had spent in the eerily tranquil eye of the roving cataclysm, trying their hardest not to look at the water. Who knew, fallen grace might have been consumed by the defilement already. Even if it wasn't, there was no telling whether Dusk was friend or foe, let alone whether she was the one who had sent Anank the message to find them through the dreams. They had to be ready for battle. While Nephis was trying to determine their location with the help of the navigation tools, Sunny silently gave his shadows a series of commands. Standing at the bow of the graceful ship, Saint released her darkness with indifferent poise. Nightmare stirred in the shadows, his crimson eyes igniting with dangerous light. Fiend rose from the deck, infernal flames burning behind the black faceplate of his fearsome helmet. Soon, Nephis put the tools away and looked downstream. Everything seems fine. We should be very near, of course. The city might have migrated in any direction by now. Still, it couldn't have moved far without sacrificing its entire population of riverborn. Sunny nodded slowly. Indeed, although the floating cities of the Great River civilization could theoretically travel as far as their inhabitants wished, in reality, they were bound in place by the lifespans of the riverborn. Migrations happened over the span of generations, not months or years. Replace me at the oar. Nephis silently stepped into the runic circle, freeing Sunny. Right now, he was a more efficient fighter between the two of them. More importantly, he had no idea how to berth a ship. If the people of Fallen Grace were indeed friendly, it would be really embarrassing to crash into their pier first thing after arriving. Yeah, I'll handle the fighting if it comes to that. Sunny secretly looked around, checking what the Sin of Solace was doing. Making sure that the sword wraith wasn't up to no good, he let out a me. Ental's sigh of relief, and extended his shadow sense as far as he could. After that, all they could do was wait. An hour passed in tense silence, then another. The drag of the abyss was still mild, but it was slowly growing faster. Surrounded by eternal sunset, Sunny found it hard to measure time. The chain breaker sailed through crimson dusk. The waters of the great river reflected the burning sky and seemed to be engulfed in flames themselves in turn. Then finally, Saint shifted and slightly turned her head. In the distance, Sunny saw a spark of light shining above the horizon. Somewhere out there, a white flame was burning at the top of a tall lighthouse. They had found the last human city in the tomb of Ariel, it seemed. After months of wandering the perilous expanse of the tomb of Ariel, they had reached fallen grace. Chapter 1353, Tattered Sails. There had been a time when Kronos possessed a youthful body and an even younger soul. His soul was still young, all things considered, but his body had turned decrepit and frail. It was full of aches, felt stiff in the mornings, and had to be handled with care. Still, there were pleasant things about being old as well. Kronos had burned with all kinds of hopes and desires when he was young, but now that he was in his twilight years, life was calm and peaceful. Or rather, his feelings about life were calm and peaceful, or was it one and the same? Since one thing he didn't possess was the actual wisdom of old age, it was hard to say. One thing was for certain, not having to worry about the future, he had much more time to enjoy the trivial delights of life. Like the warmth of his cot, the companionship of his friends and neighbors, or the beauty of the world. Since Kronos did not sleep much, old as his body was, he had developed the habit of walking to the piers at the break of night, to watch the suns rise from the water. Today, just like always, he left his home carrying a lantern and walked to the edges of the city. Despite the fact that the streets were still dark, there were many early risers just like him out and about. Some greeted him with words, some with smiles. Their faces were just as wrinkly as his, and their bodies were just as stiff as his. That also made being old feel less lonely. Eventually, Kronos crossed a few rope bridges and reached the piers. Several people were already there, waiting in the darkness. Some of them he knew from his days in the House of Youth, some he had met after. Joining them, he extinguished the lantern, sat down, and looked at the water. They chatted as the night lived its last minutes. Shrouded in darkness, the great river glowed with a beautiful red radiance. Then, slowly, its light grew brighter. The chatter quieted down as the old men and women enjoyed the view of the flowing water. Somewhere far away, the black veil covering the sky rippled. Hints of lilac and azure were mixed into its dark expanse. The river seemed to ignite fiery colors spreading across its surface. Then, finally, the suns rose from the depths, painting the world in a million shades of scarlet. Reflected in the water, their light was like a spreading flame. Kronos sighed lightly. It's a new day. A cool breeze caressed their faces, and the world was at peace, or maybe it just seemed to be at peace. Of course, it was actually at war, but they did not have to worry about that today. Otherwise, the lady would have already warned the warriors of the city to prepare for battle. The group of old folks remained on the pier for a while, not in a hurry to leave. There was gossip to share and idle conversations to be had. As the youngest of the bunch, Kronos had not grown tired of hearing the same old stories over and over again yet, so he received a lot of attention. He listened and laughed, feeling a comfortable bliss. But then, a note of confusion entered that bliss. Still engrossed in a story told by an old woman who had left the House of Youth a few years before the rest of them fled, he glanced at the river and froze, stunned. There was a black spot on the horizon. It was a ship moving in the direction of fallen grace. Kronos trembled slightly. A ship, but it's not time yet for the fishermen to return. Has something bad happened? Soon the other old folks noticed the approaching vessel as well. The conversation died down, and all of them stared into the distance, somber and tense. Then their expressions changed. The mysterious vessel had drawn close enough for them to discern a few details: its size, the color of its hull and sails, the strange shape of its mast. Kronos was suddenly gripped with fear. It's not. The vessel had a graceful silhouette but looked indescribably menacing as it emerged from the crimson glow of dusk. Its hull was battered and covered in scars, while its tattered sails were like an ill omen. Much more importantly, the ghostly ship was unfamiliar. It was unmistakably alien to their city and its fleet of fishing boats, all of W. Hitch Kronos knew by heart. He had never seen an unfamiliar ship arrive at Fallen Grace. They had received guests in the past when his parents were young, but that time had long passed. Because Fallen Grace was the last human city on the Great River. Defiled. Someone's yell broke the silence, sending the old folks reeling. The Defiled did not have a habit of traversing the Great River on ships, but they were also sinister and unpredictable. The ominous ship might very well belong to the abominable monsters. But if it did, why had the lady not warned them of an approaching attack? Why was the light burning at the top of her palace still white? Icy dread grasped Kronos. Has the lady succumbed? No, impossible. His irreverent thoughts were interrupted by a loud scream. The observers staggered back, horrified by a dark shadow that moved below the water. Shocked, Kronos watched as the head of a colossal serpent rose from the waves near the approaching vessel. The beast's scales were onyx black, glistening with dark sanguine glow as they reflected the crimson light of dusk. Oh, a corrupted! People of Fallen Grace had all heard legends of the Serpent King as young kids, so seeing a similar abomination rise from the depths was like watching their childhood fears come alive. At that moment, the serpent's lightless eyes turned to the pier. Kronos felt his soul tremble, as if the creature was peering directly at him. And then something unexplainable happened. The colossal body of the monstrous Leviathan suddenly rippled, becoming vague and indistinct. Then it dissipated into a tide of darkness. Instead, a slender human figure appeared on the bow of the approaching ship. The dark figure was contoured against the burning sky, its mantle moving slightly in the wind. It seemed to belong to a young man with porcelain skin and raven-black hair, his eyes as dark as night. The same lightless gaze swept across the pier, and then the sails of the ominous ship lowered themselves, as if by magic. Kronos took a shaky breath, staring at the ghostly vessel. A strange thought appeared in his mind. Is this the end, or a new beginning? Chapter 1354 by Grace of Dusk. With its tattered sails lowered, the ominous vessel slowed down, eventually coming to a semblance of a halt. It drifted on the waves a few hundred meters away from the pier, carried by nothing except the current. Kronos had managed to regain some composure by then. He briefly thought about running away but decided against it. His body was too old to run with any kind of significant speed anyway. The watchers guarding the city must have noticed the ghostly ship and the terrifying onyx serpent, too. If the lady had truly not known about their arrival, warriors would already be on their way. For a few moments, everyone remained motionless. The old men and women gathered on the pier, and the dark figure standing on the bow of the graceful vessel as well. The current was slowly pulling the ship closer. It was only a matter of minutes before it reached the pier. This is strangely exciting. Kronos should have been terrified, but he found himself awed and curious instead. All of them here in Fallen Grace lived with the knowledge that their lives would soon come to an end. Death was like an old friend, not an odious enemy. The arrival of a mysterious ship, however, was a novelty. How often did he get to experience something entirely unexpected? He had never seen anything like it, and would most likely never get a chance to witness something as wondrous again. So, he waited for the moment when the hull of the ship touched the pier with bated breath. Eventually, the graceful vessel drew close enough for them to see every terrible scar and every burn mark covering its battered hull. It seemed like the battered ship had escaped the depths of hell and survived all kinds of untold disasters. What terrible battles had it endured? What harrowing creatures had clawed its hull, unable to break through? What kind of beings dwelled within it, who had been able to survive all these ordeals? Were they, perhaps, more harrowing than the creatures that had left their marks on the ancient hull? Kronos and his fellows saw the deck of the ship as well, stunned by the sight of a beautiful tree growing around the ship's main mast. That tree was vibrant and full of life, not at all like the grim vessel below it. It was much taller and robust than any tree growing in Fallen Grace. What is this craftsmanship? Kronos had never seen a vessel of such design, nor had he known of any shipbuilder who could have created it. The lines of the ghostly ship were elegant but unfamiliar. The small details of its construction were unlike anything that the river people would have built. They were also entirely different from how the Twilight people had built things, back before they were wiped out by the Defiled. The ghostly ship looked ancient and mysterious, like all things passed down from the outside. Urs. Suddenly, Kronos felt joyous excitement. Are these people? The ship smoothly approached the pier and halted just beside it, its bow softly touching the mooring berth. As the humans of fallen grace watched in stunned silence, 4 figures jumped from its deck onto the weathered wood. There were 2 humans in front if they were really humans, and not deities. Kronos suddenly found it hard to breathe. The first one was the slender young man wearing a dark mantle, his porcelain face drowning in the shadows. His lightless eyes were like 2 pools of unfathomable darkness, cold and piercing. There was a crown of black metal resting on his head, shaped to resemble a twisting serpent. The other was a tall young woman with silver hair and calm gray eyes, wearing a white tunic. Her face was like that of a statue, beautiful and distant. She wore a crown, too, this one bright and adorned with a single radiant gem. When she appeared, it was as though the light of the 7 suns had grown a little brighter. Kronos felt something move in his heart, and for a moment, his soul was grasped by a deep and unexplainable longing. The 2 were like night and day, mysterious and beautiful. The other 2 were like monsters. One was a towering knight that seemed to have been carved from onyx, her graceful armor both intricate and fearsome. The other was like an ogre forged from black steel, with hungry flames burning in the depths of his ferocious eyes. There was something hiding in the shadows, too, a dreadful presence that felt both elusive and terrifying. Everyone stared at the strangers, feeling dread, awe, and wonder. After a few moments of silence, the young man wearing the serpent crown took a step forward and spoke in a familiar language, his voice resounding across the pier. We have come from the far reaches of the future in search of fallen grace, the last bastion of the river people. We mean no harm unless you do us harm. I am. At that moment, Kronos became sure of his suspicion. They must be. With his heart beating wildly, he stepped forward and asked in a trembling voice, My lord, are you the children of Weaver? The young man glanced at him, making Kronos shiver under that piercing gaze of his. A hint of surprise appeared in the lightless eyes, but then disappeared, replaced by something that resembled satisfaction. Indeed, we are changing star and sunless, children of Weaver. His words were like an explosion for the old men and women gathered on the pier. Their fear disappeared, and instead, bright smiles illuminated their wrinkly faces. Of course, it's them, just like the lady foretold. Praise the lady. Kronos couldn't keep the smile from appearing on his face, either. I must have gone senile, why haven't I realized sooner? He hesitated for a moment, then bowed deeply and spoke, trying to make his voice sound solemn instead of amazed and excited. It is our honor to meet you. We welcome you to Fallen Grace, esteemed guests. Then he straightened and added reverently, Lady Dusk has been awaiting you for a long, long time. Chapter 1355, Fallen Grace. No, I'm definitely not imagining it. These people are weird. The citizens of Fallen Grace were indeed looking at Sunny funny. The frail old man in front of him was smiling with an odd mix of joy and terror, just like the rest of the elderly folks that had met them on the pier. They were simultaneously far too excited and far too scared, like a bunch of teenagers who met an idol for the first time. He could vaguely understand why they would be delighted. It seemed that Dusk had already been waiting for Sunny and Nephis, after all, which was potentially a piece of good news, but where had the awe and terror come from? Maybe I shouldn't have shown up as a serpent. Sunny had thought that the river people would be accustomed to seeing creatures of all kinds, but maybe he was wrong. Still, there was a strange incongruity between the age of these people and how animated their reactions were. This whole city was strange. When Sunny and Nephis had first seen it, both were tense and wary. They had not known what kind of welcome to expect and kept their guard up. Fallen Grace looked a lot like Weave, but also different. Painted by the crimson radiance of dusk, it floated on the waves, stretching as far as the eye could see. It was much larger than the forlorn city of the followers of Weaver, and also more developed, feeling like a place with much deeper roots. There were more island ships, most paved neatly with cobblestones and carrying graceful, picturesque buildings. The islands were connected by rope bridges, with wide canals below. Slender gondolas with intricate patterns carved into their pale wood moved through them. Unlike Weave, there were no windcatchers here. Instead, there were sails of vibrant scarlet fabric stretched between the taller buildings, making the city look like a grandiose flotilla. The buildings themselves were built from white cint, one in pale wood, with crimson accents added here and there to liven up their scenic facades. Fallen Grace was like a flower of pure, immaculate white drifting between the ominous crimson sky and the blood-red waters of the great river. However, it was a wilting flower. Although the beautiful buildings had been masterfully constructed, most of them were showing signs of deterioration. The newer ones did not seem nearly as picturesque either. The rope bridges were frayed and poorly maintained. The scarlet sails might have looked magnificent once, but now their fabric had faded, its surface covered in patches and signs of makeshift repairs. Most glaringly of all the streets of the city were too desolate. From what Sonny could tell, half of the buildings had no inhabitants, standing abandoned and empty. That felt deeply wrong. He had grown up in NQSC, after all. In a city surrounded by defensive barriers, space was deeply precious, and since there was not enough of it to go around, people like him were condemned to the outskirts. Even there, emptiness was not tolerated. Plus, the only people in sight were these old men and women. Where were the sailors? Where were the soldiers? Where were the awakened? Why was the chain breaker allowed to approach the city without being met by its guardians? Sonny found the situation very strange. Well, at least they are not attacking us. That was a concern for Nephis and him, which was why he had dove into the water as a serpent. He stared at the old man, trying to understand why the locals seemed to be growing paler and paler with each passing moment. Then, mentally shaking his head, he sighed and said, "That's good then. We've been anticipating meeting Lady Dusk a great deal too." Maybe they would finally receive some answers from the last Sibyl of the estuary. Sonny hesitated for a moment, then asked bluntly, "Your city defenses seem awfully lacking. Where are the warriors? Why hasn't anyone prevented our ship from entering your waters?" The old man let out a nervous chuckle. "Oh, why would they? The lady would have warned us if there was danger. Since she didn't, there must be no danger, so." He paused awkwardly and added, "Please don't worry, though. Someone will arrive shortly to escort you, esteemed guests. I am sure of it." Sonny and Nephis stared at the old man incredulously. Huh? So that was why. Fallen Grace was ruled by an oracle, and therefore its citizens lived by a completely different set of rules. Why post watchmen if any attack could be foretold in advance? It was something like that, perhaps. He wasn't sure he could really comprehend how drastic of a change such a life would be. Makes one wonder how the cities of the Sibyls fell, despite it all. Perhaps it was precisely because these people relied on the Sibyls so much, and the Sibyls, no matter how potent their prophetic powers were, could not have been omniscient, especially when there were more sinister powers at play. As Sonny was pondering these matters, there was a small commotion at the end of the pier. A dozen figures appeared, all wearing armor and wielding weapons. Their armor was white, with red sashes tied around the waist. The weapons, thankfully, were sheathed. The old men and women stepped aside to let the soldiers approach. As they did, Sonny was surprised once again. The warriors, each and every one of them, were as old as the group of people that had met them on the pier. The armor fit their shriveled figures badly, and they seemed to struggle under the weight of their weapons. Nevertheless, the old soldiers tried to maintain dignified expressions. There was fire in their eyes still. The leader of the squad, an ancient woman wearing an open helmet with a red plume, bowed deeply and then saluted with a trembling hand. "Welcome, children of Weaver. It is my honor to witness the day of your arrival. I will take you to the lady, please." The old woman made a gesture, asking them to follow. Chapter 1356, The Last Sibyl. Sonny studied the old woman's armor, hesitated for a few moments, then looked at the chain breaker with doubt. He felt rather impatient to meet Dusk of Fallen Grace, but reminded himself to keep calm and take it one step at a time. "We've yet to moor our ship." The old warrior bowed again. "Everything will be taken care of." "How convenient." These ancient soldiers did not seem like much of a threat. The old woman was an awakened, but the rest were mundanes. Sonny had no doubt that he would be able to escape any ambush or trap they could potentially lure him into, and it didn't even seem like there would be a trap. Still, he didn't like the idea of leaving their only means of escaping Fallen Grace behind. That said, if Dusk had really anticipated their arrival, wouldn't she have also anticipated his reluctance? If she knew that he would be wary of a trap, wouldn't she have been able to construct a trap insidious enough to fool Sunny? Suddenly, he was full of apprehension. Damnation! Sunny had mostly been blessed by finding himself on the right side of people with prophetic powers. Now that he was about to meet an unfamiliar oracle, though, he fully realized how terrifying of an enemy one could be. His unease wasn't helped one bit by the fact that he had actually already met Dusk of fallen grace once in a way. There were deep scars left on his psyche by the terror of Low 49. Whatever, what else can we do? Demand that she comes to meet us here on the pier. After exchanging a glance with Nephis, Sunny shrugged and followed the group of soldiers deeper into the city. The old man who had greeted them joined, as well, which caused an irritated sigh to escape from the lips of the old woman in charge of the soldiers. "Kronos, why are you tagging along with us, kid?" The old man simply smiled. "Why, I'm the one who greeted the esteemed guests first. Surely, they'll feel better having someone familiar escort them." The leader of the soldiers shook her head and didn't say anything else. The old man Krono seemed satisfied and hurried to keep up with them. "Kid, how ancient is this woman to be calling a fossil like him kid?" As Sunny was escorted through fallen grace, he couldn't help but look around with a somber expression. Everywhere they went, they were only met by old people. Ranging from elderly to ancient, the inhabitants of fallen grace all had white hair, wrinkled faces, and frail bodies of people living out the last of their twilight years. They went about their business with careful steps and looked at Sunny and Nephis with amazed expressions. He thought that it was because of their status as guests in the city at first, but then realized that it was simply because they were young. Apart from Sunny and Nephis, there was not a single young person in sight. "They are all riverborn." Sunny frowned, pondering the implications of this simple realization. Riverborn did not age with the passage of time. Instead, they aged by moving upstream from the place of their birth. The process was supposed to be gradual, happening over the span of generations as the city migrated into the future to allow new families to be formed. Therefore, there had to be a mix of people of different ages on the streets, just like there would be in a normal city. So what did it mean if everyone here looked old? It meant that fallen grace had migrated far upstream for a reason other than ushering in a new generation, at some point, killing the older population and thrusting everyone else into decrepit old bodies as a result. Sunny's face grew somber as he looked at Kronos one more time. It might have been that the leader of the soldiers had called him a kid not because she was incredibly ancient, but because the old man was actually a child, or a youth no older than Sunny and Nephis at least. He hesitated for a few moments, then asked cautiously, "Kronos, how old are you?" The old man smiled, his face turning into a labyrinth of deep wrinkles. "Oh, I am 17, my lord, or I'll be 17 in a few days to be precise, but who's counting?" Sunny inhaled deeply, disturbed by the cheerful tone of that answer. Nephis seemed to have figured out the reason for why everyone in fallen grace looked so old as well. Hearing Kronos confirm it, she frowned. "Then why aren't you at the House of Youth?" As the words left her lips, the face of the old woman leading the soldiers darkened. While Kronos lingered, she answered in his stead. "It's because we lost them. We lost the entire downstream half of the city during those dark days, and if it wasn't for the lady, we would have lost the other half as well." At the mention of Dusk, an expression of deep reverence and love appeared on the faces of Kronos and the old soldiers. But there was also something else hiding behind the devotion. A hint of sorrow, fear, guilt. It was at that moment that they reached the point that should have been the center of the city. However, it was its edge instead. There was nothing but empty water where countless island ships should have been. The rope bridges leading to them had been cut, their remnants singed and floating aimlessly in the water. The closest buildings to the edge bore scars and burn marks, some of them tilting sideways or laying in piles of mostly disassembled wreckage. It was as if the whole city had been dissected into two halves, one still drifting on the crimson waves, the other long gone, lost to the unceasing pull of the past. So that's how it is. Fallen grace had indeed migrated upstream, escaping an attack. A large part of it had been lost in the process, both in terms of island ships and people. Sunny looked away with a grim expression. Was it because of the defiled? The old woman chewed on her lips, then nodded with a strange darkness hiding in her eyes. Yes, a defiled, something like that. After that, she remained silent. Soon, they reached an island ship that floated a small distance away from the rest of the city. It carried a beautiful palace built of white stone, with tall columns and a spire that rose high into the scarlet sky, crowned by a pyre of pure flame. That was the source of the white spark they had seen from a distance. Crossing the expanse of crimson water, Sunny and Nephis ascended the wide stairs leading to the gates of the palace, and were welcomed by rows of soldiers just like the ones who had escorted them here, wearing white armor with red sashes, decrepit and old. All of them bowed deeply as the small procession passed them. Finally, the gates of the temple opened in front of them. Sunny felt an old fear grip his heart. He was finally going to meet Dusk face to face again. Soon they were led to a grand hall filled with white marble, flowing water, and tranquil silence. There was a tall dais in the center of it, with an elegant stone throne standing on it. Dusk of fallen grace, the last Sibyl of the estuary, was sitting on that throne. Sunny froze. The first thing he registered was that Dusk looked young, very young. She was the first young woman they saw in fallen grace. She was also enthralling, with a petite figure and an exquisitely beautiful, delicate face. Her hair was like pale gold, and her stunning eyes were pure blue. Those stunning eyes looked upon the world but didn't see anything, because the beautiful young woman was blind. Of course, Sunny knew her well. Stunned, he raised a hand and asked in a trembling voice, "Cassie, Urdiel's note New Year, same me, hope you all had a great year, and if not, I hope the service I provided over the year made it a little bit better. It will continue though, how long, not sure. I will notify when I do have to stop, and I will try to find a good replacement if possible. But that's for the unknown future. For now, I will continue as usual. Let's hope we all have a great entry into 2024. Cheers, mates." Chapter 1357, Long Time. In front of them, sitting on the throne of fallen grace, was none other than Cassie, the delicate blind girl who had been their companion since the dire trial of the Forgotten Shore, and whom both Sunny and Nephis knew better than anyone else in the world did. There could be no mistake. Cassie had not changed much since the last time Sunny had seen her. She was still the same, with golden hair and beautiful blue eyes. The soft features of her lovely face were just as he remembered them. But there was something different about her, too. There was an obvious change, of course. Unlike how she was in the Nightmare Desert, Cassie looked hale and refreshed. Gone were the feverish gauntness, dark bruises, and cracked lips. Instead, her striking beauty had bloomed once more, soft and quiet, yet making it impossible to look away. She was also wearing an unfamiliar red peplos, its thin flowing fabric draped gracefully around her supple figure and decorated with white accents. But there was also a deeper, less obvious change to her. Sunny just couldn't put his finger on what it was exactly. Most importantly, Cassie was not Dusk of fallen grace. Or was she? He suddenly felt a chill. "Cassie?" At the sound of his voice, the blind girl slowly turned her head and looked down from her throne. Even Nephis, who rarely allowed surprise to show on her face, seemed dazed. She stared at the young woman who was, or at least looked like their friend, silently, a storm of emotions hiding in her usually calm eyes. The next moment, however, tension drained from her gaze, replaced by profound relief. It was because Cassie smiled. Her wide, radiant smile set their hearts at ease. It was a smile they knew. "Sunny, Neph, you are finally here." The familiar sound and cadence of her familiar voice were just as they had been before as well. Sunny slowly exhaled and felt a strong desire to lean on something. He had been both anticipating and dreading meeting Dusk. He had also been worried sick about the members of the cohort, and especially Cassie, since she was not as fierce of a warrior as the rest of them and more vulnerable than most. Even though Sunny had been suppressing these worries, they gnawed at his soul. Now that the moment he had been dreading was replaced by an unexpected and joyous reunion, alleviating the gnawing worry, Sunny momentarily felt unbalanced. Then a million questions flooded his mind. Wait, why is Cassie here? Where is Dusk? Could Cassie have taken the role of Dusk in the nightmare? Wait, then what about Torment? Why was she sent so much further downstream than Nephis and I were? How long has she been here? Where are the others? How? Sensing that he was on the verge of spiraling, Sonny forcefully put those questions aside. He would be able to ask them all to Cassie anyway, as soon as they were able to talk freely. As if reading his thoughts, the blind girl turned slightly and smiled at the soldiers who had escorted them into the temple. They looked at her with intense devotion, then lowered their gazes and bowed. Cassie lingered for a moment, then spoke softly. The children of Weaver are here. Please leave. There are important matters I must discuss with them alone. The old woman leading the soldiers looked up in protest. But my lady, it might not be safe. The blind girl chuckled. I know, child. I know more than most remember. The elderly soldier looked away in embarrassment, recalling who she was talking to. She hesitated for a moment, then bowed her head. Forgive me, my lady, I acted out of line. Cassie shook her head. No need to apologize. You only spoke out of sincere concern for me. Go and feel at ease. I also know these two. They will not harm me. She paused for a moment and added, Oh, and you, Kronos, don't think I don't know you're hiding behind a column, brat. You go as well. An awkward cough resounded from somewhere behind, and the elderly teenager appeared in sight, scratching the back of his head. I was just enjoying the splendor of the temple. Sorry, my lady, I seem to have gotten carried away. Under Cassie's unseeing gaze, Kronos and the soldiers backed away and left the three of them alone. Or so it seemed. After the initial shock of the unexpected meeting receded, Sonny noticed two people standing in the shadows of the throne. Both of them ascended. They were an old man and an old woman, dressed in ceremonial robes. The woman wielded an unsheathed greatsword, while the man held a crimson silk cord in his hands. Tracing his gaze, Cassie let out a quiet sigh. These are my guards. Don't mind them, they are deaf and won't hear us. Sonny was strangely disturbed by these words. Why did Cassie have two deaf guards? The whole situation somehow seemed eerie. At that moment, Nephis finally spoke. Is that old woman a teenager as well? Are all your troops composed of children? The blind girl blinked a couple of times, bewildered, then shook her head. No, she is a few 100 years old. Sonny tilted his head, stumped. What? Then why did you call her a child? Cassie remained motionless for a while, then sighed deeply and lowered her head. Her voice sounded strangely hollow when she spoke, the words echoing across the white hall. It is because I've been waiting for you two for a long, long time. In the silence that followed, both Sonny and Nephis froze. The terrible implication of what Cassie had said slowly seeped into their minds, making them realize that. At that moment, the blind girl's shoulders trembled, and she suddenly exploded into bright laughter. Oh gods, sorry, I just couldn't help myself. I really did wait for a while, about a year, I think. I imagined this day a lot, and so I just couldn't resist making this joke. Sonny and Nephis stared at her, stunned. Wow, what the hell? Who makes a joke at a moment like that? His eye twitched. Wait, did she say a year? It had been less than 3 months since Sonny and Nephis entered the nightmare. So, the time storm did indeed mess up their perception of time, just not as direly as they had feared. Cassie, meanwhile, had gotten such a good laugh at their expense that tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. Her hands had been laying on her knees before. Now, she raised them to wipe the tears away. And when she did, Sonny heard a familiar sound. It was the rattling of chains. There were golden shackles wrapped around Cassie's slender wrists, and a golden chain connected them. Wiping off her tears, the blind girl looked up with a smile and blinked. It seemed that she had noticed their confusion. Cassie frowned a little, then touched her shackles inside. Oh, you guys don't know much about the Sybils yet? Right, I should explain. She lingered for a moment, then glanced briefly at the two deaf masters behind her. One held an unsheathed sword, the other a silk cord. Her expression remained calm and relaxed. When I said that these two are my guards, I didn't mean that they guard me against danger. Instead, they are guarding the city against me. Chapter 1358, Beautiful Chains. Nothing about the situation made sense. Sonny and Nephis tentatively came to terms with the fact that Cassie had replaced Dusk of fallen grace, but now they were struck by yet another revelation. Sonny did not know why the blind girl was shackled yet, but his mind had already entered a state of battle readiness just in case. Not showing any emotions, he briefly glanced at the two deaf guards. The sword and the cord they wielded were suddenly much more sinister. If the guards were meant to protect the city from Cassie, then the sword was meant to cut her down, while the cord was meant to strangle her. How strong can these old masters be? Sonny was mentally calculating the swiftest way to kill them guards, when a sudden thought sent a chill running down his spine. His first impulse had been dictated by the deeply ingrained desire to protect Cassie, but why were the guards there in the first place? Looking at the beautiful young woman sitting on the white throne, wearing golden shackles, Sonny had to wonder if he should bethink of a way to protect himself from her instead. She sighed. "You don't have to worry, I'm not in danger, nor do I represent danger. It's just that, well, it's a long story, I'll explain. But first..." Standing up, Cassie smiled and descended from the dais. "Let me climb off that throne. It feels really odd to be looking down on you from up high." She approached them with light steps. Her delicate figure was accentuated by the vibrant red fabric of the archaic dress, which contrasted starkly against the white marble of the grand hall. Her movements were swift and graceful before Sonny could really decide whether he should be on guard or not. Cassie was already near. She raised her shackled hands and gave Nephis a tight hug. "I missed you, I really missed you guys a lot." She held Neph in an embrace for a few moments, then sighed and let go. A bright smile bloomed on Cassie's face. Turning to Sonny, she hesitated a bit, then gently gripped his arm with both hands. The golden chain rattled quietly. "I'm so glad that you're here." He froze, then awkwardly patted her on the hand. "What, I don't get a hug?" But then again, that was not the kind of relationship he had with Cassie. What kind of relationship did they have then? Sonny was really not sure. If he had to describe it with one word, though, it would be complicated. Still, she seemed to be sincerely happy to see him. He felt the same way, too. "We're glad to be here as well. But do you mind explaining what is going on, starting with why you are chained, please?" Cassie's smile dimmed a little. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded and turned away. "Sure, but not here. This hall is too oppressive. Follow me." After exchanging a glance, Sonny and Nephis followed the blind girl out of the great hall and into the depths of the White Temple. The two old guards did not seem concerned by the fact that their ward was moving around freely. They simply walked behind them silently, carrying the sinister sword and the silk cord. The presence was rather ominous, but Cassie did not seem to mind. Together, the five of them entered a grand staircase, which led them to a smaller one. The blind girl was navigating the maze-like interior of the temple with practiced ease, which wasn't that surprising, considering that she must have spent a whole year here. Sometimes, she traced the marble walls with her hand, but mostly she simply counted her steps and moved by memory. Eventually, they ascended a tall tower and emerged onto an open platform. There was a massive brazier in its center, with a pyre of white flame rising high into the crimson sky from it. This was the flame they had noticed from afar, and which guided them to fallen grace. Cassie lingered in front of the brazier for a few moments, bathing in its heat. Her expression turned a little distant. After a while, she said quietly, "Right, I don't need to maintain the flame anymore." Turning around with a smile, she gestured to a small table that stood near the airy railing of the platform. "Please sit down. You must be tired after spending so long on the river." The table was brimming with fresh fruit, crystal pitchers of wine, and savory snacks. Cassie did not have to ask them twice, since Sonny and Nephis were indeed tired after the long journey, hungry and parched. Soon, the three of them were sitting around the table, enjoying the refreshments. From the height of the temple's spire, the whole of fallen grace was revealed to them, as well as the fiery expanse of the flowing water painted in a million shades of red by dusk. Looking at the surreal sight of the endless crimson river, Sonny couldn't help but notice how damaged and incomplete the city looked. It was indeed as though it had been cut in half, with many of the island ships either missing or taking a position in the flotilla that was clearly not meant for them. Taking a sip of fragrant red wine, Cassie sighed and turned to face fallen grace as well. She was holding the glass with both hands, careful not to let the golden chain get in the way. Eventually, she said, "I entered the nightmare around a year ago. It was very disorienting, as you must have experienced yourself. Especially once I realized that I had taken the place of dusk, the Sibyl of fallen grace. Dusk, I don't know how powerful she was exactly, but she must have been at least a transcendent, while I am not. Sunny nodded somberly and added in a low voice, "The last Sibyl." The blind girl turned to him with a strange, fragile smile. "Yes, the last, although I wasn't so at the start." Nephis frowned, feeling a dark undertone in Cassie's voice. "Wasn't so, what do you mean?" Cassie remained silent for a few moments, her face turning solemn. Then she said, "The Sibyls were oracles once. The revelations they received came from the gods. But then the gods grew silent, and one after another the Sibyls turned to another source of knowledge. The estuary. What revelations do you think they received from there?" Chapter 1359, see no. Evil. Sunny suddenly paled. "Wait, no way." The runes describing the shroud of graceless dusk resurfaced in his memory. There they found solace, safety, and shelter. In time, the voices of the gods grew silent one after another, leaving behind only a vast and dreadful silence. That was how the Sibyls embraced the estuary, and that was how they fell. He looked at Cassie somberly and said, his voice slightly hoarse, "The defilement." The blind girl nodded sadly. Yes, the defilement spread from the estuary, consuming Verge, the city of the Seekers. And from there, the defiled slowly moved upstream, threatening to devour all other settlements on the great river. The Sibyls and their people waged a war against them for a long time. Eventually, most of their cities fell, some fell to the defiled, but not all. Her beautiful face looked forlorn for a moment. Cassie sighed. The Sibyls were truly formidable at the height of their power. It was no coincidence that they had managed to guide their people through the horrors of the Doom War and enter the tomb of Ariel unharmed. Even the defiled found it difficult to conquer the cities reigned by the Sibyls. How would they not, if the defenders knew the secrets of the future? She paused for a moment and took a small sip of the wine. But the very thing that gave the Sibyls power ended up becoming their undoing. The most stalwart cities they fell to the Sibyls themselves, because they were corrupted by the glimpses of the estuary and succumbed to the defilement, letting the rot spread from within. The blind girl sighed again, then shook her head. A year ago, there were 3 Sibyls in fallen grace. One was already defiled and entombed in her temple. Of the other 2, Dusk was the junior. The senior Sibyl, she had hidden the signs of corruption from everyone until it was too late. The day she lost control was the day I took Dusk's place. She lingered for a moment and gestured to the city below. "This is what I managed to preserve. I was able to rally the defenders of fallen grace and slay the defiled Sibyl. But by then, much of the city had already been lost. Much worse, the seals containing the other defiled had been broken, and she was a much more terrifying creature than the other one. All I could do was abandon the contested island ships and evacuate the remaining ones as far upstream as I could." Cassie smiled faintly and raised her hands, allowing the golden chain to ring. "Hence these shackles, and the deaf guards. I am the ruler of this city, but at the same time I am a threat to it, or so the river people think, since they don't know that I am not truly Dusk. I was afraid that my own affinity to revelations would place me in the same danger the Sibyls had been exposed to, but funnily enough, I turned out to be immune to it. Can you guess why?" Sunny and Nephis looked at her silently, not knowing what to answer. Sunny was a bit confused. "I get why Nephis is not in danger of becoming defiled. Her soul is incorruptible, but how can Cassie be immune as well?" He shook his head. "I'm not sure." She chuckled, then pointed to herself. "It's because I'm blind." Her beautiful blue eyes gazed upon the world unseeing. Cassie sighed softly. "Whatever it is that the Sibyls saw in their visions of the estuary, I can't see. That is why the truth of the estuary can't corrupt me, or at least, can't corrupt me in the same way it corrupted the Sibyls. In the visions I had before entering the tomb of Ariel, I usually had sight. But ever since coming here, all I see is darkness. Who knew it would be a blessing?" She smiled and moved her hands slightly, allowing the golden chain to fall back onto her lap. "Anyway, I knew that you would arrive eventually, but I did not know how long it would take. So I remained in fallen grace and defended the city from the attacks of the defiled. It was a long year. What took you so long?" Nephis leaned forward and grasped Cassie's hand. White sparks glinted in her calm gray eyes. "You did well, Cass. I'm sorry. We entered the nightmare much further upstream, and it took us a long time to travel into the past. We encountered a time storm on the way, which is why, while a year has passed for you, it was only a few months to us." Sunny lingered for a few moments, then added, "But you must have known that already, right? It was thanks to you that Anak knew to meet us and point us in the direction of fallen grace." A strange expression appeared on Cassie's face. He frowned, confused by her reaction. What's wrong?" The blind girl hesitated. "I'm sorry, but who is Anak? And what do you mean she knew to guide you to fallen grace? I'm afraid I don't understand." Sunny and Nephis exchanged a somber look. After a moment of silence, she asked carefully, "Was it not you who sent a dream message to the priestess of Weave, to warn her of our arrival?" Cassie simply shook her head. "Send a dream message? I don't even know how to do something like that, let alone who the priestess of Weave is. I also wouldn't have known where you were. Are you saying that there was someone who did?" Sunny suddenly felt an ominous premonition. He was somewhat convinced that it was Dusk who had sent Anak instructions to meet them and guide them to fallen grace. Now that he knew that Cassie had taken the place of the last Sibyl, though, and she was not the mysterious being pulling the strings of the nightmare from behind the scenes. There was a small possibility, of course, that Dusk had arranged everything before being erased from existence by Cassie's arrival. But it was infinitely small had the last Sibyl even existed in the nightmare. Why would the spell extend its timeline beyond the point where the challengers entered? And even if it had, what were the chances that Dusk not only knew of her nature as a phantom conjured by the spell, but also everything about the challengers and their task? Close to zero. However, if not Dusk or Cassie, then who could have possessed both a deep knowledge of the future and enough insight to manipulate it? Sunny gritted his teeth, disturbed. Not only did they know when and where we would enter the nightmare, but also a great deal more. It was how we ended up finding the ship, the Chain Breaker, and making it all the way here. Cassie seemed stunned. "The Chain Breaker." She remained silent for a while, then shivered and said, her voice glum, "Well, then maybe it was torment." Chapter 1360 Marooned. A grim silence settled over the open platform. Even the deaf guards seemed affected by it, shifting uncomfortably and throwing worried glances at Cassie. Knowing what he knew now, Sunny recognized the complicated emotions reflected in their eyes: love, devotion, loyalty, but also wariness and fear. He sighed, then took a bite out of a succulent fruit and leaned back. "So you guessed who the 6 plagues are too?" Of course she did. Cassie always knew more than them, even if she kept it to herself. The blind girl nodded slowly. "I did who they are, but not how they are. The Great River is a strange place. Many things that should not be possible anywhere else are possible here." She frowned. "The 6 plagues, I had to learn a lot about them, since they are the main threat to fallen grace. It was hard not to draw conclusions in the process. Strangely enough, though, none of them participated in the attacks on the city during the year I've spent here." Nephis looked at her somberly. "Were you serious about what you said? That torment might be responsible for us coming here." Cassie hesitated for a few moments, then shook her head. "Not really. She strikes me as someone far too wild and damaged to come up with such an intricate scheme. She's dangerous, though after the Dread Lord she has to be the most dangerous of the plagues, simply because of her foresight." So there was no answer after all. Sunny was still unable to learn who it was that had been manipulating the nightmare, unseen, showing terrifying knowledge of fate and the future. There was another problem facing them currently, though. Not good. Meeting Dusk might have turned out entirely differently from how Sunny and Nephis had imagined it, but their overall goal remained the same. They had to conquer the nightmare, but first, they had to find the members of the cohort. Their last theory was that each challenger except for Nephis had been sent into the body of a powerful, defiled champion who might or might not have been the future version of themselves. Regardless of the true identity of the 6 plagues, that theory had been proven wrong now. After all, Cassie was right here in front of them in place of the last Sibyl, Dusk not Torment. Which meant that they had no idea where the other members were. And since it had already been a year since the nightmare started, Sunny felt intense worry gnaw at his heart. No, don't think about it." Looking at Cassie, he hesitated for a while, then composed himself and asked, "You said you knew that would arrive eventually." The blind girl nodded. Yes, I saw us meeting in a vision, or rather felt it. Sonny took a deep breath. Then what about the others? Do you know where they are? There was one more question that he had, but couldn't bring himself to ask. Are they alive? Cassie suddenly smiled. The melancholy shrouding her features was vanquished, her face illuminated by that smile. Yes, of course. She froze, then coughed awkwardly. They're alive, I mean, sorry. Right, I should remember who I'm talking to. The blind girl was more than capable of answering questions that had not been asked yet. Her smile dimmed a little and Cassie sighed. I haven't wasted the whole year doing nothing, you know. Apart from making sure that fallen grace is not conquered by the defilement, I also tried to learn as much as I could. About the world, the tomb, I also tried to find the others, of course. Nephis leaned forward, a hint of excitement in her eyes. And the blind girl hesitated. I managed to determine their locations. Effie and Jet are together, here it is. Suddenly a small shadow fell on the platform, and a familiar crow landed on Cassie's shoulder. It stared at Sonny with an aggrieved expression, and then cawed loudly. Sonny, Sonny. It was Jet's crow echo. Staring at the bird with excitement, he asked, They're here in fallen grace. The crow suddenly looked crestfallen. It shook its beak slightly, then cawed sadly. Stug, stug. Both Sonny and Nephis looked at Cassie, worry apparent in their eyes. She sighed. They are alive and together, but they are caught in a dangerous zone of the great river, unable to escape. I spent a lot of time trying to locate the exact coordinates of where they are marooned, but only succeeded after this echo found me. I would have tried to rescue them myself, but dusk as I am the only outsider left in fallen grace. I couldn't leave before you arrived. Sonny nodded, both relieved and concerned. It was good that Effie and Jet were together, and it was even better that Cassie had determined their exact location. The existence of the crow echo also proved that at least one of them was still alive. And yet, how could he not worry when he had just learned that they were stuck in some bizarre hazardous zone of the great river? Nephis inhaled deeply, then asked, What about Kai and Mordred, Anvil's son? The blind girl frowned. They are also together, however their situation is worse. She lingered for a few moments and said darkly, They are in twilight. Sonny and Nephis glanced at each other, confused. He suppressed the impulse to touch the crown of Twilight and asked, Twilight, the city of the Serpent King, wasn't it destroyed? Cassie remained silent for a while. Eventually, she shrugged with uncertainty. It is lost, but it is not destroyed. The legends say that it was devoured by time. I am not sure what it means. In fact, I am not sure about anything that has to do with King Daron and his people. Sonny raised an eyebrow. Oh, why is that? A deep frown appeared on the blind girl's face. She pursed her lips, then said hesitantly, Everything about them is odd. They were not riverborn, but they weren't refugees from the dream realm either. They appeared within the tomb much later than the Sibyls and the Seekers, when the river people civilization had already been established and the defilement had already spread. Cassie lingered for a bit and then added, If not for the fact that they simply can't be from Earth, I would have said that they were challengers just like us, each and every one of them. Chapter 1361, Devoured by Time. Challengers just like us each and every one of them. Sonny remained silent for a while, a complicated expression on his face. He was remembering the very beginning of the nightmare and the strange words the spell had spoken. 13,700,077 brave ones welcome to the nightmare. Back then, he had been understandably stunned and confused. There was no explanation for that number, considering that there were not even 1,000,000 awakened in the waking world. The start of the nightmare had been abnormal in more than one way, though, and so he tentatively attributed these words to an error made by the spell. However, Sonny had never been truly convinced that the spell was even capable of being mistaken. So, what if it had been correct? He slowly exhaled. They are. Cassie turned her head slightly, confused. How can it be? Sonny lingered for a few moments, then shrugged. I'm not sure, but I know for a fact that the people of Twilight were challengers. It is because we've met King Daron, Nephis, and I. It was written in the description of the Crown of Twilight. Thus, the valiant king became a guide who guarded his people in their nightmares. That had been Daron's entire plan, to enter the tomb of Ariel so that a phantom of him would be conjured by the spell to guide his people when they challenged the nightmare. It had already seemed strange when Sonny first read the runes. However, back then, he had not met Ankh yet and therefore had not learned that there were no nightmares in the ancient past of the dream realm. So where had the Serpent King and his people come from? "You've met the Serpent King." Cassie's voice trembled a little. Sonny and Nephis glanced at each other and then briefly described their long journey into the past. With each sentence Sonny spoke, the story sounded more and more implausible. Great nightmare creatures, furious storms of broken time, ghost ships that appeared out of nowhere just when they were needed. It was very much like the fairy tale of astonishing adventures that Ankh had told him. And yet, it was all true, of course. Because Sonny was the one telling it. And so we repaired the ship as best we could and set sail in search of fallen grace. There were many battles on the way, but as you can see, we are both in one piece. He paused for a moment and then added somberly, "None of the nightmare creatures we faced was as terrible as the Azure Serpent had been, though, as Daron of the Twilight Sea had been." Cassie frowned. "I've heard that Twilight had its own culture and was an independent city, not at all similar to the ones established by the Sibyls. I also heard that they were tremendously powerful and even laid siege to Verge at one point, which ended in disaster. Many of the Twilight people were outsiders, maybe even all of them. But challengers? Where could they have come from?" Sonny slumped in his chair, thinking. Eventually, he said with doubt, Maybe they came from the future of the waking world. Either that, or they were the last remnants of the dream realm humans, from the time of extinction after the Doom War had ended. Seeds of nightmares should have first appeared sometime between when the Sibyls entered the tomb and when the spell infected our world. So maybe Daron ruled then, during the twilight of human civilization in the aftermath of the war. Wasn't that also what the description of the Crown of Twilight said? There was a king who ruled over a dying land. Nephis sighed. "It is strange, though. If these people were indeed challengers, they would have entered the nightmare by taking someone's place. Were there 13 million humans inhabiting the Great River, even? I doubt it." She lingered for a few moments, then added somberly, "There is one thing that concerns me much more, though. Cassie, you said that Twilight was not destroyed, but lost, devoured by time. None of us knows what it means exactly, but we do know that the Serpent King at least managed to escape. He was a demented beast when we met him, his soul consumed by corruption. So will we find millions of powerful nightmare creatures when we reach Twilight? Is that lost city an even bigger threat than Verge?" Sonny suddenly felt cold. As he considered her dreadful words, Cassie said in a cautious tone, "There is such a possibility. The inhabitants of Twilight can also be long dead. Lastly, there is also a possibility that we will find millions of powerful awakened warriors, not abominations, when we reach Twilight." He blinked. She's right. Twilight could turn out to be a dire threat, but it could also be hiding an army of allies they sorely needed to destroy Verge and conquer the nightmare. There was no point in guessing either way. Sonny sighed. "We'll find out when we get there. And we do need to get there, we can't leave Kai behind. We also need Mordred and his power to take on Verge, and his knowledge to eliminate the Soul Stealer." He looked at Nephis, then at Cassie. "There are no objections, right?" Nephis shook her head. "Our goal remains the same. Gather the cohort and eliminate the first seeker who is far downstream in the city of Verge, under the protection of the 6 plagues." She frowned slightly. "Although the task does seem too perilous, there has to be a way to accomplish it, or the spell wouldn't have sent us here. So we must be lacking some key piece of information or an important advantage, still. Twilight might very well be the place where that secret is hidden." Sonny nodded. "So we're in agreement then. Let's go fetch Effie and Jet first, then sail to Twilight to retrieve Kai and Mordred. When everyone is gathered and we had learned everything there is to learn, we'll attack Verge." Cassie remained silent for a few moments, then said quietly, "I agree. However, we must not forget one crucial detail." Her beautiful face turned solemn. "I doubt that the 6 plagues will just remain idle and allow us to gather forces. If they are truly the future versions of ourselves, they must already know what our next steps will be. It would be easy for them to try and stop us. Sonny didn't even want to think about the paradoxical mess of having his future defiled self hunting him down. However, he wasn't opposed to it. Imagining the vile, scarred face of the Mad Prince, he grinned darkly. Let them come, I would love to meet the bastards, too. Chapter 1362, No Other Choice. Sometime later, the three of them were walking across the pier, followed by an excited crowd. The two guards were not far behind, either they never left Cassie's side. The golden chain was ringing softly with each step she took. The elderly citizens of Fallen Grace were overflowing with joy at the sight of their young and beautiful priestess, though seemingly oblivious to the ominous meaning behind the golden shackles. The news of the arrival of two outsiders had spread throughout the city as well. The mood was festive. Sonny studied their faces through the shadows, then turned to Cassie and said silently, "You seem to be very popular. They absolutely adore you." A faint smile appeared on her face. "It's dusk, not me, and how could they not? She was a wise and benevolent ruler, not to mention a champion of the city. It was because of the Sibyls that the river people could defend themselves against the defilement. Most importantly, I am both the most powerful awakened, and the only outsider left in Fallen Grace. If they lose their faith in me and their love for me, then all they'll have left will be despair." She let out a wistful sigh. "They only love me because they have no other choice." Sonny remained silent for a few moments, somewhat stunned by how cynical that statement sounded. It bothered him a great deal for some reason. Then he shook his head. "Still, you must have done a lot to earn their trust. Surviving a year in the third nightmare could not have been easy, especially alone." He had already seen Fallen Grace and its people. They were not the kind of force he had hoped to find, and while Cassie had not gone into detail when describing her attempts to defend the city against the attacking defiled, it was easy to surmise that protecting it was more of a burden than a boon. Her days must have been filled with countless battles and narrow victories. It was a miracle that Fallen Grace still stood. She smiled. "Ah, well, yes. After the initial chaos, I led the remaining warriors into battle many times and killed many abominations. It was indeed not easy, but I wasn't really alone." Cassie gestured to the crowd following them at a respectful distance, as well as at the two silent guards. "The people of Fallen Grace might have grown weak, but they are valiant and brave. I also had several echoes to assist me." "Right." Neph had once brought back a powerful echo from the Nightmare Desert, a fallen demon with 6 arms. That echo had been given to one of the Fire Keepers before his cohorts challenged a Seed of Nightmare. She would have arranged for a powerful bodyguard or two for Cassie as well. Sonny tilted his head. "How strong are your echoes exactly?" The blind girl remained silent for a moment. "You already know the Quiet Dancer. Her power is augmented by a special memory I received from Valor, albeit not by much. There is also an artificial echo Neph procured for me from the clan, as well, equal in power to a fallen monster. And there is an echo I earned here in the tomb of Ariel myself, a transcendent beast of sorts." He raised an eyebrow. "Of sorts?" Cassie let out a quiet sigh. "It's the echo of the senior Sibyl I killed. I try not to summon her where the citizens of Fallen Grace can see." Sonny flinched a little. After a few moments of silence, Nephis suddenly spoke, her voice even. "You alone should be enough to deal with 2 masters. With a transcendent echo, those guards of yours stand no chance whatsoever. What is the point of them following you around?" Cassie smiled sadly. "Yes, there's no real point. I can easily kill them, and I can easily break out of these chains. They know it perfectly well. But they are loyal and devoted to their duty, and so I remain in chains out of respect for their devotion. Isn't it sad? The fact that I am only guarded by 2 masters should tell you everything you need to know about how desperate Fallen Grace's situation is. Unless we act, it will be swallowed by the defilement soon enough." Sonny sighed, trying to imagine what had happened to the real Fallen Grace and real Dusk. He knew that the last Sibyl had been buried at sea, her body eventually becoming the vessel of a corrupted terror. The existence of the terror of Low 49 was proof that the civilization of the Great River had met a sorrowful end. And it would meet it again if they failed to conquer the night. Just then, they reached the end of the pier and walked across a wooden plank to the deck of the ghostly ship. The crowd stayed back, with only the two guards following them aboard the ancient vessel. Cassie froze, lowering her hands and staring into nothingness with her beautiful blue eyes. After a while, he said softly, "Sonny, can you look at the sacred tree?" He did as he was told, belatedly realizing that the blind girl must have used her ascended ability to share his perception. Although he didn't feel anything, it also felt strangely violating. There was no harm done, but for someone as secretive as Sonny, sharing was an uncomfortable process. "I wonder if she sees the bastard." He threw a furtive glance at the Sin of Solace, who stood motionlessly below the tree and suppressed his discomfort. They walked around the ship for a while, allowing Cassie to study both its exterior and interior. She was the person who knew the true chain breaker best, after all, so they needed her judgment to rid themselves of doubt. Eventually, the blind girl stopped near the sacred tree and gently placed her palm on the white bark. After a few moments of silence, she sighed and turned to them. "It's the chain breaker, I am certain." Sonny and Nephis grew somber. They had suspected as much, of course, but still, a slight hope that it was merely a similar vessel still lived in their hearts. Now it was utterly extinguished. Cassie pointed here and there, describing her findings. "The essence channels are severely damaged, but their shape is unmistakable. I repaired them myself once aft. So I know every small detail of how Noctis had carved new enchantments into the older ones created by the fire hunters. It's his ship, our ship. There are many differences, but the core is the same." Sonny grimaced. "But how the hell can it be here, and how did we end up finding it?" The blind girl hesitated, then somberly shook her head. "That I cannot answer." He closed his eyes, then rubbed his face tiredly. "What the hell is going on? What the hell has been going on from the start of this damned nightmare? There are too many unexplainable things." Sonny's tolerance for mysteries was at its limits. Cassie lingered for a few moments, then suddenly spoke. "I can tell you one thing, though." Both Sonny and Nephis looked at her, waiting. She pointed to the deck below her feet and smiled. "I think I can repair the enchantments again. If you give me some time, the chain breaker will be able to fly once more." Chapter 1363, The Shadow, the Star, and the Oracle. The news that the chain breaker could be restored to its former future, glory, was a welcome one. However, it was going to take time for Cassie to repair it. They were also going to need a lot of materials, as well as plenty of help from the locals of Fallen Grace. There were experienced shipbuilders among them. Sonny and Nephis had only patched up the ancient vessel well enough for it to not sink immediately, but there were a lot of things they weren't able to achieve. Now, the situation was different. Just repairing the hull and the decks was going to take a few weeks. After that part was done, more intricate work would start. Cassie was going to have to restore the runic pathways that made the enchantments of the flying ship work. That sounded like a lot of time. Sonny and Nephis knew that an entire year had already passed within the tomb of Ariel since the start of the nightmare, and yet they felt uneasy wasting even a single day. The members of the cohort were somewhere out there. After all, their situations unknown. Perhaps they were in desperate need of help. In the end, the three of them decided not to postpone their departure too much. Sonny and Nephis needed to rest, and the chain breaker had to receive urgent repairs, but since Cassie would be able to work on the enchantments alone, they were going to leave Fallen Grace as soon as the work on the damaged portions of the hull was finished, which left them with maybe 2 weeks of peaceful time to recover and prepare themselves. Looking at the crimson blaze of dusk from the window of Cassie's private chambers, Sonny sighed. The sky was a painting of beautiful red, and the great river was like a sea of burning blood. The city below them was like a snow flower. "Are you going to be all right, leaving Fallen Grace behind?" Turning away from the window, he looked at the blind girl. She was brewing tea, seemingly not at all inconvenienced by her golden shackles. Nephis was nearby, too, studying the murals on the wall. Cassie softly shook her head. "I did get attached to these people, but what we are doing is for their sake, as well. If we don't strike at Verge, there is no future left for the river people. In a few years, or decades at most, they will be gone. If they were the real river people, of course. As far as humans of the waking world knew, the world of the nightmare would cease to exist as soon as the seed was conquered. But it was hard to make the distinction. Sunny had never been able to, at least. He walked over to the table and sat down. Do they understand that? Will they let you go? The two guards were standing just outside the door. Even though he could not see them, he could feel their shadows. Cassie lingered for a few moments, pouring the tea into beautiful ceramic cups. They will, I'll explain it well, don't worry. Come, let's have some tea. Nephis pulled her attention away from the murals and joined them at the table. Her face was calm and composed. Raising her cup, she hesitated for a bit, then said in an even tone, I haven't had a chance to say it, but I missed you too, and I'm glad that we found each other too. She looked at Cassie, then at Sunny. Her gaze lingered on his face for a few extra moments. Then Nephis took a sip of the fragrant amber liquid and smiled faintly. It's like the good old times. Sunny was considering saying something heartfelt as well, but then surrendered to the embarrassment of showing his true feelings and pretended to choke on his tea instead. Good? Which times exactly are you calling good? The time when I got skewered by a carapace centurion, or when that damned tree mesmerized us, or when we were attacked by that depth dweller while crossing the dark sea at night? Nephis remained silent for a few moments, then nodded. Yes. He stared. If that's her idea of a good time, I'll be damned. That actually explains a lot. Sunny felt sorry for the guy who would take Changing Star on a date one day. As he did, the Sin of Solace laughed derisively. Self-pity, huh? Shut tea. He held up. He threw an angry glance at the sword wraith, then shook his head. Who was he kidding? Sunny had felt nostalgic about the simple days of surviving on the forgotten shore many times. The hell of it had also been like a dark paradise for him. Looking through a shadow, he studied the three of them, Nephis, Cassie, and himself. Gods. Each one of them had changed so much. They were practically unrecognizable, and it wasn't even because of how much their appearance had been transformed by the awakening and the ascension. Back then, Sunny had been a powerless street rat who only cared about himself and how to keep his secret. Cassie had been a sweet but helpless girl, broken by the severity of her crippling flaw. Nephis had been an isolated young woman who didn't know much about the world, except for the fact that she was going to burn it to the ground. Look at us now. The scrawny kid from the outskirts was gone, replaced by a fair young man with eyes so cold and dark that it was easy to cut yourself on their chilling gaze. The helpless girl was now a beautiful young woman whose softness concealed unwavering will and ominous power. Nephis had changed the most, perhaps, learning too many bitter lessons. Their names were known across the world, and they had long lost count of all the powerful abominations cut down by their blades. Fallen, corrupted, even great. Devils, terrors, even titans. There had been humans, two awakened, masters, and even saints. Who would have thought that three teenagers that had met in the Crimson Labyrinth would be drinking tea in a hidden world created by a demon one day, resting before setting sail to wage war on an entire city of nightmare creatures? Sunny took a sip of his tea and shook his head. Life is sure funny sometimes. Still, it was damn good tea. He hesitated for a while and then said awkwardly, I might have missed you too. I'm glad that the three of us are once again together. Chapter 1364, Creating New Memories Together. The great river flowed endlessly. Somewhere in the future, the ruins of Weave drifted empty and silent, with no one left to witness their inevitable march toward destruction. Somewhere in the past, the city of Verge stood, harboring the hidden horrors of the defilement. There was twilight, too, mysterious and dreadful, lost to time. But here in Fallen Grace, the days were peaceful. The work on the chain breaker started soon after Sunny, Nephis, and Cassie finished their tea. He visited the piers to observe the repairs, but there was really no point. The elderly citizens of the last human city knew how to tend to a ship much better than he did, and even though their bodies were ancient and frail, there were still some awakened among them. Their physical strength solved many problems, so Sunny did not need to help. The best he could do was not get in the way. Knowing that there were many battles ahead, he dedicated his time to preparing as thoroughly as possible. Cassie and Nephis were doing the same. The latter was practicing her swordsmanship without rest, while the former actually, Sunny was not entirely sure what their blind oracle was doing. She spent a lot of time arranging measures to keep Fallen Grace safe in her absence. but also made a point of sparing as much of it as possible for him and Nephis. They had meals together, toured the city, and held long strategy meetings. He was happy because the three of them were together again. But it was also a bit strange. Cassie had spent an entire year in the nightmare, which meant that she was older than Sunny by a few months now, making him the youngest in the cohort. He had treated her as a little sister once, at the start of it all, so it felt odd to suddenly be the one who was younger. But then again, age was such an abstract thing, especially so for the awakened. Sunny himself had spent an unknown length of time in the dream prison created by nightmare. Even though he had forgotten most of that cruel trial, his soul still remembered its scars. Speaking of nightmare, the Dark Destrier was his main priority for now. Sunny had been unsure that he would be able to create enough memories to help his steed ascend before departure from Fallen Grace, but he was pleasantly surprised to have been mistaken. There were two main reasons for that. The first one was that Cassie had opened the treasury of the temple to supply him with the few soul shards he lacked. The second one was the Crown of Twilight. Its legacy of Twilight enchantment greatly enhanced the rate with which Sunny regenerated essence at dawn and dusk. Here in Fallen Grace, though, dusk lasted for nearly the entire day, interrupted only by a brief and fleeting night. As a result, his reserves of essence had become nearly inexhaustible. Which was a good thing for more than one reason. The three of them were destined to visit the lost city of the Serpent King, after all. Twilight was situated at the opposite edge of the great river, where it was almost always dawn. Sunny was certain that having a boundless amount of essence at his disposal would come in handy, no matter what dangers they were going to face there. For now, he concentrated on weaving memories to feed nightmare above all else. The counter of shadow fragments was rising with each day. So was the counter of nightmares the tenebrous steed had subjugated, at a speed much greater than ever before. Maybe because of the nature of the tomb of Ariel, but much more importantly, because of the river people. In the waking world, his shadow had very few ways of collecting nightmares. It was because the dreams of mundane humans were powerless, while awakened never dreamed. It was only masters and abominations that could supply his shadow with suitable dreams to subjugate. But awakened of the dream realm, and therefore, the river people of the tomb of Ariel were different from those infected by the spell. Their souls did not travel between worlds when they slept, and so, nightmare could invade their dreams and conquer their fears. As a result, the citizens of Fallen Grace enjoyed strangely blissful sleep during these days, while his shadow received plenty of nightmares to add to his swarm. At this rate, Sunny did not know what would happen first, the Black Steed's ascension or return to full power as a terror. He worked tirelessly to weave more rudimentary memories and do it faster. One after another, they were completed. And then, finally, Sunny weaved the last of them. The date of their departure was already drawing near when he did. Hidden in the spacious chambers Cassie had arranged for him within the temple, Sunny slowly dismissed his 4 shadow arms and put Weaver's needle down. Left in his human hand was a beautiful nacre ornament. What made it look so tantalizing was not the colorful sheen, though, but the ethereal weave hiding behind it. "It's done." Sunny exhaled slowly, then dismissed the ornament and stretched. "I did it." He felt both tired and exhilarated. Nightmare only needed one more transcendent memory to reach ascension, and now that memory was complete. Standing up, Sunny looked at the crimson sky beyond the window. The night had already passed, which meant that his shadow should have returned to its post. These days, the Black Steed was usually hiding in the shadows near where the chain breaker was being repaired, guarding the workers on his orders. "I better go visit him right now, then." As Sunny contemplated how much stronger Nightmare would become as an ascended terror, a swift shadow fell from the sky and landed on the windowsill. It was Jet's crow. The small bird jumped a couple of times, then stared at him angrily and cawed. "Snug, snug." He sighed. "I know, Crow, Crow. We'll go get your master soon. Hey, I want to see her too. Just wait for a few more days." The echo had been hanging around him a lot, perhaps out of familiarity. Whenever Sunny was tired from weaving, he would study the small avian creature and try to appease its impatience. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his lips. "But first, do you want to come find Nightmare with me?" The bird tilted its head and stared at him with its round eyes. Then it opened its beak and cawed. "Horse, horse." Sonny chuckled. "Yes, the horse, come on. Let's try it again." With that, he dissolved into darkness and manifested himself back into tangible form. This time, Sonny did not recreate his own appearance, instead shaping himself into an entirely different and smaller creature. A few moments later, two crows, one black, the other even darker, as if made of shadows, flew into the crimson sky. Chapter 1365, The Sound of His Wings. Sonny was flying through the crimson sky above fallen Grace. His black feathers were moving slightly in the wind, and his wings rose and fell with a relaxed cadence. His flight was somewhat awkward, but he did not plummet to the ground, at least like the previous time. He had, of course, assumed the form of a crow. After mastering the fourth step of shadow dance, learning a new form had become much easier for him. So, he had spent the last 2 weeks doing just that, teaching himself how to become a crow. Sonny was already confident on land and had the sea serpent form to protect himself in the water. Only the skies were left unconquered. Granted, he was not going to win a battle as a small bird, but he had to start somewhere. The idea of trying to assume the form of Jet's echo had entered his mind when he was resting after a long and tedious bout of weaving. Yes, Sonny had plenty of essence and more than enough soul shards to accomplish his goal, but even his patience was not limitless. He needed to take a break from time to time and distract himself from the rote process of creating rudimentary memories. During one such break, the persistent crow visited him once again to caw about how Jet was stuck. Staring at it, Sonny remembered that he had not yet made use of his improved ability to shadow various creatures better. The desire to fly across the vast sky stirred in his heart. Who said that only Kai was allowed to zip around in the air? So that was exactly what he had done. Staring at the talkative bird, he tried to teach himself its form, which ended up being just as hard to achieve as turning himself into a giant sea serpent. The body of the crow itself was much smaller and simpler. The problem was that Crow was an echo and thus not truly alive. So, Sonny met an unexpected obstacle. Shadow dance was not that effective against things that weren't alive. In hindsight, he should have known that it would be like that. Thinking back to how he created the form of the onyx serpent, and even further into the past, to the days of learning battle styles from his adversaries, Sonny realized that there were two components to shadow dance. One was purely physical, the other was much deeper and more fundamental, concerning the essence of a being. Its mind, its spirit, its very soul. Echoes did not really possess any of these things, so he was left stumped for a while. In the end, though, Sonny still managed to turn himself into a copy of the crow. It had just taken him much more time and effort than he would have expected, and he did not stop having trouble with the new form after mastering it. Possessing the body of a bird was one thing, but actually moving like a bird was an entirely different issue. Since Sonny had never flown without the help of enchantments before, he had to learn everything from scratch. The first time he turned into a crow, he proceeded to fall on his beak after the simplest hop a few dozen times in a row, all under the perplexed gaze of the befuddled echo. Nevertheless, he was flying right now. It was a rather exhilarating feeling. It was so exhilarating, in fact, that Sonny opened his beak and cawed. "Fly, fly." Then he got embarrassed and almost lost control of his wings. Now why the hell did I say it twice? Shaking his head slightly, Sonny looked at the dry dock where the chain breaker stood, being repaired by a large number of craftsmen, and cautiously descended toward it. He did not fall until the last second. Jet's echo landed with natural ease and hopped a couple of times in excitement, but Sonny gracelessly sprawled on the cobblestones after rolling a couple of times. Ouch, there's still room for improvement. Sighing internally, he let the form of the crow dissolve into a formless shadow, then emerged from it as his human self. Being a human felt cumbersome and boring, but he was also slightly shocked by the ferocious strength hiding in his slender, pale body. Damn, I've only been a crow for a minute. Looking around, Sonny tried to find the shadow in which Nightmare was hiding. He did not notice his steed immediately, but he did notice a familiar old man staring at him with an open mouth. Lord Sunless. Sonny sighed internally. Oh, hey there, Kronos. The elderly teenager had been following them around when they toured the city, full of endless curiosity. He was a nice kid no matter how hard it was to call a man who looked as old as Professor Obel a kid, but if there was one thing Sonny had an allergy to, it was curious people. So he felt uncomfortable around the wrinkly river-born youth. Did you turn into a bird? Sonny stared at Kronos for a moment, then shrugged. Yes, in a manner of speaking, I did. The old man stared at him with amazement. Ah, I see. It's like that time you turned into the river serpent. Is that your aspect ability? Sonny took a deep breath. Questions, questions. He had to remind himself how sad the kid's situation was. Not even because Kronos had turned into an old man before becoming an adult, but because he was starved for excitement and interesting things. His whole life was limited to a city that would have been considered tiny in the waking world. And worse than that, that city was the last one there was, with not even news of distant events ever reaching it. Of course, he was endlessly excited by the two unexpected visitors. Sonny remained silent for a moment. To be precise, it's the result of combining all my aspect abilities to create a kind of battle art. Kronos nodded a couple of times, showing that he understood and said thoughtfully, Oh, I have no idea what you mean, Lord Sunless. Then he smiled. Are you here to check on your ship? The crow echo looked at the young man with disdain and flapped its wings impatiently. Horse. Sonny nodded. No, I'm here to feed my horse. Chapter 1366, Terror of the Earth. The crow hopped on Sonny's shoulder, and they headed toward where Nightmare was hiding. Kronos, annoyingly, followed them with an excited smile. That said, Sonny couldn't remain annoyed for long because of the worshipful gaze the old man was giving him. Lord Sunless, if I may ask. He rolled his eyes and sighed. What? Kronos hesitated for a moment. What is a horse? That almost caused Sonny to stumble. What the hell, why does it sound lick? Something, I would say. He shrugged. It's a large animal that runs really well. People used to ride them to get around. Of course, my horse is no ordinary horse. He's a real menace, that beast. The old man frowned in contemplation. But why wouldn't they just use a boat? Sonny suppressed the desire to grind his teeth and answered in an even tone. The world outside the tomb is not all water, remember. Most people live on land. Horses are land animals. Kronos looked into the distance, confusion written all over his face. I see. Are there no land boats? That seems strange. The barrage of questions continued. By the time they reached the deep shadows where Nightmare was hiding, Sonny felt a bit tired. Yes, Earth does sometimes shake, spew fire, and swallow entire towns. Not too often, though. Mostly when a volcano erupts, so a volcano is just a fire-breathing mountain. And a mountain is basically a big sharp rock, tall enough to reach the clouds. There's ice and snow on top, but not enough air to breathe well. Rather, there's plenty of air, but you can't breathe it without dying. The old man's eyes grew wide. How bizarre. I would never want to live on land. It sounds terrifying. Sonny stared at him wildly. What the hell do you mean, terrifying? You live on an endless river that falls into a bottomless abyss, plagued by roving time storms and defiled monsters from the future. He shook his head, then said in a stifled voice, Nightmare, come out. Two scarlet flames ignited in the darkness, and the shadows surged, forming into the shape of a dreadful black steed. Light glistened on Nightmare's steel fangs and sharp horns, tinted red by the blazing sunset. Kronos yelped. A horse. His wrinkly face grew pale, and he took a couple steps back. My lord, you didn't tell me that horses are such terrifying beasts. Do land dwellers really are? Ride them. Sonny looked at the youth vindictively, then felt bad about it. The kid was very old. After all, what if seeing Nightmare gave him a heart attack? He hesitated for a moment, then patted Kronos on the shoulder. Yes, but as I said, Nightmare is not your usual horse. He is an ancient shadow creature that used to serve an immortal transcendent before becoming mine. Now let's feed him. As Sonny threw an excited glance at the black steed and summoned the nacre ornament, the old man asked in a shaking voice, But what does this dreadful beast even eat? You don't seem to have any meat with you. Consumed by thoughts of Nightmare's ascension, Sonny smiled absent-mindedly. Oh, don't worry, I have what I need to satiate his hunger right here, with me. Surprised that Kronos suddenly took a few more steps back, he gave the old man a strange look and offered the ornament to the dark destrier. "Here, buddy, sorry it took me so long." Nightmare snorted quietly, then brought his snout to his hand and pushed it, throwing the memory to the ground. Then he crushed it with one strike of his adamantine hoof. A whirlwind of sparks rose from the crushed ornament and separated into 6 streams, each flowing into one of the dark embers burning within the shadow that served Nightmare as a soul. Here we go finally. Sonny had always been preoccupied with raising the power of Saint, his primary battle shadow, as much as possible, so he had neglected the black steed a little. It was not without a reason, of course. Nightmare's main purpose was not to be a destructive force in combat. He was a loyal steed first and a fighter second. The utility he offered Sonny was much more valuable than an additional combatant would be. Still, this moment had been a long time coming. As the streams of sparks were absorbed into the darkness hiding inside Nightmare, his silhouette suddenly grew vague. Then, the destrier disappeared. Already expecting that to happen, Sonny dove into his soul sea. Appearing in the lightless silence, he saw his shadow standing on the surface of the still water. Nightmare had lowered his head, his body trembling slightly. Yes. Within the shadow, the glow of the 6 dim embers was growing more and more intense. The water suddenly surged, as if assaulted by an invisible wind. Wisps of black flame rose from Nightmare's sable coat, soon shrouding his figure completely. Sonny had already seen a shadow rise to a new rank several times. He knew that the transformation would not take long. Unlike evolving to a new class, this change was only going to take several minutes. He waited patiently, as if feeling the importance of what was happening somewhere near, but away from their eyes, both Crow and Kronos remained silent. Soon, the transformation was over. The restless waters grew still once again, and the black flames receded. Nightmare was revealed from within their veil, as fearsome as ever. His outward appearance did not change much. Only the red glow of his ferocious eyes seemed brighter. Despite that, his tenebrous silhouette brimmed with a new kind of power. Sonny grinned. Zen-A. Sended terror. His steed was as powerful as the creature that Nephis had slain at the top of the Crimson Spire now. In fact, even Sonny, who possessed an extremely high level of mental resistance, felt a hint of dread grasping his heart when looking at the dark destrier. Wait, doesn't his aura of fear seem too strong? Trying to suppress his excitement, Sonny forced himself to continue looking at Nightmare and summon the runes. In the next moment, his expression changed. When did this happen? The counter of the shadow fragments had been filled and emptied. Sonny knew that, of course. However, what he had not expected to see was that the counter of subjugated nightmares had been filled as well. The dream curse, Nightmare's terror ability, was unlocked. Standing near Sonny, Kronos and the Crow Echo exchanged a confused look. Why did Lord Sunless seem so excited? The small bird tilted its head knowingly and cawed with a sense of superiority. Horse. Chapter 1367, Dream Curse. The runes shimmered in the darkness, surrounded by still silence. Hypnotized by them, Sonny read greedily. Shadow Nightmare. Shadow Rank Ascended. Shadow Class Terror. Shadow Fragments 0300. He had known what to expect, but seeing the word ascended still filled him with excitement. At any other time, Sonny would have lingered, enjoying the view of the changed runes, but he was much more interested in something else right now. His gaze slid lower. Shadow description: this beautiful steed was tamed by the treacherous Lost from light in the depths of a harrowing dream. The two shadows battled across countless nightmares, shattering them all apart. Neither was willing to give up, so in the end, the nightmares did. Despite the excitement, memories of his dreadful battle with Nightmare made Sonny shiver. Shadow attributes: Swift, Dark Destrier, Dreadlord, Dreamwalker. The attributes were the same as before. His steed was swift, could travel through dreams, and grew stronger when feared or surrounded by shadows. Sonny's gaze finally settled on the string of runes that interested him the most. Shadow abilities: Flowing Shadow, Mantle of Fear, Nightmare, Dream Curse. His eyes widened slightly. The first two abilities had not changed. Flowing Shadow allowed Nightmare to move through shadows with stunning speed, as well as become one of them. Mantle of Fear was a powerful mental attack that induced terror in those affected by it. The second two abilities, though the runes describing them were different. It happened faster than I thought. The Nightmare ability shared its name with the Black Stallion. At this moment, its description read, Nightmare ability description: this shadow can create and subjugate nightmares. The more nightmares serve it, the more powerful it grows, both inside and outside dreams. Dormant Nightmares 287, Awakened Nightmares 252, Ascended Nightmares 455, Transcendent Nightmares 6. Sunny's eyes glinted darkly. It's 1,000. Not only had Nightmare subjugated enough dreadful dreams to unlock his terror ability, but due to the nature of the carriers of the Nightmare spell, most of these dreams were also much more powerful than expected, to the point where his rise in rank did not make them obsolete. The Black Stallion had even managed to find and defeat 6 nightmares belonging to saints, or maybe corrupted abominations. Each and every one of the subjugated nightmares added a little to his power, just like absorbing shadow fragments did. Much more importantly, the last few runes, which had been lightless before, were finally glowing with ethereal light. After accumulating an army of 1,000 nightmares, his shadow was finally a true terror once again. Trying to calm his wildly beating heart, Sunny concentrated on the newly awakened runes and read the description. Dream Curse ability description: this shadow is a master of a lesser dream domain. It is capable of lulling living beings to sleep and imprisoning their souls in a labyrinth of nightmares. The souls destroyed within the nightmare maze feed the shadow. The more powerful the shadow grows, the faster and further the dream curse spreads. Sunny stared at the runes, suddenly chilled to the bone. How curious. He was shaken so much that he uttered those words aloud. Curious, what are you referring to, Lord Sunless? Did your horse not like the food? It smashed it with a hoof. Oh, I'm sorry to say this, my lord, but you might not know what beasts like to eat. That was a shell ornament, after all. Who would want to eat a piece of shell? You should try fish next time. Sunny lingered for a moment, then turned his head and stared at Kronos wordlessly. The old man trembled. Right, he's still here. Leaving the soul sea, he concentrated fully on the real world and said evenly, I was referring to how similar an ability of my steed is to some other things. He did like the food. It was much more preferable than fish. Kronos looked at him with doubt, but Sunny ignored the youth and turned away. Maze of Nightmares. It was truly an insidious and dreadful ability, one worthy of a terror. Sunny could easily imagine the dream curse slowly spreading to swallow this entire city, people falling asleep one after another, until there was no one left awake. All of them dying, their souls devoured by the hungry shadow. He could also imagine the horror of their death. Sunny had experienced the dream maze himself, after all. What would have happened if he had broken down and given up? His soul would have been torn apart by the torment of endless nightmares, and his body would have turned into a hollow husk. The most frightening part of it all was the measure of control Nightmare had over the dream labyrinth, and the fact that the more his victims were terrified by it, the stronger he would be. There was a limit to the power of the dream curse, of course. After all, Sunny had broken free of it by destroying each and every one of the dreadful dreams. It had not spread to all the Kingdom of Hope, either, because its reach was limited by Nightmare's own strength as an awakened terror. The dreadful steed could only influence one castle and its surroundings. As an ascended terror, though, that reach would have become greater. Who knew how far the dream curse would be able to spread in the future? But all of that was not why Sunny felt cold. Why would he? The power of his shadow was his own power. Rather, he was shaken by the words the spell used to describe the dream curse. A lesser dream domain. Didn't it sound like something he had encountered before? For example, the dreamscape, a vast illusion maintained by the aspect of a certain saint, where countless people could combat each other without the risk of injury. Awakened used the public arenas for training, but there were private ones established for the government forces and the legacy clans as well. There was even a version for mundane humans to enjoy. Was Dreamscape a type of lesser dream domain as well? That would certainly make sense. There was another similar example, though. Sunny trembled. There was the spell and its nightmares. There was the dream realm itself. If there were lesser dream domains, there had to be greater ones, too, as well as those above them. If so, the souls destroyed within his shadow's dream maze were consumed, making the shadow stronger. What happened to the souls of those who died within nightmares, of those who died in the dream realm, of those infected by the spell? Was the spell feeding on the souls of everyone who carried it, and on the souls of everything those who carried it killed? The thought was terrifying, but still, it would make sense. Sonny lowered his gaze and stared at the fabric of Anank's mantle. When an awakened conjured a memory, the memory was manifested from their soul essence. What were the worlds within nightmares manifested from? He turned his head and observed fallen grace. Finally, his gaze settled on Chronos. And when the nightmare was over, where did all the souls conjured into it by the spell go? Sonny had never seriously considered how the spell operated, simply because it was so powerful as to seem omnipotent. If one assumed something to be omnipotent, they would not question how it worked, simply because its workings were beyond the realms of logic and reason. However, now, for the first time, he was starting to question if the spell was truly free from the laws that governed the rest of mundane things. Perhaps its scale was just so great that mere mortals like him were not capable of perceiving it. Or maybe he was wrong, and there was nothing in common between the principles of the dream curse and the spell. In any case, instead of thinking about things that are beyond my understanding, I should concentrate on what is in front of me. My ascended terror of a steed and the curse he commands. It will surely be of help in this cursed tomb, especially since there's a mad bastard around who is fond of visiting other people's dreams. Chapter 1368, Setting Sail. Not long after the Black Stallion's ascension, the day of their departure arrived. The weeks they had spent in fallen grace flew by fast, so fast, in fact, that Sonny was sad that they had felt so short. It was nice, spending time with Nephis and Cassie again. Back in the waking world, there had always been invisible walls between them, the great clans, the war, the complicated feelings of the past, the dark promises of the future. But nightmares had a way of simplifying things. All of these matters had been made small and insignificant by the dire necessity to conquer the seed, and so Sonny found himself enjoying the feeling of closeness he had not felt in a long time. It was funny, really, ever since becoming a sleeper, he had been told over and over again how dreadful and deadly third nightmares were. And there was truth to these rumors, of course. After all, Sonny had already been forced to battle a damned great beast to survive here. But strangely, most of his time in the tomb of Ariel had been rather peaceful. He had a feeling that peaceful days would become a thing of the past very soon, though. From today onward, theirs was a straight path. First to the dangerous waters where Effie and Jet were marooned, then to the mysterious city of Twilight to find Kai and Mordred, and finally to Verge, the throne of the defilement, to burn it down and conquer the nightmare. Of course, the chain breaker was going to return to fallen grace between each step to resupply, receive repairs, and give its crew an opportunity to recover. But those stops would be brief and far between. For the remainder of the nightmare, Sonny and his companions would be going from one dire battle to another. Looking at the dreamlike view of the last city of the river people from the height of the temple's tower, Sonny sighed and looked at Cassie and Nephis. The suns had just risen, and the whole world was drowned in countless shades of red. Illuminated by the crimson blaze, both of them looked solemn and ready. He lingered for a moment, then asked, "Is it time?" Cassie nodded slowly. "It's time, let's go." Together, they descended from the tower, past the grand hall of the temple, and walked outside. The blind girl's guards were following them from behind, just like always, but today many more people had come to bid their Sibyl farewell. Soldiers, artisans, and citizens of all kinds. Thousands of gaunt old men and women were crowding the streets, looking at the beautiful young woman with golden shackles wrapped around her wrists. Their frail figures and wrinkly faces were like a sea. Their eyes. Sonny did not know how to describe the emotion that shone in them. Was it pride, sorrow, fear, love, guilt, or all of it fused together? Human beings were not that simple, after all. They rarely felt only one thing. Most of the time, their hearts were an irrational and contradictory mess of clashing and conflicting emotions. Will we manage to save these people, or are they all doomed? Sonny knew that this was not the real fallen Grace, and yet, he also knew that the shadows of living beings he killed in the nightmares were still within his soul, indistinguishable from the shadows that belonged to the inhabitants of both the dream realm and the waking world. So what exactly was the difference? They passed through the crowded streets and approached the piers. The chain breaker rested on the water, freshly repaired and refurbished. Its tattered sails were replaced by new ones, each of a gorgeous, vibrant scarlet color. There wasn't much ceremony. Sonny, Cassie, and Nephis climbed aboard. The two deaf guards remained on the pier. But before they left, Cassie turned to the crowd of elderly Riverborn and smiled. Her smile was like a ray of pure sunlight in this land of eternal dusk. "My people," her voice echoed above the water, reaching far and wide. The inhabitants of fallen Grace, the last humans in the tomb of Ariel, listened with rapt attention, catching every word. Sonny gazed at the crowd and soon noticed a familiar figure. Kronos was also here, looking at the graceful ship with awe and longing. Cassie waited for a moment, then continued. "I have to apologize. Usually I would have taken you all to the House of Parting to celebrate and enjoy a delicious feast. Sadly, the lower house is no more, and so I have no food to offer." A wave of murmurs rose from the crowd as many people chuckled. Someone yelled, "It's all right, my lady, feed us when you return." The blind girl remained motionless for a few moments. Still, today is not a day for sadness. It is a day for celebration. This journey I am leaving on is not my last. Instead, it is the beginning of a new era, a better era, an era of grace and freedom. She raised her hands and pulled them apart, easily breaking the golden chain. The shattered links fell into the water. Cassie smiled again. "Lady Changing Star, Lord Sunless, and we are leaving to gather powerful outsiders and vanquish the defilement once and for all. Our victory is assured. I know." It would have been an empty proclamation if anyone else had said it. However, for the people of fallen Grace, Cassie was Dusk, the last Sibyl the Oracle who had guided their people for many generations, and who knew the secrets of both the past and the future. Hearing her, they stared with wide eyes. In the next moment, a joyous roar rose from the crowd. "Our Lady knows. She saw it. Victory, our victory is assured." Staring at the celebrating old men, their sorrow gone, Sonny leaned slightly and asked in a whisper, "You know, did you receive a vision of fate?" Cassie froze, then shuddered slightly. A moment later, she turned to him, her smile turning brittle. Her beautiful blue eyes were shining with the reflection of the crimson sky. She lingered for a bit, then answered, "Who cares about fate? If fate is against us, we'll break it." Sonny stared at her, befuddled. The corner of his mouth twitched. Oh, you think it's easy to break fate?" The blind girl lowered her head slightly and turned back to the crowd. Her quiet answer was almost drowned out by the joyous cries. "No, it's not easy. It's not easy at all." Soon, the sails of the chain breaker were filled with wind. The graceful vessel moved slowly, leaving the voices of the crowd behind. The people of fallen Grace watched as it sailed away, waving and wishing their lady good fortune in the days to come. But then they disappeared from view, obscured by the crimson haze. There was nothing but a vast expanse of water left in front of them. The first of the many battles was approaching. Chapter 1369, Lost Library. Their first goal was to find Jet and Effie. Cassie had been able to determine the general area where they were marooned, but not why she was also not sure what dangers awaited the chain breaker in that hazardous region of the Great River. However, she did have a lead. The problem was that this lead was buried in one of the lost temples of fallen Grace, the palace where a defiled Sibyl had once been entombed alive. During the battle for the city, the temple had been unsealed, and the island ships that could not be saved were abandoned. Cut free, they had been left to the currents. The rest of the flotilla fled upstream, where it remained to this day. Nevertheless, the chain breaker was moving into the past once more, searching for the lost districts. Sonny, Nephis, and Cassie were going to find the lost temple, slay the defiled Sibyl, if the creature was still dwelling there, and sift through the temple's library in search of information about the place Effie and Jet were trapped in. Breathing heavily, Sonny leaned on the side of the ketch and cursed quietly. The ketch had been patched up and repaired as well. With its masts dismantled and stored, it resembled a proper lifeboat. The craftsmen of Fallen Grace had also constructed an actual nest for it, with ropes and pulleys to lower the ketch into the water and hoist it back up again when needed. Nephis was at the stern, controlling the ship, while Cassie was examining the damaged essence lines of the ancient vessel nearby. Looking at her, he decided to rest for a few minutes and asked somberly, "Why wasn't that Sibyl killed after succumbing to the defilement anyway? Simply sealing the temple does not seem like a reliable solution, especially since it seems to have been done in a hurry, with all the valuables remaining inside. Who just goes and loses an entire library?" The blind girl was distracted from her thoughts and turned to him, her golden hair fluttering in the wind. She lingered for a moment, then shrugged. "I'm not really sure. It happened long before we entered the nightmare, so perhaps the people of Fallen Grace simply couldn't bring themselves to kill one of their Sibyls. You saw how conflicted they are about us. Perhaps sealing her inside and turning the temple into a mausoleum was simply safer." She sighed and shook his head. "I agree, though. It was a mistake. When I entered the nightmare, we could have preserved the entire city if not for their misguided ways. There were 2 Sibyls left in Fallen Grace back then, and one of them had just succumbed to the defilement. She was still new to her unholy powers, though. The battle was dreadful, but we could have won." Her face turned dull. It was not until the seal of the old temple came undone that disaster struck. Once that thing got out, there was no stopping it. Sonny raised an eyebrow with a dubious expression. "And yet you want us to seek her out." Cassie sighed, then smiled lightly. "Well, I alone was not enough to both battle the creature and prevent the city from sinking. But the 3 of us together, that is a completely different story. I don't think we'll have too much of a problem dealing with her. If we do fail to take down a single defiled, there's no point in even trying to conquer the nightmare, don't you think?" Sonny smiled crookedly. "I guess." There was another reason why they wanted to slay the defiled Sibyl as well. The conflict of the nightmare seemed to be connected to the fate of Fallen Grace and of the River People civilization as a whole. The natural ending of this story was complete extinction, which was why Sonny and Nephis were determined to destroy Verge and save the last human city instead. But simply eliminating the source of the defilement was not enough. Right now, the people of Fallen Grace were doomed for no other reason than that they were all too old and weak to have children. To ensure that a new generation of the River People could be born, the city had to return to its previous position downstream, which was impossible because of the lingering presence of the defiled Sibyl. So the creature had to go. Sonny looked at the crimson sky, then asked, "How does it work anyway? Why was the entombed Sibyl so much more powerful than the one you killed?" Cassie remained silent for a bit before answering. "Simple, Rhea. Ellie, all the nightmare creatures we met before entering the tomb had been corrupted countless years ago. There was barely a trace of their previous selves left. Corruption is a gradual process, as it turns out. The Sibyl I killed had not been an abomination for more than a week. She was still mostly human. The other, though, had spent a long time sealed in that temple. The thing that broke free from it could barely be called a human. Its powers were greater, and it was much more used to them as well." Sonny sighed. It made sense. With his curiosity satisfied, he decided that it was time to get back to the arduous practice. He was trying to master the sorcery of names. Sadly, Sonny was making 0 progress. Learning the names themselves was not too hard, at least not the simple ones Nephis had done her best to teach him. Even though those names were eerily odd, barely fitting into his mind and constantly fading from his memory, he possessed enough mental discipline to hold on to the knowledge of them. The problem was actually trying to speak them. In that regard, Sonny was failing miserably. Curse it! Perhaps Sonny was being greedy by wishing to learn an entire new system of sorcery, but he still wanted to master the fundamentals of shaping. Today, his attempts to summon the wind were going even worse than usual. He was tired and drained, but there was no result whatsoever. "Damned wind, come on, blow." When Sonny's irritation reached a boiling point, Cassie suddenly straightened and turned her head slightly. There was a frown on her face. "Something is wrong." Chapter 1370, Insidious Adversary. Sonny sighed heavily, then subtly studied the world through his shadows. There was no danger around them. Everything seemed fine. That said, his intuition was indeed telling him something. It was not exactly ringing an alarm, but there was an eerie sensation at the back of his mind. He rose to his feet and studied the great river with his own two eyes. After a few moments, Sunny asked, "What is it? I don't see anything." Cassie did not move, her frown deepening. The waves rustled as they brushed against the hull of the ship. The sails rippled in the wind. Raising a hand, she touched her cheek briefly, then said somberly, "I feel strange, as if I'm drunk." Sunny stared at her wordlessly. "Huh?" The blind girl grimaced. "It's like I'm seeing double. Only, of course, it's not my sight that is blurry. Rather, it's my aspect ability, the one that allows me to sense what will happen a few seconds into the future." He remained silent for a few moments. The shadows across the chainbreaker moved, stirring. "So what you're saying is that something is wrong with the future?" Cassie hesitated a little. "Or at least with my ability to perceive the future." That was a rather terrifying thing to hear. Sunny looked around once more, noting how peaceful their surroundings looked. The sky was burning beautifully with countless shades of red, with not a cloud in sight. The surface of the flowing river was spotless, with nothing hiding beneath it. And yet there was something sinister happening to the world, unseen and imperceptible. If not for the keen senses of the Oracle, none of them would have known that something was wrong. "Let's go." Taking Cassie by the wrist, Sunny guided her to the stern of the ship, where Nephis was holding the steering oar. He had not had to guide the blind girl in a long, long time, but now that her aspect ability was compromised, she must have been disoriented. Even if she was looking at the world through his eyes, that was not the same as perceiving it with her own senses. What the hell is happening in this damned tomb? Soon they arrived at the runic circle and told Nephis the news. She remained silent for a while, looking forward with a somber expression. After a while, Neph nodded. "I see, I felt that something was wrong, too." Sunny tilted his head a little. "How?" Even his faint premonition had only appeared because of his tenuous affinity to fate, which had been enhanced by Weaver's lineage. Sunny usually called these vague feelings his intuition, but it was not exactly a sixth sense. It was actually a rudimentary ability to feel the tremors of the strings of fate. What allowed Nephis to feel the wrongness then? She pointed to the sky. "It's the suns. I am responsible for steering the ship, so I keep an eye on them for navigation. There's something strange happening, though for the last hour or so our course has been changing slightly. It's like we are being pulled toward something. But if we are, I don't know how. I don't think there are any forces exerting pressure on the ship or the current." Sunny suddenly had a very, very bad premonition. His face turned grim. They were on a hunt for a defiled Sibyl, and Cassie's perception of the future was suddenly behaving strangely. More than that, the world itself was not working quite as it was supposed to. "No, no, it can't be, can it?" Glancing at the blind girl, he asked Eve. "NLY. Say, Cassie, that thing that broke free when the temple was unsealed. What exactly were her powers?" Cassie hesitated for a moment. "I am not sure. I did not get a proper look at her. All I remember is that all the soldiers I sent to stall her were torn to shreds in an instant, unable to land a single blow on her hide. Arrows and magic projectiles missed, enchantments failed. She was too dreadful of a creature for us to handle, especially while fighting the other Sibyl." Her beautiful blue eyes glistened. "As soon as the second Sibyl died, I ordered everyone to retreat and disconnect the entire section of the city where the creature was raging. That was how we lost half of Fallen Grace." Sunny inhaled deeply. "But all the Sibyls had powers related to revelations, right? And revelations are a manifestation of extreme affinity to fate. That Sibyl was capable of sensing the future before becoming corrupted." He gritted his teeth and shared a wild suspicion that was making him incredibly wary. "So is it possible that the abomination is now capable of affecting the future?" Nephis looked at him strangely. "What do you mean?" He shrugged. "Let's say there's an ancient Sibyl, a transcendent outsider who comes from the time before the Doom War. She becomes defiled and turns into a nightmare creature, then gets buried alive for countless years." Sunny shook his head. "And then we three go searching for her. And just at that moment, Cassie's ability to perceive the future starts behaving weirdly, while our ship is inexplicably moving in a direction that it's not supposed to be moving. Wouldn't you say that it's quite possible that this primordial horror of a defiled abomination is more than likely to possess powers that have to do with affecting the flow of time, or at least the probability of things happening. Cassie and Nephis paled a little. After a while, the blind girl asked, That sounds too fantastical to be true. A power to change probability. Even if she is a tremendously powerful, corrupted abomination of unknown class, that's a bit too much, don't you think? Sunny shrugged. No, I don't. Too fantastical. We are inside a huge pyramid, sailing on an endless river that flows through time, suspended in the middle of a bottomless abyss. Oh, and it's all made from the corpse of an unholy titan. I don't think that there can even be something too fantastical anymore. He grimaced, then added in a stifled tone, As for how unimaginable a power that affects probability would be, aren't you forgetting something? I've been suffering from a similar kind of thing since before I became a sleeper. Only, in my case, it's not me who is affecting probability, rather, improbable things have a way of pulling me toward them. In any case, the result is the same. The three of them remained silent for a few moments. Then Nephis said calmly, So what? Sunny blinked. So what? You are not wary of an enemy who can literally change the future as they see fit. She leaned back, then shrugged with indifference. There are obviously some limits to that power if you're even right about its nature. Otherwise, we would have died from heart attacks or been hit by stray lightning already. Why don't we just go and kill that Sybil anyway? Do I need to remind you too that we also have the power to change the future? Sunny and Cassie were confused. The blind girl tilted her head a little and asked, We do. Nephis nodded. Of course, if we go there and kill the abomination, that will be the future. We would have made it. Every action performed by every person in the world changes the future. That power is really not that unique. In fact, it's pretty universal. He stared at her for a moment, then chuckled wryly. It's hard to argue. The power to change the future, huh? All right. Let's go and make a future where the abomination is dead and we're alive. It's not like we know how to escape anyway. Chapter 1371, Dark Garden. The chain breaker was sailing across the blood-red expanse of flowing water. Under the blazing crimson sky, no mystical force seemed to be influencing it, and yet, its course was being set by someone other than the person holding the steering oar. The ship was being pulled toward the lost temple of fallen grace. On its deck, three masters were preparing for battle. Sunny was stretching, his expression calm and focused. Not that Cassie and Nephis could see it, he had summoned Weaver's mask a long time ago. In the battle against a corrupted oracle, it was both his best weapon and shield. Cassie had summoned her armor and half-mask. The quiet dancer and a long dagger were resting in twin scabbards on her hips. Nephis was still wearing her white tunic, but there was a beautiful longsword in her hands now. Its hilt was black, with the symbol of a scarlet anvil being pierced by a sword etched into the pommel. How do we even fight an enemy who can influence the future? After Sunny asked the question, both he and Nephis turned to Cassie. The blind girl frowned slig. TLY. How should I know? Who else would know but her? Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then said awkwardly, Wouldn't a person who can perceive the future know how to kill one of her kind best? The blind girl shifted, then turned to face him. After a short pause, she smiled faintly and asked, What, haven't you thought about how to kill someone like me before? A lot. He coughed. Never crossed my mind. Hearing him, Cassie laughed. It's like Nephis said, her power has to have a limit. Say she can alter the path of one arrow, then hit her with 2. If she can alter the path of 100 arrows, hit her with 101. Sunny nodded. Indeed, this was the method he had come up with when pondering how to deal with Cassie purely out of academic curiosity, of course. Since she could perceive a few seconds into the future, the only way to defeat her was to either exhaust her essence or create a future that was inescapable. Then, knowing it would be of no help. The same principle worked against someone with the power to alter the future, in theory. Assuming that the defiled Sybil could raise the probability of certain events happening, the key to defeating her would be creating a situation where all possible outcomes led to her death. He sighed. So the brute force approach, I hate it. Nephis stared at him incredulously. Meaning that you like it? Sunny shook his head earnestly. No. She hesitated for a few moments, then let out a quiet sigh. This mask is confusing. Was it? Sonny did not think that it was that confusing. All it did was reverse his flaw, making it so that he could only tell lies. As it turned out, always lying was much more liberating than always telling the truth. That was because there were countless lies, but only one truth. That said, he wouldn't want to live while always wearing Weaver's mask. Lies might be liberating, but he did not think that a person who only deceived could be a part of a community, at least not in any kind of meaningful way. And no one survived in the dream realm alone, but much more importantly, being cursed to always tell the truth had landed him in hot water more than once. But looking back at his life up until now, Sonny clearly saw how it had benefited him, as well. Without the flaw, he would have continued to lie and deceive, remaining isolated and untrusting. The mindset that had saved his life countless times in the outskirts would have become the end of him in the perilous world of the spell. He would not have grown close to anyone and would not have made precious friends. And that, most likely, would have led to him dying in some ditch, miserable and alone. Sonny still had plenty of chances to die in a ditch, but at least his death was not going to be quite as bitter. That's personal growth right there. Chuckling under his breath, he looked at the crimson sky. Perhaps Anank had been right. Only flawed things had a reason to improve, and thus, being flawed was the greatest source of growth. What did it mean for the gods and the demons, then? Did the gods, who had been born flawless, create the universal law of imperfection to fuel their own rise to power? If so, which god was it that had created such a cunning thing? Sonny remained motionless for a while, then sighed and shook his head. Who cared about these things? The gods were dead anyway, and he was going to be dead too if the three of them failed to kill the defiled Sibyl. I don't see anything. Nephis raised an eyebrow, then suddenly tensed. Meaning you do see something. She turned and peered at the horizon. There, a dark shape was slowly appearing from the scarlet glow. A crooked temple was rising from the water, most of it hidden from view and drowned. Its walls, once white and beautiful, were covered by cracks and overgrown with moss. Dark vines were crawling up the broken facade like a burial shroud, blooming with beautiful black flowers. The artificial island the temple had once stood upon was broken and partially submerged. What little of it remained above the waves was like a wild garden, its dark expanse brimming with thorns. The sky itself seemed to dim as the chain breaker drew closer to the drifting derelict. The eerie sensation at the back of Sonny's mind grew stronger. Just relax, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about. He threw a grim look at the Sin of Solace, then commanded the manifested shadows to lower the sails. At the same time, his own shadows moved, gliding across the deck toward their master. Cassie unsheathed her rapier and dagger. Nephis silently raised her sword and rested its blade against her shoulder. She remained silent for a while, then suddenly let out a long sigh and covered her face with a palm. Sonny gave her a glance. Wait, don't tell me that you're actually worried. Neph avoided looking at him, lingered for a bit, and shook her head. No, I'm just realizing the meaning of everything Lord Mongrel said. Her voice sounded strangely aggrieved. Was Sonny seeing things, or had her cheeks become slightly pink? He stared for a bit, then coughed awkwardly. Ah, well, I meant every single word. With that, he headed to the bow of the chain breaker. Soon, the ship slowed down. Reaching the drowning island, it scraped gently against its surface and came to a halt. Just like before, everything seemed calm. There was no movement in the wild garden of black flowers, and no abominations lunging at them from inside the temple. The breached walls stood precariously, gaping with ominous darkness. It was as if something was inviting them to come inside. Summoning his cursed sword, Sonny grimaced and jumped down onto the sinister shore. Since we're invited, let's not make the host wait too long. 1 chapter today, 3 tomorrow. Chapter 1372, Clearing a Path. A moment later, Cassie and Nephis landed behind him. The water splashed quietly as it licked the shore of the drowned island, the black vines glistening with crimson luster in the blaze of dusk. Apart from that gentle sound and the whispers of the wind, the dark garden was silent. Sonny lingered for a few moments, extending his shadow sense outward. Eventually, he shook his head and said warily, "There's movement," which meant that there was none. The dark vines also did not seem to exude poisonous mist, and neither were there black flowers full of parasitic pollen. As far as Sunny could tell, the Garden of Thorns was entirely safe. They were not taking any chances, though. Taking a step forward, Nephis silently raised a hand. Wisps of white flame rose from her skin, and then suddenly shot forward in a rain of incandescent drops. As her eyes shone with incinerating radiance, the white drops fell on the vines and suddenly exploded into a roaring blaze. Nephis stared at the dark garden with grim determination, and following her will, the flames spread with astonishing speed. Soon, the entire place was engulfed in fire. It crawled up the walls of the crooked temple, turning the magnificent edifice into a towering pyre soon. The three of them found themselves standing in front of a sea of flames. The black flowers dissolved into the white inferno. The slithering vines were obliterated from existence. The ancient stones cracked and melted, revealing more of the dark interior of the lost temple. Still, no abomination revealed itself from the depths of the burning garden. Nephis let out a long sigh and closed her eyes for a moment. The furious radiance illuminating them from within dimmed, and then disappeared to reveal her pale complexion. At the same time, the raging flames were left without the will that had been pushing them forward. With no more fuel to burn, they grew smaller and were gradually extinguished. The black garden had been turned into cinders and ash, while the walls of the drowned temple were cracked and blackened by soot. The path was clear. Sunny had expected an ambush to spring until the last moment, but it seemed that there was indeed no danger here, at least on the surface. What waited in the depths of the temple, though? No one could tell. He considered sending his shadows underground to explore, but decided against it. The more powerful enemies he faced, the more of them possessed means of sensing and harming intangible beings. The shadows were no different from parts of his soul, but lacked the protection of his ascended body. So keeping them close when dealing with a powerful opponent was a wiser choice. "Let's go." Shielding her face from the heat, Cassie took a hesitant step forward. Sunny observed her for a moment, then followed. Catching up to the blind girl, he asked, "How are you feeling?" She held tighter to the hilt of the quiet dancer and forced out a smile. "Better, it's just that I sense varied futures instead of a definite one here. I was disorienting at first, but not too difficult to get used to. I am long accustomed to perceiving the world from multiple points of view, after all. Still, I think I am going to have a huge headache when we're done." He nodded slowly. Sunny was no stranger to looking upon the world from several points of view. That was a natural state for him, considering the growing number of shadows he possessed. However, perceiving several seconds into not one, but a multitude of varied futures had to be terribly confusing. He had always struggled to understand how it was exactly that Cassie managed to handle the mental strain of perceiving two different moments simultaneously, especially to such a degree that it aided her in combat, instead of becoming a hindrance, not to mention that she remained blind in both of these different moments of time. Humans were supremely adaptable creatures, but everything had a limit. Maybe it was because Sunny had been slow to realize how abnormal his own talents were that he rarely considered how exceptional his companions were, as well. Cassie was usually quiet and unassuming, so it was easy to overlook her inconspicuous but exceptional mental prowess. In truth, T was rather astounding. Sunny glanced at the blind girl again and frowned slightly. "It's all right for everyone else to overlook her, but why do I always make the same mistake? I should really know better." Perhaps it was because deep inside, he still saw Cassie as the helpless girl that had desperately needed his assistance on the forgotten shore. Both of them had changed drastically since then, but that first impression was so deeply ingrained that erasing it was simply too difficult. If so, Sunny wondered what image of him was ingrained deep inside Cassie's heart. However, he only allowed his thoughts to wander for a brief moment. They were in the enemy territory, after all. It was no time for idle thoughts. Do you even have to ask the question? The image of a deceitful, selfish scumbag who outright told Nephis that she was a fool for dragging dead weight around, and that it would be better for the two of you to leave the useless blind girl for dead. Oh, what? You think that Cassie really did not hear that conversation? Sunny threw a hateful glance at the Sin of Solace, who was walking a step behind with a contemptuous grin on his face. Did Cassie's shoulders tremble a little at the sound of the sword wraith's voice? He wasn't sure. Sonny hesitated for a moment, but remained silent in the end. He didn't really want to answer and didn't really know what to say. There had indeed been a conversation like that, soon after their first meeting on the forgotten shore. The blind girl had been fast asleep back then, though most likely. She had never indicated otherwise. "Stop." At the sound of Cassie's voice, Sonny tensed up. "What is it?" Had she really heard the sin o' solace? The blind girl remained motionless for a moment, then took a step forward and leaned down. Her hand disappeared into the ash and pulled out the singed remains of a crude spear from beneath it. Her face turned somber. Dropping the spear back to the ground, she sighed and said darkly, "It's the drowned." Chapter 1373, Counting Echoes. The word hung in the air, both ominous and strangely familiar. Sonny frowned and studied the remains of the crude weapon. Finally, he asked, "The drowned? We have never met abominations like that." Which, of course, meant that they had. Nephis nodded. Yes, a group of them attacked the chain breaker once drowned outcasts. That was what the spell called them. They weren't too powerful, apart from the depth dweller that arrived with them. Cassie shook her head somberly. The outcasts are the dregs of their kind. Most drowned are much more dangerous. They are a special tribe of nightmare creatures here in Ariel's tomb. No one really knows where they come from, but many believe that the drowned were humans once. They hunt in groups and herd true horrors of the depths to use as war beasts. Most troublesome of all of them possess at least a rudimentary level of sentience. They follow strange rituals, too. Nephis frowned. "I'm sure we will manage. Unless there are titans or great ones among them, the three of us should be enough to deal with these drowned." The blind girl remained silent for a few moments. "That is true. Although the trace of the drowned is bad news, they're nothing we can't handle. I am concerned about what their presence here represents, though." She turned to face the ruined temple and gritted her teeth. "These abominations are very territorial. They constantly battle with other nightmare creatures and leave signs to avoid the waters where truly powerful foes dwell. The fact that the drowned are here, on the island, means that they have accepted the Sibyl as their ruler." Cassie paused, then added with a dark expression, "Which means that she has become a tyrant, at least. Only those have enough authority to make the drowned submit to them." Sonny let out a sigh. So a corrupted tyrant, then. He had faced more powerful nightmare creatures, but only a handful. While a corrupted tyrant was not beyond their ability to slay, it was certainly not an easy foe to face, especially on the creature's terms. His voice sounded glum. How did she become a tyrant anyway? Wasn't she a corrupted beast first? Then again, dusk of fallen grace had met him as a terror. It was obvious that nightmare creatures could reach a greater class than what they had started from, just like Saint could. That was a trait that all noble creatures, those that succumbed to corruption, and those who did not, shared. And it seemed that corrupted humans shared that ability as well, not unlike how he, Nephis, and Mordred did. Cassie shrugged. She was defiled a long, long time ago. She also fed on the powerful warriors of fallen grace, and gods know what else since then. In any case, she won't be waiting for us alone. We must be prepared to fight her entourage as well. Sonny smiled behind his mask. "Too bad we don't have an entourage of our own." As he said those words, two menacing figures stepped out from the shadows to stand by his side. One was a Grace, full knight in a suit of intricate onyx armor. The other was an infernal fiend forged out of black steel and broken blades. A terrifying black steed rose from the ground behind them, crimson light reflecting from his adamantine horns and wolf-like fangs. Cassie let out a quiet sigh, then summoned her echoes as well. A whirlwind of white sparks formed into two humanoid figures. One was a woman wearing a red dress, not unlike the one the blind girl wore, her face hidden by a veil. Sonny suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the silent figure. Why did it seem like there was something entirely inhuman hiding beneath the flowing red fabric? When the echo of the defiled Sibyl moved, it was eerily too smooth, as though she was hovering above the ground or slithering like an eel instead of taking steps. He thought he saw a glimpse of a glistening black tentacle appearing for a split second from beneath the hem of her crimson skirt. The most unnerving part, however, was her empty gaze. Sonny had never felt comfortable around human echoes, and he did not feel comfortable around an echo of a former human either. Cassie's second echo was less disturbing, but just as curious. It was a tall steel mannequin with 4 arms, each holding a sharp blade. The artificial echo, an ascended monster, looked like a clockwork man. His movements were somewhat awkward, but possessed the distinctive sharpness of a trained fighter. Sunny was reminded of something when looking at the mannequin as well. The creature was vaguely similar in appearance to the steel mount that Morgan rode sometimes. So that echo must have been created by the enchanters of valor, too. I wonder how they do it. The complexity must be on an entirely different level. He was distracted from his thoughts by a disdainful grunt. Turning his head, Sunny glanced at Fiend with surprise. The steel ogre was staring down the clockwork swordsman with an obvious air of superiority. Was the fool sticking his chest out? Under Sunny's dubious gaze, Fiend threw a furtive glance at Saint, and then stuck his chest out even further. His chin rose cockily. The taciturn knight, of course, remained utterly indifferent. Realizing that she was not impressed, the infernal ogre deflated a little. Then he stared at the steel echo vindictively. His fiery eyes were burning with hunger. "Don't even think about it." Hearing Sunny's hiss, Fiend flinched and turned away from the clockwork swordsman with an innocent look, as if the thought of gobbling up Cassie's echo out of spite never crossed his gluttonous mind. "I can't believe it. This fool is really getting out of hand." Shaking his head, Sunny turned to Nephis. She was the only one of them who did have anything to summon, of course. That was only because Changing Star had always given the echoes she earned away to someone else. Even now, 2 of Cassie's 3 had come from Neph. It was a bit sad, though, for her to look like an impoverished noble when compared to Sunny and Cassie. Feeling his gaze, Nephis shifted slightly and stared back. "What?" Sunny shook his head. "No, nothing." At that moment, the sword wraith laughed. "Doesn't have anything to summon? Fool, why would she need to? She already has a mighty shadow following her around, ready to satisfy her every whim. That's you. You're her echo. So, in a way, Nephis has 4, while Cassie has 3. You, on the other hand, don't even qualify to be compared to them." The Sin of Solace paused, then added with a smile. "Ah, don't forget that it was the blind traitor who turned you into an echo, to begin with." Sunny's face twitched. Cassie, meanwhile, scowled and started walking toward the temple. "Come on, we should finish her off before night comes." He gritted his teeth and followed, furious at the fact that the apparition's words had gotten to him. Approaching the breach in the wall of the crooked temple, the small but extremely powerful cohort of masters, shadows, and echoes dove into the sinister darkness. Chapter 1374, Drowned Temple. Damned sword. Making his way into the ruined interior of the temple, Sunny was seething with dark emotions. What did the Sin of Solace even want? One moment, he was fanning the flames of guilt Sunny might have felt about how he treated Cassie in the past. The next moment, the wraith was reminding him of what had happened and of how cruelly she had betrayed his trust. Well, it was perfectly clear what the apparition wanted. The bastard wanted to drive him mad. And Sunny was mad. No matter how much he understood why Cassie had done what she did, and no matter how many times he told himself that her actions had ended up saving Rain from being killed by nightmare creatures, and him from dying in the nightmare desert, or becoming Mordred's slave, no matter how many things they had gone through together after the Forgotten Shore, and how much their relationship had improved and deepened. At the bottom of it all, Sunny was still hurt, resentful, and angry at Cassie, while at the same time caring deeply about her. It was a proper mess. What else is new? It had been for a while. This place is not creepy at all. Jumping down from a pile of rubble, Sunny landed in shallow water. The interior of the lost temple was drowned both by stale water and darkness. Since the island ship was tilted and partially submerged beneath the waves, the long corridors with high ceilings were tilted as well. The 3 of them had to walk awkwardly, stepping on the walls with one foot and the cracked floor with the other. Not to mention that there was rubble everywhere, forcing them to jump or climb over the natural barricades obstructing their path. If there was one good thing about the situation, it was that none of them was oppressed by the darkness. Sunny could see in it perfectly fine. Cassie did not need sight at all, while Nephis was capable of lighting her own path. I think he is trying to say that this place is really creepy. Nephis looked at him and smiled with satisfaction, proud to have understood his meaning. Sunny stared at her incredulously. What? Why does she look so smug? It's really not that hard to understand. Neph was such a weirdo sometimes. Shaking his head, he turned away and continued to make his way deeper into the temple. Cassie was walking at the front, protected by her echoes. Nephis and Sunny were in the middle, with his shadows following them from behind. The layout of the temple seemed different from the one the blind girl had lived in, but she seemed to know the way. They were moving deeper and deeper into the labyrinth of half-collapsed corridors. Sunny felt that they had descended far enough to be underwater by now. Nevertheless, the ancient temple must have retained some structural integrity, considering that it was not fully flooded. Their surroundings, however, were rather ominous. It was not even because of the darkness, the stale water sloshing at their knees, and the eerie feeling of something influencing the future. It was because this place had served as a prison for the defiled Sibyl for a long, long time before being cut from the rest of the city and ending up half-drowned. From time to time, Sunny noticed strange marks on the cracked walls, as if someone had clawed at them in fury. Other times, there was dried blood smeared across the old stone. The whole temple seemed strange and sinister, like a ruin haunted by an unspeakable evil. Of course, Sunny was not afraid of ghosts. He had slain enough ghosts to treat them with indifference. What he was afraid of, however, were the Sibyls. Even though Sunny did not want to admit it to himself, he still shuddered when remembering the cold despair of Low 49 and the horror of facing its butcher in the depths of the ocean. He had been with Neve and Bloodwave back then. Today, he was with Nephis and Cassie. Even though the two of them were weaker than the champions of the House of Night on paper, Sunny somehow felt more reassured in the company of these two young women. The three of them had survived far worse odds together. It's all right to be afraid. He was sure that he'll feel better after putting down another one of these defiled oracles with his own two hands. We are getting closer. Cassie's words were sobering. Soon they arrived in front of a huge, intricately engraved door. Its wood was wet and rotten, with illegible runes covering the dark surface. Sunny suspected that these runes were a part of a sorceress seal once. Now, however, they were damaged beyond recognition and lifeless, devoid of any kind of power. For a moment, he considered turning around and leaving the sinister temple the way he had come. But of course he wouldn't. The defiled Sibyl had to die both for the future of fallen Grace and for the sake of Effie and Jet. Sunny took a deep breath and wondered if his resolve to slay the abomination was the result of the creature manipulating the future as well. Had she pulled forward only those of the possible futures, where the three humans were adamant on arriving in front of the ancient door, with not a slither of hesitation in their minds? The thought made him shiver. To hell with this. Gritting his teeth, Sunny glared at the door and then delivered a devastating kick to it. Turning into a rain of rotten debris, the massive gate flew off its hinges and cluttered down into the dark expanse of a partially flooded hall. It was then that he felt it, a massive shadow stirring underwater, its slumber broken by the sound of the breaking door. There were countless smaller shadows hiding in the darkness of the drowned hall too, and at the far end of it an especially elusive one, a harrowing specter that made his hair stood on end. Sunny's entire attention was drawn to the enormous creature that had been sleeping in the heart of the lost temple, though. Belatedly, he remembered Cassie's words. They hunt in groups and herd true horrors of the depths to use as war beasts. One such roar it seemed, had somehow found its way into the inner sanctum of the defiled Sibyl's tainted stronghold. Erdiel's note I won't be able to upload for like 1-3 days. Swapping broadband, so won't have network for some time. Chapter 1375, Spoiled for Choices. The dark surface of the water exploded, and a gargantuan shape rose from beneath it. Sunny struggled to contain his revulsion as he saw its grotesque form. The creature looked so appalling and alien that he did not even know how to describe it. It was as if a mass of slithering eels was wearing a messy cloak of tangled seaweed, its countless limbs 10 times longer than its vague, slender body. How did it even manage to stay hidden? The great hall of the lost temple was flooded, but the water was not that deep. As the revolting depth dweller continued to reveal its twisted shape, the dark water boiled and countless drowned revealed their presence. These ones were similar to the abominations that had attacked the chain breaker in the past, but also different. Their bodies were humanoid, with powerful black tentacles instead of a pair of legs. However, instead of gaunt outcasts who were overgrown by barnacles, the true drowned looked much more strong and fearsome. Their weapons were of much higher quality, and some even wore strange but durable armor made out of shell and bone. The black eyes of the sentient nightmare creatures burned with bloodlust and malice. Damnation! Most of them were corrupted demons, while the few most powerful ones seemed to be devils. And then there was the Sibyl herself, of course. Sonny still couldn't see her clearly. By the standards of the waking world, the three of them were a truly formidable battle force. Sonny was pretty sure that he and Nephis were among the most powerful ascended humans to have ever lived, with Cassie trailing not far behind them. They were accompanied by two transcendent devils, a transcendent beast, an ascended terror, and an ascended monster. Their memories were also empowered by a supreme memory, the Crown of Dawn. Still, this battle was not going to be easy. It promised to be extremely perilous, in fact. As Sonny's pupils narrowed, the time seemed to slow down. His mind entered the state of battle clarity, banishing all unnecessary thoughts. He lingered only for a moment, waiting for Nephis to make a decision. Every battle force needed a commander, and for their cohort, the burden of command lay squarely on Changing Star's shoulders. I'll handle the Depth Dweller. Sonny, if you will slaughter these drowned. Cassie, you will have to occupy the Sibyl. Sonny was already moving, the blade of the Sin of Solace slashing through the air. As he did, though, a transient thought entered his mind. This was it. This was what he knew best. After the endless onslaught of bloody warfare in Antarctica, he had thought that he was sick of and nauseated by battles, bloodshed, and violence. But after experiencing these strangely peaceful months in the third nightmare, had he secretly missed the dark splendor of combat? I'm really losing it, huh? Then there was no more time to think. The silence that had reigned in the flooded hall was torn apart and obliterated. To his right, the darkness was suddenly vanquished by a furious explosion of radiant light. Sonny saw a glimpse of a silvery sword and felt the entire temple tremble as the gargantuan Depth Dweller moved to meet it. Nephis had wasted no time attacking the ancient abomination. He had no doubt that she would keep the appalling creature busy. His role, however, was no less important. Sonny had to eliminate the drowned and clear the path for Cassie to face the Sibyl. Will she be all right? Suppressing his worry, he lunged forward. Sonny was really spoiled in this battle, with the Crown of Twilight supplying him with an almost endless amount of essence in this place of eternal dusk. He did not have to be frugal with how to use it at all. The limits that had oppressed him during the entire Southern campaign were gone. The only one that remained was mental capacity. There was a lot he could do. Shadow manifestation would allow him to, if not outright kill, then at least wound and stall many of the abominations. He could achieve something similar by controlling water with the help of the Serpent King's crown. While the hall was not spacious enough to warrant turning into the Onyx Serpent, he could still use Shadow Shell to assume the form of the Shadow Spawn. He could also use Shadow Step to rain terror on the battlefield. The problem was that his mind was not potent enough to handle all of these tasks at the same time. The enemies were also more powerful than any group he had faced in Antarctica. Corrupted demons and devils were not new enemies for him, but Sonny had never faced so many of them at the same time. What made sentient abominations so dangerous was their intelligence, and the drowned seemed more than smart enough to fight as a single force ins. Teed of a group of powerful but uncoordinated creatures. Many of the strategies he had used to slaughter weaker enemies were not going to work as effectively against them. So he chose to concentrate on two of the multitudes of tools available to him. The first was the Crown of Twilight and the rudimentary control over water it gifted him. Although the Great Hall was not entirely flooded, it still gave an advantage to the drowned, who could move with equal ease on land and in water. Terrain advantage was of utmost importance in any battle, so Sonny was going to try and turn the tables on his enemies. The second was the Sin of Solace. Currently, all memories Sonny had summoned were augmented by the Crown of Dawn, including his already fearsome giant. Its long jade blade was more than powerful enough to cut through both the corrupted abominations and their armor, and therefore, augmenting his strength even further with Shadow Shell was simply unnecessary. The best decision Sonny could make was to fully concentrate on his swordsmanship, cutting out all things except for those that were in service of it. Let's show them. Landing on a toppled column, he moved fluidly and delivered a lethal slash to the neck of an attacking abomination. However, from just that first strike, Sonny realized that this battle was going to be much more deadly than he had ever thought. Chapter 1376, Fighting the Future. The Sin of Solace flashed through the air, moving with stunning speed. Considering how insidiously sharp the cursed blade was, there was no way for the drowned to survive the strike. Sonny was so confident that he would see the abomination's head flying away in a rain of blood that he did not even slow down to consider other possibilities. And yet something entirely different happened. He missed. At the last moment, the nightmare creature lowered itself deeper into the water, and the jade sword whistled safely above its head. What? It had been a very long time since Sonny made such an egregious mistake. His swordsmanship was not flawless, since nothing really was. He was a lesser swordsman than Nephis was, true, but who wasn't? Compared to almost every other living human, Sonny was an absolute master. A seasoned warrior with enough talent, skill, and experience to be considered an actual sword saint. He could accept that an enemy was more powerful than him. He could even accept that an enemy was more skilled than him. Although exceedingly rare, there were a few of those. What Sonny could not accept, however, was the fact that he missed a simple killing blow. Something did not add up. Before he could even try to understand what had happened, the drowned was already near. Saved from assured decapitation, the creature pushed with its tentacles and flew forward as if shot from a cannon. The dark spear struck Sonny's unprotected chest and tossed him backward. Arg! The blow was powerful enough to send a blinding flash of pain through his body. However, the spear of the drowned demon failed to pierce the black silk of his tunic or rip his marble skin. How did I miss? Sonny fell into the water, or rather, he would have. Instead, his body disappeared into the shadows and appeared a moment later behind the triumphant abomination. The Sin of Solace flashed again and was blocked by the shaft of the dark spear. It was of no help, though. The jade blade seemed to have passed through the ancient weapon unobstructed, then did the same with the abomination's armor, flesh, and bone. A moment later, a thin line appeared on the shaft of the dark spear, and it split into two halves. The same happened to the drowned, who had been cleanly and savagely cut in two. You have slain a corrupted demon, drowned warrior. Your shadow grows stronger. Sonny heard the whispers of the spell, but he was not celebrating. Instead, a dark expression distorted the lines of his pale face for a brief, fleeting moment. How did that thing block my strike? Sonny felt uneasy. Yes, the spear of the corrupted abomination had failed to stop the cursed sword, but how had the drowned managed to predict and block his sneak attack in the first place? No, it had not been quite like that. Replaying the moment of the strike in his memory, Sonny realized that the nightmare creature had not possessed exalted battle skill or supernatural power of premonition. Instead, it had ended up in a perfect position to react in time due to sheer luck. Just like it had ended up lowering itself to avoid being decapitated by sheer luck. Was it really luck, though? Sonny suddenly felt cold. Was it luck, or was it that out of all possible outcomes, those that benefited the nightmare creatures the most had suddenly become the most probable to happen? Was the damned Sibyl exerting its influence on the future to support her minions and obstruct her enemies? If so, he sensed the numerous shadows of the drowned rushing to rip him apart and shuddered. Curse it! For a moment, Sonny almost panicked. Ked, fighting a swarm of corrupted demons, was already deadly enough, but fighting against the future itself. How was he supposed to defeat that? Then, however, his mind settled. There was a mutilated corpse of one of these demons floating in the water right in front of him, after all. He had defeated that one abomination, so he was going to slaughter the rest in the same way. It was just going to be much, much harder. If one strike failed to kill the enemy, he was going to deliver two. If 100 strikes failed to kill the enemy, he was going to deliver 101. Everything that could go wrong was going to go wrong, but hadn't Sonny always lived by that principle anyway? Considering his fated attribute, he was perhaps the one person in the two worlds who was perfectly suited to fight a battle like this. Swiftly turning around, He brandished the sin of solace and jumped down from the toppled column into the dark water. Instead of plunging into it, however, Sonny landed on the slick surface as if it was solid. This feat wasn't too hard to accomplish by combining the feather of truth trait of his shell with the royal promise enchantment of the crown of twilight. Without pausing even for a second, Sonny dashed forward, running across water as if it was land. A part of his mind was preoccupied with controlling the treacherous surface under his feet to support his weight. The rest of his mind was concentrated on murder. Sonny allowed his focus to become shapeless, giving up on his preconceived notions of how combat was supposed to work. It was not easy to let go of deeply ingrained habits, but his mind was nothing if not adaptable. Simultaneously, he made alterations to his battle approach. Vertical and thrusting attacks were easier to avoid, so he had to favor horizontal ones. Any attack he would usually consider unavoidable could fail, so he had to always keep the possibility of failure in mind and create contingencies. The same went for defense. Sonny had to change his entire approach to keeping himself alive on the fly. There were countless other adjustments he had to make, as well. But if anyone could do it, it was him, the master of shadow dance. As another drowned lunged at him, Sonny shifted his weight slightly and avoided the predatory spear. The sin of solace lashed out, somehow missing the abomination by a hair's breadth. However, in the next moment, the nightmare creature still fell into the water with a severed neck. That was because Sonny calmly pulled the giant back and sliced through the enemy's flesh while continuing the fluid motion. Behind the fearsome mask, his lips twisted in a vicious grin. That works. The darkness of the flooded hall exploded into a cacophony of violence. Chapter 1377, Battle in the Shallows. The ancient temple was quaking from the furious clash between the monstrous dweller of the depths and Nephis. Flashes of blinding white light and waves of incinerating heat tore the darkness apart, sending the deep shadows drowning the dark expanse of the flooded hall into a demented dance. Sonny danced with the shadows like a specter of death. Wreathed in a billowing black mantle, his figure had turned vague and elusive. He moved across the restless surface of the black water with stunning speed, no different from how he would have moved on solid ground. Sonny's attacks were lethal, unpredictable, and almost impossible to trace. It was as if he was nowhere and everywhere at once. Due to his speed and the ability to step through shadows, it seemed that the dark figure wearing the fearsome black mask was in several places at the same time. So was the merciless blade of his jade longsword hissing furiously as it cut everything in its path. The cursed giant cruelly reaped the lives of the drowned. Still, Sonny was struggling. He was struggling enough to not want to admit it. Beneath the polished black wood of his mask, beads of sweat were rolling down his pale face. The drowned were both powerful and dreadful adversaries. Each of them was a nightmare creature strong enough to threaten the life of a saint, let alone of a master like him. Their black tentacles allowed them to move at a speed that was no less stunning than his, and made their movements hard to predict. More than that, the tentacles were both supremely flexible and mighty enough to crush enchanted stone with ease. Being caught in their vile embrace meant certain death. The creatures possessed a pair of human hands as well. They were insidiously cunning and wielded their weapons with devious skill. Worse than that, the drowned feared neither pain nor death. They knew only a dark and cold resolve to see the enemy fall. A foe like that was the worst nightmare of an awakened, especially when there were so many of them. And that was without even considering the eerie power of the Sibyl, who was twisting the future in favor of the abominations. It was because of her influence that Sonny felt like he was not even one mistake off from dying, but rather one step behind staying alive. Damnation. It was hard, too hard. Sonny was overcome by a bizarre sensation. He knew for a fact that he was just as skilled as he had been before venturing into the flooded temple, but at the same time, it was as if he was back in the crimson labyrinth of the forgotten shore, unsure of his footing and ignorant of how to wield a sword. The sense of control and clear understanding he had become accustomed to were gone, replaced by uncertainty. His attacks routinely missed the intended target, while the enemies appeared where he had not expected them to be. Sonny felt like he was stumbling blindly in the dark. He was enduring for now by expecting failure and imbuing his battle style with as much fault tolerance as he could. Several of the drowned were already dead, their severed bodies floating in the water, while he was still in one piece. But how long would that last? Luckily, Sunny wasn't alone. He had powerful allies to rely on as well. Saint was the first to join him in the slaughter. Her graceful figure was surrounded by something much darker than the shadows populating the ancient temple. Jumping into the water, which reached up to her waist, she slammed her round shield into an attacking drowned warrior, shattering his spear and bones. Her dark blade moved lightlessly, severing a tentacle that was trying to wrap itself around her arm, and then plunging into the creature's neck. A moment later, the taciturn knight lunged forward, a tall wave rising behind her. Augmented by one of Sunny's shadows and the stifled scream, Saint seemed more than capable of fighting in the water. Moving with the calm precision of a flawless battle machine, she descended on the drowned like a deathly calamity. Her ruby eyes blazed with indifferent menace. Fiend was only a split second behind her. The infernal ogre was also empowered by one of Sunny's shadows, however. He had also been bestowed with a measure of Neph's flame. Unlike the taciturn knight, who could not be augmented by the flame because of her affinity to true darkness, the gluttonous shadow seemed to benefit from it, especially due to his affinity to fire. The incinerating glow of his fierce eyes and terrifying maw, which was usually red, had turned pure white. It was as though an incandescent star was burning beneath the glossy black silver of his fearsome armor. The training Fiend had been receiving from Saint was not wasted, either. His movements were not quite like those of a seasoned battle master, but still showed a chilling level of skill. Using his long arms and dagger-like claws, the steel devil tore into the flesh of the drowned, gruesomely ripping them apart. While the taciturn knight seemed to have been able to adjust to the eerie influence of the Sibyl due to her sublime mastery of combat, Fiend simply gave up on trying and chose to overpower the enemies with brute force instead. A barrage of blows rained on his polished black armor, but none of them were able to dent it yet, let alone pierce it. When the infernal ogre found himself surrounded and in danger of being pulled under the water, he simply used Shadow Step to escape and savagely attacked the enemies from behind. Just like Sunny's other two shadows, Nightmare received the help of a shadow as well. The tenebrous stallion leaped high into the air and landed in the midst of the drowned, using his fangs, horns, and hooves to crush and savage them. His sable coat was glistening in the bloody darkness, and the fearsome aura of dread emanating from him made the abominations sluggish. The drowned were a whole rank above the Dark Destrier, but several classes below him. Empowered by the shadow, the darkness shrouding the flooded hall, the fear of his enemies, and the army of nightmares residing in the lightless abyss that served him as a soul, the dreadful stallion was more than capable of holding his own in this fight. That said, Nightmare was not a creature suited best for direct combat. He was mostly relying on his speed and agility to stay ahead of the enemy while savaging them with his attacks. It was also not easy for him to lull enemies of a higher rank into slumber. While insidious and terribly destructive, his dream curse required time to infect its victims. Nevertheless, it seemed that all the drowned in the temple were suffering from the initial stages of its effect. It was as though they were all slightly drowsy, their movements lacking full force and precision. Nightmare was helping not only himself, but also everyone else fighting against the defiled Sibyl and her minions. Cassie's echoes joined the battle, too. The clockwork man jumped into the water, his movements both fluid and strangely jarring. The four blades held by the artificial echo spun, slicing and dicing the flesh of the enemies. Most of the strikes were stopped by the armor of the drowned warriors, but not all of them. Dark blood flowed into the cold water. The of the defiled Sibyl attacked as well. Slithering eel-like tendrils extended from beneath her red skirt, and the slender figure, which once seemed like a human, suddenly rose high above the battlefield. Moving with terrifying speed, the creature lunged forward and grabbed one of the demons, rising the abomination above the water. As soon as the drowned warrior peered into the echo's eyes, his body convulsed. An indescribable sound escaped from the mouth of the demon, followed by a fountain of blood. A moment later, the lifeless body was tossed to the side like a rag doll, and the echo was already moving to find the next victim. The battle raged, making the water boil and shaking the ancient temple. Only two figures remained aloof and motionless in the flooded hall. Once was the defiled Sibyl, who observed the bloodshed from a distance. The other was Cassie, who was observing the Sibyl. Chapter 1378, Graceful Blade. Damn, that hurt. Sunny stumbled back, feeling his hand tremble. He was too slow and failed to avoid an attack, or rather, he was fast enough, but the attack still passed his defense somehow. Knowing that it could deal serious damage, he had no choice but to block it with his forearm. His fingers momentarily lost strength, and the hilt of the Sin of Solace slid from them. Luckily, he was holding the great giant with both hands, so it did not fall into the water. Still, losing the leverage prevented Sunny from delivering a truly powerful blow. The jade blade sliced through the drowned warrior, but the damage was not fatal. The entire hall suddenly quaked, and pieces of debris fell from the ceiling. The water flooding the dark expanse surged, and a tall wave spread from where the depth dweller struck down, trying to crush Nephis with its entire weight. Stepping on the wave, Sunny allowed it to move him out of the path of a jagged harpoon and lunged into another attack. He had killed plenty of abominations already, but he had also taken a beating. Right now, the flooded hall was engulfed by violence. Sunny, Saint, Fiend, Nightmare, and the two echoes were resisting the dreadful advance of the drowned guardians, while Nephis was fighting the gargantuan monstrosity. Cassie was still at the entrance to the hall, motionless. Her eyes were obscured by the silver mask, but it seemed as though she was looking directly at the defiled Sibyl, ignoring the furious havoc of the battle separating them. He gritted his teeth, worried. Had Nephis made the right choice? Sunny knew that she had. Out of the three of them, he was best suited to face a large group of enemies due his aspect and his shadows. Cassie had no combat ability to help her fight the horror of the depths, which meant that Neph had too. What the blind girl did have, though, was an ability that could potentially counter the insidious power of the defiled Sibyl. Unlike the depth dweller who possessed overwhelming physical might, the true ruler of the flooded temple mostly relied on mystical authority over the future. Cassie had a good chance of being able to face her. So while Neph's decision was not exactly right, it was the best one in this dire situation. She assigned each of them a role suiting their capabilities. Still, the defiled priestess was a corrupted tyrant. She was a creature of the same caliber as the remnant of the Jade Queen. A dreadful beetle Saint Tyrus had fought a bloody battle within Antarctica. More than that, the Sibyl could potentially counter Cassie's aspect instead of the aspect countering her unholy powers. Would Cassie really be able to survive facing an abomination like that? Sunny was worried. Why is she not doing anything? What? And just at that moment, Cassie finally moved. Although the blind girl did not possess a combat ability, she was still an ascended with a fully saturated soul core. She was by no means weak or lacking physical prowess. When she dashed forward, her body was as fast as an arrow. With her blonde hair dancing in the wind, Cassie leaped across the dark water and landed on the remains of a crumbled column. A drowned warrior immediately lunged at her, delivering a devastating thrust with a long spear. The blind girl calmly pushed the spearhead aside with her dagger. It only deviated from its path by a few centimeters, but that was enough to miss Cassie's head by a hair's breadth. At the same time, she took a step forward and lashed out with the quiet dancer, the tip of the slender rapier piercing the creature's eye with surgical precision. The kill was instant and gave the impression of being effortless. Before the body of the drowned even had time to topple, the blind girl was already moving forward. She danced between the attacking abominations, elusive like a ghost. Her movements were swift, but not hurried. They even seemed a little slow. It was just that she was never where the enemy weapons struck, while her dagger and rapier never seemed to miss. Every step she took was precise and decalculated. Every blow she dealt was fatal. Every motion she made was perfectly efficient. It was flawless. Cassie gracefully moved across the battlefield, leaving several corpses in her wake. She did not seek out the drowned to kill. Instead, she avoided as many as she could, only crossing blades with those who barred her path. Even then, each clash ended in only one exchange. Of course, she was able to do so because most of the abominations were distracted by Sunny, his shadows, and the echoes. The horror of the depths, meanwhile, was tied down by Nephis. Nevertheless, her swift and seemingly effortless advance looked eerily inevitable. Before the drowned could react and stop her, she was already past the mass of them. Pushing herself off a pile of rubble, Cassie soared high into the air and landed noiselessly on the raised dais where the defiled Sibyl stood, observing the battle. It was only then that Sunny got a good look at the corrupted tyrant. as if a veil obscuring her had been lifted. The Sibyl was vaguely humanoid, if just barely. Her towering body was gaunt and appalling, covered by the remains of a rotten crimson dress. Her moist skin was like tar, pitch black and glossy. Her limbs had been transformed into sprawling tentacles, while her head had become bestial and terrifying, split apart by a wide maw. Sunny couldn't quite believe that this creature had been human once. The defiled Sibyl and Cassie froze, separated by no more than a dozen meters. The tyrant towered above the delicate young woman, who was like a red flower blooming in front of a mass of abyssal darkness. His heart skipped a beat when he saw that the blind girl failed to capitalize on the momentum of her advance and attack before the tyrant could react. Why does she? In that moment, however, the Sibyl's terrifying maw opened. Sunny had expected to hear a deafening roar, but what came out of the creature's maw was a deep, rumbling, inhuman groan instead. Deosk. Hearing that voice, Cassie sighed quietly and lowered her weapons. Chapter 1379, A Step Forward. What the hell is she doing? Sunny dodged a fearsome attack, feeling the wind raised by the abomination's spear throw his hair into disarray. As a chill crept up his spine, he sidestepped a black tentacle that insidiously shot at him from beneath the water and prepared to dive into the shadows to come to Cassie's aid. However, he did not get a chance to. Right at that moment, the water which he had been using for footing suddenly tore free of his control. With no time to react, Sunny plunged into its cold embrace. This section of the dark hall was not flooded too terribly, but still, a moment later he was submerged up to his chest. Cursed! Sunny did not have to look around to know what had happened. One of the corrupted devils leading the drowned was targeting him, using some profane power to wrestle the dark waters from his control. He did not possess a domain yet, after all, so whatever connection to the element the Crown of Twilight provided him with was weak and rudimentary. The situation was not good. Currently, Sunny was only augmented by a couple of his 5 shadows and some of Neph's flame. Because of the synergy between the two, he was much stronger than he would have been otherwise, enough so to push his body through water with sufficient speed. But not enough speed to keep the same frantic cadence of combat. That devil has to die fast. Distracted by his own predicament, he had to delay joining Cassie in the battle against the Sibyl. Up on the dais overseeing the flooded hall, meanwhile, the defiled creature and the blind seer continued to stand opposite of each other without movement. Only the Sibyl's appalling tentacles were swaying subtly, her monstrous figure reflected in the polished metal of Cassie's light cuirass. Despite their inaction, the air between the two was swelling with an invisible tension. It was as though something utterly dark and dreadful was seething, unseen, beneath the fabric of the world, ready to explode and engulf the expanse of the flooded hall. Cassie stood with her weapons lowered, her silver mask directed straight at the defiled monstrosity. Her beautiful face was slowly growing paler and paler, but its expression remained calm and resolute. Despite her body remaining motionless like an ice sculpture, her mind was in a state of utter havoc. It was because she was using her awakened ability to its utter limit, well past it even. If Sunny was capable of reading thoughts, he would have known that the blind girl was in a state of absolute, pristine battle clarity. Time moved slowly for her, and 1,000 thoughts were being born in her head each second. Cassie was sensing the future, or rather, a multitude of futures. Usually she was able to perceive a few seconds into it. By activating her awakened ability, Cassie could enter a state similar to existing in 2 separate moments of time, one current, the other approaching. If S.H. E stumbled in the approaching moment, she could correct her steps and avoid falling when it became the current one. Of course, such a way of existing was incredibly strange, disorienting, and mentally straining. It had taken her a long time to not only master this perplexing ability, but also learn how to make use of it flawlessly. Here in the flooded temple, however, the heavy comfort of her aspect had been disturbed. Because of the bizarre influence the defiled Sibyl was exerting on probability, turning it vague and chaotic, Cassie was torn between different versions of possible futures instead of one definite one. Instead of 2 moments in time, she existed in the present and in several fragmented variants of the approaching. Still, she had grown used to it too. An existence like this was arduous, but not impossible. And now she had to master and make use of it as well. A step forward. In Cassie's mind, she took a swift step forward and then dashed at the defiled Sybil with stunning speed. The quiet dancer flashed, diving under one of the deadly tentacles and aiming to hit the creature in a vital spot. At the same time, it flashed to slice at the tentacle instead. At the same time, the slender rapier was tossed aside, helpless. At the same time, it sank into the abomination's flesh, but failed to do any serious damage. And then, Cassie stumbled, her attack missing the intended target. The dark tentacles wrapped around her entire body. Her bones shattered, ripping the flesh apart. She opened her mouth to scream in agony, only for a fountain of blood to flow out of it instead. Death was not kind. At the same time, the tentacle continued to move, ignoring the slender blade that had cut it. Its blow was so powerful that Cassie's skull split open, pieces of pink flesh and shards of bone falling into the dark water. She toppled to the cold stones like a broken doll. The pain was harrowing but swift. At the same time, she felt something breaking through her armor, crushing her ribcage, ripping her heart and lungs into shreds, snapping her spine and exiting from her back. Cassie's convulsing body was raised into the air and tossed aside, leaving a long, bloody trail on the dais. The harrowing wound did not kill her instantly. Drowning, she wished it had. At the same time, there was nothing in the future but terrible, inhuman, intolerable agony. Cassie was broken, torn apart, and drowned. The pain never ended. But that was all right. Thanks to her strange ability, she had already survived dying 10,000 times. Every time she fought, she died countless times to emerge victorious from the fight. That was how she won. Back in the present, no more than a split second passed. She was still standing motionlessly, a calm expression on her face. A step to the left, then. In Cassie's mind, she took a swift step to the left. Chapter 13, 80 Cage of Futures. In the darkness of the Flood Temple, a second passed. Sunny was still falling into the water. During that second, Cassie had lost count of how many times her slender body was broken and mutilated by the monstrous Sybil. A thought was much faster than a blade, but it had the same effect on the future as an action. Every time she mentally changed her plan of action, the immediate future changed as well, and currently, Cassie was thinking with stunning speed. A step to the right. A step forward, high attack. A step forward, low attack. A half step. She imagined a future and suffered the consequences again and again. The Sybil was too powerful, too sinister, too vile, but not insurmountably so. Another moment passed, and finally Cassie imagined the future where she did not die. Found it. In the approaching moment of time, she managed to evade the fury of harrowing tentacles unscathed and deliver a fatal strike. The quiet dancer whistled melodiously as she cut the air and plunged into the Sybil's neck. Cassie prepared to move, but then the fragmented future turned vague, disappearing. Instead, there was more pain, more defeat, and more horror. Of course, thought so. She did not lose her composure because that was what she had been expecting. Cassie was not the only one oracle in this temple, after all. The Sybil had just as much control over the future, as she did much more of it, even. Just as Cassie finally found one path that led to her victory, the defiled abomination destroyed it, pulling over other outcomes from the abyss of possibilities. Instantly, whatever chance the graceful young woman facing her had was gone. Their unseen and motionless, but furious and chillingly violent battle continued. Another second had already passed. Faster, faster. Cassie gritted her teeth, feeling her mind spinning feverishly. She had already found a path. Knowing where to look, she would be able to find another one sooner. If the future was a battlefield, then she had just conquered a small part of it, gaining control of not only that single possibility, but also all abilities similar to it, while simultaneously denying them to the enemy. Now all she had to do was to conquer the rest, until the Sybil had no more futures to replace her death with. A half step to the left, aim for the neck. A jumping start, aim for the neck. A half step to the right, aim for the heart. A few more frozen seconds passed. The flooded hall quaked and groaned as dust and streams of water fell from its cracked ceiling. The horror of the depths was shrieking as its flesh burned, long limbs lashing out madly to crush the hateful radiant. The drowned were besieging Sunny and his shadows, some of them dead, but much more still frenzied and full of bloodlust. Cassie was standing motionlessly in front of the Sibyl. In her mind, the futures where she lived and the creature died multiplied. With each one she found, finding the next one became slightly easier. But finding many was not enough. She had to have more. She had to have them all. As her mind burned, spinning faster and faster, the abomination grew more furious, too. The influence it exerted on the future became much more oppressive and suffocating, forcefully drowning harmful futures and pulling beneficial ones to the surface. And yet, despite that, Cassie was slowly usurping small areas of the invisible battlefield, one after another. Although both the blind seer and the defiled Sibyl remained still, as if frozen, the air between them was crackling with pressure. The darkness boiled, failing to contain the gruesome violence of their clash. It felt as if the stone surface of the dais would crack and shatter from the aftershocks of the ruthless confrontation. But of course, it did not, because the countless futures where the battle was taking place never happened. Cassie was conquering these unborn futures. The Sibyl was able to manipulate probability to make only those outcomes that benefited her come true, so Cassie had to disarm the creature. She had to surround her enemy with only those outcomes that ended in the enemy's death. She had to make the future into a cage. A lunge followed by a feint, followed by a sidestep, followed by a thrust. A false lunge released the quiet dancer, simultaneous thrust and flanking attack. A step forward released the quiet dancer, dagger parry turning into a slash backstab. Cassie died and died and died, each death more gruesome than the previous one. But slowly, more and more fragments of the future she perceived allowed her to live. The Sibyl was surrounded more and more by the outcomes that ended in death. Her cage was growing smaller, and smaller, and smaller, and smaller still. Down in the water, Sunny used the convulsing body of the corrupted devil to push himself to the surface and shot into the air. Landing on a pile of rubble, he tossed the fiend's severed head at an approaching abomination and followed up with a strike of the sin of solace, piercing the creature's heart. After that, he had a second to breathe. Turning swiftly, Sunny looked at the dais where Cassie was facing the Sibyl. He was both surprised and intensely relieved to realize that neither of them had moved still. Strange. Spreading his shadow sense through the battlefield, he allowed himself a split second to evaluate the situation. Nephis and the horror of the depths seemed to be in a stalemate. The abomination's body was too alien and vast for her to deal fatal damage to it, while the abomination itself was not smart enough to catch the supremely skilled and calculating human with a devastating strike. His shadows were in the middle of a furious battle. Neither saint nor fiend were seriously injured, although there were several dents on the infernal ogre's armor. Nightmare had avoided being seriously wounded due to his speed and agility, for now, but there was already blood on the tenebrous stallion's sable coat. The two echoes were mostly intact as well. The Sibyl was cruelly vivisecting a drowned champion, while the four-armed mannequin had lost one of his four blades. The latter echo was struggling. No choice. Sunny had to help Cassie, even if it meant abandoning the battle with the drowned and throwing more pressure at his subordinates. A moment later, he was already leaning to step through the shadows and appear on the dais. But at that same moment, Cassie finally moved. A split second before, she had been frozen like an ice sculpture, but then, abruptly, she was already in motion. Dashing forward with stunning speed, the blind girl danced between the surging tentacles, somehow avoiding each inescapable and lethal strike. Before Sunny could even blink, the blade of the quiet dancer flashed once, and Cassie was suddenly behind the monstrous tyrant. The Sibyl swayed slightly. Her tentacles grew still. Then a thin stream of crimson blood flowed from a small hole in her neck. As the invisible ripple spread through the flooded hall, the defiled oracle swayed once more and toppled into the seething black water. Chapter 1381, Cleaning Up. As soon as the Sibyl fell, it was as though an invisible ripple spread through the darkness of the flooded temple. Sunny did not see anything, nor did he sense the change, but the gnawing feeling of something being subtly wrong with the world was suddenly gone, allowing him to breathe freely. Cassie killed her. Stunned, he froze for a split second. The grotesque body of the defiled plunged into the water and disappeared beneath its dark surface. Sunny had no doubt that the creature would emerge from the restless depths to deliver its furious retribution the next moment, but the moment passed, and it had not. The glossy black surface remained unbroken. She did. Sunny was momentarily astounded. Yes, Nephis had chosen Cassie to face the Sibyl, but not to slay her. The blind girl had been meant to occupy the defiled until one or both of them finished wiping out their share of enemies and reached the dais. When had Cassie become so strong? Although the Sibyl had been a nightmare creature who relied on her unholy powers more than on her physical might, a corrupted tyrant was still a corrupted tyrant. Killing an abomination like that was no small feat, quite the opposite, actually let alone doing it in one strike. How many masters were there who could boast the same? Were there any, even? And yet Cassie had not only killed her, but had also made it look effortless. Sunny frowned, feeling a strange mix of unease and elation. Had she always been that lethal, or was it the result of the year she spent alone in the third nightmare? He suddenly felt a hint of discomfort. It was as though he did not know one of his closest companions nearly as well as he had thought. Sunny quickly recovered from his brief reverie, though. The battle was still not over, and albeit victory was within grasp, all that separated him from death was one mistake. Well, maybe one mistake and a half, thanks to Weaver's forbidden lineage and the marble shell. Generously burning his nearly inexhaustible essence, he used the crown of twilight to call upon the water once again and lunged at the next enemy. The moment Sunny faced the powerful demon, he knew that the tide had changed. The drowned were still just as powerful, sinister, and deadly, but the oppressive burden of the shifting future was gone. It had disappeared as soon as Cassie's rapier pierced the Sibyl's neck, ending her tyranny. Now we're talking. He forced himself to remain focused, refusing to relax. What madness was this? What kind of fool would relax when facing a swarm of corrupted demons? Even without the defiled oracle, they were enough to slaughter a score of masters. These creatures were different from the usual minions tyrants controlled, too. It was as Cassie had said, the drowned were sentient and chose whom to serve, as opposed to being forced into servitude. Usually, tyrants could only control minions of a lesser rank, but since the drowned had followed the defiled Sibyl voluntarily, that rule was broken in the flooded temple. Don't get arrogant. The haughty shadow already had enough arrogance to outshine 10 vainglorious fools. Sunny really did not want to end up dead by following its example. Stepping on water, he deflected a harpoon flying at him from the darkness with enough speed and force to put a projectile shot from a siege engine to shame. Then, Sunny shifted his weight and lashed out with the sin of solace, cleanly decapitating the nearest drowned warrior. It felt different. Finally, he was once again in full control of both his actions and their outcomes. The confidence that Sunny had almost lost returned. Grinning behind the fearsome mask, he listened to the spell whispering into his ear and disappeared into the shadows. A moment later, a mass of black tentacles enveloped the empty space where he had been standing. Sunny, however, was already somewhere else, his jade sword reaping another life. Not too far from him, Saint continued her silent slaughter. With nothing holding her back anymore, the graceful knight had turned even more lethal. Unlike Sunny and Fiend, she could not move through shadows, which put her at a dire risk of being surrounded. The drowned were not much weaker than the taciturn shadow, so being caught by their tentacles could very well mean the end of her. However, Saint was too skilled and calculating to allow herself to be immobilized. She was a battle master, after all, which meant that any battlefield was her domain. Moving with deadly grace and murderous foresight, she controlled not just her sword, but also the very space around her. Everything that entered it was at her mercy. Fiend, meanwhile, was wreaking havoc among the drowned. The dull black silver of his metal body seemed to radiate heat, and surrounded by boiling vapor, the furious shadow sliced through the abominations with his incinerating claws. The white radiance burning in his eyes, and maw was tinted crimson by the flowing blood of his enemies. The infernal ogre seemed to be enjoying himself quite a bit. This was his first battle after reaching maturity, and so he was basking in his ferocious strength and his newly learned battle techniques. He also seemed very happy at the opportunity to show off in front of Saint. Not to mention that every abomination he killed was bound to become his dinner soon. Unlike everyone else in the flooded hall, Fiend was on cloud 9 and living his best life. The echo of the Sibyl was gruesomely slaughtering the drowned, followed by the damaged steel mannequin. The two of them were much less expressive than Sunny's shadows, but also pulling their own weight. Of course, all of them were having a much easier time of fighting the swarm of corrupted demons, because their enemies were weakened by the dreadful powers of nightmare. The Dark Destrier was shrouded in darkness and terror, moving across the flooded hall as swiftly as a shadow. His adamantine fangs, horns, and hooves had broken and mutilated many abominations already, but judging by the menacing crimson glow of his eyes, the stallion's fury was nowhere near being satiated. The battle was still perilous and dire, but its outcome seemed more and more certain with every moment. Chapter 1382, Long Time Coming. The breaking point of the battle happened when the massive body of the Depth Dweller finally collapsed into the boiling water. Many of the monstrous creature's limbs had been severed, its mantle of rotting seaweed had been devoured by flame, and the slithering mass of eels comprising its gaunt body had been charred, sliced open, and pierced through. After a long and arduous fight, Nephis had finally killed the abominable giant. By then, Sunny and his shadows already sensed that the drowned were wavering. Once Neph joined the fight against the demons, the scales swung in favor of the cohort drastically, and before too long, the last of the sinister creatures was slain. Suddenly and without warning, the dark expanse of the flooded hall turned silent. The only thing Sunny could hear was the sound of water streaming through the cracks in the ceiling. He looked up. This place is not going to collapse, is it? But then suddenly there was another sound, a ghastly, repulsive squelching of flesh being torn. Spinning around, Sunny raised the sin of solace and prepared himself for the worst, but what he saw made his eyes narrow. Having already climbed on top of the dead Depth Dweller, Fiend was enthusiastically tearing into the creature's repugnant flesh with his fangs. Feeling Sunny's gaze on him, the ogre looked up in confusion, as if trying to ask, "What?" Pieces of disgusting, fleshy meat were still hanging from his maw. This bastard, he almost gave me a heart attack." Not receiving an answer, the steel devil shrugged and continued ravenously devouring the dead abomination. He was practically beaming with delight. Sunny let out a long sigh. Well, whatever, the rascal deserves a reward. He was very satisfied with how Fiend had performed in the battle. It seemed that Sunny's efforts were paying off. The decision to only feed the gluttonous shadow enchanted metals until his primary attributes were set had turned him not only extremely durable, but also effortlessly lethal. It was as though Fiend was made from both armor plates and steel blades, with infernal flames enhancing both the former and the latter. The steel ogre did not even need to use weapons, because he was a living weapon himself. He's so gluttonous, though. At this point, Sunny was really not sure how much Fiend was going to have to eat to evolve once again. It was probably going to take veritable mountains of food. On the bright side, they never found themselves lacking terrible nightmare creatures to kill, so at least there was no risk of running short on meals. Yeah, I'm not sure that it's something to be happy about. Sunny studied his other two shadows and dismissed Nightmare after a moment of thought. Although his dreadful steed was not wounded seriously, there were some wounds on his sable coat. It was better to let the black stallion heal now that there were not supposed to be any more enemies around. At the same time, the two echoes dissolved into a whirlwind of sparks, half of them white, half of them scarlet. The Sibyl seemed fine, but the blade mannequin was seriously damaged. It would be some time before Cassie would be able to summon the artificial swordsman again. Sunny lingered a bit, then dismissed Weaver's mask and took a deep breath. The stale air of the underground hall was pleasantly cool on his skin. He enjoyed it for a moment and headed for the raised dais. Not long after, the three masters were reunited on its slightly tilted surface. Nephis looked perfectly fine. Well, of course she did. Any wound she had received would have been healed by the white flames long ago. In fact, that was one of the most frightening things about changing star, unless some. Ni managed to kill her both instantly and utterly. She could recover from almost anything. Nevertheless, she looked terribly drained and exhausted. The same power that healed her wounds and burned her enemies to ash subjected Nephis to unspeakable agony, which was why she only used her aspect when there was no other choice. Cassie seemed untouched, too. But although she only delivered a few swift strikes throughout the entire battle, she somehow looked even more fatigued than Nephis. It was as though she would collapse at any moment. Sunny was suddenly worried. Are you all right?" The blind girl lingered for a few moments, then smiled faintly. "Yes, it's just that remember the headache I told you about? I'm feeling it now." He frowned. Right, although it all happened terribly fast, she must have overused her aspect ability to be able to kill that thing. Sunny shook his head. Anyway, dispatching a corrupted tyrant in a single exchange. That was impressive. Since when are you so terrifying? Cassie faced him and suddenly laughed. "I'll take it as a compliment, if you don't mind." Her laugh was bright and clear. She turned in the direction where the Sibyl had disappeared beneath the dark water and sighed. "She was the enemy that cost me half of fallen grace, and all the lives that have been lost as a result of moving the city upstream. I've been preparing for this fight for a very long time, so don't be too surprised." Sunny coughed and looked away. The defiled Sibyl had been a dangerous adversary to him, but to Cassie, she was something more. He knew all too well the shame of losing people you were responsible for to an overwhelming enemy. It's good that Cassie got some payback. He hoped that he would be able to slaughter the winter beast one day, too. Sunny hesitated for a moment, thinking if he should pat the blind girl on the back, or maybe grip her shoulder. What was one supposed to do in these situations? Before he could decide, though, Nephis took a few steps forward and took Cassie into a gentle embrace. She did not say anything, but there seemed to be no need for words. The blind girl smiled. "Thank you anyway, the temple should be safe now. I don't think it will collapse any time soon, either. Still, we shouldn't linger. How about we rest a little, gather our spoils, and then do what we came here to do?" Sunny nodded. Accomplishing their goal as soon as possible sounded like a good plan. Gathering plentiful spoils sounded even better. But the most enticing thing Cassie suggested, by far, was to rest. Great idea. Without wasting any time, Sunny plopped on the ground and summoned the covetous coffer. Fiend was not the only one who had worked up quite an appetite during the tiresome battle. Chapter 1383, A Pile of Soul Shards. Sunny, Nephis, and Cassie spent a while resting on the dais of the flooded hall. They were surrounded by the stench of blood and death, but none of them minded. It was too familiar of a smell. After all, most awakened would not lose appetite because of it. The three of them needed to refuel their exhausted bodies, regardless. Without speaking much, they consumed a hearty meal and spent some time catching their breaths. There was mental fatigue to deal with. As well, the mind was not as quick to recover from the strain of the battle as the body. Sunny, it seemed, was in better shape than Nephis and Cassie. After spending some time in a comfortable daze, his thoughts started to wander. Curious, he checked his runes. No luck. Despite the large number of enemies he and his shadows had slaughtered, there were no new memories, not to mention echoes. Sunny was not too discouraged, though mostly because his shadow fragment counter was showing 1944 5,000. "I've earned almost 500 fragments in a single battle." That was a truly stunning amount. Sunny struggled to remember if he had ever earned that much, that fast considering that the nightmare promised to be quite intense from this point onward. There was a good chance that he would emerge from it as a terror. Just 6 battles of similar scope would do the trick. Of course, it was uncertain if he would survive the nightmare at all. Still, every fragment he absorbed made him a tiny bit stronger. So, earning hundreds of them in the span of a few minutes was a boon. After a while, the three of them reluctantly got to work. By then, Fiend was mostly done with devouring the gargantuan corpse of the Depth Dweller. Once again, Sunny was flabbergasted by how much meat could fit inside the gluttonous Shadow's bottomless belly. The monstrous abomination had been at least 10 times larger than the Steel Devil, and yet there was barely anything left of it. Does he have some sort of an endless spatial storage instead of a stomach? Shaking his head, Sunny called both Fiend and Saint over. Then, the 5 of them started the gruesome job of recovering the soul shards from the drowned. After a while, they were back on the dais, sitting on the LD stones. All 3 humans had a somewhat strange look on their faces, their eyes reflecting the beautiful glow of a sizable pile of radiant crystals that lay between them. Unable to control himself, Sunny trembled. So much money. There were no less than 300 transcended soul shards in the pile. 300. In the waking world, they would have sold for enough money to buy the entire terrace district where his home was located. Even then, he would be left with enough credits to. What do I even spend it on? Sonny lingered for a few moments, then scratched his head. I don't know about you great legacies, but this just seems too extravagant. I knew that third nightmares were something else, but still. Cassie and Nephis turned to him. After a few moments of silence, the blind girl shook her head. No, that's a bit much even for us. Clan Valor was rich beyond imagination, but its expenditures were equally enormous. It took a lot of resources to maintain an army of awakened and keep a great citadel safe, while people who could slay corrupted nightmare creatures were few and burdened with other responsibilities. Sonny glanced at the mesmerizing pile of soul shards and sighed. Damn it, why can't I absorb shards? He remained silent for a while, then said in a stifled voice, Well times a wastin, come on Neph, chop chop. She gave him a confused look. Huh? Sonny swallowed his tears and smiled. Cassie has already saturated her core, so you're the only one who can make use of these shards. Leave me a few for weaving and absorb the rest. Nephis remained silent for a few moments. But I only killed the depth dweller and a dozen drowned. You and Cassie deserve these shards much more. He shrugged. The sooner we make you a titan, the better. I already received my share of fragments anyway, plus we're in the same boat. Quite literally. You said it yourself, 2 individual strength is not all that. If there's anything we can do to increase the overall strength of the cohort, it has to be done. Sonny leaned forward, picked up a shimmering crystal, and threw it to Nephis. Her gaze did not move, but her hand shot forward and caught it. She hesitated for a bit, then sighed and crushed the soul shard. A stream of white sparks then entered her body, surrounding it with radiance. Before it dimmed, Nephis picked up another shard and absorbed it as well. 1, 2, 3, 10. Trying very hard to keep bitter envy from showing on his face, Sonny observed the process from the sidelines. Belatedly, he realized that absorbing hundreds of shards was a very slow process. With nothing else to do, he simply stared at the soft radiance surrounding Neph's slender figure. After a while, a quiet sigh escaped from his lips. Pretty. Then Sonny coughed. I mean, this mountain of wealth, can there be a prettier sight? Too bad it's going to be all gone soon. Yeah. Forcing himself to look away, he glanced at Cassie. The blind girl seemed to have regained some of her liveliness, but she still looked unsteady. He summoned the endless spring and offered it to her. Cassie must have been low on essence because she didn't see his gesture. That probably meant that her aspect abilities were not activated, leaving her truly blind, just as she had been as a sleeper. Sonny lingered for a moment. Calling out to her, he gently grasped her wrist and placed the memory into her palm. Here, drink some water. She held the endless spring for a bit, then brought her other hand closer and traced the shape of the beautiful glass bottle with her fingers. A subtle smile appeared on Cassie's lips. Bringing the bottle to them, she took a few sips of the cool, refreshing water and offered the endless spring back to Sonny. Thank you. Dismissing the memory, he remembered the past. The endless spring was one of the 3 memories Cassie had earned in her first nightmare. It had served them well on the forgotten shore and was later gifted to Sonny by the blind girl. The beautiful glass bottle had followed him on all his misadventures ever since, saving his life on several occasions. Looking back, it was quite a thoughtful gift. But don't you know why she gave it to you? Sonny flinched, looking up at the Sin of Solace. The sword wraith had appeared from the darkness at some point, unseen, and now stood above him with a cold expression. Not out of any kind of affection, of course. It was just something to dampen the torment of guilt she felt over betraying you. So, if anything, that gift of hers was quite self-indulgent. A person can't condemn a friend to death and want to feel good about themselves at the same time, you know, if they have any shame. The apparition smiled. Hey, she never even apologized, did she? The Sin of Solace shook his head. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she has never had any shame and has never felt guilty about stabbing you in the back to begin with. Sitting opposite Sonny, Cassie hugged her shoulders and lowered her head. He gry. Teat his teeth. Shut the hell up. Nobody asked for your opinion, wretch. As Nephis continued to absorb soul shards, The laughter of the odious wrath echoed in his ears. Chapter 1384, Novel Idea. Eventually, Nephis was done with the pile of soul shards. Sonny stored a few of them inside the covetous coffer, then dismissed the alloy chest and rose, looking around the flooded hall. Although the structure sustained some damage during the battle, it had not collapsed yet. He did not know how much longer the lost temple would last, though. The sight of numerous cracks covering the distant ceiling did not fill him with confidence. It's not the end of the world. Sonny had to remind himself that even if the temple collapsed, the three of them would be just fine. They were masters, not mundane people. It was just hard to remember the difference sometimes. No one would be able to remain composed when there were countless tons of stone and cold water ready to fall on their heads. Shall we go? Nephis had finished absorbing the soul shards, and Fiend had finished stuffing his face with what remained of the drowned. They had rested enough, as well nothing was preventing them from exploring deeper into the temple. Rising to her feet, Cassie nodded. Yeah, let's go. Nephis did a few stretches and brandished her sword in a flowing series of strikes, familiarizing herself with the subtle change of her physical power. Then, she followed the two of them to the far end of the flooded hall. What are we searching for exactly? Cassie was looking at the cracked wall behind the dais, her expression glum. After a few moments of silence, she responded in a distant tone. This temple used to be dedicated to knowledge. The three Sibyls who ruled Fallen Grace each had different responsibilities, and this one, as the senior, was the guardian of truths. She oversaw a vast library where everything the Sibyls knew about the world was recorded. Many faithful priests and priestesses were responsible for keeping and expanding the library as well. The blind girl sighed. Of course, most of that knowledge was lost when the Sibyl succumbed to the defilement, and the rest had to have slowly deteriorated after her imprisonment. The recent water damage probably obliterated most of what was left. Still, there is a chance that we'll find hints of what to expect on our journey. Finally, Cassie noticed a small door that was obscured by darkness. Most of the narrow corridor it led to submerged underwater. Taking a step in that direction, she said. Among other things, the Sibyls kept detailed maps and records of the great river here. Every city, every settlement, every stronghold of a powerful seeker, from what I was able to learn, these maps were engraved on stone slates. They would not have been destroyed that easily. The information about the place where Effie and Soul Reaper are trapped should have been recorded as well. The geography of the tomb of Ariel, or rather, of both the human settlements and the hazardous environments, was constantly shifting. Human cities migrated, while dangerous areas changed or moved. Considering the treacherous nature of the Great River, keeping maps was not too simple of a task. That said, some places had a constant location, and even if it changed, the knowledge of how they had been in the past could help Sonny, Nephis, and Cassie learn what it was exactly that they would have to face. Great. Usually, Sonny would have preserved his essence, but since the battle was behind them and he was being spoiled by the crown of twilight, he simply commanded the water to part instead of jumping into its cold embrace. It took some effort for him to move so much of it, but a few seconds later, the flooded corridor was flooded no more. The three of them descended from the dais and entered through the small door, venturing into the very heart of the lost temple. As they walked, Sonny couldn't help but feel a bit disturbed. There were much more signs of the Sibyl's rampage here, close to the inner sanctum. Even though the defiled abomination was dead now, the marks she had left on the ancient walls remained as eerie and ominous as ever. Cassie opened her mouth to say something, but remained silent in the end. A grim expression settled on her exquisite face. The bright glimmer of her beautiful eyes dimmed, replaced by somber darkness. He frowned, worried that they should have given the blind girl more time to rest. In the end, Sonny hurried his steps to catch up to her and asked, "Are you all right?" Cassie hesitated for a few moments, then smiled faintly. "Yes, sure, why wouldn't I be?" Then she traced the frightening marks left on the wall by the fury of the imprisoned Sibyl. "I was just thinking what it must have felt like to be buried here alive. The people of Fallen Grace, they thought that they were showing mercy by not killing her, or reverence and devotion, perhaps, but—" She sighed and shook her head. "Wouldn't it have been better to Jew? Sindai." Sonny lingered for a while, not knowing what to answer. It was just a curious question to him, but to Cassie, who had lived an entire year playing the role of a Sibyl, it had to be much more personal. Eventually, he shrugged. "I'd rather die, yes." The blind girl smiled. "Yeah, that just goes to show that good intentions often produce the most cruel of results, don't you think?" When Sunny nodded, she paused for a moment, then suddenly added in a dark tone, "However, personally, I disagree. I'd rather live no matter what." He looked at her with surprise, slightly confused by the contradiction. "Why?" Cassie remained silent for a few moments. It seemed as though she was considering his questions seriously. Eventually, she chuckled. "Honestly, I'm not quite sure. Pride, maybe? The world is trying to kill us so hard, it just feels like such a shame to let it have its way." Sunny stared at her with an incredulous expression. "What the hell?" Wasn't it basically the same thing he had told Hero all those years ago in the first nightmare? It was like listening to a more refined and eloquent version of himself. Was it such a surprise, though? Although he and Cassie came from entirely different backgrounds, they were more alike than anyone would think simply because they both shared an affinity to fate and knew better than most how tyrannical fate was. He kept quiet for a bit, then scoffed. Before Sunny could respond, though, Nephis spoke from behind them. "Well then, what's the problem? Just make sure not to die. They're problem solved." He nodded with a grin. "Exactly. I mean, it's not that hard if a fool like me can stay alive. Anyone can." Cassie smiled, amused by their awkward attempts to raise her mood. She nodded. All right, what a novel idea. I'll take it under advisement." As the sound of quiet chuckling echoed in the dark corridor, the three masters went deeper into the darkness of the ancient temple. Chapter 1385, Flame of Divinity. As they walked through the corridors, Sunny kept clearing their way with the help of the Crown of Twilight. Of course, they could easily swim through the flooded portions of the temple, but why would they if there was an easier way? The walls of the narrow corridors glistened, reflecting the light of a luminous memory Nephis had summoned. Soon, Sunny noticed a subtle change in them. If the ancient stone was unadorned before, now it was covered by the remains of beautiful murals. He couldn't quite understand what was depicted on them, though partially because the murals were heavily damaged, partially because the images were quite strange. They were more symbolic than descriptive, at least that was the conclusion he made. "What's that?" Noticing that Nephis seemed to be interested in the murals as well, Sunny finally gave voice to his curiosity. She hesitated for a few moments, then shook her head. "I'm not sure." In front of them was an image depicting a vast black field that looked strangely terrifying. In the middle of it, a mass of golden flame was burning, illuminating the darkness with its radiance. Cassie slowed her steps and turned slightly, facing the mural. After a moment of silence, she said matter-of-factly, "It's the myth of creation." The two of them looked at her with some confusion. Feeling their gazes, the blind girl sighed, then smiled lightly. The inhabitants of the dream realm had a myth of how the world came to be, of course. Actually, many of them. Most shared common points, though. She pointed to the mural. In the beginning, there was only the boundless void of chaos. Sunny tilted his head a little, remembering the description of a memory. He once possessed the memory of a drop of Shadow God's blood. The runes he had read told the same. Of course, Cassie was slightly altering the meaning due to the difference between the language of the waking world and the runic language the spell used. There was no void of chaos, because the words void and chaos meant the same thing. Come to think of it, it had been the same in the human language once as well. These days, when someone said chaos, they wanted to describe some sort of a huge mess. But the initial meaning of that word simply meant emptiness, the void. So saying that there was only the void meant the same thing as saying there was only chaos. It was the dark abyss that Weaver had apparently visited, and where the gods had come from. Cassie, meanwhile, continued. The void was everlasting and ever-changing. Terrible beings dwelled within the void as well. But then came desire, and with it came direction. She pointed to the golden flame. Sunny raised his eyebrow. These last words were exactly the same as in the description of the drop of ichor. Yeah, I've heard something similar before, but to be honest, I never really understood what all of it actually means. Desire, direction, why are they so significant? It was Nephis, not Cassie, who answered. It's simple, really. Well, it's a paradox, but a rather simple one, since the V. Oid was eternal, limitless, and forever changing. It was inevitable that sooner or later it would produce something that contradicted its fundamental qualities. In other words, something unchanging. That was desire, a single constant in the forever shifting abyss. She coughed and then added with embarrassment, "Oh, at least that was how it was explained to me. But if you think about it, it makes sense. A desire can't change, because if it does, it ceases to be itself and becomes a different desire. So the concept of desire is static by nature." Sunny blinked a couple of times. What? That's a bit too complicated for me. What a weird myth. I like the ones you tell way better, you know, the stories about cunning men defeating giants, building wooden as horses to conquer cities, and fighting sea monsters. A subtle smile appeared on Neff's face. Sunny enjoyed the view of it, then scratched the back of his head and added, "But I get the idea. Desire was the first unchanging thing born from the ever-changing void, so it was in contradiction to the void." She nodded. "Yes, a desire also can't exist by itself. It needs a subject. You want something, strive for something, dream of something, so a desire has to be directed somewhere. Hence, with it came direction." Sunny looked at her with a strange expression. "That strangely makes sense. So the direction the myth spoke about was a natural consequence of desire, or rather the concept of desire being born within the void. And since both were constant, their existence was in opposition to the forever changing abyss. Where there had been only chaos, there was now something resembling order. Coincidentally, the word directionless could also mean disorderly in the runic language, and therefore, the word direction could also mean order. Even though it was not entirely correct, such an analogy made it easier for Sunny to understand the underlying meaning of the strange creation myth. It was a conflict between chaos and order. The void creatures represented chaos, while the gods represented order. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, "But a desire for what? What was that desire?" Cassie laughed quietly. "Nobody knows. In fact, I don't think that anyone can know. We humans are not capable of truly understanding divine matters, after all, so this myth is merely a crude facsimile of the real story. Personally, I think it was the very idea of desire, not a specific one. That's why there is a fairy tale about the Well of Wishes here in the tomb of Ariel, a magical place that can grant any wish, not just the correct one." Sunny looked at her, amused. "You know that fairy tale, too?" Cassie coughed and turned away in embarrassment. "Oh, yeah, it's popular among the younger inhabitants of Fallen Grace. I listened to it once or twice out of curiosity." She lingered for a moment, then walked to the next mural. On it, 6 radiant figures were shown standing around the mass of golden flames, which had become much smaller. Vague but terrifying shapes could be seen in the surrounding darkness, swarming them. The blind girl pointed at the image. "The gods were born from desire. Then they waged a terrible war on the old ones, the creatures of the void." Chapter 1386. Forests, plains, rivers, and a vast blue sky. The next few murals depicted the battles between the 6 radiant figures and the vague shapes hiding in the darkness of the abyssal void. Sunny found them quite funny. He already knew that the war between the gods and the unknown were waged with weapons like death, time, and space. It had truly been a war beyond human comprehension. However, the ancient people had drawn the murals according to their human imagination. In them, the gods battled the void creatures with swords, spears, and even fists from time to time. Imagining a god having a fistfight with a primordial horror was rather comical. Sunny shook his head. "It's curious, isn't it? The gods are always said to be the enemies of the void creatures, but really they are void creatures themselves, just of a different breed. Both the unknown and the gods had been born from the void. So, the gods were unknown themselves, primordial beings from before anything remotely human had ever existed. It was just that they were a very special kind of these ancient abominations. A kind that was inherently opposed to the abyss that had spawned them and everything it represented." Nephis slowly nodded. "Indeed, but does it matter?" Sunny lightly shook his head. "I guess it doesn't. Awakened and nightmare creatures were also 2 sides of the same coin. That didn't make them the same." The 3 of them continued forward, studying the murals. Eventually, the void creatures seemed to have been defeated, albeit not destroyed. Beaten and diminished, they crouched in a dark corner of the abyss, surrounded by the 6 radiant figures. This is interesting. Sunny knew very little about how the war between the gods and the unknown had ended. The description of the drop of Icor only said that the void had been bound, but not how it had happened. Finally, the 3 of them stopped in front of the second to last mural. On it, the 6 radiant figures seemed to be holding a net made from what was left of the golden flame, surrounded by a whirlwind of sparks. They threw the net on the crouching creatures of the void, engulfing them in radiance. The last mural depicted a familiar landscape. The black abyss was gone, replaced by forests, plains, rivers, and a vast blue sky. He looked at Cassie expectantly. She had been the one to spend a whole year with the inhabitants of the nightmare, after all. If anyone knew their myths, it would be her. The blind girl sighed. In the end, when the old ones were defeated, the gods took direction and used their weapons to wrap it around the void. That was how the void was sealed, and that was also how the world was created. Sunny stared at the last mural, overcome by an eerie feeling. Wait a second. The forests, plains, rivers, and a vast blue sky, the crouching beings enveloped by a net of golden radiance. He already knew that these murals had been drawn according to the limited imagination of their creators. So, if he looked beyond what was drawn at the underlying meaning. Desire, direction, order, the absolute laws like time and space that the gods had created to use as weapons. Did it mean that the gods had created the world, the universe, rather by sealing the void in the cage of universal laws? And if this was how the world had been born? He shivered. So wait, does it mean that everything we know is basically a cage for the abyssal beings of the void? That everything is just the outer shell of a prison built to contain the abyss? Cassie and Nephis turned to him somberly. After a while, the blind girl said, her voice strangely calm. I think not quite that literally, but yes. The void was never destroyed, it was only bound. And the world is what binds it, not the waking world and not the dream realm, more of existence itself as we know it. Sunny remained silent for a while, not knowing what to say. What Cassie said sounded terrifying. It was as though he was standing on the surface of a deep, dark ocean, separated from its lightless depths only by a thin, fragile film of ice. That ice was all of existence. Damnation! Why was he so bothered by some stupid myth anyway? The answer was obvious. It would have been easy to dismiss the whole thing as an ancient superstition if not for one detail. The spell had put the same story in the description of the drop of Shadow God's blood, which meant that there was at least some truth to this myth, no matter how distorted. Curses! Eventually, he let out a shaky breath and said in an unconvincingly carefree tone, well, that's a bit disturbing, isn't it? Indeed it was. Much more than that, however. It raised so many questions. Was his interpretation of the myth close to truth? How had Weaver entered the void if it was sealed by existence itself? What had the demon of fate witnessed there, exactly? Come to think of it, the creation myth explained a lot of things, but one thing it failed to explain were the demons. Where had they come from? Who was the unknown, whose children they supposedly were? How were the demons and their progenitor connected to the gods and to the void? There were much more fundamental questions as well. For example, the path of ascension led to divinity, while the path of corruption was opposed to it, leading to unholiness. And since what opposed the gods was the void, was the true meaning of profane and unholy, as used by the spell, actually having to do with the void? Was the abyss sealed within the world the source of corruption? Was the vile darkness permeating the souls of nightmare creature a manifestation of the everlasting void? And how did the nightmares, the spell, and Weaver's mysterious schemes fit into all of this? Sunny suddenly shuddered as a certain thought entered his mind. Now that the gods were dead, was the spreading corruption a sign that the seals containing the void were weakening? Was the cage the gods had created slowly falling apart? The disturbing chill he had felt after learning the truth of the last mural was washed away by curiosity, but now the feeling of dread was back. He hesitated for a few moments, then cleared his throat and looked away from the ancient, damaged, fading image of forests, rivers, and plains. The net of black cracks covering the painted vastness of a blue sky did not look ominous at all. Let's go find that damned library and get the hell away from here as fast as possible, shall we? This place, it seriously gives me creeps. For once in his life, Sonny hoped to never find answers to the questions gnawing at his mind. Chapter 1387, Divine, Unholy. As they moved deeper and deeper into the flooded temple, Sonny couldn't help but think about the eerie story told by the ancient murals. It seemed as though he had learned something important. But, of course, there were a dozen questions for every answer he had received, like always. Divine, Unholy. Knowing that the very fabric of the world was like a cage for the abyssal void that dwelled beneath made him feel uneasy, understandably so. However, Sonny did not dwell on that fact for too long. There was no point anyway. Matters like these were too distant and inconceivable for a mere mortal to think about. Even if the seals created by the gods were slowly crumbling, what was a human like him supposed to do? Even if Sonny was a sovereign, he would have been like an ant compared to the powers involved in this process. The seals had existed for eons anyway. Despite their supposed weakened state, they would keep existing for just as long. By the time the void broke free of its prison and destroyed everything, he would be long dead, with not even dust left of his bones. Probably. In any case, he was more interested in something else. The true source of the corruption, Sonny had a vague suspicion that it was the void before, but now he was almost certain. How does it work, though? The timeline of the Dream Realm civilizations was not very clear, but one thing he did know was that the corrupted, the nightmare creatures, had always existed, even when the seals of the void were new and pristine. The first era Sonny knew of was the Era of the Void. He decided to call it the Age of Chaos. During the Age of Chaos, the gods had been born, waged war against the elder abyssal beings, and eventually defeated them, thus creating the world. What followed was the Age of Heroes. Noctis and the other chain lords had been born during that period. Back then, at the dawn of time, humans were not a dominant force in the world yet. Their nascent civilization was growing and spreading, but the continuation of its existence was not at all guaranteed. Instead, those ancient humans had to fight against the corrupted to conquer new lands, protect their cities, and avoid extinction. They needed powerful champions to battle the dreadful beings who populated the young world, and therefore that time was remembered as the Age of Heroes. More importantly, the nightmare creatures already existed back then, when the gods were alive and the seals of the void were undamaged. How? Sonny frowned. I guess the gods did not imprison all of the void and every void being when creating the prison. It was easy to imagine that some remnants of the abyss slipped through their fingers and came to exist in the newly created world. Noctis had told him once that the gods and the demons fought side by side as allies in the battles of the ancient past. Therefore, it was easy to conclude that the war against the abyss did not end as soon as the abyss itself was sealed. There had to have been dire battles at the dawn of the new world, resulting in these abyssal remnants being exterminated. Come to think of it, Nephis had told him that a terrible creature was slain by the gods once, at the dawn of time, and that its blood seeped into the ground, becoming true darkness. The place where the creature fell was now known as the Hollow Mountains, beneath which lay the darkness of the underworld. That creature had to have been a void being. That proved that at least some of them had walked the world of the gods after its creation. What are void beings, though? Sonny felt as though he was on the precipice of an important discovery. The gods, he had thought once that they were simply divine titans. Now, however, Sonny was inclined to believe that the gods were beyond ranks and classes altogether. Similarly, void creatures would not have been unholy titans. Just like the gods, they had to have been creatures of an entirely different order. More importantly, they were simply different. These abyssal horrors were beings from before time, space, death, and every other law that comprised the fabric of reality. These existences were completely alien to the reality familiar to Sonny, opposed to it, even. And if Sonny knew one thing about creatures of great power, it was that they exerted influence on the world. Saints and powerful masters had a mystical presence to them. Nightmare creatures of higher classes spread their influence across vast territories. Sovereigns ruled over grand domains. Void beings were without a doubt immensely powerful, so what kind of influence would they exert on a world that was inherently alien to their nature? Would the fabric of reality and the very laws comprising it start to rot and come undone around them? Sonny felt his heart skipping a beat. Was that the true nature of the corruption? Was it a rot caused by the influence of the primordial void, simply because of its alien nature? That would explain why the creatures infected by that rot possessed an insatiable desire to destroy those who were not. Why they all seemed mad, revolting, and alien, appallingly wrong in some strange and sinister way. The divine and the unholy were inherently opposed to each other, after all. It was in their very nature to strive to obliterate each other. I feel like I'm not far from the truth. Sonny remained silent for a while, walking behind Cassie with a distant expression on his face. The world he lived in, the world of the spell, the constant battle against the abominations, and the ruined realm of dreams and nightmares, suddenly made much more sense. It was not understanding exactly. The conclusions Sonny made were too vast and had too many consequences to be understood in just a few minutes. But the feeling of it all was somehow more clear now. He lingered for a bit, then threw a furtive glance at Nephis. What about Neph, then? Her ascended ability, longing, made her immune to the corruption. Knowing what he knew now, that seemingly weak ability seemed even more impossible. More than that, one of her attributes was called Nephilim. Its description read, "There once were terrible creatures born of an unholy union between the divine and the profane. Nephilim were the most beautiful and the most harrowing of them all." If the divine and the unholy were inherently opposed to each other, then how could there have been creatures born from their union? How terrible had they been, really, and what had happened to them? Shaking his head slightly, Sonny sighed and looked away from Neph's slender figure. I take it back. Nothing makes sense. I'm just confused even more. Taking a step forward, he suppressed a groan and covered his face with a palm. Chapter 13, 88 Wheels of History. Sonny continued to think about the history of the dream realm. The Age of Chaos was the first, ending with the imprisonment of the void and the creation of the world. It was followed by an age that could be called the Age of Gods, a prehistoric time when the gods and those living things they created, as well as the demons who came out of nowhere, battled the remnant abyssal creatures across the newborn world. Then came the Age of Heroes. It started when the nascent humanity started to spread and fight against the corrupted creatures inhabiting the world for dominion over it. It ended when the abominations were pushed back and largely exterminated, turning from an ever-present danger into dire but rare foes. What followed was a different age, an age when humanity ruled the world unopposed. Noctis had not known its name, perhaps because people living in that time needed none. For them, it was simply now, a golden age of peace and prosperity. Relatively speaking, of course. I am sure there was plenty of bloodshed and conflict even after most of the corrupted had already been slain or driven into the wilderness. Humans are humans. After all, there were other tribes of creatures inhabiting the world as well. I doubt that everyone lived together in absolute harmony. Due to their immortality, Noctis and the other chain lords, powerful transcendent born in the Age of Heroes, lived long enough to witness the new age as well. In fact, they might have had more to do with the change of epochs than anyone knew. Noctis considered the destruction of the Kingdom of Hope to be the turning point in history, one that signified the end of the Age of Heroes, which meant that the Golden Age was poisoned from the very start. It began with the imprisonment of Hope and ended when she broke free from her chains. During that time, the gods grew distant and indifferent. Their followers even started to fight among themselves. Slowly, prosperity waned, turning into stagnation and decay. Both the first and second of Sonny's nightmares took place at the dusk of the Golden Age, not long before the demons rose in rebellion against the gods. That war, the last war, destroyed the civilization of the dream realm. Although it was like a flash in the scope of history, perhaps its brief terror was worthy of being considered an age of its own. The Age of Demons, a terrible age of dread and destruction. Although that age was the latest, it was also the most mysterious. Everything the humans of the waking world had found in the dream realm were marks left by the great war between the demons and the gods, and yet almost nothing was known about it. Why did it start? How did it end? How did the gods die? What happened to their enemies, the demons? All that Sonny knew was that at some point between the start of the Doom War and the present day, the seeds of nightmares appeared, and the corruption reclaimed the world it had been almost banished from once. It was the end of the dream realm. Come to think of it, I'm wrong. The history of the dream realm had never really ended. There were human settlements on its perilous reaches today, after all, great citadels like Bastion and Ravenheart, and many smaller ones. where hundreds of thousands of awakened lived, fought, and survived, slowly claiming more and more land from the nightmare creatures. Almost like a new age of heroes, or rather, the age of the nightmare spell. Sonny dodged a drop of water that fell from the ceiling of the narrow corridor and tilted his head a little. Viewed from this perspective, it almost seemed as if the purpose of the nightmare spell was to repopulate the dream realm, which had been turned to lifeless hell by the Doom War, and breathe new life into it. To push the wheels of history that had stopped spinning a long time ago and make them revolve again, carrying the once desolate world into the future. It's almost like Weaver is some kind of a noble hero. Of course, that change had come at the expense of countless deaths and immeasurable misery among the inhabitants of the waking world. And Sonny did not really buy that the demon of fate had been any kind of hero, let alone a noble one. Still, the implication seemed too sensible to be discarded completely. The age of chaos, the age of gods, the age of heroes, the golden age, the age of demons, and the age of the nightmare spell. If seen in such a framework, the history could make Sonny a huge amount of contribution points. Just imagining it made his eyes gleam. If I manage to write up this theory well and publish it, accurate or not, my oh my, I'll be swimming in academic achievements. Let alone a guest lecturer, I'll be made an honorary professor. A dean, even. As he grinned greedily, Cassie slowed her steps a little and raised her hand. We're close. Be cautious if there are really records left. We should be careful not to damage them any further. Although the corridors they had walked through were largely flooded, this section of the lost temple seemed strangely dry. Perhaps the structure here was much more durable, and had thus resisted the passage of time better. Perhaps there were still some enchantments protecting the inner sanctum. In any case, the floor they walked on gradually became drier. Soon the three masters passed a chamber filled to the brim with shelves. There had been countless books on them once, but now the shelves lay broken, the ancient scrolls long destroyed by water. Sonny checked a few, only to shake his head in disappointment. Even those that seemed relatively better preserved were utterly illegible. They moved further, passing several similar chambers. The library of the temple had indeed been vast once, but now, all the knowledge accumulated by the Sibyls and their faithful priests was lost. Some of it was destroyed by moisture, some seemed to have been burned, while some had been obliterated by the defiled Sibyl in her rage. Such a shame. Finally, they reached a tall door. Just like all the other doors in the inner sanctum, it had long been turned to rotten splinters. However, the chamber behind it, the largest one they've seen in the last few minutes, looked strangely untouched. Much more importantly, there were no broken shelves and rotten scrolls within it. Instead, there were stone slates. Chapter 1389, Shifting Map. After entering the central chamber of the ancient library, Sonny felt his excitement diminish somewhat. The stone slates had seemed unharmed from the outside, but at a closer look, they were not in the best state. The defiled Sibyl had rampaged in this chamber as well. Many slates were shattered, some turned to rubble, others to dust. The whole place was a mess, with deep cracks littering its walls and the ceiling. There were deep puddles on the floor, and the cold darkness shrouding the chamber echoed with the sound of falling water. Still, there were many slates that were unharmed as well. Cassie remained motionless for a few moments, then sighed and sat down on a relatively dry pile of rubble. Sonny gave her a stare. "What, you're not going to help us look?" The blind girl smiled. "I am looking." He coughed and awkwardly turned away. "Yeah, way to go, genius. Asking a blind person if she'll look." Although Cassie's awakened ability allowed her to navigate the world, it did not grant her sight. Cassie sensed the future as if she lived it, meaning that she remained blind. It was her ascended ability that allowed her to see, even if it was only through someone else's eyes. Someone like Sonny or Nephis, for example, which meant that she could only look at the slates that they were looking at. So she could only help them identify the correct one, not find it herself. Hiding his embarrassment, Sonny cleared his throat. "So what exactly should we search for?" Cassie lingered for a moment. "We should probably separate all the intact slates first. Even those that do not contain the information we're currently looking for might be useful later." Indeed, rescuing Effie and Jet was not going to be their last stop on the Great River. They would have to travel to Twilight as well, and then journey all the way to the dawn of time to attack Verge. There was no telling what kind of dangers hid beneath the surface of the endless river. Even though the information recorded by the Sibyls was outdated by now, it was still immensely valuable. Blee. Cassie tilted her head a little. Other than that, keep an eye out for any mention of flowers. Sunny nodded. There was not much known about the place where Effie and Jet were trapped, but the inhabitants of Fallen Grace referred to it as the Wind Flower. The vague stories they had heard about that area of the Great River told very little, except for how no one ever returned from there. It wasn't even known where the name Windflower had come from. With a sigh, Sunny nodded and went about sifting through the rubble without wasting much time. Soon, he and Nephis were crawling through the debris, separating those slates that were only lightly damaged from those that were completely destroyed. As they did, Sunny briefly looked at each one. Although Anank had taught them how to navigate the Great River, at least enough for them to make their way to Fallen Grace, he couldn't really read the maps engraved into the slates. The maps Sunny was used to were based on topography and landmarks like mountains, rivers, and craters. What was there to put on a map of an endless, vast river? The system the Sybils had used was rather elaborate. It was based on a convoluted method of assigning each slate a kind of coordinates that had to do with its relation to the edges of the Great River, the passage of the suns, and the approximate distance to the few stationary hazards plaguing the tomb of Ariel. None of the slates depicted the full map of the Great River, either. Instead, they were supposed to be put together and moved around as the areas described on them shifted their locations, with old coordinates being stricken from the slate and new ones added. Since most of the slates had been destroyed, there was no hope of recreating the full map. However, one great thing that the Sybils and their servants had done was including a description of what was depicted on the slates, engraved on the back. So, instead of trying to decipher the markings describing the coordinates, Sunny read these descriptions instead. His face slowly grew gloomy. A giant maw that opens underwater and swallows entire island ships, a region where the wind literally cuts flesh, what the hell? An illusory island that can only be seen by the dying. So what if he suddenly saw that island? It would mean that he was going to die in the next few minutes. Or was it the other way around, and it was seeing the island that killed people? In any way, it was very much way too creepy. Sunny knew that the tomb of Ariel was a dreadful place, but now he suddenly felt lucky to have made it to Fallen Grace in one piece. Well, they had encountered the time storm, which was pretty terrifying even as far as the local perils were concerned. So calling himself lucky might have not been quite correct. Whatever, after a while, the two of them settled into a rhythm. Sunny was looking for those slates that were in one piece, while Nephis collected those that had been broken into pieces but could be restored and put them back together with the help of the Dark Shaper. Cassie, meanwhile, rested on the pile of rubble for a while, then got bored and stood up to take a walk around the chamber. She hovered near them for a bit, then put her hand on the wall and slowly traced the perimeter of the chamber with her fingers. Since there was rubble everywhere, it took her a long time to complete the circle and get back to the entrance. Actually, hadn't she been gone for too long? Suddenly worried, Sunny pulled his attention away from the slates and concentrated on his shadow sense. It only took him a split second. To his relief, he could still clearly feel Cassie's shadow. Turning around, he looked at the far end of the chamber and saw her delicate figure there, standing in front of the cracked wall. She seemed deep in thought. Frowning slightly, Sunny called out to her, "Hey, is that wall very interesting? Come here and keep us company." Perhaps it was foolish, considering that Cassie could sense the future, but Sunny was not absolutely sure that the flooded temple was safe now, and having the blind girl outside his immediate reach made him feel uncomfortable. What would happen if they were suddenly attacked? Hearing his voice, Cassie hesitated for a few moments, then turned to face them and pointed to the wall. "Actually, it is interesting." She paused for a moment, and then added with uncertainty, "A slight wind is coming from the cracks. I think there is another room behind that wall." Chapter 13, 90 Guiding Light. Standing up, Sunny stretched and walked over to where Cassie was standing. Extending his shadow sense through the cracked wall, he remained silent for a few moments, then smiled. Good catch, there is indeed a hidden space there. To think that he had almost missed it. The blind girl stared at him for a bit, which gave Sunny a hint to look around. Damn, it's still creepy to know that she's riding my senses. Can't she ask at least? That ability of hers is not limited to sight, so I don't even want to think what kinds of things she can sense me sensing. Suddenly feeling hot, Sunny glanced at Cassie and asked in a stifled tone, "What are you looking for?" The blind girl lingered. If there's a secret space, there has to be a mechanism to unlock it. Some kind of lever, perhaps. Oh, and give me some credit, all right? I am polite enough to know when not to use my ability. He suppressed an impulse to jump back. What, you can read thoughts now, too? Cassie took a deep breath, then patiently shook her head. No, it was just written all over your face. Sunny let out a sigh of relief, then trembled. Wait, she's looking through my eyes, so how can she see my face? At that moment, Nephis patted him on the shoulder. Because she looked through mine. Honestly, Sunny, for someone who claims to have never used his shadow to do perverted things at the academy dormitory, you sure think of weird stuff often. He stared at her in disbelief. What do you mean claims to? I absolutely did not. You know I can't lie. Nephis looked at Cassie with a hint of a smile on her lips. Notice that he said did not instead of have not. Sunny remained silent, his mouth open. Oh, I see what's going on. Scoffing, he turned away. Yeah, and until I say will not, you better behave. Who knows what weird stuff I'll think of. There were a few moments of silence, and then Nephis said a bit awkwardly from behind him, so, whatever mechanism there was to unlock the door, it has to have broken a long time ago. He grinned and watched as she stepped forward and delivered a swift punch to the cracked wall. The ancient stone shattered and collapsed, revealing a dark space beyond. Sunny shielded his face from the cloud of stone dust and peered inside. Hidden behind a false wall was a small circular chamber. There was an altar in its center with something laying on it. As Nephis raised her torch, its light reflected from a polished metal surface. He suddenly felt the shadows shift slightly and widened his eyes in disbelief. That glow! There was a staff of pristine white wood laying on the altar, untouched by dust or dirt. Both its ends were encased in a beautiful weave of bands of polished gold, with a single radiant gem, a crystal crowning the top. The rough crystal was easy to identify as a sole shard of a rather high rank. Supreme, perhaps, or even higher. What made Sunny instinctively hold his breath, however, was something else. The white staff was emanating an ethereal golden glow, the kind that Sunny could only see because his eyes had been altered by Weaver's lineage. The familiar and unmistakable shine that the things having to do with divinity possessed. As he was looking at the beautiful staff, stunned, Cassie approached the altar and lowered her head. Her expression was more perplexed than shocked. She remained silent for a few moments, then said quietly, "How curious, I did not know that it was here." Both Sunny and Nephis looked at her with surprise. Throwing another glance at the staff, he asked, "You know what this thing is?" The blind girl lingered for a bit, then nodded. "Yes, I think I do. It fits the description of one of the holy relics that the Sibyls brought into the tomb of Ariel from the outside world. Supposedly, it was a gift from one of the gods, bestowed to a priestess of their temple in the distant past." Sunny's eyes widened. "Wait, are you telling me that this thing is a divine artifact?" His heart was beating wildly. Cassie smiled. "Yes, in a sense, meaning that it is rumored to have been created by a god. However, it is not a divine rank artifact, if that is what you're asking. Although it does have some mystical qualities, its power is actually not that great." She remained silent for a bit, and then added, "Actually, that can be said about most divine relics, and therefore about most divine memories created in their image, not that there's many of those around. We humans perceive memories as something that grants us power, but for the gods and the lesser deities, they themselves were the power. So any relic they created would have been a mere tool of convenience, not something meant to empower them." Sunny thought about his own two divine memories. That description fit them perfectly. Both Weaver's mask and the shadow lantern allowed him to do astonishing things, and yet there were indeed memories in his arsenal that empowered him much more. There was no doubt that his divine memories were infinitely more powerful, and yet they did not make him much more powerful. He had considered this paradoxical situation plenty of times, and the conclusions he made were similar to what Cassie said. The gods did not need external sources of power, and so the tools they left behind served specific purposes astonishing and wondrous, but not necessarily helpful to a human. The blind girl, meanwhile, gently caressed the white wood of the beautiful staff and added, "In any case, this relic is called guiding light. It's not even a tool made. To be used by a god, just something gifted to a mortal out of affection. The powers it possesses are not that stunning. It had served the Sibyls well before they came to the tomb of Ariel, but after that, this staff mostly held symbolic meaning. Sunny stared at the beautiful golden glow for a while, then asked in a dubious tone, not that stunning. So what does it do? Cassie thought for a bit, then hesitantly shrugged. It's supposed to guide people. Actually, I don't know that well. She picked up the staff and held it carefully. After a few moments, the soft radiance of the soul shard crowning the relic swirled, growing more intense on one side. Sunny blinked. What did you do? The blind girl suddenly seemed a little embarrassed. I just sort of thought in my head, Miss Guiding Light. Can you guide me to Windflower, please? He stared at her incredulously. Let's skip the first part for now. So this divine relic is basically a pretty flashlight with a very basic navigation function. Cassie coughed. I guess so. Sunny sighed, then shook his head and covered his face with a palm. And here I was all excited. Well, it could have been worse. The previous divine relic he had found in the wild was a wooden knife that could only kill one specific person, while simultaneously being responsible for turning that person into an immortal powerhouse. Although the guiding light was not exactly an artifact worthy of being called divine, it was at least more useful than that. Actually, being able to know the general direction of almost anything you thought about was quite an amazing boon if used with foresight. Not to mention that it would help them find the members of the cohort sooner, which was why they had come to this temple in the first place. Sunny stared at the wooden staff for a few moments, then shook his head again. Well, great, let's use this thing well. For now, though, we still have to find the information about Windflower. They had already known where that place was located. What they had really come here to find was the information about what kind of dangers were waiting for them there. Turning away, Sunny let out a disappointed sigh. Damn it! As he walked back to the slates, he tried not to look too disheartened. This had to be the most anticlimactic discovery of a divine relic ever. Chapter 1391, Rushed Exit. Sunny had wanted to get back to the slates, but as he left the secret room, he suddenly felt uneasy. Something about the chamber had changed. He couldn't quite put a finger on it, but it was as if the shadows populating it were moving. Hold on to something. Hearing Cassie's voice, he put his hand on a stone pillar. In the next moment, the floor beneath him violently shook. Its already pronounced tilt was suddenly even steeper, causing countless small pieces of rubble to roll in their direction. The sound of falling water had grown louder. Curses! Looking at his companions, Sunny sighed and said in a glum tone, I guess the battle did too much damage to the temple after all. Nephis nodded somberly. Should we hurry? He hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. A swarm of sparks rose into the air, slowly forming into a familiar alloy chest. We probably don't have much time before this entire place sinks. Let's just load everything into the covetous coffer. We can continue studying the slates when we're safely back on the chain breaker. Of course, safety was a relative term here in the tomb of Ariel. Sunny had only grown more wary of the great river after reading the records in this ancient chamber. But still, he was not enthused at the idea of having to escape the temple while it was actively drowning. Feeling like they had very little time left, the three masters abandoned all attempts of categorizing the slates and simply threw everything remotely intact into the welcoming maw of the covetous coffer. The temple shook one more while they were at it, causing Sunny to curse in frustration. Finally, they were done. Not wasting any time, Sunny led the way out of the central chamber, past the rooms full of rotting scrolls, and into the cold darkness of the narrow corridors leading to the great hall. By then, it felt like they were climbing a steep hill. The stone floor was tilted downward, water rushing past their feet and drenching them from above. I don't like this. Logically, Sunny understood that he would be able to escape the drowning temple even if it collapsed and started sinking. Not only was he strong enough to break through the stone walls, he also possessed memories of the House of Night that allowed him to swim like a fish and breathe underwater. However, he still felt tense and claustrophobic. Being caught under an immense mass of stone, with cold water rising higher and higher with each moment, was not the most pleasant of feelings. The ancient temple was shaking and groaning, slowly crumbling around them. I can just send one of the shadows ahead and get to the surface by using Shah. Dao step, I can take Nephis with me as well. He glanced at Cassie, who was walking behind them while using the holy staff as a cane. After a short moment of hesitation, Sonny chose to keep all the shadows with him. Soon they reached the great hall where the battle had taken place. Although not much time had passed, it was in far worse shape already. There were actual waterfalls flowing through wide cracks in the distant ceiling, and the dais where Cassie and the Sibyl had clashed was partially submerged underwater. His shadows, whom he had left there to stand guard, were silently watching the rising water. Nightmare come. In the blink of an eye, the black stallion was already at his side. Sonny lingered for a moment, then turned around and grabbed Cassie by her thin waist. "Excuse me." Effortlessly lifting the delicate girl, he placed her on the dark destrier's broad back and gave Nightmare a silent command to reach the surface as soon as possible. "You better hold on tight." Cassie remained motionless for a split second, then suddenly paled and grabbed onto the dreadful steed's mane tightly. She opened her mouth to say something, but a moment later, both of them were gone in a burst of wind. All that could be heard was the sound of adamantine hooves ringing on stone in the distance, and a short shriek. Now then. No matter how fast Sonny and his shadows were, Nightmare was many times faster. And since one of those shadows had been accompanying the black stallion, the three of them, the shadow, and the blind seer, reached the surface much sooner than Sonny would have. By the time he and Nephis reached the edge of the dais, he could already see the crimson blaze of the twilight sky. Just at that moment, the temple shuddered in another violent quake. Grasping Neph's hand, Sonny pulled her into the dark embrace of shadows. A short instance later, they stepped on the ashen soil of the incinerated garden, bright sunlight briefly blinding both. When Sonny regained his vision, the first thing he saw was Cassie kneeling on the ground in front of Nightmare, her face of an unhealthy greenish color. Taking a few deep breaths, the blind girl raised a trembling hand and pointed an accusing finger at him. "WW warn me next time? Damn it." He grinned. "What's the point? Didn't you already know what I was going to do?" Sonny hurriedly helped her stand up, dodging the tip of the guiding light in the process. "Watch where you point this thing in any case. There's no time to tarry. We might have escaped the temple, but this whole island is going to fall apart soon. So hurry up and run." At that point, Nephis gave him a somber look and said, her voice flat, "I'll hurry and run as soon as you let go of my hand." She lingered for a moment, and then added evenly, "Or do you want me to carry you?" Sonny froze, then lowered his gaze and realized that he was, indeed, still holding Neph's hand. He blinked a couple of times, then looked up and gave her a smile. "Actually, yeah, I wouldn't mind being carried." With that, Sonny let go and dashed toward the shore of the island ship. Soon, the graceful silhouette of the chain breaker appeared in front of them. He felt much too happy to see the ancient ship and leaped onto its deck without wasting a single second. Just as he did, the drowning island resounded with a deafening crack and split apart. Chapter 1392, Desolation. After the island broke apart, it did not take a lot of time for the debris to disappear into the depths of the great river. Sonny, Nephis, and Cassie stood on the deck of the chain breaker, observing the death throes of this lost part of fallen grace in somber silence. The flowing water seethed and boiled, turning into white foam. The ashen remains of the dark garden were pulled down by the current and swallowed by the depths. In something that felt like too short of a time, though, the surface of the river became calm and clear once again, with not a sign of the massive island vessel left in sight. Sonny sighed softly. The destruction of the artificial island had been too depressing of a scene. It was like a metaphor of the futility of human existence. Countless river people had worked hard to create and maintain it, and even more spent their lives walking upon its ground. But now it was gone, swallowed by the elements in mere minutes, with every trace of it erased from existence. Weave was going to be erased the same way before too long. The cities of the Sibyls had already disappeared, only fallen Grace remained, its fate all but decided. The tomb of Ariel had been home to a thriving civilization once. But now it was nothing but a nightmare. Sonny shook his head, suddenly grim. Would the cities of the waking world be gone one day, too? He had not even known that there was a world outside the endless sprawl of NQSC once. It was hard to imagine that a place so populous and boundless could cease to exist. But then again, the waking world was already a world of ruins. Plenty of thriving cities had been erased from its maps, most of them, even. Entire continents stood desolate, devoid of life, and uninhabited. He even witnessed the extinction of one of these empty continents himself. My mood is all over the place today. What was there to feel sad about? That island had been nothing by the lair of a dangerous abomination. They had come to its shore, killed the abomination, and absconded with precious loot. Cassie even received a pretty stick as a bonus. If anything, he should be feeling utterly delighted. However, Sonny felt mostly tired and sore all over. The battle against the drowned was a short one, but nevertheless very intense. He was battered and bruised, albeit not injured too badly. Gone. Sonny turned and glanced at Crow, who was hopping excitedly on the railing and staring at the empty space where the island had been with a curious expression. The small bird was unburdened by any kind of heavy thoughts. In fact, it did not have any thoughts at all. After all, it was an echo. Now that the island was destroyed, though, that echo had a job to do. As he watched, Cassie approached the black bird and gently took it into her hands. Saying something, the blind girl opened her palms and let the crow fly away. The last thing they heard before Jet's echo disappeared into the distance were indignant caws. Stug. Crow had a simple mission to inform the inhabitants of Fallen Grace about the death of the defiled Sybil, and then find its way back to the ship. The three masters did not know how long it would take them to rescue Effie and Jet, so they wanted to make sure that the last city would migrate downstream in their absence. Hopefully, by the time they returned, the frail Riverborn would be doing much better. That's done then. Sonny glanced at the wooden staff in Cassie's hands, then at the sails of the chain breaker. He hesitated for a moment, then asked tiredly, "Should we set sail?" After a moment of silence, Nephis shook her head. "The night is approaching, and all of us are tired. I'd rather just drift with the current until tomorrow. A little rest won't do us any harm." Sonny was happy to hear it. Soon they were gathered on the mess deck at the stern of the ship. All its compartments had been cleared of debris and repaired by the inhabitants of Fallen Grace, but the three masters did not visit most of them often, since there was no need to. They mostly spent their time on the upper deck, in their living quarters, or on the mess deck near the galley. There was freshly prepared food on the table, giving off the familiar, delicious smell of Neph's cooking. The covetous coffer stood with its lid open, its teeth gleaming in the warm light of a lantern. Sonny was cradling a cup of tea in his hands, glancing at the several slates laid down in front of him. Honestly, though, he was in no mood to study their mysteries. He just wanted to fill his belly and rest. With a sigh, he pushed the slates away and pulled his plate closer. Swallowing the first mouthful of a fragrant meat porridge, Sonny closed his eyes in delight. Nephis was preoccupied with eating as well. Cassie, though, seemed to have forgotten about it. She was playing with her new shiny toy instead. The soul shard at the tip of the holy staff was emanating light, its intensity changing from time to time. Sonny stared at her for a bit, then asked, "What are you doing?" The blind girl took a sip of tea absent-mindedly. "Trying to figure out how it works. It's weird the enchantment doesn't seem to respond to everything. It points to you, Nephis, Effie, and Kai, but not Jet or that person, Mordred, or Fallen Grace for that matter. It does respond to Wind Flower, though." Sonny raised an eyebrow, then shifted his perception and gazed beneath the surface of the guiding light. Just as he had expected, there was no weave there. There were no runes, either just a field of blinding radiance. He had seen something similar when looking at the knives created by Sun God. Within each, there was nothing but a radiant ocean of something soul essence, perhaps, and a soul string of fate, bound onto itself and looping endlessly. Such was the sorcery of gods, entirely unreasonable and void of any kind of logic he could understand. Looping endlessly. His tired mind got caught on these words, but he was distracted just then by Neph's strangely muffled voice. "Found it." Shaking awake from his reverie, Sonny turned and looked at her. Nephis had a spoon in her mouth, holding one of the slates he had pushed away in both hands. Sonny was rather amused by that sight. "What did you find?" She blinked a couple of times, then awkwardly removed the spoon from her mouth and pointed it at the slate. "Wind Flower, it's described right here. Chapter 13, 93 Vortex." Soon all three of them were sitting side by side, with the slate resting on the table in front of them. Cassie was tracing her fingers across the stone surface, a focused look on her face. After a while, she slowly nodded. The coordinates match. It is indeed the right place. The blind girl was much more proficient in navigating the great river, considering how much longer she had spent here than Sunny and Nephis. She was also the one who had learned the transcript system of the Sibyls and pinned down where Effie and Jet were trapped in the first place. Windflower Hut. Sunny looked at the slate. There were neat columns of symbols engraved on it, as well as an image of a messy circle with frayed edges. It resembled a vortex more than anything, or maybe a cyclone. After studying it for a few moments, he reached out and turned the slate over. Familiar runes covered its reverse side. Without wasting any time, the three masters read them. Pretty soon, Sunny's expression darkened. The currents of the river are twisted and treacherous near Windflower. Strong gales violently assaulted our ship, as if trying to push it back. Desperate to escape our pursuers, we persisted, entering deeper into the mist. The surrounding waters moved in the wrong direction and with unnatural speed. It was as if we had lost our way and found ourselves near the edge. At some point, we were not struggling against the repelling winds anymore. Instead, overcome by fear, we were battling the raging tide that pulled us deeper and deeper toward the source of the wind. The first part of the text engraved into the reverse side of the slate was an excerpt from a report made by one of the outsiders who had lived in Fallen Grace. He ventured on a long journey with a small fleet, hoping to find out the fate of a different city, one of the last with which Fallen Grace still maintained a connection until the visitors and merchant ship from that city had stopped coming, as well. The fleet managed to learn that the city had been destroyed, but on their way back, they were attacked by powerful defiled abominations. After a furious battle, only 3 ships managed to escape. Pursued by the enemies, they were forced to enter the dangerous waters around Windflower. For a few moments, the mist cleared, allowing me to glimpse the true nature of the tide. We were hopelessly caught inside a whirlpool of titanic proportions, which spun around a bottomless and dark abyss. There was an island hovering above the darkness, with a tall and magnificent tower rising above the misty cliffs. Terror grasped our hearts when we realized that the tide was pulling us into the darkness. Desperate to save our lives, we tried to escape. In the end, only one of the 3 ships managed to fight its way out. The other 2 were swallowed by the vortex, never to be seen again. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. So it's a giant whirlpool. Something like that would explain how Effie and Jet had ended up stranded. If the vessel they were traveling on had been pulled into the monstrous vortex and destroyed, they would have no way of getting out again, or rather, no way of getting out again without some great luck. It seemed that they had reached the flying island at the center instead of being crushed in the depths, at least. The fact that Crow was around to deliver messages proved that. Cassie silently shook her head. Not just a giant whirlpool. Don't forget that the great river is a river of time. Any anomaly of its current is not a mundane one. There has to be something strange going on at Windflower as well. Nephis nodded. But what? Since none of them knew the answer, they turned back to the slate. The rest of the runes on its reverse side contained notes made by the priests and priestesses who had served the Sibyls. The information they had recorded was not too helpful, though, due to the fact that almost no one returned from Windflower alive. That, however, was valuable knowledge in and of itself. The place called Windflower had not always been known by that name. Its previous one, however, was long lost. The magnificent tower the outsider from the Fallen Grace mentioned had been a stronghold of a powerful seeker once. There had been plenty of them throughout the tomb of Ariel before the foundation of Verge. It was unknown whether the seeker had left the citadel to challenge the estuary, still resided there, or perished a long time ago. All that the Sibyls of Fallen Grace knew was that, at some point, no one could approach the citadel anymore. There was only one exception that they had heard of. A familiar name. The Serpent King. It was rumored that the Serpent King Daron of the Twilight Sea had reached the stronghold and spent some time there, then returned to lead his people in the war against the defilement. Sunny stared at the runes with a thoughtful expression. They had not learned all the secrets of Windflower from the slate, exactly, but they had learned 2 crucial pieces of information. First, that it was possible to brave its danger and come back in one piece. The Serpent King had proved it. Second, he looked at Nephis, then at Cassie, and said, "At least we know the general nature of that place. Fighting against the whirlpool will be hard but doable. The problem, though, is that the island is floating above its chasm. So, if we don't want to be pulled into the depths and killed, the chain breaker has to be able to fly by the time we reach Wind Flower. Cassie, can you repair it in time?" The blind girl frowned and remained silent for a few long moments. Eventually, she slowly shook her head. "No, there is not enough time, nor is there enough resources to fully restore the enchantments of the ship by then." As Sunny's expression grew somber, she hesitated a bit and added, "However, I think there is something I can do." Cassie stood up and paced for about a minute, thinking about something furiously. Yes, that can work, too. I'll need to." Finally, she stopped and spoke again. "I can't restore the connection between the sacred tree and the enchantment circle in time, but I can repair the circle itself, I think." Nephis raised an eyebrow. "What would it mean?" The blinded girl pointed to the deck. "It means that the sorcery that allows the ship to fly will be fully functional. It's just that it would not have a source of power. But we can use our own essence to fuel the enchantment, limited as it is. The chain breaker won't stay in the air for long, nor will it be fast, but it will carry us to that island and back." She scratched her head awkwardly, and then added in a small voice, "Probably." Sunny stared at her for a while, then let out an amused chuckle. The odds, as always, were against them, but when had it been any different? He shrugged. "Good enough." Chapter 1394, The Luxury of Being Bored. The chain breaker had set sail once again. This time, they had to travel back to the middle area of the great river, where the sky was azure. They also had to travel some distance into the past, not enough to bring them anywhere near Verge, but deeper than any of the three had ever ventured. Sunny spent the first morning lazing in bed and staring at the ceiling. He was thinking about Wind Flower. The strong winds, the twisted currents, the colossal whirlpool that pulled ships to their doom, and the island flying above the dark abyss, all of it sounded rather nasty. There was the fact that the tower standing on the island had once belonged to a powerful seeker, as well. The Seekers of Truth were people who had entered the tomb of Ariel at the same time as the Sybils, or even earlier than them, but for an entirely different reason. The Seekers had not been searching for salvation from the devastation of the Doomsday War. Instead, they had braved the Nightmare Desert and found their way into the tomb built by the Demon of Dread due to their thirst for knowledge. Out of curiosity, basically. They had not been a unified group of people either, but rather disparate individuals united only by the similarity of their obsession with knowledge. Bunch of weirdos who would climb into a dreadful tomb simply to satiate their curiosity. Sunny would never. Well, he had entered plenty of dangerous ruins to satiate his desire to explore the dream realm, but that was an entirely different matter. Firstly, he received contribution points for his exploits from time to time. Secondly, none of those ruins had been left behind by terrifying deities. Come to think of it, a couple of them were. Like the Ebony Tower, but he had not ended up there out of curiosity. He had ended up there out of greed. That was a much better reason, so he was not like those weird seekers at all. In any case, Sunny was not excited to visit the stronghold of a powerful seeker. Not even considering the fact their desire to learn Ariel's truth had caused the birth of the defilement, these people did not seem trustworthy at all. A hidden island where a mysterious seeker had lived before disappearing without a trace, surrounded by a nearly impassable barrier of water, wind, and twisted time, yes, that did not sound ominous at all. Damnation. Of course, they did not really have a choice. Effie and Jet were there, so Sunny, Nephis, and Cassie couldn't turn back. People fear the unknown the most. If the Slate had told them that there was a great nightmare creature living at Wind Flower, he would have been reluctantly, but calmly coming up with plans to defeat it. But it was the not knowing what waited for them at the center of the whirlpool that made Sunny feel nervous. In the end, tired of being anxious, he decided to distract himself by doing something useful. Climbing out of his bed with a sigh, Sunny finally left his cabin and went to the upper deck. Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare were standing guard at the bow, middle section, and the stern of the ship. Nephis was holding the steering oar, while Cassie was making preparations to repair the sorceress circle of the ship. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then approached the blind girl. "Hey, can I take another look at the guiding?" "Aight." Looking up, Cassie smiled at him and pointed to the sacred tree. The beautiful staff stood there, propped against its trunk. "Thanks." Grabbing the sacred relic of the Sibyls, Sunny went to his usual spot in the shade of the ketch and sat down on the deck. "Let's start, then." He spent some time weaving the basic enchantments around a transcendent soul shard. His goal was simple, to turn the guiding light into a memory, so that it was easier to use and could be taken back into the waking world. After hours of focused work, however, Sunny was left staring at the wooden staff with a deadpan expression. His eye was twitching slightly. Damn it! It was all a waste. The moment he tried to place the rudimentary weave inside the relic, the lightless strings of shadow essence dissolved in the blinding radiance hidden within the white wood. It was as if they were incinerated from simply touching divine sorcery. All that work for nothing. Uttering a quiet curse, he stood up and put the guiding light back under the sacred tree. Somewhat disheartened, Sunny went a switch with Nephis at the steering wheel. He guided the ship as she practiced with her sword, dancing with it as the seven suns slowly traveled across the crimson sky. He enjoyed the view a great deal. Later, Sunny spent some time staring at the estuary key, not at all closer to solving its many memories. He had a meal with Nephis and Cassie. He created more essence strings to replace the ones that had been destroyed, and practiced his own swordsmanship, mentally going over the battle with the drowned and thinking of what he could have done better. After all that, Sunny had to admit to himself that he was bored. It was a rather strange and luxurious feeling. Sunny had very rarely received an opportunity to feel bored usually. There had always been something pressing for him to do, learn, or escape. It had been like that in the outskirts and did not change at all after the awakening. But here in the third nightmare, brief moments of intense and unreasonable danger were separated by long stretches of calm. Of course, he knew that the calm would not last long. It would take them some time to reach Windflower, but they would certainly have to fight for their lives many times on the way. The chain breaker would be attacked by nightmare creatures, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, or the day after that. There would be dangerous anomalies waiting for them under the waves, as well perhaps some of those described on the stone slates. The Mad Prince could visit him in his dreams at any moment. The appearance of the other plagues weren't out of the question either. But for now, at least, there seemed to be peace. So Sunny decided to give himself a day off for once and enjoy that peace while it lasted. Walking back to the stern of the ship, he summoned a certain piece of furniture and placed it a few meters away from Nephis. Sitting down on his luxurious chair, he summoned the emerald flute and brought it to his lips. Nephis looked at him in confusion. "What are you doing?" Trying to raise the dead. But there are no corpses on the ship." Sunny blinked a couple of times. "Who does she take me for? Is it so hard to imagine that I'm just in the mood for music? Kai gave me a few lessons, you know, so I can carry a tune. He might have begged me to perform as a guest during one of Night and Gale concerts even." She smiled faintly. "I noticed you said might have begged instead of begged." Then her eyes widened slightly. "Wait, Night and Gale concerts. Are they planning a reunion? When? Is it going to be old material or has Gale written a new album? What about new choreography? Who is?" Sunny lowered the flute and stared at her sullenly. Here she goes again, barraging me with questions. "Yes, I don't know, probably not. No clue, no idea, I'm not sure." As the sky slowly grew brighter, the chain breaker sailed toward dawn. The three masters aboard the graceful vessel anxiously awaited the reunion with two lost members of their cohort. Chapter 1395. Hello, Blue Sky. I wonder. Sunny stared at a delicious-looking golden fruit, torn between the desire to pluck it off the branch and the fear of tasting fruits from mysterious, mystical trees. The last time he had eaten one was not a memory he liked to remember. It probably tastes divine, though. In the end, he sighed and reluctantly looked away from the alluring fruit. It was better not to test fate. Sunny was currently high in the crown of the sacred tree, using it as a crow's nest. The sky above him was of a beautiful azure color, with not a hint of the deep scarlet splendor they had grown accustomed to in fallen grace. It had already been several weeks since they visited the lost library and slayed the defiled Sibyl. The 4th month of their nightmare had ended a few days ago, of course. It had been much longer than that for Cassie and the other members of the cohort. Effie and Jet had spent more than a year stranded, in the place called Windflower by now. Sonny couldn't help but worry about them. He was also worried about Rain and the waking world, but there was nothing to be done about that. Climbing to a higher branch, he sighed and looked down. There was usually a black crow following him around, but today the talkative bird was gone. It was somewhere ahead, scouting for prowling abominations and turbulent currents. The crow's presence meant that at least one of the 2 missing women was still alive. That made Sonny less anxious. In these past few weeks, the chain breaker had traveled far enough into the past to almost reach Windflower. With the help of the guiding light, they did not even have to waste time searching for its precise location. The sacred staff pointed directly to where they needed to go. So, the dreadful whirlpool could appear from beyond the horizon any minute now. Of course, coming this far had not been easy. Sonny, Nephis, and Cassie had to fight for their lives on many occasions. The graceful vessel had been attacked by swarms of nightmare creatures, grotesque giants from the deep, aerial horrors, and even heralds of the defilement. That last battle had been especially dire, since the defiled were both sentient and vile. And yet the 3 of them had slain and slaughtered every enemy that dared to attack the chain breaker for now. The ancient vessel withstood all the attacks without receiving serious damage as well. But the 3 masters weren't as lucky. Each of them had suffered many grave wounds, some of them almost fatal. If not for Neph's healing powers, they would have never made it so far. They wouldn't have made it without Cassie, either. Sonny had been reminded once more that traveling with an oracle was an invaluable boon. It was because of the blind girl that they had managed to avoid the true perils of the great river, the twisted currents, and lethal aberrations, where time itself would have killed them in the blink of an eye. They would have perished without Sonny and his shadows, as well. The 3rd nightmare was not a place where one could survive without extreme battle power, and currently, he possessed the most of it out of them 3. Am I not great? Sonny smiled wryly, then shuddered and furtively looked around, checking to see if the sin of Solace was near. The sword wraith would not have missed a chance to cut him with a snide remark in response to such thoughts, but thankfully, the apparition had not deemed it necessary to climb the sacred tree with him. In fact, the sin of Solace did not seem to like being too close to the tree from the Heart God's grove, for some reason. Sonny used that fact often to get some reprieve. He sighed. The journey to Windflower had not been easy, but at least they had all gotten something out of it. Nephis was one step closer to becoming a Titan, and wore a chainmail shirt over her white tunic. Just like Anank's mantle, the new memory could be worn in conjunction with another armor, albeit due to its unique enchantment rather than its type. In a fashion strange for an awakened, she also carried her sword in a scabbard hung from her belt. The scabbard was another memory, this one capable of enhancing the weapon stored inside of it for a sufficient amount of time. Cassie, meanwhile, was back in her beautiful red peplos dress. Now, however, there were 2 bracelets on her hands instead of the golden shackles. One was a protective charm memory, the other was supposed to enhance the force of her attacks. She still carried the quiet dance in a scabbard, this one mundane, not enchanted, but mostly used the guiding light in battle. Although the white staff was not a memory, it did a good job of debilitating her enemies and crushing them into pulp. Sonny was not sure that using a sacred relic to split skulls was appropriate, but he wasn't going to complain. The gods were dead anyway. As for himself, Sonny had earned another 500 shadow fragments on the way to Windflower, bringing him close to 2,500, half of the amount he needed to become a terror. His luck with memories, sadly, had been really bad. He had received a few, but none of them were good enough to add to his soul arsenal. They ended up being fed to his shadows. He had not woven a lot of new memories, either. In fact, Sonny had not done a lot of weaving in these past few weeks, not because there had been no time, but rather because he was currently interested in something else. That something was giving him a lot of trouble, to the point where he often found himself dejected and stupefied. And yet, Sonny persisted with this new interest. Chapter 1396, Approaching the Vortex. During the battle in the flooded temple, he had observed Cassie's artificial echo in action. Even though it did not seem that powerful, that was only because their enemies that time had been of both a higher rank and a higher class than the blade mannequin. Sunny would not have wanted to face that thing in battle as an awakened. The most impressive thing about it, though, was the very fact that it was artificial. After interrogating Cassie and Nephis on the topic, he had found out that the Forgemasters of Clan Valor were capable of creating not only memories, but also echoes. Making one was an extremely long process, though, and one that demanded a lot of precious resources. So there were actually very few artificial echoes in existence, all of them belonging to the most valued members of the clan. Nevertheless, Sunny couldn't help but wonder if he would be capable of weaving echoes one day, as well. So, he had spent most of his free time studying the blade mannequin. It was not going well for now, but Sunny wasn't disheartened. His attempts to learn the sorcery of names were not bearing any results anyway. Although his horizons were somewhat expanded, being able to actually use this power seemed to be beyond him. If there was one consolation, it was that Cassie was having just as much trouble with it. Being talentless together was less of a bitter pill to swallow. Her mastery of runic sorcery, though, was slowly growing. In fact, there seemed to be a positive loop between the sorcery of names and the sorcery of runes. Both were founded on invoking the true names of things, after all, albeit in a different manner. So Cassie and Nephis were able to help each other improve. As a result, the blind girl had indeed managed to restore some of the enchantments permeating the chain breaker. Just as she had told them, the graceful vessel was now once again capable of flight. It just couldn't fly for too long or too fast. The strain of supplying the ancient ship with essence was dire enough to drain even Neph's reserves in less than a minute. It would have to be enough to carry them to the island at the center of Windflower. Now all they needed was to actually find it. As Sunny stared at the horizon and tried not to feel too anxious, a swift shadow glided across the deck of the chain breaker. Then, a black bird landed on the branch near him. Crow was back. Strangely, though, the echo seemed less grumpy than it had been recently. Instead, it looked excited. Sunny raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" The crow hopped a couple of times, and then cawed while spreading its wings. Jet. Jumping down from the tree, Sunny landed noiselessly on the deck and dissolved into the shadows. A split second later, he appeared on the bow of the ship, gazing tensely at the horizon. Saint, who was standing nearby with a bow in her hand, spared him an indifferent gaze. Her ruby eyes glowed silently, not betraying any hint of emotion. If only I could be this calm all the time. Sunny remained motionless for a few minutes, then sent mental messages to Cassie and Nephis. "I think we are drawing close." Indeed, out there, far in the distance, the flowing surface of the great river had grown a little hazy, as if obscured by mist. Considering Crow's excitement, it had to be Wind Rose. Hurricane winds, destructive currents, and suffocating mist will see how terrible that place is, exactly very soon. A few moments later, Cassie joined him at the bow. Nephis remained at the stern, holding the steering oar, but she did respond through the link of the shroud of dusk. "I see." Sunny sighed, then glanced at the blind girl. The soul shard crowning her wooden staff was glowing, its light pointing precisely at the distant haze. "There is no doubt, then." Cassie slowly nodded. "Yes, we have arrived." The branches of the sacred tree rustled as the chain breaker took a turn. Nephis moved the ship in a wide spiral, positioning it directly upstream of the approaching hazard. By the time she did, Sunny could already see wisps of mist flowing over the surface of the restless water. Time to get to work. Concentrating, he called upon the shadows. The three of them had long discussed how to tackle the titanic whirlpool. There was not much they had to do, really. The first obstacle they were going to face was the repelling wind. So, Sunny lowered the sails to diminish the repelling force. The ship would be carried into the vortex by the current, and once they approached close enough, Nephis would invoke the true name of the wind to lessen its fury. The second obstacle would be raging currents. Sunny's authority over water was not strong enough to calm them, but the chain breaker was sturdy enough to withstand the fury of the elements. It was not going to overturn either. All they needed was a skilled helmsman and something to guide them through the mist. Cassie was going to accomplish both tasks with a little help from the guiding light. She was quite skilled in controlling the chain breaker, more than any of them were. However, she was not going to be able to guide the flying ship through the last and most dangerous of obstacles. Once they were close enough to the island at the center of the vortex, but not deep enough in it. Oh, the whirlpool to be swallowed by it, the chain breaker had to lift into the air and reach the shore before its helmsman ran out of essence. Nephis was a terror, and possessed the lineage of the sun god as well, which, among other things, drastically strengthened her soul. Her reserve of essence was the largest among them, so it would be her task to take up the steering oars in those last moments. As the first wisps of gray mist touched the bow of the chain breaker, Sunny suppressed a shiver and looked into the approaching wall of fog with a dark expression. Mist, nothing good ever happened when there was mist around. Here in the dream realm, it was always a herald of something dreadful approaching. We have prepared for this. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at Cassie and smiled. Let's go find Effie and Jet then. Chapter 1397, Wishful Thinking. Soon the chain breaker was swallowed by the mist. The winds had grown stronger, making the folds of Sunny's nebulous mantle flutter. Feeling drops of water fall on his face, he sighed and looked at Cassie. Go. She lingered for a moment, then rushed away to replace Nephis at the steering oar. Sunny was left alone on the bow, looking into the mist with a dark expression on his face. Effie, Jet, both of them were still alive. They had to be. But how could they? The third nightmare was not easy to survive. And these two, they, of all people, would have found it impossible to cling to life while stranded for more than a year on an isolated island. Jet could only exist by killing living beings to replenish her constantly dwindling essence, after all. Effie was a slave to inhuman hunger. Without access to a great amount of food, she would swiftly wither and die. How many foes to kill could there have been on a hidden island, and how much food? No, don't think about that. The crow echo still existed, which meant at least one of them was still. That crow has always been a bit strange, though, much too animated for a simple echo. Perhaps it has something to do with Wake of Ruin, so who's to say that it can't exist without a master? Sunny threw a dark glance at the Sin of Solace, who grinned in response. Admit it, they are both probably dead already. Ah, how sad they were slowly starving to death while you were having fun with Nephis on the dark island. You really took it easy back then at the beginning, didn't you? Sunny looked away and gritted his teeth. The sword wraith simply laughed. Come to think of it, your friend Kai is most likely dead, too. Even if the nightmare creatures did not kill him, Mordred surely did. He's probably walking around now, wearing Kai's corpse right as a luxury brand suit. Well, it's for the best. You have always been jealous of that guy anyway. The insecure little wretch that you are. The surface of the great river was growing restless. The waves were already much taller than before, making the bow of the chain breaker sway. Feeling the deck rise and fall beneath him, Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. That's not true. Kai has Anvil's charm, I gave it to him. Mordred can't possess someone wearing that charm. The Sin of Solace stared at him for a few moments, a mocking smile on his lips. The charm, right, it protected well, really well, huh? Snarling, Sunny turned around and prepared to rebuke the apparition. But at that moment, a calm voice resounded from behind them. Are you talking to your sword again? He flinched and looked back. Neff's slender figure slowly revealed itself from the mist, two pristine white sparks burning in her cold gray eyes. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded silently. Stopping once she reached him, Nephis looked into the mist and said, her voice even. I believe that they are all alive, too. A bitter smile appeared on Sunny's lips. Sure, but it seems like wishful thinking, doesn't it? People were not immortal. He had lost enough comrades to know how ruthless this world they lived in was, so wasn't it a bit naive to stubbornly cling to hope after Antarctica? Nephis shook her head. On the contrary, I think there is a valid and logical reason to believe that all members of the cohort are not dead yet. She put her hand on the hilt of her sword and said calmly, the 6 plagues exist. They are most likely the future versions of the 6 of you, therefore, none of you is likely to be dead in the present. Otherwise, their existence can't be explained. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then nodded. That is strangely reassuring in a morbid kind of way. You can't die yet because you're destined to become a defiled monster, huh? What a paradox. Neff's logic assumed that the future was predetermined. If so, there was no way that Effie and Jet were gone. However, that also meant that there was no way for the six of them to avoid killing her and becoming the six plagues, which made this whole endeavor meaningless. If the future was not predetermined, though, then the cohort could potentially write a different ending for themselves, and the nightmare. Yet it also meant that there was no reason to believe that the rest of the members were still alive. Sonny knew that fate could hardly be changed, but he also knew that it did not govern every small occurrence and event. The details of what happened, and how it did, could be altered. It was just that the end result almost always remained the same. Sooner or later, all deviations were proven meaningless, failing to change the grand design of the future. It was easier to change fate inside of a nightmare, as well due to its fragmented and isolated nature. Plus, the Great River was a strange place. Who was to say that their fate wasn't to become the six plagues, only for their younger selves to slay them and conquer the nightmare unscathed? "Ah, my head hurts." He rubbed his face. All this stuff, the paradoxical nature of the Great River, the unreliable future, the greater tapestry of fate, were too strange and irrational for a human mind to comprehend. The best they could do was just try to do their best at the moment and strive to reach the desired outcome, ignoring the confusing reality of the tomb of Ariel as much as possible. The winds were growing stronger. The branches of the sacred tree swayed, rustling worriedly. The swaying of the deck grew more pronounced. A thick mist enveloped everything in sight. "Hey, Sonny." He looked at Nephis, surprised by her strangely candid tone, and raised an eyebrow. Knowing her, some ridiculous statement was about to follow. He was not going to be fooled into listening to her apologize for his projector twice. But Nephis was perfectly earnest. "There is nothing wrong with a bit of wishful thinking. We will find them both alive. I'm sure of it." At that moment, the wind slammed into them like a ram, making both sway. Raising a hand, Sonny caught Nephis and helped her steady herself. At the same time, he used the feather of truth trait of the shell to increase his weight and ground himself more solidly on the deck. The two of them remained silent for a few moments, looking into each other's eyes. Then Sonny smiled. "All right, Neph, I'll believe you this time." Chapter 1398, Braving the Barrier. Soon they were deep into the barrier surrounding Wind Rose. There was nothing but blinding mist, hurricane winds, and violent currents in this dreadful and deadly place. Sonny could easily imagine countless ships being drowned by the inconceivable whirlpool powerful nightmare creatures as well. No wonder almost no one returned after being swallowed by the mist. And yet, the fury of the wind was terrible, but not terrible enough to sway them. Nephis had invoked the true name of the wind, lessening the pressure on the graceful ship. The chain breaker stubbornly cut through the mist, refusing to be pushed back. The violence of the raging currents was daunting, but not daunting enough to stop them. Guided by Cassie's steady hand, the chain breaker broke through the fortress wall of the towering waves, never straying off course. By then, the natural flow of the great river was replaced entirely by a terrifying tide that was pulling them deeper and deeper into the mist. The deck beneath their feet was tilted downward, indicating that they were sliding into the giant, insatiable maw of the colossal whirlpool. Instead of allowing the ship to be carried by the current, Cassie kept its bow pointed perpendicular to the rush of seething water, cutting as short a line to the center of the vortex as possible. It took a lot of effort to keep the chain breaker under control, but she managed it splendidly. It was still too early to take to the sky. Sonny and Nephis had long joined Cassie at the stern. Fiend and Crow were hiding under the sacred tree, both soaked in water and miserable, while Nightmare had dissolved into shadows and hid in their dark embrace. Only Saint remained on the bow of the ship, standing there like an immovable onyx statue. The plume of her helmet danced in the wind. It was easy to get lost in the mist, but the radiance of the guiding light was showing them the way. Straining against the howling wind, Sonny yelled, "How much longer?" His shout was swallowed by the mist. At almost the same time, though, the veil of fog was torn apart for a few brief moments. When Sonny saw the scale and magnitude of the vortex they were trying to brave, his face turned ashen. The whirlpool was indeed colossal, stretching as far as the eye could see. The raging tide moved in a vast circle, forming a revolving crater. They were currently sliding recklessly down its slope. Far away and below them, a harrowing darkness devoured the world. The depths of the great river lay naked and revealed, but his human eyes were not capable of discerning what dwelled below. Or maybe there was nothing there at all, just an endless, bottomless abyss. However, there was an island hovering in the air above the darkness. Flowing mist shrouded its dark cliffs, and a magnificent tower rose from somewhere. Far inland, obscured by fog. The sight of the island was both austere and sinister, like a stark omen of ill fate. "Hurry!" Cassie let go of the steering oar and stepped out of the circle, allowing Nephis to take her place. Neph was there a split second later. She took both steering oars and looked ahead, white flames dancing in her eyes. Then her radiant essence poured into the runic circle, flooding the enchantments of the ancient vessel with incinerating power. Sunny yelped and grabbed a railing. In the next moment, the chain breaker shook slightly and soared into the air. It's working. The graceful vessel was not flying nearly as fast as it had been able to before, and its flight was not nearly as smooth. But they were indeed in the air, moving toward the distant island. When Cassie and the firekeepers had restored the ancient flying ship to a shadow of its former glory, it had already been an incredible feat. But that had taken them almost a year, with dozens of people lending a hand. The fact that the blind girl now managed to achieve so much alone, and in the span of a few weeks, was truly remarkable. And it gave them the chance to accomplish their goal. Of course, it was still unclear if the chain breaker would be able to maintain its flight for long enough. Would they reach Windflower Island? Or would they plummet into the darkness and be crushed by the dreadful vortex? Only one way to find out. Sunny turned his head and looked at Nephis, who was holding the steering oars, her eyes shining with a brilliant white radiance. He could sense a flood of essence pouring out of her soul like a shining torrent. That essence was absorbed by the runic circle and flowed through the enchanted lines stretching throughout the ship, feeding its enchantments with power. There was no hint of doubt on Neph's face, and so he decided to throw away his doubts away as well. A few moments later, the shroud of mist obscured everything once again. Only the glow of the guiding light was there to show them the way the chain breaker sailed through the blinding fog, with only the rustle of countless leaves proving that the sacred tree still existed somewhere out there, near them, hidden from sight. Come on, come on. They didn't have to struggle against the current anymore, but the hurricane winds were still raging. They slammed into the hull of the ship with vicious force, trying to push it back. Because of it, the speed of the chain breaker fell even more. Damn it! Sunny had been counting the seconds. It had already been a full minute since the moment Nephis stepped into the circle, more than they had been able to fly in the tentative test the day before. The radiance of her eyes was dimming. And yet, suddenly Nephis moved and smoothly raised one of the oars. At the same time, the chain breaker began to descend. Gradually, the fury of the winds was extinguished. The mist was still obscuring the world. But then the ancient vessel finally fell onto soft, white sand. There was a violent crash, but the hull of the chain breaker withstood the impact. The runic circle fell dormant once again, and the enchantments lost all power. There was nothing but mist around them and silence. They had reached Windflower. Chapter 1399, Misty Shore. Sunny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. The chain breaker was laying on white sand, tilted awkwardly. It had shattered the side of a black cliff and was now leaning on it, which prevented the ship from turning over. They had gotten lucky despite the blind landing. The fog was still there, obscuring the world, but it had become less thick. Sunny could make out the figure of Saint standing still on the bow of the beached vessel, as well as more cliffs rising high above them. It seemed that Nephis had guided the chain breaker to a small strip of sand at the very edge of the island. Changing Star herself was leaning heavily on the steering oars. Her face was paler than usual, and the white flames were gone from her eyes. She had completely exhausted her essence to carry the ship across the dark abyss. Sunny grimaced. It was very unfortunate to have one of them utterly drained of essence right now. No one knew what dangers were waiting for them on the misty shore. These first minutes could very well prove to be of vital importance. Not that there had been a choice. I'm fine. Noticing his gaze, Nephis forced out a faint smile and put a hand on the hilt of her sword. "I can still put up a fight." Sunny nodded, having no doubt in her ability to do just that, despite this weakened state. She was a seasoned slayer. Nevertheless, they had to be careful not to allow themselves to be wounded. It would be quite a while before Nephis could heal them again. Cassie used the guiding light to pick herself off the deck and shivered slightly as the mist caressed her skin. Her expression was troubled. Noticing it, Sunny tensed as well. "What is it?" The blind girl had an intuition that was far superior to even his. It had saved their lives numerous times, so seeing her this nervous was not a good sight. She lingered for a while, then shook her head with a frown. "I'm not sure, I just have a very ominous feeling. This place, Windflower, every part of me is screaming that we are in danger." Come to think of it, he felt it too, an invisible, dark pressure emanating from all around them. All his instincts were telling him one thing, that there were dreadful predators somewhere close. Much more dreadful than even he himself was. Sunny scowled. "Aren't we always in danger?" Despite saying those words nonchalantly, he summoned the sin of solace and called upon his shadows. Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare got closer, surrounding the three masters in a defensive formation. Nephis had walked to the edge of the deck and was now peering into the fog, her expression impassive. After a few moments of silence, she turned to Cassie and said, "Do it." They had discussed what to do a long time ago. The first thing, unless they were attacked immediately after landing, was to make use of the guiding light. None of them really understood how the divine relic worked, but they had established that it could point them in the direction of not only Windflower, but also Effie, or, at least, its tip lit up when the person holding the staff thought about her. However, it did not react the same way to Jet. That fact had been a source of many dark thoughts for Sunny. As Crow landed on his shoulder, Cassie gripped the wooden staff tighter. Then she lingered for a moment. "Huh, that's strange." Sunny glanced at the guiding light, which was still pointing to somewhere deep in the mist, and raised an eyebrow. "What? It seems to be working just fine." The blind girl shook her head. "No, nothing. It's just that I have not asked it to find Effie yet. The light should still be pointing to Windflower. I thought it would disappear once we reached it." She concentrated for a moment, and then the radiance of the enchanted crystal changed subtly. It was still pointing deeper inland, but at a different angle. Sunny secretly let out a sigh of relief. He did not know if the guiding light truly pointed to Effie, her lifeless body, or something else entirely. And yet, seeing it shine was a relief. "That gluttonous woman, she'd better be alive, or else I'll be very cross with her." He scowled, then took a step forward. "Let's go, then." Jumping over the railing, he plummeted down and landed on the sand. A moment later, Nephis was by his side. Saint and Fiend landed with a bit more noise than the two of them, and lastly, Nightmare leaped from the deck of the ship, carrying Cassie on his back. The six of them remained motionless for a few moments, listening to the silence of Windflower. There were no sounds around them, no movement. Only the soft white sand and the black cliffs faintly visible in the fog. A piece of rock fell from the shattered crag and rolled down, the noise both dampened and made louder by the mist. It echoes, making them tense. Sunny took a deep breath. His vision was obstructed by the fog, and strangely enough, so was his shadow sense. It was not entirely gone, but the range was limited to about as far as he could see. Beyond that, the shadows felt vague and unreliable. He didn't like being that vulnerable at all. At least the fog itself did not feel dangerous. It was a nuisance, sure, but far from being as senselessly terrifying as the mists of the Hollow Mountains. Curse it all. Frowning, Sunny took a step forward. As he did, a human figure suddenly revealed itself from the murky veil of the fog. He flinched a tensed, ready to attack, but then froze. Black eyes, porcelain skin, the sin of solace was looking at him mockingly. "What, did I scare you? Ah, how tiresome." It was the damned apparition. Sunny gritted his teeth and walked past the sword wraith, heading straight for the cliffs. At the same time, he sent 3 of his 5 shadows in different directions, ordering them to cautiously scout ahead. Slow and steady, slow and steady. Effie and Jet had already been on this island for more than a year. They would have to wait for a few hours, or even days more. If Sunny, Nephis, and Cassie were too hasty and proceeded recklessly, They could very well die before finding the lost members of the cohort. He was not going to underestimate the perils of Windflower, but he was going to find his friends no matter what. There can't be any mistakes. Chapter 1400 Footprints in the Sand. As Sonny's shadows climbed the cliffs, he and his companions cautiously advanced up the beach. Even the crow, who had been anxious and impatient to find its master all this time, seemed wary and subdued. The black bird was sitting on Sonny's shoulder, its feathers raised and kept silent. The mist swirled silently around them. Saint and Fiend were in the rear, both ready to defend against an unexpected attack at any moment. Sonny and Nephis were in middle, Cassie rode Nightmare at the front of the group, her back straight. The radiance of the guiding light that she held up illuminated the way. At some point, the shadow steed suddenly stopped. Sonny gripped the hilt of the Sin of Solace tighter and said in a low voice, "What is it?" Cassie remained motionless for a moment, then pointed the sacred staff down at the ground. When Sonny and Nephis approached, they immediately understood why. Out there in the white sand, hidden in the mist, was a line of lonesome footprints. Sonny kneeled to study them, a frown appearing on his face. Those were left by a human. Neph's voice echoed in the fog. He nodded slightly. Indeed, the shallow prints left in the sand belonged to a human. From the look of it, someone had walked across the beach. Barefoot, it was hard to tell the gender of the person just from these traces, but they could not have been of a very large stature. Both the size and the depths of the footprints proved otherwise. The traces also looked fresh. They could not have been left more than a few hours ago. Sonny felt a cold chill creeping up his spine. Who was taking barefoot walks in this harrowing place? There was another strange detail about the footprints. Contrary to what Sonny would have expected, the line of them came from the direction of the cliffs and disappeared in the mist, heading toward the edge of the island. And yet they had not met or heard anyone on their way here. He hesitated for a few moments, then looked at Nephis and said, "Wait here." Leaving one shadow behind to step out of it should the need arise, Sonny stood up and followed the footprints into the fog. Soon, his companions disappeared from view, and he was left alone in the swirling mist. I don't like it." If not for the fact that he could still see them through the shadow, Sonny would have been tempted to turn back. A few minutes later, he reached the end of the beach. The edge of the island opened into an abyssal chasm, the view of the colossal whirlpool and the darkness hiding below obscured by the fog. Sonny felt something he had not felt for a long time, a sense of vertigo. Come now, really I can turn into a bird. Is it really necessary to be afraid of heights? He sighed and shook his head. The footprints led to the very end of the island. There, the lonesome line of them disappeared, as if the person who had left it behind leaped off the edge into the misty abyss. Sonny was suddenly overcome by a strange melancholy. "Why don't you try jumping, too?" He slowly looked at the Sin of Solace, who was standing at the very edge, looking into the fog with a distant expression. "No, thanks." The sword wraith smiled. "Why not? You said it yourself, you can turn into a bird. Hey, maybe this person knew how to fly, too." Sonny sighed and nodded. "Right, I should watch the sky well, watch the fog above. Aerial attacks are some of the most nasty." As he was walking back to Nephis and Cassie, Sonny was thinking about the footprints in the sand. Who had left them behind? Had that person really jumped off the edge? If so, why were they swallowed by the dark abyss? It seemed like such a shame. If the chain breaker arrived at Windflower a few hours earlier, they could have met this person. How bitter would it be to arrive at an island from where no one could return on the same day that its inhabitant had decided to take their own life? Maybe they had not, though. Maybe they really had soared into the sky and escaped this forlorn place. He could not be sure. One thing he was sure about, though, was that the footprints did not belong to Effie or Jet. Effie was too tall to have left them behind, while Jet would have never chosen to end her life, after everything she had done to preserve it. She had literally climbed out of a grave and endured being dead, all to continue living. Would a person like that ever give up? Sonny had no doubt that she would not. By the time he reunited with Nephis and Cassie, his shadows had already scaled the cliffs. In front of them was a dark forest of tall pine trees, mist swirling between the ancient trunks. One shadow cautiously glided to the left, another to the right, while the last one continued to advance forward in the direction of the distant tower. The island was large, much larger than the islands of the chained isles were, so exploring it was going to take a lot of time, especially because Sonny wanted to be careful and not expose his shadows to any danger. It's going to take days, weeks maybe, damn it. There was no sign of Effie and Jet. The footprints lead to the edge of the island. I didn't find anything else, so let's trace them in the other direction. Cassie raised the guiding light again, and they moved along the line of footprints toward the cliffs. They advanced slowly and cautiously, never letting their guard down. Although nothing had attacked them yet, the quiet feeling of danger was growing more dire and terrifying with each step. Eventually, they arrived in front of a vertical wall of black rock. The footprints disappeared once again, this time in front of narrow stairs cut into the cliffside. The steps led all the way to the forest, by the looks of it. Sonny and Nephis glanced at each other. The stone stairs were too narrow to maintain their formation if something attacked them while they were ascending the steps. They would have to fight in a very awkward position. Fiend, take the lead. The steel ogre was the most resilient out of them, so he was going to serve as the shield of the cohort. The shadow did not seem too concerned with his task, either with dark flames burning in his eyes. He moved to the front of the formation and stepped onto the first step. As they climbed the stairs, Sonny walked behind Nephis. At some point, he noticed that she was paying a lot of attention to the stone steps disappearing beneath their feet. "What are you thinking about?" She hesitated for a few moments, then said evenly, "These are man-made." Sonny nodded. After a short pause, Neph added, "Which means that they must have been cut from stone by the seeker who lived on this island." It was a logical conclusion. Sonny glanced at the stone steps, thinking about how ancient they were. Then he scowled. "You noticed it too." Sonny lingered for a moment, then answered Neph's question with another nod. These stairs were strange. They were supposed to be ancient, and yet there was no sign of corrosion on them. The steps were not weathered and ground down by the endless assault of the elements. Instead, they were perfectly preserved and sharp, as if someone had cut them just yesterday. Is this rock indestructible, or are there strange things happening to time on this island? Sonny wanted to examine this question further, but at that moment, he froze. Out there, far ahead, the shadow he had sent toward the tower heard a sound. Although it was muffled by the mist, Sonny would never fail to recognize it. It was the sound of steel clashing against steel, followed by a scream of pain. At the same moment, the crow that had been sitting silently on his shoulder suddenly jumped into the air and shot forward, instantly disappearing into the fog. Sonny's eyes widened. "Jet,